Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Otherworldly Powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izumi was having a rough day. She'd woken up to the fact her alarm hadn't gone off and she was risking being late to class. So it was with a panic that she had gotten dressed and bolted out of her home. Not without making sure to kiss her mother on the cheek before leaving, of course, but that didn't change the fact she was running late. Gotta hurry. Izumi panted as her red shoes slapped against the pavement, only to stop at a large crowd blocking the road. Yeah, she looked at one of the businessmen who was on his phone, overhearing his side of the conversation as she tried to squeeze past. Yeah, I'm probably going to be late. The villain is blocking the trains. Hearing that, her focus quickly shifted to the source of the commotion where a giant villain was facing off against some small-time heroes. She spotted Death Arms keeping debris from hitting some bystanders, and Backdraft was using some water to make a barricade. As for the villain, he was swinging his arm whenever they got too close and sent a few heroes and civilians skidding across the pavement. What did this guy do anyways? One lady in the crowd asked perplexed. Stole a purse and got cornered. Seriously? A quirk like that and he's a purse snatcher? That annoyed Izumi a little. There was probably more to the guy's life than just his quirk. Not that anyone cared any more about anything other than that, nor did it matter considering he was committing a crime at the moment. Still, if she was going to be held up like this, it was a good opportunity to study some quirks that she hadn't seen in action before. I wonder who's fighting. Pulling out her notebook, Izumi started getting ready to write when a shadow blitzed over her and she looked up. Just a few paces away, she heard a group of ladies squeal. "You can do it, Kamui." Izumi watched captivated as the wood-clad ninja of a hero dashed forward and started fighting the villain. Her smile got a little wider, revealing her slight case of snaggletooth that gave her a cute pair of fangs, as the villain was countering his attempts at binding by swinging Kamui through the air. It's Kamui Woods, the young and talented rising star. Next to her, a man with star-like growths on his head chuckled and looked over. "You asked, yet here you are with the answer already. You're a fangirl, aren't you?" Izumi blushed furiously and rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish grin. Before she could respond, however, Kamui had landed on top of the train station's roof and was in a stare-down with the villain. Illegal use of powers during rush hour and attempted theft resulting in bodily harm. Kamui's eyes narrowed as he crouched low. "You are the incarnation of evil." A feeling of second-hand embarrassment hit Izumi as she cringed. The incarnation of evil seemed a little extreme. A criminal, yes. Being the cause of petty inconvenience, maybe. The incarnation of evil. That was just too much. Regardless, as Kamui readied his attack, Izumi found herself getting excited as she was also surrounded by people pulling out their cameras and taking pictures. "Preemptive," Izumi said along with Kamui as he grew several branches from his arm. "Binding." Kamui darted forward, towards the edge of the station's roof as the villain glared. "Lacquered chain P. Canyon Cannon." A new hero shouted as she suddenly drop-kicked the villain in her own gigantified state. The crowd and Kamui were silent for a moment before the cameras rushed back to taking as many pictures as possible. "Hey there everyone. Today's the debut of your newest heroine, Mount Lady. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Izumi would have commented on the horrible pun, but she was currently staring stupidly and blushing. Just how far could a hero push the sex appeal before it got too far? Shaking her head, she went back to her notes and started scribbling. Gigantification quirk. The power expressed will likely make her popular, among other factors, yet I can see some issues with her choosing to work in the city instead of the countryside. Taking notes? Huh. The star guy from earlier asked again and smiled at her. "Are you working towards being a hero?" Smiling with a small hint of determination, Izumi nodded. "Well, you got my vote. Anyone willing to study this hard should be a shoo-in." "Gee, thanks." Izumi smiled widely, before realizing something quite important. "I'm late for class for real now." "Midoriya." Izumi flinched as she heard her teacher speak while opening the door to her class. "You're late." She kept her head down as she bowed. "I am sorry, sensei." "A villain. I don't want to hear any excuses," her sensei snapped, making her flinch. She could pretty much feel his glare on the back of her head. "Now, go to your seat. This will be marked on your record." Her grip clenched on her skirt as she focused on the floor to keep anyone from seeing her face. "Yes, sensei." As she started to go between the desks to get to her seat at the back of the room, Izumi could hear the other students stage whispering as she passed to make sure she could hear them. "Quirkless loser Deku, late again." One girl sneered as she looked over at Izumi. What was it this time, a villain? The guy behind her laughed and pointed at Izumi. "Yeah, right. She's too much of a coward to go near villains. I bet she was stalking someone again. Did you hear that she followed Bakugo around for years? Wow, what a creep. You'd think she'd take the hint already." Her fist clenched harder, nails pressing into her palm as she tried to keep walking, only to get tripped by another student and land face first on the floor. Her nose throbbed as she pulled herself up and the class laughed at her openly. The only exception was Kaken, who just ignored her. Her sensei's hand shot over to her and smacked into the back of her head with a chop. Midoriya, stop disrupting the class and get to your seat, unless you want attention again. Biting back her tears at the laughter that erupted from her class, Izumi stood up and continued to her seat. Yes, sensei. When classes finally ended, Izumi was feeling drained. She just wanted to go home and try to forget the day even happened. Maybe if she prayed hard enough she could get a redo. Not that it would change much, but the thought was nice. Packing away her books into her bag, Izumi sighed tiredly. Maybe I can finish my notes when I get home. Oi, Deku. A chill shot through Izumi's spine as she spun in her seat to see Bakugo standing nearby, two cronies flanking him. Kaken. Bakugo sneered down at her as his hands crackled at his sides. Where the fuck were you? I thought I told you that you're not allowed to cause trouble. Her hands hastily started waving as she tried to move as far as she could without leaving her seat. There was a villain blocking the road on the way here. A hero used it as their debut, so it should be on the news. An explosion ripped through the air and sent her falling back out of her seat and onto the ground. Izumi's body trembled as she fearfully looked up at Bakugo as he stalked toward her. Bullshit. You were stalking someone again, weren't you? Don't think I didn't see that damn notebook of yours. That was when she noticed Bakugo's cronies rifling through her bag and her heart froze. Hey. What she feared happened next as her analysis journal was pulled out and the one with long fingers snickered. Oh, what's this? Hero analysis for the future number 13. Wow, she's delusional. Bakugo didn't even acknowledge him as he snatched the journal and quickly detonated it between his hands. No, Izumi watched helplessly as Bakugo threw her hard work out the window. As so mean. Izumi quickly found herself lifted off the floor as Bakugo grabbed her by the front of her shirt. I thought I told you to give up that dream already, Deku. You're not just like the rest of these extras with useless quirks. You don't even have one. You'd die the second you tried to be a hero. He threw her back and Izumi felt her head connect with the wall painfully. Even as her thoughts started to swim, Bakugo's voice cut through. That's why I'm going to be the only hero to come from this shithole school. And don't feel bad. Once I'm big, maybe I'll show you some mercy and hire your pathetic ass as a secretary. His cronies just laughed like Bakugo had told the greatest joke ever, and Izumi felt like one. Bakugo seemed finished as he stuffed his hands back in his pockets and kicked her bag into her chest. I don't know what school you picked, but I'll be sure to kill you myself if you picked UA. Got it. A fearful nod was all Izumi could bring herself to do. Her throat was locked up in fear. Bakugo and his goons started to leave the classroom, but Bakugo still had one thing to say. Although, there is one way you could become a hero. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izumi's eyes filled with rage for a split second, before the crackling of Bakugo's quirk made her freeze up again. She sat there for a time, wallowing in her lot in life, as Bakugo and his cronies left the room. A hollow feeling started to build in her chest, and it hurt to think about why it was there. Standing in the koi pond, Izumi looked down at the fish that were starting to nibble at her notebook. Stop that isn't food. Izumi gently nudged the fish away with a hand and picked up the soggy pages, watching as they tore under their own weight. Tears beating in her eyes as she grits her teeth. Izumi's fist clenched hard around the remains of her dreams. Why can't they just leave me alone? What's so wrong about wanting to be a hero? I just want to help people, so why? She turned to leave when a glint from the water caught her eye. Looking closer, she could see something sitting near where her journal had landed. Curiosity led to her picking it up and looking closer. A star. But who would throw this in a pond? The star itself was golden with 4 points and had a plethora of cracks on the surface. Izumi tilted it slightly, watched more water trickle out of one of the fissures, and chuckled mirthlessly. You're a lot like me, huh? Useless and broken. An idea popped into Izumi's head shortly after. Maybe, if I patch this up. Mom was mentioning getting some decorations for the apartment. With a fresh mutter storm brewing in Izumi's brain, the young girl got her shoes and stockings back on and started making her way back home, star resting in her bag. So lost in thought, she failed to notice her own path leaving her usual route and taking her towards an overpass. She also missed how the cracks in the star were slowly starting to mend. Meanwhile, across Japan, 3 other girls were experiencing similar discoveries. Deep in the Mai prefecture, Uraraka Ochako was humming to herself as she walked down the country roads of her hometown. Her brown hair bounced slightly with each step, her eyes closed and a smile stretched across her face. Today was wonderful. It was the last year of middle school, and she was ready to start training in earnest for UA. Sure, her dad was still being stuffy about letting her help on the construction sites, but that wouldn't stop her from using the supplies for quirk training. Steel beams weigh a lot after all, and she only got nauseous once today. She'd have a chance to enjoy her mom's cooking, which was probably going to boil down to rice and mushrooms again. She's been making that a lot lately, now that Ochako thought about it. At least mushrooms were tasty, or she'd probably have gone mad by now. Not as good as matcha, but at least healthier in all rights. She looked down at herself for a moment and frowned. You'd think with how she was living her stomach would be smaller, yet she couldn't stop herself from giving her belly a poke. Maybe I should start jogging on my way back home. That's a way to lose weight and improve my stamina at the same time, right? Ochako pondered while pursing her lips. Lost in her thoughts, she only paused her stride when she felt herself step on something. Looking down, she saw a pink heart-shaped jewel about the size of her palm lying on the ground. Picking it up carefully, Ochako's eyes widened a little as she looked it over. Despite her first assumptions of it just being some kid's toy, the gem itself was rather solid and definitely not plastic. She also couldn't see her reflection in it, so that ruled out glass. She took a moment to look around to see if anyone was nearby, and when she saw she was alone, put the heart in her pocket. Yoink! Ochako giggled as she started to have a little more skip in her step as she continued her trek home with additional thoughts of trying to find an appraiser. Sidewalk treasure. The best treasure. It's not trash by any measure. If she hadn't been so busy singing to herself as she walked home, she might have noticed the pink glow from her pockets wasn't from her quirk activating. Yaoyorozu Momo sighed as she stared down at her textbook, taking notes for various chemical formulas. Her classes were as tedious as usual, and already her sensei was piling on homework. Her recommendation exam was 8 months away, and the stress was starting to sit in the back of her mind. Perhaps it was soon time for a break. She had doubts about her tutor allowing such a thing to happen, but then again what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Closing the book, Momo stood up from her desk and stretched before walking to her bed and grabbing her laptop. She quickly opened up her internet browser and started searching for something entertaining, only to come up short and close it shortly after. A knock at her door made Momo pause. "Young miss, your mother requests your presence." Getting up, Momo opened the door to find one of the maids looking exceptionally tired. Mother must have found something to obsess over again. Following the haggard maid, Momo felt a pang of sympathy for her. The two of them shortly found themselves in the gardens, where Momo's mother was laughing gaily as she had a present in her hands. If she was honest, the size of the gift itself was what made Momo the most confused. Her mother being eccentric wasn't anything new. They were richer than 9 out of every 10 people in Japan, and its effect has been clear on her mother. Gifts outside of her birthday, as a result, usually were of the larger variety unless it was some form of jewelry. Seeing her daughter coming closer, Yaoyorozu stopped her antics and rushed over to pull her daughter into a hug. It was a rather awkward one, seeing as the Yaoyorozu matriarch only came up to her daughter's navel, but the blood relation was still there as Iki looked like she could be Momo's little sister. "Momo, how's my precious baby girl?" Sighing with a small smile on her face, Momo gently pats her mother on the head. "I have been well, mother, just taking a moment away from my studies." "That's perfect," Iki cheered before holding the gift over her head. "I was going to get you myself when Sayuri-chan reminded me I could just ask for her to get you," said maid. The one who brought Momo there let out a long sigh as she deflated slightly in her posture. "I was just recently at an auction and found some lovely items from the pre-quirk era that were incredibly intact. Those upstart pricks at Detnerat tried to outbid me, but I just reminded them that I could buy their entire company in a day if I wanted." She let out a snort that was far too cute for someone her age to be able to do, before crossing her arms. "I swear, every time I find something pre-quirk those guys show up to take it. I don't even know what they'd want with it." Switching back to being happy, Iki held out the gift to Momo and pulled off the top, showing a sapphire gem in the shape of a heart. "Either way, this little cutie was part of a collection of magical girl collectibles, so I decided that it'd go well with your." Momo's face turned atomic as she quickly snatched the gift and started power walking away. "Thank you, mother. I'll be going now." Iki, unperturbed, simply smiled and waved after her daughter. "Be sure to tell me what group it's from." "Yes, mother, I love Iobai." Through all of her diminutive mother's teasing and the snickering she heard from one of the maids as she ran past, Momo didn't notice the heart-shaped gem glowing a soft blue. Focusing hard on the guitar in her hands, Jiru strummed along with the melody in her head. It wasn't something elaborate or show-stopping, just a simple little tune she'd had bouncing around her noggin for a little while now. She'd originally just tried to ignore it, but eventually found that it just wasn't going away. "Now if I could just figure out why this song sounds so familiar," she thought to herself before accidentally hitting the wrong note and frowning. Putting down the guitar, she glanced at her desk where a yellow heart sat among all of her rock paraphernalia. It was about the time she found that thing, roughly a year ago, that the song started echoing in her thoughts. Strangely enough, she couldn't bring herself to get rid of the heart either. It felt like it was important to her somehow, even though it clashed with everything else she owned. "I'll ponder that later." Jiru picked her guitar back up and took a breath. "All right, one more time." Her strumming started again and she started to smile a bit. It wasn't even the kind of music she'd usually write. It felt like something for a magical girl anime more than her rock and roll. Though now that she thought about it, some of those magical girl anime were kinda messed up. Pondering could wait, however, as her mother called from downstairs, making the girl roll her eyes. "Kyoka, did you take care of the trash?" Setting her guitar down for the final time that night, Jiru got up and headed for the door. "On it, Mom." As she left the room, she missed how the heart's gem was starting to glow. These 4 girls, and later more, would not know just how much their lives would change not only for themselves but for the impact they would have on the world as a whole. When Izumi found herself at the overpass, she paused for a moment to look down at the star in her hands. Its chipped edges and cracked surface glinted in the evening sun, and she sighed. "Stupid, what if I really jumped? Your dreams would be over alongside me." Her brain was unhelpfully replaying earlier events and the memories they cascaded into. Her eyes unfocused for a moment as she decided to let them play out. It was easier than trying to hold them back. A callously lax doctor leaning back in his chair staring at her apathetically. "Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen." The same doctor pointed at the x-rays of her foot and the extra toe joint she had. "I'm afraid to say she'll never develop a quirk. She should give up that dream now." Izumi, tearfully sitting at the computer that night watching hero videos before turning to her mother. "Mommy, he's so cool. Can I still be a hero too?" Her mother's arms wrapped around her as the woman broke into tears. I'm so sorry, Izumi." A ghost of a friend that kept changing in age, pushing her down and kicking her. "You're useless, Deku. A worthless loser who can't do anything." Memory after memory ran through her, most on repeat, reminding her just how hopeless she was. Then, a pair of memories popped into her mind, making her self-destructive spiral pause. A video of a muscular man climbing out of a fiery crash, carrying several people on his shoulders and in his arms. "Never fear, for I am here." Her sitting in front of the TV, watching a show about pretty colorful girls fighting to protect the innocent, seeing how they went from powerless to powerful to fight against anything that threatened the people they cared about, and the feeling of hopefulness it filled her with. Finally rising from the mires of her mind, Izumi blinked her eyes and focused back on the star in her hand. "That's right, I promised myself I'd become someone kids like me could look up to, no matter what, didn't I?" She smiled softly as she continued to walk, still focusing on the star. "I'd be cool if this was one of those transformation things like in those old shows. Then maybe I really could be a hero." The sound of something wet sloshing behind her and a slimy voice made Izumi freeze. A medium-sized skin suit, and a pretty one at that. Izumi turned to see who was behind her but was quickly engulfed in a thick green sludge. She struggled to keep her mouth shut as the sludge moved over her face, eyes wide and fearful. The sludge wrapped around her wrists, pulling her arms back as more sludge slid over her, going into her school uniform. A pair of eyes and a wide grin slid into view on the sludge, and Izumi met the villain's gaze. "Keep struggling. I'm made of fluid, so good luck grabbing onto anything. Open that pretty mouth and I promise it'll be quick." Tears in her eyes, Izumi's struggle was quickly proved fruitless. "I can't breathe." The villain's smile sent more shivers down her spine. "I didn't know that guy was in town, so I just need to hide for a bit. You really are my hero. I'll be sure to thank you once I'm done by making sure your body has a good time, even if you'll be too dead to know it." Her struggle increased as tears rolled down her cheeks and into the muck. "Is this how I die? Suffocated by some sick bastard?" Izumi's vision started to grow cloudy as her body started to fall slack. She tasted something vile in her mouth. "This can't be how it ends. Please, somebody." All the while, Izumi could hear something whispering in the back of her head. Her grip on the star was beginning to falter until a loud clang came from behind the two. A muscular arm punched the manhole she'd passed earlier up into the air, before a blonde, laughing mountain of a man came climbing out from the sewers. "Have no fear, you're safe. Now that I am here, that is." The villain's eyes widened in shock as Izumi started to fall limp. "Shit." His arm reeled back, and the hero punched forward. Texas smashed. The sheer force of the punch turned the overpass into a condensed wind tunnel, and the villain screamed as his body couldn't retain its cohesion under the pressure and popped, freeing Izumi. Somehow through all of it, the star never left her hand. As she blearily looked at her savior, Izumi could vaguely recognize their shape. Oh, might. In unconsciousness, Izumi dreamed of something strange. The setting looked like a classroom, but all the faces were blurry. Students were milling about, silently talking to each other, while one girl sat alone in the corner. She was looking down at her phone, reading a message from someone. To transform, just say the words, transmagia. The girl seemed nervous as she went to the roof of her school and held the star up. With a gulp, she uttered a quiet, trans-magia. Izumi's head felt like it was underwater when she started to wake up. Blearily she blinked her eyes open before realizing someone was tapping her face repeatedly. "Hey, young miss, are you with us?" "Diwa." Sitting up, Izumi gently shook her head, regretted doing so, and looked to the person who was trying to wake her. All Might then gave her his signature grin and a thumbs up. good to see you're awake. I was afraid we lost you for a moment there. All Might. Izumi floundered as she looked around frantically for her belongings. Once she found them, she started digging. Gotta get my note face hidden from All Might. She paused and frowned at the empty spot in her bag. Oh, right. It's gone. That's right. All Might laughed, unknowing of Izumi's inner turmoil. Sorry for letting you get caught up in my hero work. I'm unfamiliar with the sewers in this town and the villain slipped away, but worry not. Grinning, All Might then lifts up 2 soda bottles filled with sludge. I have him safely contained. Izumi looked at the bottles, noting how the eye in one was glaring at her in utter rage. That doesn't look safe at all. All Might gave her a pat on the shoulder after he stuffed the soda bottles into his pant pockets. The sight made Izumi realize just then that he wasn't in his hero suit but a shirt and jeans. How did she miss that? Now, take care, young lady, while I take this fiend to the police. Startled, Izumi hastily got up and looked at All Might in shock. Wait, you're leaving already. All Might crouched down and smiled up at the sky. Justice waits for no one. Farewell. She didn't know what possessed her, but Izumi soon found herself holding onto All Might's leg as he rocketed into the air. It took him a second, but when All Might noticed her latched on, he put a hand on her head. Hey. Being a fan is okay, but you need to let go. With the winds buffeting her face, Izumi shouted, I can't. If I do, I'll die. Realizing just how high the two of them were in the air, All Might felt a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Oh, air, right. He jabbed an elbow, redirecting them back down to a rooftop. Looking at the panting form of Izumi as she rested on her hands and knees, he sternly pointed at her as he made a little more distance between the two. That was an incredibly reckless thing to do, young lady. You should think before doing something so dangerous. Getting ready to take off again, he crouched down. Now, someone should be able to let you down if you knock on the door. Izumi scrambled to her feet and clutched her hands to the front of her shirt. Wait, I still need to ask you. I'm sorry, but I don't have time for. Can someone quirkless be a hero? She shouted, eyes clenched shut as she kept her head down. All my life, wanting to be someone who can save people with a smile was my dream. So I need to know, can I be a hero like you? All Might paused his escape for a moment and tenderly put a hand on his side as if contemplating something before sighing. Young lady, being a hero is a dangerous profession, even life-threatening at times. I've seen many heroes perish in battle even with quirks that should have kept them safe. Izumi felt a small chill go through her as dread welled up in her gut. It is for that reason I can in no small part safely say a quirkless person should pursue heroics, perhaps trying to be a police officer or emergency responder. They don't get as much respect, but they are honorable jobs. And there it was, the word she feared All Might would say. It was one thing hearing it from the people around you. To hear it from her idol, it crushed her heart. I'm sorry, young one, but it is best if you keep your dreams realistic. All Might gave her a smaller smile than his usual grin before he took off and landed somewhere down the street, out of sight from the young woman. All Might poofed back down into his alter ego, Yagi Tashinori. He reached down to his pockets and patted the bottles. Good, didn't lose him. He turned the corner and started walking over to the police station. I should have enough energy left in me to pass this guy to the police. For a moment, it was just Izumi sitting on that roof, staring out at the railing. Was Bakugo right? She got up and slowly turned to head down the stairs, despair weighing down on her shoulders. Am I really that useless? When she got to the street once more and found herself being let out of the building into the alleyway, she started walking lifelessly towards home. Man, he put it on you pretty thick, huh? There was a beat of silence before Izumi slowly turned her head to the side and saw a strange black puppet-looking person floating in the air next to her. At least, she thinks it was a person. Quirks can do some strange things to people. They had a small stuffed animal-like appearance with large sleeves, long ears, and a yellow star-shaped tail. There were also the yellow stars in their ears and the blank yellow eyes and mouth. Gyah. Izumi squealed in fright as she jumped away and pressed herself into the cement wall of the building. Who are you? What are you doing here? How'd you get behind me so quietly? Wow, you ask a lot of questions, the puppet person said as they floated a little closer and raised a hand. I'm Venita, a magical girl mascot. Venita then pointed at her, more specifically, the star in her hand. I'm here because you, Midoriya Izumi, picked up that star. Izumi's head felt like it was overheating as she looked between Venita, the star, and nothing in particular. How do you know my name? And what's so important about that? She had to do a double take as she focused on the star for the first time since she picked it up and felt her jaw drop. Wait, the cracks are gone. Not believing her eyes, Izumi held the star up to her face and took a better look. The once damaged and cracked surface and edges had become a pristine and shiny metal. It was reflecting the light from the evening sun with no problem, and she swore she had some stars in her eyes from how perfect the edges and angles looked. Venita didn't share her amazement and just waved a sleeve. Well, of course, it would repair over time. It's a transformation item held by the one I used to assist. They flew around and gave Izumi a small cheer, face never changing. Since you found it, that means you get to take her place, as you have been chosen. Chosen? Take her. What? Izumi looked at the device in her hands and felt her heart starting to race. I can be a magical girl. A successor to another magical girl at that. That's mind-blowing. But this, maybe I could. She paused as she let her mind wander again, doubts starting to trickle in. I can't safely say a quirkless person should pursue heroics. You're useless, Deku. I'm so sorry. Gritting her teeth, Izumi got a determined glint in her eyes. I'll prove all of them wrong. If I can't be a hero the quirk way, then I'll just do it the magical girl way. She gave herself a quick nod, before blinking a bit and blushing at Venita. So, she smiled awkwardly and pointed at the star. How do I use it? Venita's unchanging face stared back at her as they hovered a small ways away. Just say, transmagia, and it will do the rest. Gulping, Izumi took a breath to center herself and held the star in front of her collarbone. Transmagia, exploding from the star in her hand. Purple light engulfed Izumi's body. She was startled at how naked she felt for a second before the feeling became a soft and gentle caress of her limbs. Wow, I feel amazing. She smiled as the feeling solidified across her arms and legs. Gloves were held in place by a ring on her middle finger while leaving her hands bare. Boots that were decorated by golden stars at the front of her ankle. A corset around her waist was quickly followed by some tight-fitting pants around her legs. This is what it feels like. She felt it collecting at the small of her back and her scalp, probably giving her some kind of waist cape and hair clips, and some gathering at her chest. By the time the light faded, Izumi opened her eyes, now bearing star-shaped pupils, and smiled a wide, toothy smile. I feel so alive and free, and her thoughts screeched to a halt as she saw herself dressed in an outfit that made her look like a succubus, pasties and very low-riding leather pants being the only things protecting her modesty. Exposed, she quickly covered herself as best she could while looking at Venita. Vina-san? Why does this outfit look so revealing? Shouldn't a magical girl look cute and friendly? Venita just tilted their head. Why wouldn't it? It suits you anyway. Very tribute-heavy, too, which is perfect. After all, she hovered incredibly close to Izumi's face and the smile on their face suddenly felt a lot more menacing. Your destiny is to use your powers to be the new leader of an organization of evil. Izumi stared at Venita in silence for a solid few seconds. Sorry, but I don't think I can do that. She gave the mascot a bow and started trying to slink away. Quit. Shame. Venita pulled out a phone and held it up, letting Izumi see the screen and making her pale. But if that's the case, I'll be sure to upload this video I took. New villain using her quirk in public. Heard she was planning on robbing Musutafu Bank. #PleaseRT. Wait. Izumi frantically waved her hands and shook in fear. Why you can't do that? That's underhanded. Blackmail. Venita just looked at her indifferently. Yeah, duh. We're the bad guys. Underhanded is what we do. Venita pointed an arm out and gestured to the city just past the alleyway. Now let's get out there and take over the world. Before Izumi could voice any objections, someone else shouted into the alleyway. Hey, you there. The two turned to look down at the far end of the street and blinked. At the sight of a trio of heroes, consisting of Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms, Venita seemed to smile a little wider. Wow, talk about deja vu. Kamui got in position to charge and narrowed his eyes. Public quirk usage and public indecency are illegal. Surrender now, villains. Izumi took a few steps back and ended up outside the alleyway, where people started looking at her with a few gasps of surprise. Wait. Before she could finish, Venita flew up to her ear and held the phone for her to see. Try to ask for help, and it gets emailed to every hero school in the country. Izumi let out a whine that sounded almost like a tea kettle. Getting closer, Kamui ran towards them. Don't ignore me, villain. I said surrender. Following close by, Mount Lady looked contemplative. Hey, is it just me, or does she look scared? Death Arms just rolled his eyes as he clashed his fists together to prepare his quirk. Don't go easy on M. Probably just scared of getting caught. Letting out a squeal of fright, Izumi took off down the street, running with surprising ease and heels. What do I do? Venita flew up to her holding something. Here, use this. Izumi took it without thinking before realizing she'd been given a riding crop with a star on the end. It's your special weapon, the Frestino Dominanza. Izumi looked over her shoulder, noticing how the heroes were starting to get closer. How the heck am I supposed to use this against trained heroes? Shrugging, Venita just pointed ahead of them. Just hit something, like those flowers over there. They then smiled a little wider as they tilted their head. Unless you want to get hurt. Not seeing any other way to possibly escape, Izumi closed her eyes and swung the crop blindly. Smack! There was a swirl of purple energy erupting from the flower garden she'd run by. That made everyone either stop and look in shock or start screaming. Kamui Woods in particular skid to a halt as the rest of the heroes caught up to him. What the? Izumi looked at the gigantic flower creature in complete shock, noticing how it had leather straps holding its vine body together and a face that looked just like the straps where the center would have been. What is that thing? Venita floated over to her and nodded. This brings back memories. A flower was her first monster too. They thrust an arm toward the flower thing and continued. Your crop makes monsters that obey your commands whenever you hit something. Just give it the order and it'll attack whoever you want. Vines shot out towards the three heroes and they quickly found their arms and legs bound. Death Arms grunted as he pulled against the vines. How the hell are these vines so strong? Kamui Woods fared no better, quickly finding his arms and legs tied behind his back. Mount Lady growled as she looked at the area and then the vines snaking around her chest and asked lewdly, I can't break free. The street is too small. I'd destroy the buildings. Seeing the heroes bound and helpless, Izumi felt a smile grow on her face as she pumped a fist in the air. Why yeah, I did it. She then paused as her eyes shot wide and looked at the scene again. Wait, yeah, why am I happy about this? These are heroes. I shouldn't be fighting them. Her legs got a little closer together as she bit at her nails. So, why do I feel so funny? Venita took that moment to fly close to her again and hovered behind her head while whispering. You know, if you're anything like my last magical girl, then you're not just going to be satisfied standing there. Startled out of her introspection, Izumi shakily pointed at the trio of heroes with her crop. What? Isn't this enough? Cheerfully egging her on, Venita raised a little arm and waved their sleeve. Of course not. Now go on and get in there. That's it. Death Arms roared as he ripped his arms free, making the gathering crowd cheer. Izumi was startled as he rushed her faster than she could react and reeled his fist back. Get ready for a knockout, villain. Ape. Izumi instinctively raised the crop to guard her face and felt something bump up against it. When she opened her eyes, she was greeted with the sight of Death Arms' fist struggling against her barely moving crop. The crowd, Death Arms, and even herself were staring silently for a moment as the stalemate continued. Then Venita broke the silence like the little bastard they are. Well, that was unexpected. Izumi looked between the crop and the suddenly sweating Death Arms as he disengaged. Do you want me to? She made a gesture of her pretending to fall over and then helplessly shrugged. Death Arms looked at her in horror and stumbled back. That punch should have been enough to break through concrete. How? Before he could continue, the vines returned and tied him up again with triple the amount they had before. Then Venita's words echoed in her mind again. ... Get in there. Smiling nervously, Izumi started walking towards the bound heroes and held the crop tightly in her hands. And now, naughty heroes need to be punished? No. Mount Lady paled even more as she suddenly felt like she was in an incredible amount of danger. Oh shit. We're not dealing with a villainous version of Midnight, are we? The grin on Izumi's face grew wider as she licked her lips. Now, be good little heroes and present your backsides, please. The vines spun them around and soon Izumi could see all three of their rears. And as she raised her crop, she could hear Kamui mutter "Oh fuck me" under his breath. Her crop struck true again and again, making her hear their delightful cries of pain. Mount Lady's being her favorite of the bunch. What am I doing? I'm hurting heroes, humiliating them. Another strike to Mount Lady's rear made the tingling grow through her body. Then again, All Might said those callous words. Is this a nightmare? A dream? And why does this feel so? A perverse smile made a twinkle in her eyes grow brighter. Natural. The sounds of the crowd's whispers of disbelief and fear snapped her out of her reverie and caused the vine monster to dissipate as her focus left it. The sudden energy shift made Izumi's head spin and Venita took that moment to open a portal behind her. In her stunned state, they nudged her into the portal and disappeared along with her, just as more heroes showed up to help. Backdraft looked at the three on the ground and jumped a bit in surprise. Whoa, what happened here? Mount Lady, shaking and feeling the sting in her rear, glared up at the spot Izumi had just been standing in. I'm going to kill that little bitch. Death Arms groaned and rolled his eyes. Get in line. Watching from a roof nearby, a white mascot that resembled Venita frowned in worry. I need to get them together faster, but they're all so far apart. A white portal opened up behind them and they started to fly towards it, trying to devise a plan to get the ones he needed into the same place. Perhaps I need to ask for help this time. As Venita floated into Izumi's bedroom, looking down at the untransformed and unconscious girl, they smiled widely. To think I would find a sadistic soul exactly like your own, Hiragi Utina, even after all that work you put in to foil my plans last time. Izumi stared up at the ceiling of her bedroom when she regained consciousness. She lay there blinking before a yawn slipped out of her and she smiled. Oh, thank goodness it was all a dream. She sat up and remembered a little bit of it, realizing she was lying on her bedroom floor. Wow, I must have really been tired to pass out on the floor. Yeah, your first transformation always takes it out of you. Slowly turning her neck to look at her desk, Izumi saw Venita sitting there. She then let out a shriek as she scrambled to the far side of the room and pressed herself against the wall. Someone knocking on her door quickly followed, and she could hear her mom on the other side. Izumi, is everything all right? Izumi was about to say something when Venita held the phone in her face again. It'd be a shame for your mom to learn her daughter was a villain, right? Swallowing down the bile that threatened to rise in her throat, Izumi shakily responded, everything's okay. I saw a bug, right? A bug. Her mother's worried voice came through again. Are you sure? You screamed rather loudly. She nodded even though she knew that her mother couldn't see her. Yes, completely sure. It was a really big one. And it crawled across my foot. It went out the window, so there's no need to come in. If you're sure. The hesitance in her mother's voice broke something in Izumi, but she couldn't let her get involved in anything involving this floating little bag of evil in her room. When her mother could be heard shuffling away from the door, Venita hovered a little bit back. Good work convincing her not to barge in. She must respect your privacy greatly. Izumi's eyes snapped to Venita with a touch of ice in them. Go anywhere near my mother and I'll turn you into a sock puppet. That sudden outburst made Venita pause for the first time since meeting the girl. Maybe you're not as similar to her as I originally thought. They waved a sleeve idly and tilted their head. I have no intention to. Though there will be something for you to do sometime tonight. And what would that be? Izumi spit out with a touch of venom. Venita opened a portal and floated towards it. I'll tell you later. For now, why don't you get some rest and spend time with your mother? You look like you need it. When Venita was gone, Izumi sat there for a moment silently cursing herself for getting into the situation she was in. She'd wanted to be a hero. She loved heroes. Yet here she was being blackmailed into helping hurt heroes and enjoying it. Izumi took a few moments to regulate her breathing before getting up and moving towards her door. She opened it slowly to keep it from making noise and peeked to see where her mother was. When she saw her mother sitting on the couch watching TV, she stepped out and started walking towards her. Halfway there, the TV suddenly changed as an emergency notice was broadcast. Breaking news. This afternoon, a currently unidentified villain was seen fighting in downtown Musutafu. While this normally wouldn't be cause for alarm, the ease with which she defeated not only rising star Kamui Woods but also veteran Death Arms and the newest hero Mount Lady is. The TV showed a video of Death Arms attempting to attack the villain while Kamui Woods and Mount Lady were tied up, only to get deflected with apparent ease. Izumi felt her heart jump in her throat as she saw herself on the news, finally getting a full look at her appearance when transformed. The pasties, the low-riding leather pants, the underbust corset, topped off with the wings and horns. Details she hadn't noticed until now included the black stars that were engraved at the tip of each horn, how her pupils were also stars, and the ones on each cheek where her freckles would normally be. She raised a hand to her face and grazed the spots with a frown. Did the magic play connect the dots with my freckles? Seriously? Her mother was watching on the couch, biting her lips nervously. Oh dear, they look so scary. Izumi paused at that and blinked in surprise. She doesn't recognize that as me. I mean, the eyes, yeah, but everything else is almost a carbon copy. How can't she tell? She shook her head and cleared away the thought. Wait, no, that's a good thing right now. The last thing I want is for Mom to find out about all this. She'd ground me for life before dragging me to the police herself. The news continued, unhindered by Izumi's internal conflict. Further reports indicate this villain had accomplices, as she was seen creating monsters to attack the heroes, in addition to escaping through an unknown warp quirk. While all three heroes involved in the incident were relatively uninjured, the same cannot be said for their pride, as this villain assaulted them for all to see. The TV then broadcasts footage of Izumi in her magical girl form using a riding crop on the three heroes, smiling the entire time. But Izumi had mixed feelings about it. It was wrong, what she'd been doing. She was acting as a criminal then, a villain, yet it was so exhilarating when it happened. She'd been so powerful, so untouchable that it made any feeling of wrongness fade at the time and let her sink into the role easier than she'd expected. It was almost like she was drunk on the power. It scared her. If anyone has any information on the individuals responsible for this event, please report it to the proper authority. The TV then returned to its usual broadcast, and the small family sat in silence. Izumi hadn't even noticed that she'd sat down next to her mother on the couch at some point, and accepted the arm being put around her. She felt herself starting to cry, and her mother trying to comfort her soon after. Izumi didn't feel like she deserved it. Later that night, after convincing her mother that school had gone as it normally did, Izumi stood in her room looking down at her phone and reading the message Venita had sent her on Q order of all things. Venita, come to this location. Venita, you can fly as a magical girl, so it shouldn't take long. Venita, location sent. Just, how did a floating puppet thing get a Q-order account? Now that she thought about it, how did they get a phone at all? She glared at the phone as if it would give her the answers and grumbled under her breath. Wants me to be somewhere. Then makes me go by my power when they can make freaking portals. Pulling out the transformation star, she stared at it for a moment before sighing. Transmagia. The feeling of the transformation was still as thrilling as it was the first time, but the knowledge that she was on the villain's side dampened the feeling a bit. Once she was changed, she looked out her window and had a sudden thought. Wait, how do I? That little jerk didn't explain how to fly. Looking down at the alleyway below her, Izumi sighed and closed her eyes. Okay, flying, think, flight, things that fly. Birds, airplanes, pro-hero hawks. She cracked her eyes open again and looked over at her transformation's wings. An experimental mental tug got one of them to twitch and she shivered. I mean, would they even support my weight? Hawks has them come from his shoulders and these are from my lower back. Izumi took a deep breath and willed the wings to flap slightly, before being shocked at how that simple flap was making her now levitate in her window. This has to be cheating. Not looking a gift horse in the mouth, Izumi flew off into the night, hidden by the darkness of the city sky. Looking around at the area around where Venita had sent her, Izumi was confused. There wasn't much in any direction besides the suburbs. She had to raise an eyebrow at the sight before landing on the roof of the address she'd been given and pondering. Why would Venita send me to a random address? Her thoughts started to race as a bead of sweat trickled down her cheeks. Do they want me to break in and rob them? But why? There would be no point. Wait, why is that the only thing hanging me up about breaking the law? Not paying attention to her surroundings, Izumi failed to notice someone else coming up onto the roof and freezing at the sight of her. Slit yellow eyes widened as she pressed herself to the edge of the building as she stood on her window's frame. It's the villain from today. What do I do? What do I do? Izumi felt like something was watching her as she finally managed to escape her spiraling thoughts again and looked over, spotting a pair of yellow buns poking over the edge of the roof. She was about to walk closer when the owner of said hair buns poked her head over again and they both locked eyes. The two stared at each other, frozen in place and unsure of what to do, when the girl's footing slipped and she let out a small shriek. Before she could fall though, she felt someone grabbing onto her arm and keeping her from hitting the ground. Surprised, she opened her eyes and looked up to see Izumi holding onto her and not even straining against her weight. Izumi wasn't sure what pushed her to rush forward like that. Yet as she held the girl in the air and kept her from falling, something felt familiar about her. You okay? She nodded dumbly and Izumi pulled her up onto the roof. Once she had her feet under her, the girl backed up as much as she could, which made something pang in Izumi's chest. The girl glared at her and pointed accusingly. What are you doing here? What do you want? Raising both her hands in defense, Izumi just smiled awkwardly. I was just taking a break. Looking to the side, Izumi started internally cursing out Venita. Is this what you brought me here for, you stupid mascot? Some random girl. What did you want me to recruit her like you did me? Seeing her staying silent and not letting her guard down, Izumi sighed and relaxed her posture. Look, it's okay if you don't trust me. I'm a villain after all. But I did stop here to call someone. If it's a bother, I can leave. Spreading her wings. And wasn't that thought still insane? Izumi started to lift off the roof and fly up when the girl shouted out, Wait. Izumi stopped midair and looked back in surprise. Yes? The girl looked nervous as she bit at her lip. Why? What? Izumi tilted her head in confusion as she floated a little lower. Why do you do what you do? The question left Izumi surprised before she put a hand to her chin and thought. Why? 'Cause I'm getting blackmailed is the obvious answer. As she looked at the girl again, however, for a moment she saw herself back on that roof, asking All Might a similar one. I can't be harsh here. I don't want to do that to anyone. The girl continued and looked down. You looked so happy on the news, even though you were being called a villain. How do you do that? How do you not care about what other people think? Izumi was silently reminiscent before landing back on the roof and frowning. She turned to look up at the sky, noting how the moon was glowing a little brighter than usual. Well, it's a little hard to explain. The girl herself looked surprised at the answer. And wow, did Izumi find it weird how they both were doing this to each other. You can't explain. They stared in silence at the night sky for a bit before she looked over at the girl and smiled. Would it be okay with you if I come back tomorrow night with an answer I think you'll accept? What? Izumi shook her head with a small smile and started to take off again. This time flying forward so she was floating over the side of the roof and looking back at the girl. Like I said, it's hard to explain. I need a little time myself to figure out how to word it. The girl glared suspiciously at her and frowned. How do you know I won't just call the police? I could set a trap for you easily. Izumi just gave her a sultry smile and a wink. Call it a gut feeling, but I think you want my answer enough not to. What's your name? She paused for a moment before turning away. I'll let you know when I give my answer. Without much more fanfare, Izumi flew up into the sky and off into the distance, leaving the girl to ponder as she'd intended. The next day, Izumi sat at her desk with her head pressed into the ruined surface. All day she'd been lost in her thoughts and Bakugo was still running around and being a jerk to anyone who he suspected was looking at him wrong. For once, though, there was a strange air about the school the whole time, as Bakugo's constant tantrums were causing more damage than usual. If anyone was paying attention, they'd have realized the reason easily. Izumi simply stopped trying to stop him. She had too much to think about, and sparing any brainpower toward the guy who told her to kill herself wasn't worth it. Instead, she was hyper-focused on how her interaction with that girl had gone. She'd told her she would have an answer for why she was doing this villain stuff tonight, and she kept coming up blank. It was frustrating to no end. Top that off with how her emotions felt all over the place ever since. She was angry, she was sad, she was exhilarated, she was even that oddly funny feeling she couldn't place. The sheer amount of conflicting bullshit was making her go mad. Add in coming up with a villain name on top of all that, and you had a bowl of Izumi soup. Groaning, she looked into the torn-up desk with blank eyes, silently begging it to give her the answers to her question. She was about to find herself in another spiral of thoughts when someone placed something on her head. Frowning, she reached up to see what it was and froze as it was in her view. A red spider lily. The sound of some of her female classmates echoed in her ears as her emotions warred inside her. Looks like Bakugo's actions yesterday finally spread around enough. Better get used to this, I guess. What? Not going to say anything, Deku? The girl mocked her, laughing alongside her posse. Izumi felt the storm inside her head swirling around, before quelling it with a single thought for the first time. You know what? I'm done with today already. Nope. The apathy of her reply stunned the girls for a moment as Izumi stood up and grabbed her bag. No point. I've tried defending myself from you all for 10 years, and look what it's gotten me. The three girls all stared at her as she left the room. Bring a bouquet next time. She walked down the hallways to her locker and stepped to the side as she opened it up. Sure enough, another wave of junk poured out. Thumbtacks this time. Yippee. She pulled out her shoes and turned them over, dumping out more tacks before carefully reaching in and pulling out the rest. She didn't even notice how silent the locker room was as she did. If she did, Izumi would probably have been thankful for it. But like all things she would enjoy, even if she wasn't there for it, Bakugo had to ruin it. An explosion from her side sent Izumi sprawling, and unfortunately, she landed in the pile of tacks. She bit back a swear as the small metal spikes all dug into her side, making her left arm and hip a makeshift pincushion. Stop being such a fucking distraction, Deku. You're bothering everyone. Izumi, through all of her pain, felt a bubble of anger building, turning her eyes to Bakugo. Their gazes met and he gave her a sneer. What? Got a problem, you useless shit? There was silence for a moment between the two as Izumi's gaze moved back to her arm, watching as the sleeve slowly grew red. Seeing no reason to stay, Bakugo shoved his hands in his pockets and started walking past her, looking pleased with himself. Then a chuckle. Bakugo froze as he looked back at the girl on the ground. It started softly, but slowly her laughter grew louder, more unhinged. He took a step back when Izumi threw her head back and laughed with a wide, fanged smile, eyes unseeing as they stared up at the ceiling. I finally get it. She stood up and looked at Bakugo, making a shiver go up his spine. I finally understand why you act the way you do. He sneered again and readied his quirk, making small explosions. What? Finally going to stop pretending you're not looking down at me? Huh. That's what he thought. This whole damn time, that's what he thought of me. Izumi's anger was, fortunately, masked by the hysterical laughter. No, Bakugo, that's not it. Saying his name felt wrong, like she was eating acid, but she kept going. No, the reason you act this way, it's because Kaken is dead. He stared at her in confusion as she walked towards him, making everyone around them back away. Kaken died in that river when we were 4 years old. I went down into those waters when he fell to make sure my friend was okay. I knew he was strong, but like my mother, I worry for the people I care about, regardless of strength. Izumi stopped walking as she stood before him. But what I found instead was you. Her face was inches from his, and she relished in how he flinched for once. And you, Bakugo Katsuki, are the demon that crawled out of his corpse. Everyone stood there in frozen shock while Izumi continued to walk around Bakugo, blood dripping from her arm, and head for the front of the school. Never speak to me again. Outside and all alone, Izumi looked around and frowned. She needed to vent all of this anger, this frustration, something to make the hole that had sprung up in her chest go away. Her hand brushed against the pocket in her skirt where the transformation star was all day and paused. It was a horrible idea, a very illegal idea, yet it felt all the more alluring right now. You seem pretty agitated, Venita unhelpfully commented. Izumi wasn't sure when the mascot had arrived, but she found herself not caring. The floating mascot handed her a wooden doll, a dekanabu, and continued. Want to cause some chaos to feel better? Izumi gripped the star and sighed. Fine. She went down the street a ways and turned into an alley, before pulling out the star and looking ahead. Transmagia. Alderus students were known for many things, and few were good. They were often rude, disrespectful, callous, and even cruel at times to those who interacted with them. There was one thing, however, that anyone who met one of these students would agree on, and that was one thing they were not. silent, so when the locker room was bathed in utter quiet, the stark and sudden shift left them all uneasy. Eventually, one student finally found his voice and looked at Bakugo. Hey, don't you think you went too far this time? Bakugo, who'd previously been stuck in a shocked stupor, locked in on the student and glared harder than any of them had seen. What was that? Another girl off to the side rubbed her arms. Yeah, Bakugo glared down at her. You what? The tense energy had all the remaining students clam up, too nervous to speak against the top dog. Everyone jumped slightly as the school's intercom suddenly blared to life. Attention all students, please return to the building. A villain has been spotted in the nearby area. I repeat, please return to the building. Most students started to rush inside again, with a few just looking annoyed at the announcement, until one girl paled and looked at the rest of them. Wait, didn't Deku already leave? Bakugo set off an explosion and glared at her. Good. If that piece of shit thinks she can talk to me like that, she deserves to die. One of the students who constantly hung around Bakugo, the finger kid, scoffed. Stupid freak couldn't even do it herself. He looked like he was about to laugh when another student suddenly slugged him in the face and sent him tumbling. Dude, what the fuck was that for? The glare he got from the student getting held back from beating him further was bordering on feral. The fact you have to ask that at all is what's fucked up, you asshole. Head whipping around, Bakugo shouted at him too. Why the fuck do you care now? Huh, I didn't see any of you fucking extras giving a shit earlier. The students all flinched in the hallway before Bakugo just shoved his way past them, grumbling about having to stay past his schedule. Cause sadly the bastard was right. They hadn't cared earlier. It was just another day with the quirkless loser getting what she deserved. But after watching her reach a limit they weren't aware someone could. Watching her snap, that made them start to question themselves and their teachers. Just why were they so hard on her specifically? She didn't even do anything most days besides mumble to herself and dream about helping people. If anything, they had her to thank most of the time for keeping that raging asshole from attacking them all the time. Today being the exception for the first time in years. It's amazing what you notice when it's too late to do anything about it. Floating over the city, Izumi looked down at the people running in fear. She hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already fleeing like she was going to raise them. I guess my reputation is already pretty bad. I did block a hero's attack, so I guess that makes sense. Looking around, she didn't even see any heroes yet, which only made the feeling in her chest more annoying. There isn't anyone here yet. What even is this response time? Izumi rolled her eyes and sighed before looking at the doll in her hands and adjusting the grip on her crop. Frustino dominanza. That's what Venita had called it, right? It sounded Italian, so maybe she'd look up what that meant later. Twirling the crop in her fingers, she was surprised at how easy it was to do that. All it would take to start destroying this place would be a tap on anything. And you'll soon find it hard to do that, villain. Izumi perked up and looked over her shoulder towards the roof next to her, where Kamui Woods was once again posing. I plan on taking you in, to make up for my failures before. 15 minutes. Kamui paused in surprise and Izumi continued. It took you 15 minutes to get here when all I've been doing is floating and waiting patiently. Heroes need to be faster to respond. Her eyes grew colder as they focused on him, making the hero feel a chill. You need to be better. Kamui's eyes narrowed, probably scowling under his mask, as he leaped forward. Preemptive binding. His branches flew toward Izumi and started to wrap around her. Lacquered chain P. Izumi just threw her arm to the side. It wasn't even the one holding her crop, just her free hand. And it tore through all the wood surrounding her and made a shower of splinters. Her eyes were shadowed as she stared at the airborne hero, cold apathy clashing with his shock. Pathetic. As Kamui landed, he jumped back immediately as the splintered wood crashed around where he was. Is that the best you can do, hero? It was far more entertaining yesterday. She looked at the Dekanabu doll and smiled a bit. Baby, you just need something to fight that's more on your level. In fact, the doll was tossed into the air and hit with Frustino dominanza, engulfing the wooden figure in a dark aura. There was a flash before a carbon copy of Kamui stood before him, making the hero stare at the double copying his every move. What is this? It's you, hero. Can't you tell? So here's my offer. You defeat yourself, and I'll consider turning myself in. Though you'll have to be fast. You'll only have 10 minutes. Izumi floated down and gently ran a finger across the doll's face, making Kamui shudder as he felt the same happening to him. She smiled as he flinched at the sudden touch, looking shocked, before grabbing the doll's ass and making him wince in pain. Oh, are you still tender there? Kamui growled as he regained his footing and more heroes showed up. You'll need more than one little toy to stop us. He charged forward and tried to attack, only for his double to intercept him and counter with the same strike. The clash sent him flying back, and he twisted in the air to land on his feet next to Death Arms and his sidekicks. Izumi's smile grew wider as she pulled out another 7 dolls and tilted her head slightly. By all means, let's play. She threw the toys into the air and struck them all with her crop, making more copies. She noticed how one was steadily growing in size, and turned to see Mount Lady using her quirk. She smiled at the heroine, licking her lips, and flew up the fight between her and her wooden duplicate. The two were locked in a grapple, and it wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Not without a couple of buildings being leveled. Anyway, landing on the double's shoulder, Izumi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Mount Lady. It's so good to see you again. Your debut was so cool to watch yesterday. Shame I wasn't able to get an autograph though. Mount Lady grunted in exertion as she struggled against the double, looking at the little villain sitting on its shoulder. What? You humiliated me yesterday, you little shit. Well, it's not like you left me much choice. Izumi huffed and crossed her arms. You and the single cell brigade did charge at me before I even had a chance to explain. Inside, she was crying a little. That and the blackmail kinda made it impossible to do that. She looked up and thought with a hum. Though I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Once you're declared a villain, it tends to stick with the public. And there's no way the HPSC will try and convince them otherwise. Mount Lady shuddered as a devilish grin grew across the girl's face. And since that's the case, I may as well enjoy myself. The heroine couldn't do much as she watched the young villain fly down to the double's sides and gently stroke at the side of her ribs. The sensation quickly moved over to Mount Lady and she had to bite her lips. Oh, are you ticklish here? Why, you won't get away this time. Mount Lady's legs quaked as she struggled not to laugh. The sound of that damn crop hitting more things made her focus on the villain again and she paled. Hovering around the villain were now several duplicates, each bearing the same sadistic grin. I don't exactly plan on leaving anytime soon. Izumi smiled politely before focusing on the heroes surrounding her, struggling against their doubles and letting that funny feeling bleed into her. She'd figure out what it was later. Right now, it was making everything easier to do. Girls, let's give these heroes a reason to smile. The swarm quickly made it to both the double and real Mount Lady's sides and started to tear away at her costume, revealing the underside of her arms and exposing her breasts slightly. Hey, that costume was expensive. Her indignant cry was silenced as the tiny hands started to caress her ribs and Mount Lady's face twisted into a struggle not to laugh. Around her, she could see more heroes suffering similar fates to herself. Backdraft had collapsed to the ground and was laughing uncontrollably as their double was having their wrists tickled. Kamui Woods held a hand over his face as he squirmed on the ground, his neck tortured by gentle caresses to his copy. The one that made her feel the most uncomfortable, along with the villain's doubles, was Death Arms getting his feet reluctantly tickled at a distance with her riding crop. Mount Lady's face was tearing up from the strain of not laughing, wet fat tears rolling down her cheeks and crashing into the ground below as her arms started to buckle. Izumi flew over to her and hovered right in front of her nose, giving her a sadistic smile as she gently ran a finger between her eyes. Mount Lady went cross-eyed immediately and let out a very unladylike bark of laughter as her double sent her crashing into the ground. Izumi was happy to notice that the street only took minimal damage, before flying over and landing on Mount Lady's breast and grinding a heel into it. By my, Mount Lady, what was that just now? More tickling came and Mount Lady laughed uproariously again, tears streaming down her face. Please, stop. I'm going insane. Mount Lady looked at where her double was standing, arms up over her head and flaunting her figure all while those copies of the villain continued to swarm her and make her feel every inch of the tickle torture. The real one was right there on her damned boob and she couldn't do anything from all the damned laughter ripping out of her. The torture continued until every last hero there had fainted from a lack of oxygen. Only then did Izumi call back her monsters and change them back to toys. She looked at all the heroes on the ground with a bit of disappointment before noticing the news crew nearby and getting an idea. Kayama Nimori was at her desk in UA's teacher's lounge, drinking a long sip of coffee. She needed to get the latest art project sheet assigned graded by the start of next week, and the submissions so far were interesting. Unfortunately, her opinion on the current batch of students and their artistic talents was a necessary evil to see how much they'd need to improve and from where. A groan escaped her as she rubbed at her eyes with a sigh. I take it the listeners don't have any groove this year. Yamada Hazashi chimed in as he sat down at his desk next to her, his blonde hair tied back into a knot to keep out of the way. His honestly tiny mustache sat over his shit-eating grin. I can't say the same. Some of my little listeners have got some rockin' practice in English. Hazashi, I swear to Buddha. Nimori sniped at him before sitting back in her chair. It's not just that. Have you heard about the latest villain running around? The one that managed to humiliate the lurkers? Hazashi's playful demeanor slid off and he gave his friend a concerned look. You know it ain't your fault. Leaning back in her chair, Nimori frowned and looked up at the ceiling tiles. I sure feel like it is. Then you will be quite interested in the offer I have for you, Ms. Kayama. The two trained professional heroes both shrieked in surprise as the duo whipped around to face the one who spoke. Principal Nezu just calmly walked between the two and hopped up onto the desk before brushing off his waistcoat and smiling. Now, I've recently been in contact with a particularly interesting individual, and as such have made some plans for the future in regards to our local renegade dominatrix, one of which would benefit immensely if you agree to assist me in it. Nimori looked at Hisashi for a second, before turning to the principal with a serious expression. What do you need? When Uraraka reached her home, she could hear the sound of her dad's printer going off through the windows as the TV was broadcasting the news. Happy her dad had managed to land some new work, she threw open the door and gave a happy cheer into the house. I'm home, her mom shouted back from the kitchen. Ochako, welcome back. Your father and I have news. Taking off her shoes, Ochako paused and hurried into their tiny apartment's kitchen area. Can I take a guess? No need, her dad said with a smile as he was looking over some papers, more printing behind him as he read. We just got ourselves one heck of a contract. Achako's eyes widened in delight as she smiled. That's great. What is it? Her dad held up one of the pages and gave it a tap. UA itself wants to hire us. We got an email from the principal an hour ago. Her dad looked at it again for a quick refresher on its contents. Turns out that Musutafu has had a problem lately with a particularly persistent villain that keeps wrecking the buildings, and UA is offering to help people start rebuilding. Sure, a job like this means we'll have to move, but this should also help you with traveling to UA. Nearly choking on her saliva, Ochako jumped in surprise. Seriously, that's amazing. Her mom laughed at the scene before walking a little farther into the room. Well, that's one part of the news. Ochako and her father paused for a moment before sharing a glance. There's more, her father asked dumbly as he raised an eyebrow. Smiling widely, her mom held up a small pink stick, and Ochako's jaw dropped. Her dad looked at it for a moment, before walking over and picking his wife up in a big hug, spinning her around. Holy shit, Mom, Ochako exclaimed as she rushed in to join the hug. Thank every god I prayed to for luck. Language, my machai. Her mom lightly reprimanded her. We're going to have to tone it down if we're going to have a shot at keeping this one from swearing as early as you did. That made Ochako blush madly as she put her hands over her face and started floating, much to her mother's amusement. Setting his wife down, her dad put a hand on her belly and smiled. How far along? Her mom held up 3 fingers. About 3 weeks. It's weird how bloated I feel though. It wasn't ever this bad with Ochako. This does explain the cravings for mushrooms though, her dad unhelpfully added, getting a smack on the shoulder as a reward. The news blared to life on their small TV, and the 3 turned to look at it in surprise. Breaking news. The mystery villain from yesterday has made an immediate return and has yet again publicly bested multiple heroes on the scene. This time, with new tricks up her sleeves and defeating 8 heroes in total. The news played a clip of a hero fighting against a perfect copy of themselves. The villain flew down and started to caress the sides of one, making the real hero start laughing. Oh my, her mother gasped and put a hand on her mouth. A villain took out so many heroes at once. In broad daylight, Ochako put her fingers together and landed on the floor, quickly moving to stand with her mom. The heroes include the first victims of this hero harasser, the lurkers, in an attempt to subdue the villain and reclaim their honor. The news played a clip showing Mount Lady, enlarged, laughing as several versions of the villain were swarming her double and tickling away at her. There were even portions of her costume that had been torn away, leaving her side boob exposed to both the cameras and the villain's fingers. Ochako's dad let out a startled choke. Geez, I haven't seen something that kinky in. He paused when his wife shot him a glare and cleared his throat. In a very, very long time. Ochako's face scrunched in disgust. I didn't need to know that, Dad. Her dad looked away with a blush as he ducked under her mom's swinging hand again. When all heroes present were unable to stand amidst the villain's assault, the villain had this to say. The camera focused on the villain looking down at the panting and worn heroes as the doubles reverted into wooden dolls. All I've seen from you heroes has left me wanting. It leaves those who need you most, wanting. Perhaps the heroes of today can't hold a candle to the ones of old. The news switched back to the news anchor. Strangely, unlike many villains, this one has yet to give anyone a name to address her by and left shortly after her speech. Again, please notify the proper authorities if anyone has any information on the villain. The news broadcast quickly cut after that. To think a villain like that could be running around freely. Achako's mother pondered worriedly. I hope Acha doesn't have to deal with someone like that. The frown that came to Achako's face was quickly replaced with a determined smile as she stood up and posed. I'm gonna kick her ass. Her dad laughed as her mother chided the language Achako had used, giving his daughter a poke to the cheeks. Why so fiery all of a sudden? You charge into battle like that, and I don't think that villain would be making any monsters after you deal with him. Dad, that's the point. Her parents laughed at the embarrassed whine that came out of her until her mom noticed something odd. Noticing something in her pocket glowing, Achako's mom looked curiously. Acha, is something in your pocket? Achako blinked for a second before brightening up. Oh yeah, on the way home a few days ago I found this cool heart-shaped thing on the ground. Sure, the appraiser said it was worthless, but I figured it'd be a great good. She paused as she pulled out the pink heart when she noticed that the previously inert gem was now glowing a bright pink. Luck, charm. Her dad raised an eyebrow and looked at it. Is it a kid's toy? I know that I said sidewalk treasure is the best, but you should probably return that to whatever kid it belongs to. Osaka shook her head and used her quirk on the heart, letting it float in the air. No, I was pretty sure it was a decoration or something. Then why is it glowing? The three stood there looking at it before the heart shot toward Osaka, and they all started to freak out. There was a blinding flash of light that forced Osaka's parents to cover their eyes. When the light cleared, the two looked at their daughter and were shocked to see her dressed in a frilly pink dress, holding an equally pink wand with a heart on the end. The heart gem she'd found was now firmly placed at her neck, acting as a fastener for the bow there. The three returned to silence before her mom started looking her over. Oh my goodness. Osaka found herself getting hugged into her mom's boobs and looked confused and a little scared. Mom, what's going on? Unblinkingly, Osaka's mom started staring blankly ahead. My baby is a magical girl. Furrowing her eyebrows, Osaka looked at her mom in confusion. I'm a what? A magical girl. The three turned to look at a white puppet-looking thing sticking out of a portal in the wall and looking apologetic. I would normally find time to explain what that entails privately, but we are short on time. Please, this way. When Osaka stepped through the portal, she wasn't sure what to expect. Seeing two other girls in equally frilly dresses wasn't quite at the top of the list. Maybe a low middle. She'd never watched any of that magical girl stuff as a little kid, so she was a little bit lost. The first girl was in a blue version of the dress and was holding herself as properly as she could, but even Osaka could see a slight tremble in her hands. It looked like her little sister was busy running around and trying to bother her about something, though the blue girl seemed used to it if the near-silent sigh from her was any indication. The fact the two of them had an air that screamed money only made Osaka too nervous to try and approach. The second looked decidedly uncomfortable in the yellow dress she was wearing, tugging at the fabric as if to make it extend down and cover more of her legs. Her face was erupting in a massive blush the whole while, and Osaka could swear she heard her teeth grinding. Behind her was a woman with what looked like the same quirk, aux cords that hung from their ears, and was probably her mom. By that logic, the guy who looked like he was seconds away from a heart attack was her dad. Finally, there were three others in the room that caught her attention. One was a weird white puppet-looking thing floating by the wall, the same one that brought her here. Next was freaking Midnight herself standing in her usual pose, though looking far more serious than she'd ever appeared on TV. Sitting between the two was none other than Nezu himself, smiling patiently. I am pleased to see you all could make time on such short notice. Standing up in his seat and hopping onto the desk, the furry little fellow walked forward and posed. Am I a dog, a bear, or a mouse? Who cares? I'm the principal. Lowering his paw, Nezu's smile shrank a bit before looking at the families. More importantly, I have an offer for you all. When Izumi stepped out of the portal and into the alley that was near her apartment complex, she sighed. What the hell had possessed her to make a stereotypical speech about heroes not measuring up? It was so corny too. It wouldn't do anything besides rile up the heroes and make them go at her harder next time. She pulled at her horns in frustration for a second before it clicked in her head. Both times she fought the heroes, they were more focused on either making themselves look good or getting back at her for making them look bad. She looked down at her hand and couldn't help remembering the feeling of Mount Lady's skin under her fingertips. Everything I had said was kinda true, wasn't it? Most heroes nowadays focus on things like being flashy and popular, or her mind jumped back to Bakugo and she scowled, or satisfying their battle lust. But heroes weren't always like that. They used to be symbols of justice. Clenching her fist, Izumi frowned in determination. Maybe this is a good enough reason to be a villain, she muttered to herself before looking around to make sure she was alone and dropping her transformation. And she immediately regretted it. The attacks she'd landed on back at school were back with a vengeance, and blood was now oozing from how she'd been moving her arm. The pain was enough to make her want to scream in agony as she clutched at her wounds and trudged up the stairs. Her hand shook violently as she reached for the doorknob, desperate to get inside so she could dress the wounds and get a nice long-sleeved shirt to wear. Unfortunately for her, her mother opened the door shortly before she reached it. Izumi, I was just about to. The second Inko saw the wounds on Izumi's arm, she dropped her purse and immediately pulled her daughter inside into the bathroom. There were no words as Inko pulled the tacks out of her daughter and put them into a container. Once they were gone, her uniform was peeled away from where her injuries were, and her mother teared up. Oh Izumi, what happened? At her daughter's silence, Inko gently pulled Izumi's head to look at her. Izumi, please tell me. I can't help if I don't know. Izumi tried to look down at not in her mother's eyes. It wasn't important. It as if it leaves you injured like this, Izumi. Her shout made Izumi startle and look up, seeing how hurt her mother looked. With eyes welling up with tears, Inko held her daughter's hand and frowned. You've been closing off from everyone for so long. I didn't want to push the matter, to let you choose when to open up about what was happening. But no matter how hard I've tried to give you chances, you pushed me away. Her other hand came over the first and she tightened her hold on Izumi's hand slightly. "You're my baby, Izumi. I just want you to be safe." Izumi teared up herself, sniffling as she felt a few tears travel down her cheek. "I don't want to be a burden. Izumi, you've never been a burden. You've been my joy in life." Inko gently wiped the tears from Izumi's face, even as some fell from her own. "I know I've been a failure as a mother, but please, let me help you." Izumi cracked at that moment and choked out a sob. "I don't want to be a hero anymore." Inko's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Izumi. All they do is run around and hurt people to look good. And that last bit only made something click in Inko's head. How Katsuki hadn't been around in years. How it was always after school days that Izumi looked worse for wear. How her grades never reflected how intelligent she believed Izumi to be. "Oh, Izumi." Inko pulled her daughter into a hug and let her cry her eyes out. By the time the tears were slowing, Izumi let Inko finish disinfecting the wounds and wrapping her arm in bandages. It would take time for both Izumi's arm and their relationship to heal, but they were both aware of that. So for that moment, a mother and daughter cried together. "You want my daughter to what?" Mrs. Uraraka and Mr. Jiru shouted as they stared at Yue. "As principal, we would like for them to become apprentices under midnight," Nezu said with a wave of his paw before frowning. "I know the situation is not normal, or even ideal, considering your daughters are all only in their last year of middle school at the moment, but the problem currently brewing in Japan is one only they will be able to fight." He looked over at the white mascot and nodded. Floating forward, they put a long-sleeved arm to their chest. "My name is Vats, and I am a magical girl mascot." Vats hovered to the front of the desk and gave the families an apologetic smile. "The reason I'm here is because of my counterpart, Venita, and the magical girl they've chosen." They all looked confused before Ochako saw the girl in blue perk up and lightly drop a fist into her open palm. "The villain on the news." The little girl running around her started praising her for being so smart shortly after. Vats nodded and looked down. "That's right. When we last went against each other, Venita was defeated, but Base, his charge, did something unexpected." Vats opened a portal for a moment and pointed at it. Somehow, she was able to cast her transformation item away into a portal and said she'd one day return. I didn't believe it at first, but when Base and her team all started to fade, I had to consider it true. And now she's back. How does this affect our daughters? Ms. Jiru spoke up looking concerned. Closing the portal, Vats lowered their arm. "I was getting to that." After Baser cast away her item and faded away, we weren't sure whether she returned home or disappeared entirely. In a desperate bid to make sure that someone would be there to stop her or her successor, Tresmaja, the girls I watched over, threw their transformation items into the portal before it closed. The girl in yellow, and boy did Ochako really want to know their names already, spoke up next then. "Why now then? Why didn't it do all this frilly stuff when we found them? It takes a lot out of me, but I can initiate the transformation remotely," Vats said with a small bow and put their sleeves together. "I apologize if I caused any undue stress. I typically save that for dire emergencies, and it was the quickest way to locate all three of you at once. From now on, you can call on your transformations by saying Transmagia." The little girl turned to face the desk after she finally stopped harassing her sister from below, and put her hands on her hips. "And how is my Momo supposed to be able to fight some ancient evil magical girl?" Midnight seemingly ignored the weird way Momo's little sister was addressing her and stepped up. "That's where I come in. If you are willing to allow me to have the three as apprentices, I'll be willing to help teach them." She frowned and Ochako noticed how her grip tightened on her whip. "This new villain running around is the exact kind of villain I chose my hero persona to prevent. Someone whose sexual desires are running rampant. The fact she's out there right now makes me want to help take her in and get her the help she needs." Mrs. Uraraka looked unsettled for a while before she looked over at Vats. "And you can guarantee she'll be safe. No cosmic abominations. No strange men in tuxedos trying to woo her. No galactic conquerors from beyond the stars." "What? Mom, where would any of that even come from?" Ochako shouted as she leaned away from her mother in surprise. Her mother looked incredibly serious for a moment. "I've watched a lot of magical girl shows, Ochako. A lot of them got dark. And I mean, girls sacrificed to feed eldritch abominations dark." Vats just looked amused for a moment before smiling awkwardly. "I can say no to at least 2 of those. Though, I can't say much about the tuxedo one. Humans are weird like that." Vats waved a sleeve at the girls before continuing. "As for their safety, the only ones who would have a chance to cause harm would be other magical girls. The reason why is the same reason they're the only ones who can help stop Venita's newest charge. And that reason is," Mr. Uraraka spoke up, narrowing his eyes, "only magic can defeat magic." Vats spoke with a finality that made the group shiver. Being a magical girl protects one from the outside elements of the world, including most physical damage. To break a magic barrier, the physical force required would destroy more of the surroundings than the damage to the opponent would be worth. He waved a sleeve to the magical girls in the room again. But when magic interacts with magic, the barriers between them cancel out. MahoAko perked up as a thought clicked into place and she pumped a fist. Which means I can punch her in the face. The declaration got a startled choke out of Momo and a barked laugh from the yellow girl. Yes, it does. Vats sighed a bit and shook their head. Naja Magenta was far less ready to jump into violence than this girl. I wonder why the item chose her. Nezu spoke up as Vats lost momentum. This offer of ours also allows for your daughters to combat this threat legally. If we just let them charge at this new villain, they would be considered vigilantes and the heroes would target them as well. Nezu frowned as he glanced at the window, where just on the horizon he could see the roof of the HPSC's headquarters. As much as I hate to admit it, this new villain in her latest declaration is somewhat correct. Many heroes are only in this business for fame and fortune. Though I can at least take pride that very few of those are alumni of this institution. You three will also be getting a massive head start compared to average hero students, and will have reserved seats at UA. The following year, should you pass our regular exam. Should you succeed, this will have you placed in a special class outside of the standard hero courses. But Class 1M, to further hide the secrets to your transformations. The girls all looked at each other and their parents before the girl in yellow looked at her mom. Mom, are you okay with me doing this? Her parents looked at each other and smiled before looking at their daughter. How could we not? You do what you feel is right, Kyoka, and we'll support whatever choices you make. Kyoka nodded and looked at Nezu. I accept. After a private discussion with the little girl accompanying her, Momo joined Kyoka and held a hand over her chest. I accept as well. MahoAko looked at her mom, who was still looking apprehensive. Mom, Ms. Uraraka just looked at her with worry for a minute before sighing and giving her a soft smile. Just be sure to come back safely, okay? I promise, MahoAko said with a determined nod. After all, I still need to be the best big sister ever. Smiling at the three, Midnight pulled out several documents and walked over. Well, then let's get to work getting you all signed on. You'll need to come up with some code names for when you're out as magical girls. She paused to mutter and isn't that a thing, before continuing. This way the public won't know your identities. It's another perk Vatsen explained to us. If you'll come with me, we can go to a private room to fill these out. Midnight leads the families to the door, leaving Vats and Nezu alone. Having taken a quick nap filled with more strange whispering thoughts after her mother comforted her, Izumi was flying in the night sky, heading for the place she and that girl had talked. Thankfully for her, she didn't have to worry about appearing injured, as the transformation hid the bandages she had on her entire arm and upper thigh. After all, she did make a promise to answer that girl's question, and the fight against the heroes earlier had helped her come to some much-needed self-reflection. As she flew, Venita started flying with her, so she took the moment to interrupt whatever Venita was going to say. I have a question. There was a pause before any response. What is it? Venita tilted their head as the two soared over a highway briefly. Izumi's eyes narrowed for a second as she glanced over at Venita. Why can't anyone recognize me when I transform? I'm not complaining, but I would like an explanation. Oh, that's easy. Venita started as they flew a little bit farther ahead. It's called recognition inhibition, a type of perception filter that makes it so that if someone doesn't know you're the same person as your transformed state, they won't be able to realize it's you. It comes as part of the magical girl package along with a barrier to keep you safe. They turned to look at her with a slight tilt of the head. Just know that if you run into any magical girls that are going against you, it's the same for them. Going against me? I guess there's a mascot counter to Venita then. Frustration started to well in Izumi's chest as she scrunched her face into a teary pout. Oh, if only that one had found me instead. Schooling her face and hoping Venita hadn't noticed, she focused again on her flight. I see. So I take it I'll need a name for this form soon. Venita pulled out a book of German translations and held it up. Most magical girls do. Would you like some tips? She was about to roll her eyes when a sudden thought came to her mind, almost like someone whispering in her ear. It didn't feel quite right, but the words that popped into her head persisted. The same ones from her nap. Nah, I think I got one. If you say so. Venita and Izumi stopped their flight just over the same roof as before, when Venita opened a portal. Once you're done with your talk, I have something to show you. Venita then dived into the portal and Izumi watched it close. Satisfied that Venita was gone, she flew down and landed on the roof with a soft tap of her heels. Izumi walked over to the edge of the roof and sat down, looking up at the sky and sighing at the few stars she could see. I wonder how the sky would look out in the countryside without all the light pollution. She sat there for a few minutes before feeling someone walking up behind her. Taking a glance, she saw the same girl looking surprised. You actually came. I'm a woman of my word, Izumi said as she gestured for the girl to sit next to her. When she did, Izumi looked back to the sky and smiled a bit. You remember what you asked me? The girl nodded and pulled her knees up to her chin. I asked why you were a villain. Well, the reason I'm a villain turned out to be a simple one. I mean, the reason I started in the first place was because of blackmail, but after that, I was just overthinking it so much I didn't realize why I kept going. Izumi giggled to herself before the stars in her eyes shined a little brighter. The reason I'm doing all this villain stuff so easily, and why I enjoy it. Izumi stood up on the edge of the building and spread her arms wide. It's because I love heroes. Flinching in surprise, the girl looked at her incredulously. What? But heroes suck. They just stand around looking pretty while people suffer. The heroes of today. Yes, Izumi nodded in agreement before hugging her arms with a gleeful smile. But before all the fame and prestige started to weed into the idea of being a hero, they were actual paragons of justice. People who would risk life and limb, who would push themselves beyond any physical limit, all for the sake of keeping others safe, regardless of their status in society. Fighting on and powering through all the struggles and hardships no matter how beaten and bloody they became. That last detail made the girl perk up, but Izumi was lost in her head. She took a deep breath as she calmed down and sighed. The old heroes wouldn't look down on anyone for stupid reasons like having a wrong quirk or even being quirkless. They protected everyone, no matter the costs. The girl looked confused as she kept staring at Izumi like she was insane. To be fair, she might be just a wee bit. Izumi would like to see anyone live her life and stay completely sane. The girl stood up herself and clenched her fists, baring her teeth. Then why become a villain if you love those old heroes so much? Looking over at the girl with a softer, more genuine smile, Izumi put a finger to her chin. Because, when I see the heroes I love being bastardized, to hear someone who tormented others daily being called the next #1 hero, it fills me with so much anger that I can't hold myself back anymore. She moved her hands to her crop and twisted it in her grasp, making the leather groan under the pressure. I just want to punish them so much so that I came to the idea that maybe if I punish them enough, they'll start to shape up and become the heroes I desire. I get to see those sides of them that they keep hidden from view, and expose them for all to see as I push them toward becoming the best heroes they can be. If this society wants to worship heroes so much, I'll make sure they worship true heroes by whipping them all into shape. The small moment of manic glee fell again as she stared out at the city with a hint of determination. Then maybe no other girl will have to be tortured by those she was meant to trust with her safety. And she can grow up free to be herself. Free to be herself. The whisper from the girl was almost imperceptible. Yep, Izumi replied, before looking at the girl. Now, I answered one question, so may I ask one of my own? The girl frowned and looked down. You still haven't told me your name. And I will, but humor me. Izumi walked a bit closer and was pleasantly surprised that the girl didn't move away. You sound like you hate how this society is. I take it your personal life hasn't been well. They were silent for a while before she spoke up. My parents, they don't like the fact that I'm not normal. Izumi tilted her head in confusion this time, raising an eyebrow as she put her hands on her hips. Normal is a rather strange label to put on people in this day and age. I mean, just today I fought a man covered head to toe in wood, a giant woman, and a guy who can blast water out of his hands with enough force to put out a flaming building. Normal just isn't normal anymore. Then why do they keep making me feel like a monster? The girl suddenly shouted as she stomped away from the roof's edge and started to pace and pull at her hair. Why do they keep treating me like some freak they're ashamed to have as a daughter? In a moment, the girl whipped herself around to face Izumi and screamed. Why did they throw me out? She stood there, panting and trembling as she started to cry. Why did I hurt Sato-kun? A gentle hand caressed her face and made her look up into Izumi's eyes. Maybe it's because they're the monsters, not you, and they know it. I won't ask for all that you've been through. We only just met yesterday after all. The tears that started to roll down the girl's cheeks weren't the kind that would fill Izumi with that fuzzy warm feeling she got when fighting. Instead, they filled her with a need to comfort this girl. Would you like to know my name now? Sniffling, the girl nodded. Yes. Izumi smiled and put a hand on her chest, right under her transformation item. You can call me MahoAko. She blushed a bit and rubbed the back of her head, embarrassed. I'm not sure why that name is the only one that comes up when I think about it, but I'm making it work. The girl giggled a bit at the dramatic pose, before giving her a wobbly fanged smile of her own. Himiko, Toga Himiko. Well, I guess it's just Himiko now. Smiling softly, the newly minted MahoAko pulled Himiko into a hug and let the girl curl into her. It's nice to meet you, Himi-chan. They stood there in the cold night air for a time, before Himiko pulled away and looked at Baser with a determined flicker in her golden eyes. Can I ask one more question? Nodding, Baser smiled. Sure, can I join you? MahoAko stood there blinking for a moment before Izumi said the most intelligent thing she could. Hey, can I join you as a villain? Himiko asked again with a smile that showed off her fangs. I don't exactly have anywhere else to go, and the police are already kinda after me. MahoAko wasn't sure how to respond to that last part, but she did have a point. She was already wanted by the law, so she'd likely get labeled as a villain anyway. If she joined Izumi as a magical girl villain, Then Izumi could help her along in a way that didn't result in her falling too deep. So with a smile, Izumi stepped back and threw her arms open. You know what? Sure. The more the merrier. The star on her chest started to glow and both girls looked down at it. The star's glow slowly grew, until it collapsed into a single line going down the center. When it faded, the star itself opened and revealed a black, swirling pool of something. From the depths of that Inkai void, another star slowly rose. The new star flew over to Himiko and landed just above her chest, and Izumi had to cover her eyes from the sudden light. For Himiko, it was like a sudden wave of energy had flooded through her veins and erupted out of her very skin. Her blood was thrumming with power as the red light swirled around her body to the point it almost hurt. As the light faded, the two girls took a moment to gain their bearings before taking a look at Himiko. The girl was dressed in a tight-fitting, low-cut red and black romper that exposed her boob window and ended just at the hips. It also had several long tassels ending in little stars covering her thighs and leading the eye toward the knee-high wraps that came from her high-heeled sandals. Under those tassels, Izumi could see a black thong teasing her with a glimpse as they swayed. Each arm had black elbow-length gloves that looked like she had something hidden under the star decorations on the wrists. On her head, there was a red headband that traveled under her messy buns. The transformation star itself was secured to the right side with a long red feather trailing behind it like the trail of a shooting star. All in all, she looked like she was ready for some crazy American historical party. What part of American history it even correlated with, Izumi didn't know, but the amount of research about that period was kinda lost to begin with. Only die-hard historians or rich people knew what it was. Himiko's face twisted slightly as she looked herself over. Why the hell am I dressed like a flapper from the 1920s? Which, Himiko was. Interesting. She flicked her wrist and the two stared at the thin serrated blade that shot out from under the star there, and the small star-adorned gun it was attached to. Ooh, mama likes. Himiko then started to do some poses like she was in a spy film. Legs spread to aim and showing off some thigh, or twisting her body in a dramatic slash of the blade. Izumi stared at the blonde as she continued to bend and twist herself to get a better feel for her outfit, and unintentionally gave Izumi one hell of a show. There had been at least 4 near-nip slips during her self-examination, and Izumi felt something trickle from her nose. You know, once I get past the confusion that my overanalyzing usually causes me. Izumi blushed as she put a hand by her mouth, biting her lips slightly. You look really cute like this. Himiko perked up at that and stopped looking at herself and her new weapon. Her eyes had locked on Izumi's face for a second before shrugging a bit with a blush. Well, then I guess I can make it work. Look at you, recruiting a new member for a Normita without me even asking. The sound of Venelita's voice made Izumi's skin crawl for a moment, and Himiko readied her gun to shoot something. Venelita showed up right then from a portal by the roof's edge, and Izumi's eyes narrowed. I'm impressed. No one I bestowed power on has done that before. Is that the name they're giving us? The Normita. Wiping her nose, Izumi crossed her arms at the mascot. You said you wanted to show me something. Straight to the point, Venelita replied before motioning to the portal. And here, ladies. When they exited the portal, both Himiko and Izumi had to hold back a gasp as they looked around. The world was suddenly a barren waste of black jagged rocks, some large enough to arc overhead. The moon in the sky had become a sharp crescent despite it being a full moon just a moment ago. Most of all was the large building that looked like it was slapped together with a bunch of random blocks. This place looks like MC Escher's wet dream, Himiko exclaimed as she held onto her head, shouting yet another thing Izumi knew nothing about. She'd definitely be picking her brain later. Venelita flew in front of them and hovered in their view of the building. Welcome to Knack Base, Normita's base of operations. Walking through the bleak halls of Knack Base, Maja Baser raised an eyebrow as she looked around. This place is kinda. The hanging wires and bulbs overhead only made how hollow the place felt more prominent. There was also a layer of dust in the place like nobody had been there for ages. Shabby. This is supposed to be our base. I've been out of commission for a while, so I haven't had time to clean up. Venelita floated around and hovered amid the base. As they did, a small army of little black golems no taller than Baser's shin started marching down one of the corridors in the distance. I'm still working on certain sections, so they'll be locked off to keep anything from happening. Seeing the little guys, Baser's eyes lit up as she inhaled, darting over and squealing. Oh my goodness, Himi-chan, look at him. They're so cute. They're like walking little plushies. Himiko raised an eyebrow as she looked down at the golem marching past her. They're a bunch of little beans. She looked back at Baser and tilted her head. Also, why are you so surprised by this? Isn't this your group? How didn't you know about these guys? Baser flinched a bit at that and looked away nervously. They have only 2 members at the moment. Staring at her in disbelief, Himiko's incredulous face made Izumi blush more as she pouted. Look, I've been a villain for like 2 days. Cut me some slack. The two were silent for a time before Himiko cleared her throat. So, does this make me the second in command? I guess. Izumi shrugged before a thought crossed her mind and she face-palmed. Wait, if you're going to be part of the same villain team as me, we should probably come up with a code name for you and let you know who I am. She reached for her star and in a flash, Maja Baser was gone and she was just Izumi. Outside of my transformation, I'm Midoriya Izumi. It's nice to meet you. Himiko was silent as her eyes were immediately drawn to Izumi's bandaged left arm. A small bit of drool was escaping her lips as she locked onto the red spots in the bandages. Himi-chan. Himiko continued to get closer, mouth parting as she zeroed in on the bloody bandages. In a blink, Izumi felt something latch onto her arm and yelped. Looking down, she could see Himiko biting into her forearm and drinking from her. It only lasted a moment, but Himiko's eyes focused suddenly and she jumped back with a scared grimace. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Izumi winced a bit at the sight of the bite mark growing redder, before smiling at her and raising both hands. It's all right. I don't think my mom will notice. At least not immediately. She tried to get closer and winced a bit as Himiko backed away, dropping her transformation and huddling into herself. Is that part of your quirk? Drinking blood? Curling into herself more. Himiko just gave a nod, not trusting herself to speak. That's kinda cool. I've heard about blood quirks before but never got the chance to see one in action. Peeking over her knees, Himiko looked at Izumi nervously. You don't see it as creepy. Shrugging, Izumi started fiddling with her bandages. There were a pair of puncture holes on her, so she'd probably need to rewrap this when she got home. Hopefully, she could get it close to the same level of care her mom had applied with only one hand. Not really. Quirks are all really interesting to me. It didn't even really hurt, which is saying something, considering my arm was a pincushion earlier today. I wonder if your saliva acts as an anesthetic. I think I was more surprised at the speed you bit down. Why do you ask? Did someone tell you that it was? Yeah, my parents. Himiko grumbled as she glared at nothing. Izumi was silent for a time before sticking her tongue out as she focused on her thoughts. A look that Himiko fully admitted was adorable but decided not to say. Himiko, I think I have an idea to let you have a legal side for your life. The thought alone made Himiko pause and look up. What? Well, it's from what I remember my mom telling me about some laws she was required to learn for her job, Izumi stated as she got up and began to pace around the empty room. Turns out some people have pretty extreme dietary needs based on their quirks. That, if not met, can lead to bouts of psychosis and mental instability, which in a medical facility can be extremely dangerous for staff and patients alike. Since your quirk involves drinking blood for it to do whatever it does, it likely has the same requirements on your body. Her pacing began to speed up as a smile grew on her face. As a result, if you ever lashed out from a lack of blood if not self-inflicted, which I suspect you did, you would by law be protected from being labeled as a villain as stated in Article 1187 Section 2 under the Quirk Regulations Act. She finished her rant and looked at Himiko, who was staring at her unblinkingly. With a blush, she shrugged. What? I told you I find stuff involving quirks interesting. Himiko shook her head and blinked. Could you say that again, but in Japanese? Blushing, Izumi looked to the side. Though, she let out a nervous laugh and rubbed the back of her head. They legally can't call you a villain if someone prevented you from drinking blood and you went feral as a result. Crossing her arms with a frown, Izumi looked up and thought, if anything, it'd open an abuse case on whoever did. And misfiling a quirk on purpose. Without looking away from the ceiling, Izumi replied, medical malpractice and a violation of Article 1193 Section 6. Himiko's hands gripped onto her leggings. Why would you come up with a way to clear my name? I'm already joining you as a villain. We're already going against society. Stopping her pacing, Izumi gave her a bright smile. Well, being a magical girl like we are means we can keep our public identities separate from our magical ones. So if we clear your name, we can still go out in public to walk around, hang out, and stuff. That's something most villains can't do unless they're wearing extensive disguises. Doing that would be insanely stressful to maintain constantly though, so I don't recommend that. Then when we're bored or feel particularly villainous that day, we could find a place to transform out of sight and mess with the heroes. It's a win-win. Venita hovered down and gave the two their creepy smile. Well said. You're making a great leader already, Izumi. I thought it'd take you longer to adjust to villainy. Ignoring Venita for the time being, even if they voiced some of her inner doubts, Izumi grimaced and started nibbling at her thumbnail. Unfortunately, it will mean talking to the police though, so we'll need a believable story that doesn't tell any lies, but also avoids telling the full truth. We'd need to go that far. Himiko paled a bit at the thought of risking her freedom, minuscule as it was. Izumi nodded with a sigh as she walked over to sit next to Himiko. There's one specific detective I heard about who happens to work in Musutafu, where I live, with a lie detector quirk. It's small, but the chances of him or someone similar showing up are there, as I found he often gets called to other locations at times. And I don't want to risk us getting caught in a lie and incriminating ourselves. She glowered for a moment and remembered the last time she entered that particular police station. Because of course, he was out of town every time I tried to go there myself to report the school. Shaking the memory away, she smiled and raised a finger. And besides, soon might be a good chance to do it, as my mom's going to drag me to the police station tomorrow anyway. Eyes shooting wide open, Himiko's head snapped toward her new friend. What? Why? I'm also curious, Venita commented as they hovered overheads. Izumi shrugged a bit and waved her good hand. I have a pretty good feeling she's going to destroy my middle school. There was dead silence through Knack Base as they sat there, one oblivious to her effects on her new friend, and the other stuck in complete shock. When Himiko got her voice back, she could only say one thing. Izumi, you're both adorably smart and kinda scary. Hey, it was awkward at first, but after a few minutes of hanging out, the two girls had agreed to let Himiko crash at Knack Base for a bit and see if she wanted to get her name cleared. When she had an answer, she'd have Venita send Izumi a message on Q-Water, seeing as Himiko no longer had a phone. Izumi, meanwhile, returned home to sleep in her bed and prepare herself for the following day. Izumi gasped as she awoke. She sat there panting and sweating for a moment before she even tried to calm her breathing. Wiping the sweat off of her head, she grimaced at the feeling of her damp clothes and bandages before looking at the clock and groaning at how early it was. As restless as her sleep had been, Izumi could see one benefit of being unable to sleep at 4 in the morning. That benefit was it gave her enough time to drag herself zombie-style through her morning routine of coffee, showering, brushing her teeth, redressing any wounds, and dressing for the day. It was a good thing she did too, as she was right about her mother's plans. This is how she found herself following her mother into a police station instead of heading to school, even if she felt like a hospital would be better. The entire time, from when her mom had walked with her through the front doors, to heading near the reception, Izumi's heart was pounding. There were so many ways this could go wrong. The thought alone was making her panic. Even a slight slip-up and they'd probably suspect her as a villain, and then she'd be found out and they'd arrest her immediately, and she wouldn't be able to fight back without transforming, and her mom would see. Excuse me. Izumi snapped out of her thoughts as her mother got the front desk officer's attention. I'd like to make a report concerning my daughter's school. The officer took a glance at Izumi, who flinched under his gaze, and he rolled her eyes. Ma'am, as I've explained to your daughter before, making false reports is. Inko slammed down the tubeware filled with bloody tacks and glared at him. Does this look false to you? I had to pull all of these out of my daughter's arm inside last night. Now you either help me file this report and do so outside of the shredder, or I swear on my life your job is as good as over. No need. A voice spoke up from nearby, and the three looked over to see a man in a tan overcoat and hat walking over. I've heard enough. The man looked rather plain and didn't have any clear indicators of what his quirk might be, so Izumi was curious about what it could be. All she could tell was he was probably in his mid-30s and had black hair and black eyes. The officer manning the front, however, paled considerably. Detective, there's no need for it. Oh, but I believe there is. The now-dubbed detective interrupted with a strained smile. We'll be discussing this later with your captain, Officer Hanadaka, just to see how far and how long this has been going on. For now, I'll take things from here. Hanadaka was sweating bullets as he returned to doing some paperwork, and the detective turned to the Midoriya family. I'm sorry about that. My name is Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa. You wanted to file a report. Inko smiled and nodded. Yes, I would. As the three headed to an interview room, Inko glanced at the detective curiously. It wouldn't happen to be the same detective that was visiting Musutafu General Hospital, would you? Yes, I was actually. Tsukauchi nodded with a raised eyebrow. Why do you ask? Izumi watched her mother's smile grow a little wider. Because that truth quirk of yours helped get rid of Dr. Yutomu. Reporting that woman was one of the best decisions I've made. Unnoticed by the two adults, the blood drained from Izumi's face as she felt an eye twitch. Oh shit, I jinxed myself last night. While Izumi was dealing with her predicament at the police station, a newly gathered trio were facing one of their own. After having agreed to join Midnight as apprentices, Nezu had assigned them some temporary dorms on campus with their parents' permission. They would normally be used for exchange students in need of room and board, or for wards of the school, but Nezu let them gather whatever belongings from their homes they felt were necessary with Vats's assistance. It was after a night of restless sleep that they were woken up and gathered bright and early. They were told to be in their magical girl transformations on top of that, making their nerves worse. All right, ladies. Midnight stood in her hero suit before the three girls in the middle of one of UA's training fields. Her face may have held a smile, but it was one laced with seriousness and a hint of sadism. Just the sight of it was making a shiver go down the three girls' spines. Since you all accepted the offer to be my apprentices, there are a few things we need to go over. Walking forward, Midnight started to pass in front of each of the girls. Number 1, while you are working under me, you represent not only me but the UA, as it doubles as a hero agency. Her demands were punctuated by a snap of her whip, making the three flinch. Number 2, if I give you an order, you follow it. Period. Midnight came to a stop in front of Uraraka and her smile became a touch less sadistic. And number 3, you three shouldn't have to worry about school, as Nezu is getting you all set up for online classes. Those classes start tomorrow, and since they're being written by Nezu himself, they'll be pushing your academics to the limit. We will be training your new set of powers in the evening, and your schooling in the morning, with lunch in between. A shaky hand rose and Midnight pointed her rolled whip towards her. Yes, Jiru. The punk girl raised an eyebrow as she tilted her head. Why just the magical girl stuff and not our quirks too? Wouldn't being able to do both be better? Midnight nodded as she went to reply as it was a fair question. From what I have been told by Vance, it's possible your quirks will have some effect on the powers your transformations will grant you. To ensure your safety while using them, we need to determine just what that effect will be, while also training the abilities granted to each of you. Momo put a hand to her chin as he hummed. I see. A whip crack made the three refocus on the hero as she struck the ground behind her to get their attention. Before that though, there is one thing we should do for the three of you. All three girls paled a bit before Midnight threw her arms up with a grin. Introductions. Each of you will power down your transformation and we'll do a baseline quirk test afterward. As the three of them deflated a bit from relief, Uraraka looked over at her fellow magical girls with a nervous grin. For a second I thought it'd be something super serious. This is an important part of this, Uraraka. Midnight interrupted as she held up a finger. If you three are going to be working as a team, you'll need to know each other well enough to do so. And if we're to teach you, we need to get an idea of your starting points. She has a point. Jiru twirled a jack on her finger and looked at the other two. Uraraka smiled and pumped a fist into the air as she stepped forward a bit. If that's the case, I can go first if you're both all right with that. Nodding politely, Momo smiled at her fellow magical girl. That is fine with me. Jiru just gave a thumbs up and a cocky grin. Sure thing, Pinks. Uraraka blinked to the nickname before laughing a bit and scratching her cheek. I guess that nickname is kind of fitting, huh? In a pink flash, she was out of her magical girl outfit and in one of UA's gym uniforms. My name is Uraraka Ochako. I'm from the Mai Prefecture and my quirk is zero gravity. I touch anything with all 5 fingers and they just float away. She finished with a wide smile and a flash of her fingers, showing off the pads on the tips. It's a pleasure to meet you, Uraraka. A blue flash signaled her powering down, and Momo was revealed to be in the same UA gym clothes. Putting a hand on her chest, she gave a polite smile. I am Yaorazu Momo, and my quirk is called creation. As long as I know the molecular structure of something, I can produce it from my body's lipids. Rubbing the back of her head with a sigh, Jiru shrugged. Guess I'm last. A yellow flash later and her gym clothes were revealed. I'm Kyoka Jiru. I like music and my quirk is earphone jack. I have pretty sensitive hearing because of it, and can project my heartbeat through them. Alright, now that introductions are out of the way, let's begin your quirk assessment tests. Midnight gave the three a smile that somehow scared them more. Normally my good friend Aizawa would be doing these for you three, but he's currently dealing with an assignment from Nezu. Fitting considering he expelled his entire class this year. What? Momo paled a bit and the three all looked shocked. The teachers here can do that. Midnight nodded and put her hands on her hips. The teachers of the UA have free reign to do as they please when running their classes. This includes and is not limited to expulsion from the course entirely and whatever other creative punishments they come up with. Her laugh made the three's nerves get worse. You three won't have to worry about that though. I prefer a different kind of punishment. And what kind of punishment would that be? Uraraka asked with a slight shake in her voice. Pointing at the start of the 50-meter dash, Midnight grinned. You'll find out if you don't hustle, ladies. All three girls bolted to the starting line and Nimiri let out a little giggle. Let the games begin. Lately, when looking at the news, All Might felt frustrated. Twice now, in just as few days, a single villain had managed to both make the news and humiliate his fellow heroes. Worse was just how many abilities this villain was displaying. Flight, summoning monsters, warp gates, and incredible strength. Combine that with how she was reading every hero like a book when they fought, and it was as if she had multiple quirks. The thought of that alone should be impossible, as the only one capable of creating such a villain was dead at his own hands. All Might still remember the feeling of that monster's brain coating his fists, even as his entrails were hanging out of him. The idea that he failed somehow, and that the madman was back sent ice down Yaga's spine. The idea that the fiend had somehow procreated was somehow worse, and he didn't even want to humor it. On top of everything, the HPSC president had taken some kind of offense to this unnamed villain's shenanigans. If the rumors he'd heard the last time he walked into the building were of any merit, she threw a chair through someone's office window. Moreover, this villain hadn't caused any severe harm to the heroes involved in her antics, aside from a few bruised egos and cheeks, so despite her multitude of powers, she was ranking low on their wanted list. Either way, he was being told not to engage just yet for lack of necessity. If he was younger, he'd have been in there anyway to knock that little upstart down a few pegs and hand her off to the police. Where was he instead? He was stuck in his apartment lamenting over his lack of time to do anything heroic and eating the equivalent of nutrient-rich glue. Or maybe that was just how the paste was. At least it was steak-flavored, even if it would never compare to the real thing. A weary sigh escaped Yagi as he looked up at Yue's gleaming building. Hopefully whatever Nezu called him for would alleviate his worries, or at least distract him from them. Then an explosion erupted into the air from one of the training fields, and he felt a bead of sweat drip down his neck. The next generation was certainly proving to be something else, and he wasn't even a teacher yet. The majority of filing the report against Aldera was a rather smooth affair, much to Izumi's surprise. For the sake of the report, Detective Tsukauchi was required to reiterate that he had a lie detector quirk as he started the recording. In all, Izumi didn't even have to do much talking so far thanks to her mom being there. Just a nod occasionally when the detective asked a question that her mother didn't know the answer to. They'd all spent the past hour sitting in a spare interrogation room as her mom explained what she knew. And wow, did Izumi learn she hadn't been as sneaky as she thought. Her mother had noticed the missing bandages and burn cream over the years, as well as how small she was compared to the amount of food she'd packed in Izumi's bento boxes. Izumi also hadn't been as thorough in washing out the soot smell from her uniforms, nor had her stitching been as discreet as believed. When her mother's answers had run dry, it came time for Izumi's part. All right, on to the next part of the report. Detective Tsukauchi put the recorder back on the table and turned it on. Start recording. This is Detective Tsukauchi, recording the statement of Midoriya Izumi in regards to the bullying happening within the Aldera School District. Let it be known for the record that my quirk is lie detection and prevents me from being lied to or lie. As of now, I asked permission from her guardian to conduct this recording. Nodding, Inko looked over to Izumi and smiled. I, Midoriya Inko, permit my daughter to decide if she wishes to be questioned and recorded. Swallowing nervously, Izumi nodded and took a breath. I, Midoriya Izumi, agree to be questioned and recorded about the events of Aldera. Tsukauchi nodded and picked up his pen and pad. Truth and thank you. Now, from your mother's questioning, we can safely determine that your school has been negligent towards the care of its students and has been allowing a severe case of bullying to occur. How long has this been happening? Looking down at her hands, Izumi clenched at her skirt. Since I was 4. Truth. And her age now? 14. I'll be 15 in July. Truth. Tsukauchi's voice had a grim tone as he continued. Can you describe the extent the bullying has gone? Izumi's grip tightened as she let her mind go over all she could bring herself to remember. It started off small, just getting called names and stuff, only to turn to them hitting me too. Even then, if I saw someone getting picked on, I'd try to get the bullies to leave them alone, only to get beat up in their place. It had, and she could vividly recall that class full of children calling her things like useless and null, not even realizing how disgusting the language was. At the time, and even now, she couldn't bring herself to blame them entirely. Growing up just helped her realize that their teachers helped put those kinds of thoughts in their heads. And as we got older, people would start destroying my belongings and framing me for things I didn't do. The teachers wouldn't even let me tell my side of the story and would just punish me. She could pick out one particular time when someone had placed an answer sheet in her bag and accused her of cheating. It wasn't even for the class they were taking, and she still was given detention. By the time we started middle school, they started using their quirks. Teachers wouldn't get on to anyone about it and just looked the other way, and some even encouraged the bully. Tacks in my shoe locker, threads carved into my desk, ruined lunches, falsely graded assignments. I've had so much done to me that it feels normal. I hate it. Truth to all statements, Tsukauchi said with a pale face, before grimacing as he finished writing down Izumi's answer. Do you know the reason they keep targeting you? Unable to stop the mirthless laugh from escaping her, Izumi looked at her hands and smiled sadly. I wanted to be a hero, even though I'm quirkless. Every day, I was ridiculed for my dream, even though all I wanted was to help people. She looked back up at the detective and gave him a hollow smile. I guess their egos won't have to worry about that anymore. I finally gave up on that dream yesterday. Truth. This concludes the interview with Midoriya Izumi. Thank you for your time. As he turned off the recorder, Tsukauchi looked sadly at it before taking a breath and collecting himself. This will have the school pinned for quirk discrimination on top of child neglect and fraud, the extent of which may even include heroes getting involved. That alone surprised Izumi. Surely it was bad, but there wouldn't be a reason to get heroes involved, was there? She couldn't ponder the thought for long, as the detective looked at her with a sad look in his eyes. And for what it's worth, you seem like a good kid. I'm sure you would have made a fine hero. Izumi's throat closed up at that as she felt her mother gripping her hand. But, the detective raised his hands when he saw the look Inko was giving him inside. That's just my opinion though. I get enough heroes coming in here that aren't half as polite as you've been, so maybe I wish there was one that was. He ran a hand through his hair as he adjusted his hat, before giving the two a polite bow. I'll let you know of any updates. Izumi took a moment to glance at her phone and open Q-Order. Her mother was already at the door when she spoke up again. Detective. She flinched a bit as he looked over confused. If there was someone who also needed help from you, but was too scared to come to the police themselves, could I talk to you for them? I feel this isn't a hypothetical question, is it? The detective raised an eyebrow as he crossed his arms. Her mother walked back over and put a hand on her shoulder. Izumi, swallowing nervously, Izumi gave her mother an attempt at a smile. I may have made a friend recently that was suffering from quirk psychosis. The room was silent until Inko sighed and rubbed her face. If I weren't your mother, I'd be shocked at how easily you stand up for someone else, but not yourself. Pouting a bit, Izumi looked down. I'm not that bad. Izumi, you once found out a classmate's cat wasn't being fed properly and tried to convince me to steal said cat for the greater good. You wouldn't calm down until I called animal control. Izumi's face erupted into a blush as she sputtered. I was 6, and that cat was thin as a rail. Truth, though I don't condone theft. Detective Tsukauchi added with a slight hint of amusement in his voice. Now, would you like to talk to me about this friend too? Once she got her blush under control, Izumi nodded with a confidence she hadn't had for her discussion. Yes, please. Osaka and Kyoka stared ahead in shock at Momo, who finished doing her ball toss and was blushing a bit at their reactions. Calling it a ball toss would be generous, as she'd pulled out a cannon from her torso and fired off the ball like a howitzer round. Midnight didn't even seem fazed as she looked at her little counter for the score and let out a whistle. Impressive distance, Yaoyorozu. Uraraka, you're next. As Momo traded places with Osaka, Jiru slumped slightly. I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere close to the two of you today, but this is just painful. I am sorry. Momo glanced down at her feet shyly and played with her bangs a bit. Seeing Momo's mood begin falling, Kyoka sighed and rubbed the back of her head. Don't worry about it. It's fine. They watched as Osaka grabbed the ball and it glowed pink for a second. I mean, compared to you two, my quirk's kinda situational. But at least I shouldn't be the only one left behind in this test. Osaka gently tossed the ball and the girls all watched as it floated up. And up. And up. Midnight burst out laughing as she looked at the score for the test before turning it to face them. To infinity and beyond. Oh come on. Osaka just laughed nervously and rubbed the back of her head. Sorry, Kyoka. No time to rest, girls. Midnight exclaimed as she walked to the next test. We still have a few more to do. And then you get to power up and do it all over again. A collective groan came from the three before a snap of her whip hitting the ground made them all jump into gear. As the heroine watched the girls start their endurance run, she let a pensive frown grow. Wasn't it around now when that villain attacked twice? If she holds up to her pattern, she'll attack again soon. The sound of something fluttering made her pause and look over her shoulder. She raised an eyebrow at the sight of Vats flying up to her. How are they doing? They're doing quite fine, for middle school students. Midnight let her eyes sharpen a bit as she scrutinized the mascot. That's a part of your explanation that has been bugging me. Why did you let girls so young become magical girls? Hero schools at least wait until they're in their second year before even thinking of sending them to internships. And we make sure they are prepared to the teeth when we do. Bat sighed as they watched the three girls running. The magic available to magical girls is generated by the power of feelings. The more intensely their emotions are felt, the more powerful they become. Initially, I just tried to find girls full of positive emotions that wanted to help protect people. Their face fell as they looked down. Then Alita made it a necessity to find more emotional ones. There wasn't time for an older magical girl to adjust to her power and still survive fighting in Normita. So you went for the younger and more openly expressive girls. Midnight finished mentally before sighing. I still don't like this. I don't expect you to, Vance replied. I just hope they don't go through as much nonsense as Tres Magia did. Midnight hummed a bit in thought before looking back to the girls, watching as Kyoka was lying face down in the grass and Osaka was rubbing her back. You also never told us what the original Tres Magia was like. I didn't. Vats looked surprised for a moment before quickly becoming embarrassed. I guess I could do that now. The two looked at the girls as Vats spoke. The first to accept was Magia Magenta. Their eyes landed on Osaka as she helped Momo lift Kyoka. She was the team's heart, the optimist, and the picture-perfect magical girl. She was naive and gullible, but her heart was in the right place. Her talent in healing was the best of the three. As Momo sighed and shook her head, Kyoka got to her feet shakily and looked sullen. Then there was Magia Azul. She was a friend of Magenta's who risked herself to protect someone else and was invited to join. Azul was the one who stayed calm and composed, while bravely protecting anyone in danger with her ice blades. Kyoka groaned pitifully as she stood up and gave the other two a thumbs up, getting a laugh from them. Then there was Magia Sulfur. She was an expert in shielding her allies with barriers and was a bit aloof at first, but warmed up to her friends to show the true her under that shell. She was by far the hardest one to work with, as when she wasn't in public, she was rather crude. That smiled fondly as they remembered the three girls. Together they were the best magical girl team I had ever managed. So good I barely had to give them advice. They worked like a well-oiled machine that took out any monster in normie descent. Midnight nodded and shouted over to the girls. "All right, girls, time to stretch. Then you can take a 10-minute breather." The three cheered a bit and went over to the water station to the side of the training field as Midnight looked at Bats. Those three sound like they were good kids and good friends. Bats nodded with a smile. They were. Their face fell again as a sigh escaped the mascot. Until Magia Base, that is. Midnight gave him a questioning glance before continuing to monitor the girls as they stretched. "That's the villain who showed up, correct? Not the new one, the original?" Bats looked concerned for a bit. The original Magia Base had purple hair and didn't take to being a villain this quickly. But even then, her interactions and fights with Tres Magia caused some changes in the girls. Raising an eyebrow, Midnight glanced over at the girls for a moment. "Like what?" Bats looked sadder as they fiddled their sleeves together. "I would rather not say. At least not now. They may have persevered, but..." Midnight raised a hand and shook her head. "I get it, it's a sore topic. But I will want to know more later." She walked away from Vats and toward the girls. "Okay girls, break time is up. Transform and we'll go over the tests again." "Yes, sensei." Stepping outside of the police station, Izumi and her mother gave Detective Tsukauchi a bow and thanked him for his help. They turned to leave, and as they walked away, Inko gave a glance to her daughter. "So, it's gotten close to lunch. Where would you like to eat?" Izumi pursed her lips a bit as she thought it over. "Well, we could try that cafe that opened up recently." I think it was close to the apartment. A sharp feeling suddenly lanced through her and Izumi winced as she grabbed her head. "Izumi, is something wrong?" Inko was immediately fretting over her daughter, worry coating her face. Raising a hand, Izumi gave a strained smile. "Just a headache. I'm alright. I think the stress from everything is finally setting in." As the feeling persisted, Izumi kept her hand against the side of her head. "Where did that come from? Is it something to do with Venita?" Her mother continued to fret over her for a moment before biting her lip. "Maybe we should just head back home and I can make something instead." "Why yeah." Izumi nodded in agreement, and the two started to walk back to the apartment instead. As they did, the girl's mind started racing. "It feels like it's coming from that way." Glancing down the road, Izumi could partly see something sticking up over the buildings at the far end of the street. "Wait, isn't you in that direction?" "Maybe it was someone's quirk." "Then why did it affect me?" "An accident, possibly. But what kind of quirk would send a metal effect so far without a target?" "No, it's more likely something with being a magical girl. I don't want to, but I should probably ask Venita what they know about it." As she was lost in her pondering, Izumi didn't notice she'd started muttering again. Her mother did but didn't interrupt her. The mutter was as indecipherable as ever, but Inko had a hunch it probably had to do with her daughter's new friend. Not even waving a hand in her daughter's face broke her from her trance, and a small smile grew on Inko's face. If this new friend happened to be more than one and her daughter didn't realize it, well, she'd let it go on for a while before she started nudging. Even if her hunch was wrong, she needed all the material she could get her hands on to embarrass Izumi. It was part of her job as a mother. Unfortunately for Inko, a means to embarrass her daughter was not how their walk home went. By the time they got home, that sharp feeling had persisted enough that Izumi was developing a growing migraine. Her discomfort was noticeable enough that Inko practically ordered her to go lie down in her room. With her head throbbing as it was, Izumi didn't argue and climbed into her bed. Once she was alone, she looked around for a moment before spotting Venita hiding in her closet. Sitting up, she glared at the mascot. "Okay, you know something about this. Spill." Venita still had that unsettling smile as they flew closer. "You're sensing magic from other magical girls." They shrugged a bit and tilted their head. "Normally it's just a sensation, but with three simultaneously activating magic that is counter to your own, it can be a bit painful if you're not used to it." Groaning, Izumi put a hand on her head and flopped back on her bed. "It feels like my head is splitting." Her eyes snapped open as Venita's words registered completely and she sat up again. "Wait, you said there were 3 magical girls. Do you know where it's coming from?" Izumi hummed as she bit her thumb. "I wonder if I can spy on them." Venita nodded as they raised a hand. "I can take you there if you..." The two paused as the sensation suddenly cut off. "Hey, my headache is gone," Izumi commented as she patted her head a few times. A concerned hum came from Venita, however. "Interesting." Izumi raised an eyebrow as she looked at Venita again. "What's interesting?" It seems Vats has set up some magic dampeners. I've lost them. The mascot didn't make any visible changes, but Izumi could sense that it was feeling annoyed by this. She took a moment to ponder this new information. So even Venita's magical senses can be blocked. I should figure out how that works, just in case I need to hide myself from anyone magical. It also may be for the best that they don't take me there directly. Can't risk getting caught. Izumi decided to put that on the back burner for now and focused on another topic. You said something earlier about new magical girls. Venita floated down closer to Izumi to explain. Vats is also a mascot like me, but they are also opposite to me. They created many magical girls in the past who stood against a Normita. And that confirms my suspicions of multiple mascots, Izumi thought as she frowned. That's something else I wanted to ask you about. Why do you make evil magical girls in the first place? What's the point? All magic must exist in balance, Venita responded. Vats has a problem with making too many magical girls. This offsets the balance of magic by flooding the world with positive energies to the point the world becomes sickeningly sweet and nearly non-functional. They flew back a bit and spread their arms wide. So, I make villains to restore that balance. Positives cannot exist without negatives, after all. I have to make them powerful. However, since I lack the means of creating as many transformation items as Vats does. Izumi took a moment to close her eyes and think over the mascot's words. That sounds like a load of bull, but it vaguely makes sense. It's along the same lines as hero society now that I think about it. A society of heroes would be useless without villains to fight. She paused for a moment and bit her lip. Wait, now that I think about it. There's a lot of stuff happening that pushes people with certain quirks towards villainy. Himiko and I are also living examples right now of that one quote from pre-quirk comics. All it takes is one bad day, right? I wonder if Himiko would have chosen villainy at all if it weren't for what happened. Before her thoughts could start to spiral, Venita spoke up again. There is something else we'll need to do soon, as I found a potential member while you were out with your mother. Venita started emanating that annoyed feeling again, and Izumi's curiosity started to pique. Unfortunately, I still need to gather some intel on her, so I cannot reach her personally. At least not without trouble coming after us and those around us as a result. Now that confused Izumi more. Wait, what? Why would that be the case? Can't you just warp them? I'll explain later once I gather more information. Venita waved her off and opened a portal nearby. For now, Himiko is getting ready to visit the police station and wanted to see you first. She has some worries about her decision. There was so much information Izumi wanted to pry out of Venita, but she sighed and stood up. All right, but I better get an explanation soon. Izumi took a moment to walk to the door and call out. Hey, Mom, I'm going to take a nap and see if it helps. Okay, Izumi, let me know when you're up. Without further ado, Izumi stepped through the portal alongside Venita and found herself outside of Knack Base once more. She couldn't help looking up at the brutalist architecture again, feeling that it just felt all too appropriate for an organization of evil. Inside Knack Base, Himiko was pacing. What if this all went south? What if she was immediately arrested and they threw the book at her without even trying to listen to her side of the story? What if they also went after Izumi just for trying to help her? Izumi was the first person to be genuinely kind to her without her quirk being hidden under a metaphorical mask. She growled a bit and clutched at her transformation star. If they even tried to hurt her, she'd tear every last person there to ribbons. But then Izumi would probably be scared of her, so the thought settled for at least maiming but leaving them alive. That was probably okay, right? She'd run it by Izumi, just to be safe. Speaking of the devil, the doors to Knack Base opened up and she turned around to see Izumi walking into the base looking tired. You're back. Did everything go all right? Perking up a bit, Izumi raised a finger. About that, I have good news and bad news. Himiko bit her lip slightly as Izumi walked closer. Good news, I was able to get the police to listen to me, and you're a step closer to being cleared of all charges. All that's left is getting you to the station so that the detective can interview you and get your side. And the bad news, Izumi winced and scratched at her cheek. We have not one, but 3 magical girls that are going to eventually start attacking us. Izumi had a strained smile on her face as she held a hand to her head. And either side transforming can be detected by any and all magical girls if they're close enough, and all 3 are in the range of my fucking house. Himiko frowned in confusion. And before she could ask, Venita spoke up. The sensation is something you get used to, but it can be painful at first, especially when it's multiple transformations at once. Huffing a bit, Himiko just turned to Izumi and raised an eyebrow. So it's going to be the 2 of us versus 3 goody 2-shoes heroes. I don't see the problem there. I mean, you blocked a punch from that loser Death Arms with no effort. We can totally take them. Izumi shook her head and sighed. That's just it. I blocked a pro hero, Izumi pointed out as she bit her thumb and worry a regular non-magical hero. Magical girls are going to be on the same level as us, and we'll need to fight seriously if we're going to win any fights against them. More importantly, they'll feel when we transform too. We'll need to be ready to fight the instant we change if need be. She walked over to the window that showed the bleak and jagged terrain outside, which means we need to start training. Not just as magical girls but as ourselves as well. Groaning at the info dump, Himiko slumped a bit and frowned. Seriously, how do you have so much stuff happening at once, Izumi? Izumi laughed self-deprecatingly as she slumped a bit. If I knew, I'd have my schedule fixed by now. 3 days and I'm already neck-deep in problems. Why is being a villain so hard? Taking a moment to deflate with a sigh, Izumi slapped her cheeks to refocus before she turned to the mascot. Okay, first things first, we need to figure out how to practice our magic. Okay, how are we supposed to do that? Himiko asked with a wave of her hand. Do we just keep transforming over and over or what? Pondering the question for a moment, Izumi looked over at the mascot. Venita, were the original magical girls able to make portals too? Or did they rely on you entirely? Venita nodded as they looked over the two girls. They could, after they got the hang of drawing on their mana. Then we'll focus on that then, Izumi exclaimed with a raised fist. The room was silent as she held that pose before frowning as she looked down and thought, okay, what does mana even feel like? I mean, I know I was using it when I was transforming and fighting the past few days, but that all seemed to come instinctively, which doesn't help the situation. Izumi descended into a mutter as she put a hand to her chin, looking down at nothing but her thoughts. Himiko even waved a hand in front of her, only to get no reaction and find her thinking face cute. As Himiko giggled at Izumi's muttering, Venita flew closer and poked Izumi in the chest. Close your eyes and focus on your emotions. You should feel something new around here. Izumi snapped out of her mutters from the poke and huffed a bit before doing as asked. It didn't really feel like anything was there at first. All she could feel was her heartbeat. Then there was something else, near imperceptible just after it, like a second heart pumping a quarter second after the first. Draw on that feeling. Try to move it through you. Izumi frowned as she tried to concentrate on the feeling more. The second heart she was feeling was beating, yes, but it was so weak, like it hadn't ever held a pulse before and was struggling to keep up. Sweat was starting to bead on her forehead as she struggled to get the feeling to move. When it did start, there was an uncomfortable tingle spreading through her, moving from her chest down to her arm. Himiko was watching in interest the whole time, seeing the strain Izumi was putting herself through and growing more concerned. When the tingling reached Izumi's fingertips, it suddenly snapped back to her core. Her eyes flew open with a gasp as she clutched at her chest. You got it to move, good. Then Alita flew around her and pulled the transformation star out of her bag, holding it out to her. Now, do that with the star in hand. Glaring, Izumi clutched the star and steadied her breathing. I just felt like my heart exploded. Why would I do that again? Venita shrugged slightly and tilted their head. That was to show you how magic can have backlash when not properly channeled outside of a transformation. It's safer to do it when you're still growing used to having magic than it would be to let it happen when you have more. But these Venita gestured to the transformation star can act as a focus and help direct your magic. Eventually, you'll be able to use it without the star, and then even with only your thoughts. Until then, it would be safer to keep the star on hand. Using magic opens new pathways in your body that have been empty for most of your lives. So it has to start small. I'd have preferred a warning, not an experience. Izumi grumbled as she focused on the star in her hand and took a breath. Focusing again. That weak feeling returned, and was fluttering a bit erratically, but steadied as she pulled. The tingling was back, and still uncomfortable, but once it hit the star it became a slow thrum through her bones. Okay, now what? Picture both where you want the portal to open, and where you want it to lead. I would suggest somewhere there wouldn't be many people, just to be safe. Izumi nodded and pictured both a spot a few feet in front of her, and the outside of Knack Base. There was a sensation of something being sucked out of her hand into the star before the air tore open into a swirling mass of darkness. Carefully, she poked her head through and looked around, seeing the black stalagmites towering around the exit. Wow, she whispered with a shaky breath before stepping back and letting the portal close. This is almost what I imagined what it would be like having a quirk. She excitedly turned with a smile to Himiko. Himi-chan, how are you? Surprise stopped Izumi in her tracks as she watched Himiko casually open a pair of portals on the floor, before jumping into one and flying out of the other. She would hover for a second before falling back and popping out of the first. Himiko was laughing the whole time as she started playing with the portals and feeling weightless. This is so much fun. What? But, how? Izumi looked at the star in her hand and sighed. I'm even bad at magic. Himiko's taking to it like a duck to water, but I have to struggle to open one portal? Himiko shrugged as she continued to flip through the air. I don't know. It just felt like a big ball of putty in my chest. Does that make sense? Floating over to where Himiko was, Venita gestured at her with a sleeve. Magic feels different for everyone and comes more easily to some. I wouldn't worry if you're having trouble immediately. Just keep practicing and you'll eventually get used to it. As much as I don't want to agree, Venita's right. I'm probably the first magical girl in centuries. yet I feel like I'm falling behind already. Taking a deep breath, Izumi refocused on her star and the feeling in her chest. I'm going to head back home for now. I told my mom I was taking a nap, and I don't want to risk her coming in to check on me when I'm not there. That sounds like a good idea, Himiko said as she landed on the ground with a stumble. You should also see if you can get some practice with your magic while transformed. Venita opened their own portal and floated closer to it. If I'm right, your power should be similar to your quirk and theme if nothing else. Once you're used to it, we can see about giving you a debut. Himiko pondered the idea for a moment with a hum. A villain debut? Huh, that sounds like it'd be fun. Chuckling nervously as she finally got a portal open again, Izumi rubbed the back of her head. Let's focus on clearing your name first, Himi-chan. I'd rather not risk you remaining a criminal in the eyes of the law because the detective's quirk pinged on something you say. Himiko pouted a bit but agreed as Izumi left Knack Base and returned to her room. Seeing she was alone still, she went to her bed and sighed as she flopped onto it. Even if she wanted to nap, her brain simply wouldn't let her. So many things happening. Not enough brain. Ugh. While Izumi was suffering from the growing stress in her brain, 3 certain magical girls were transforming back at the UA, and unintentionally causing a portion of said stress. As the flash of light died down and Midnight could see again, she called all of the girls forward. All right, we did the tests with only your quirks. Now we're going to do them with your magic to aid. If there are any abilities the transformation offers that can aid you, use them. This is to test the limits of your capabilities and see what kind of power you have been given. Yes, sensei. Midnight dramatically flourished her whip towards the first test. First up, grip strength. The girls all went over to a new set of testers, seeing as Momo had destroyed hers in the quirk tests, and flexed their fingers. There was a collective pause before they all squeezed as hard as they could. One of the testers rang out with higher numbers than their initial score, making Kyoka shocked and happy with the improvement. She'd almost maxed out the score with her bare hands, bringing her up close to Momo's score, who did max out the machine without using a mechanical vice this time. Startling everyone, however, was the sound of shredding metal that echoed from one of the testers. The other 2 stared in stunned silence, as holding up the mangled remains of her tester, Osaka looked at Midnight and gave a chuckle. Oops. Midnight blinked in surprise before laughing a bit under her breath. Well, Infinity Girl is just collecting that score today. Amazing. I was pressing as hard as I could and came nowhere near this level of strength. Momo stared at the mangled tester as Osaka covered her face and blushed profusely. Thankfully for the gravity-defying girl, Vats was able to keep her from floating away. However, the mascot wasn't able to tell if it was her quirk or the flight they were granted at work. Once on the ground again and peeking from between her fingers, Osaka looked between Momo and Kyoka. I guess being a construction worker's kid comes with perks. Kyoka gave her a deadpan stare before pointing at the tester with a thumb. If that's what you call a perk, I fear what a blessing is. The sound of clapping grabbed their attention back toward Midnight. All right, girls, enough chatter, next test. The shuttle run. Nezu sat at his desk drinking some tea and watching the security feed with some amusement. It was truly amazing what these magical transformations were granting the young girls. Even so, Nezu would be a fool to not recognize the dangers also presented. How the world hadn't been torn to shreds by the previous age of these young heroes, he wasn't sure. Perhaps the new generation and their quirks were offering a power boost the older generation lacked. His beady eyes traced over the image of Vats. He would need to see what else the mascot knew. He couldn't help teach these young students if he lacked information after all. And even with their deal, he didn't fully trust the mascot. They conveniently left out information unless asked directly, which for a situation as new as this, left many questions unknown. Nezu himself had a few questions he planned on getting answers for. Were there other mascots besides Vats and Venita? Just how many magical girls were there in Japan? On the globe. Most important to Nezu, however, was the one most pressing on his mind. What happened to leave Tres Magia as part of a remaining force against Enormita, and who were the rest? The situation itself, however, was reason enough to make the deal. This new villain had proven themselves powerful enough to stop a seasoned hero in his tracks, and toy with many more like they were nothing but entertainment. Having a way to truly counter the defenses she possessed without mountains of collateral damage was a necessity. Although speaking of mountains of collateral, his meeting was soon to start, shrinking the feed to only take up half his screen. Nezu pressed a button and made his office door open before All Might had a chance to knock. You arrived right on time. Please, take a seat. Chuckling a bit as he crouched through the door, All Might waited for the room to shut before reverting down into his skeletal form. I'll never understand how you can predict everyone like that. Simple psychology, Nezu exclaimed as he threw his paws up before getting onto the desk and walking closer. But that's not why we're here today. I take it you're accepting my offer to be a teacher here. Yagi nodded with a weary sigh. I am. I'm getting too old and this power is fading faster by the day. I need to find a successor soon. Taking a sip of tea, Nezu reasoned Yaga's response. And you believe my students, current and prospective, may hold the one you're looking for? That's right, Yagi said as he slumped his shoulders. It was moments like this where he felt less and less like the symbol of peace. I know I'm asking a lot, but Nezu chuckled and waved his concerns off with a paw. I was going to suggest you do even if you hadn't come to me first. That made Yagi pause as he blinked dumbly. What, if I may be frank with you, Toshinori-san? Nezu asked as he set down his tea and put his paws behind his back, tail flicking through the air. You're well past the age most heroes retire and are injured on top of that. Even if you weren't losing the power to wield, I would have suggested finding a successor just to ease the strain you place on yourself. A glance at the monitor beside him made Nezu feel a bit more amused at what was being shown. Though with recent events, I question if you would even need to. Yagi had to raise an eyebrow at that one as he found himself questioning the very notion. What do you mean? Taking a moment to watch the progress on the screen, Nezu asked, do you recall the villain that has recently started harassing local heroes? Yes, I do, Yagi grumbled as he crossed his arms. The commission is forbidding me from interfering for some reason. I could have easily stopped that villain. Nezu shook his head as he closed his eyes. And in this case, I agree with them. The collateral of the two of you fighting would far outweigh the villain's arrest. I may plan on offering to help pay for damages, but even UA's coffers have limits. Scoffing, Yagi shook his head. Surely they can't be that powerful. They may have blocked a punch from Death Arms, sure, but I pack a bit more power than that. I'm afraid they are, Nezu replied with a grim tone, and can potentially become more powerful if not stopped soon. The girls had gone to the next test on his feed and Nezu smiled at the results being sent to him. Thankfully, we do have a solution. Yagi couldn't help but blink in surprise. A villain he was supposed to be unable to subdue without collateral damages. Yet Nezu already had a solution in the works. What? Chuckling, Nezu turned his eyes away from the monitor for a moment. Tell me, Toshinori, what are your opinions on magical girls? The incredulous look he received from the number one hero made Nezu laugh before turning his monitor. It may be better to show you. Rushing down the track, the three girls all kept pace with each other. To anyone watching, they were a blur going across the ground. Eventually, Kyoko looked down and realized her feet weren't hitting the ground, and stopped moving her legs. She was still keeping pace with the others before looking over at Momo. So, this is a thing now, right? Ochako would have face-planted as she tripped in surprise, only to start floating herself. Whoa, I'm not even using my quirk right now. How am I doing this? I can't believe I forgot. Momo chided herself before the three started to fly together down the track. This is a staple magical girl ability. She paused for a moment and put a hand to her chin. Well, most of the time, they couldn't fly in Sailor Moon, or Pula Magi Madoka Magica. Those two just had them jump incredibly high and far. Unless Madoka was doing something incredibly powerful. Now that I think of it, magical girl powers are rather inconsistent between shows. The other two girls both stared at her for a moment before leaving the heiress to ramble as they focused back on the test. The next two tests, consisting of the standing long jump and 50-meter dash, were quickly destroyed. The girls didn't have to worry about touching the ground, and the only resistance they felt was the air. Midnight herself was looking at the three with a slack jaw as she put more infinity scores into all of their results. The scenes playing out before them, and the scores being recorded in real time, left Yagi feeling stunned. It was like watching three younger versions of his master destroying the physical exam, but in frilly dresses instead of her hero costume. The footage had to have been doctored as a means to screw with him. Looking at Nezu, Yagi raised an eyebrow. I never took you for one to make practical jokes, Nezu-san. Unfortunately, this is no joke. These young ladies are out in our training fields as we speak, performing these tests. Nezu's tone brokered no room for humor. The reason would be because the villain that recently appeared is, in fact, the same as these three if our sources are to be trusted. Her abilities and powers come not from her quirk, whatever it may be, but from her transformation and the forces behind it. Yaga's eyes went wide as he stared at the three performing their tests. A power beyond quirks. Nodding, Nezu gestured to the screen with a paw. The three girls you're seeing on screen are actual magical girls, transformations and all. As of yesterday, they are apprenticing under Midnight to avoid any legal ramifications if they end up battling this new villain anytime soon. Midnight has agreed to do this, even if it places her credibility as a hero at risk. And what is that there? Yagi asked as he squinted, catching sight of something small and white flying around and talking to the girls. He couldn't hear anything from the recording, but it looked like it was trying to encourage them. Nezu pulled up another window on the screen, containing pictures of the same entity taken from the hidden cameras in his office. The white creature you see floating nearby is Vats, and they are the ones responsible for granting these girls their new powers. Suspicion and paranoia made Yagi narrow his eyes at the picture of Vats. There are no connections to him, are there? The last thing I want to learn is that he left some presents behind before dying. That I am unsure of. According to Vats, this villain was likely given her powers by their counterpart, another mascot that goes by Venita, but I am hesitant to remove any influence of him from the equation just yet. Nezu turned the monitor back around before turning to face Yagi. This brings me to the other reason I called you in for a meeting. Under no circumstance are any of these girls to be given one for all. These three, and any future magical girls to end up in UA, will be part of our new Class 1M. All students in this class are off limits. When Yagi started to get out of his seat, Nezu raised a paw and stopped him. No objections, Toshinori-san. Just imagine what would happen if an emotionally developing child were given not only access to a power beyond the norm of our society, but also a quirk that can exponentially increase their natural powers on top of that. They would be a mild inconvenience away from leveling the global stability of society. There is also no telling if Vats has any influence over them beyond granting them this power or the ability to activate the transformation remotely. I don't care if you eventually find one of them to be your perfect choice. I will not place that much power even slightly at risk of being in the wrong hands. The two stared at each other in silence before Yagi relented with a sigh and bowed his head. I understand. A mirthless chuckle escaped him as he stood up. On the bright side, this should limit any candidates from my search. Chuckling along with his friend, Nezu nodded. Indeed. Before Yagi could start to leave the room, Nezu's phone started to blare. Oh, Yagi raised an eyebrow as Nezu looked at his phone. What is it? I appear to be getting a call from our fair detective. Yagi watched Nezu answer and felt like if he left now he'd be in some form of trouble. Nezu didn't say much himself, only a few passing words of acknowledgement before hanging up with a thank you. Nezu's fur was raised on the back of his neck, yet the mammal's face remained as polite as ever. A dangerous combination in Yaga's opinion. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. A noise that Nezu only let out when frustrated escaped the principal and Yagi felt like running. On top of Midnight's apprentices, and our new villain, it seems I have a school to deliver an unpleasantness upon. Sweat trickling down the back of his neck, Yagi could only pray whatever school had pissed off the Chimera was closed down swiftly, even if deserved. Nezu tended to get creative with his unpleasantness if the process was drawn out too long. The laugh that came from the principal of Undetermined Species swiftly killed that hope. It had been 2 hours since Izumi tried to take a nap, and she was tired of looking at her ceiling. It didn't help that the All Might poster she hung up there was still staring down at her with that lying, inspiring smile. She'd taken a moment to eat an early lunch with her mom, but the woman was called in by the hospital and had to leave, meaning Izumi was now alone. And bored. So bored, she couldn't even call Himiko cause the girl didn't even have a phone at the moment, and was probably still practicing, or slacking off, like Izumi was. Izumi's fingers curled around the transformation star in her pocket and she hummed to herself. It wasn't like her mother could catch her not being home. Those shifts tended to last at least 8 hours at the minimum. Sure, she still needs to plan out Himiko's villain debut to get the girl the attention she deserves, but that didn't mean she couldn't do some chaos herself beforehand. Besides, she still needs to let the world know her villain name. So far, only Himiko knows, and that simply won't do if she's going to whip the hero industry into shape. She might even get a chance to bully interact with Mount Lady again. The thought alone was making a smile start to stretch across her face, getting that little fang to poke out. Oh, her pain cries were so much fun. It almost made up for the heroine flaunting her ass during her debut. How dare she tease her like this? Maybe she could even make it look like some civilians are in danger to get her into an advantageous position. Izumi shook her head violently and slapped herself across the face. She couldn't be thinking like that. She may be a villain now, but that doesn't mean innocent people deserve to get put in her crosshairs. She did let the civilians clear out last time, but that was more because she was waiting to see how long the heroes would take to show up. Maybe she could do it on purpose next time, just to be doubly sure that there weren't any bystanders. It may require a few attacks to land near people, but that is because people like to be dumb. Like she was when she heard there was a villain attack over the past 10 years. Holy shit, how am I alive? There had to have been several times I almost died just standing in the crowds like that. Venita then popped into the room and looked down at her. So, since you can make portals now, want to see how far you can travel? Izumi stared at them for a moment before sitting up. I always did want to visit Osaka. The mascot just hovered there, staring at her, before she got up off the bed with a sigh. It's not like I have anything better to do. Good call. I heard some heroes are fighting a pretty tough villain there at the moment. Venita added, making Izumi's head snap over to the mascot. Why didn't you start with that? Izumi darted around her room and grabbed a notebook and pen before pulling out her star and smiling excitedly. Heroes fighting against a strong villain. It's a perfect way to see what kinds of heroes they are. Maja. With a slightly deranged giggle, Maja Baser opened a portal, not even paying attention to how easy it was to do when transformed, and started heading for Osaka. The city of Osaka, Japan. For any visiting after the advent of quirks, it was still the second largest metropolitan area in Japan, with Musutafu slowly narrowing the gap between them. Crowded streets, busy shopping centers, and restaurants to cater to any tourists and locals passing through, Osaka had enough to entertain any soul, even if you were MahoAko, who was lazily floating through the air with a silly smile while people below her were screaming in fear as they ran in the other direction. Osaka, Osaka, watching fights in Osaka. She twirled with a giggle as she let her mind wander. Oh, I wonder who it is. So many heroes operating out of here. The dancing hero, Fandango, or the umbrella hero, Petrasol, and if he decided to visit again, Fatcom could be here. Squealing as she excitedly kicked her feet, MahoAko's eyes sparkled. I might even run into some vigilantes now that I think about it. The Naruhata vigilantes were sighted here at one point, so maybe I'll see one of them. She paused for a moment and pondered the idea before sighing. Well, not Skycrawler, seeing as he's still in America paying off the lawsuits, but that does leave Knuckleduster and Popstep, though the latter hasn't been seen in a long time. The sound of metal twisting and crashing made her head pop up and she saw the plume of smoke rising into the air. There it is. She flew up and over the buildings to shorten her travel and pulled out her notebook and pen. Oh, this is so exciting. Now who's fighting? As she peered over the side of the rooftop, MahoAko paused and frowned. The ones fighting weren't who she was expecting at all. The two heroes, both clad in red vests over their hero suits and wearing cracked visor-like helmets, were looking worse for wear. One was clutching at his leg as he lay on the ground, a piece of rebar sticking through his thigh, and the lower part of his leg bent in several angles. The other was on her back a few meters down the road. The heroine had a man in a black tank top looming over her, blood dripping from his knuckles. The blood was clearly from the severely broken arm of the heroine, as it lay next to her bruised and shattered. Even with all their injuries, however, MahoAko recognized them. It was none other than the heroes Tidal Wave and Torrential, the water hose duo. Water hose. But they're so far from their usual place of operations. Why would they be here? She stuck to the roof for a moment, flying to the side behind a neon sign of Gomen to get a better view of the villain's face to see who it was that did this. What she got was the face of a man that was covered in blood not his own, even as he grinned in sadistic joy. Izumi felt a shiver of fear when she recognized the wanted a rank villain. Muscular. Come on, this can't be all you got, is it? He said with a laugh. Struggling to look up, Torrential glared at Muscular. Damn, villain. Tidal Wave similarly struggled to his feet, clutching onto some debris to help himself stand, only to fall back to the ground. Like hell, am I letting you run? Huh? Who said I'm running? Muscular barked out with a laugh as he threw his arms wide. I still haven't had all the fun I want with you yet. You said I was going down. Yet here I am standing over your broken bodies. His eyes locked onto Tidal Wave as he flexed his muscles again, making the sinew pull itself free of his skin. Let's see how your blood looks. A cry of defiance shouted from his feet, and Torrential fired a blast of water from her arm, striking Muscular directly in the eye. There was a shower of blood as the torrent cut through his face, cleaving away his eye. GAH. Muscular stumbled back a bit, holding a hand to his face. Izumi herself was watching with bated breath, hoping that the attack was enough to stop the villain. There wasn't enough water left in her body to do something like that again without killing herself. Muscular instead started to chuckle as he threw his head back. Keihahaha. Well, looks like you heroes still have some bite left. His remaining eye locked onto Torrential and his grin widened, faster than most could see. Muscular shot forward and slammed his fist into Torrential's good arm, making the woman scream in agony as the limb was pulverized. But that won't be enough. You two got my blood pumping like crazy, so let me return the favor. Torrential and Tidal Wave watched the villain in horror as he raised both his fists overhead and prepared to slam down on the fallen heroine. Tidal Wave cried out, desperate to save his wife as Muscular struck, only for all three to be stunned as his fists were caught mid-strike by the star of a riding crop. What the hell is this? Muscular looked up at the one who would dare interrupt his fun and saw MahoAko floating over the fallen heroine, the crop in her hand pressed against his fists like she was holding up a rickety shelf. MahoAko smiled at him in a way that would have made many remember their mother's disappointed stares. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be killing anyone today. She flicked her wrist and Muscular found himself flying back and into a building, crashing into the side and making the neon signs on them fall. I haven't had a chance to toy with any of these heroes yet, and it's rude to deny a girl her fun. Struggling to stay conscious, Torrential's eyes were trying to focus on the one floating over her. Who? A laugh came from the building Muscular flew into, and a large mass of muscles could be seen coming out of the damaged wall. Man, that's quite a hit you pack, girly. I barely managed to make enough muscles to absorb the shock. His muscles receded just enough to show his face as Muscular's deranged grin split his face. But hey, stay out of this. This is between me and these two heroes here. He grinned a bit and muscles started wrapping around him again. unless you want to join in. Now why would I stay out of this when you're being such a naughty boy? Base purred as she tightened the grip on her crop, making the leather creak. The stars on her face expanded slightly as she floated forward. Don't you know that killing isn't allowed? Muscular just raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. You know, I think I recognize you. I've heard of you on the news. Going around doing what you want, making a fool out of those hero chumps, I can respect that. He threw his arms wide and grinned savagely. But why should I care what you want right now? I want to kill, so I do. They want to stop me, so they try. It's not my fault they're so weak they can't back up their claims. Narrowing her eyes, Base's smile fell. Well, that simply won't do, will it? Her arms moved to her sides as she continued to advance. I intend to fix what is broken in this society, but to do that I need heroes alive. With a gentle tap, her heels met the ground as she stared down the titanic villain. The two stared at each other, gold matching black, before Base smiled threateningly. One can't learn from their punishments if they're dead. If you're going to stand in my way, brat, then you can join them. Muscular roared as he charged forward, arm pulled back for a punch. Now, show me your blood. Tidal Wave couldn't pull his eyes away, and watched in shock as this girl who couldn't be older than a middle school student casually stood in the path of a monster. It didn't even matter at that moment that she blocked the first strike. Fighting against him would kill her. Muscular's arm was covered in slithering tendons, making the incoming attack even more deadly. His ribs could attest to that, and he was certain his wife had internal injuries as well from when he struck her earlier. So the two were stunned at the girl going through a portal and reappearing behind Muscular. None were more shocked than Muscular himself, his eyes shooting wide open as his fist crashed into the ground. The pavement shattered and the villain turned around to look at the girl. What's with the teleportation, huh? I thought you had super strength or some shit. Not even paying him attention, Baser's eyes moved to the broken pavement. Is this all the strength you have? Baser said with a sigh, losing her smile and turning around fully. So disappointing. She didn't simply throw him back this time when he went to punch her again. She grabbed onto the fibers coming from his arm and threw him up. As the stunned villain flipped through the air, she drew her crop back and batted him back into the building from before, 3 large gashes tearing through the muscle armor on his torso. Muscular roared in rage as he charged again, only to be tossed around like a toy. All the while, Baser continued to frown, as if she were annoyed by a chore. Watching all of it as he stared in shock, Tidal Wave felt his rapidly diminishing blood grow cold. Holy shit, she's just toying with him like he's nothing. His eyes were drawn towards Torrential and he grit his teeth, pulling himself along the ground in a crawl. As he moved, he pulled out an emergency beacon from one of his pockets. No, I have to focus. I need to get Dormy medical attention. The villains can fight each other for now. Another strike sent Muscular flying as the fight continued and shook the ground. With a press of his thumb, the beacon was activated and he continued his crawl. I just have to pray that one of the top 10 shows up to deal with her or she leaves afterward. When he got close enough, Torrential blearily looked at Tidal Wave. Izumi. Her shoulders twitched, but her arms lay helplessly beside her. Her visor was broken enough that Tidal Wave could see her eye, hazy and unfocused as she tried to keep herself awake. Pulling himself from yet more rubble, Muscular started to laugh like the madman he was. I thought from how small you were that I could just play around. Guess I was wrong, huh? The muscles on his arms and torso expanded grotesquely, easily tripling in size compared to how they were earlier as he aimed his fist down the whole road. With Baser between him and Water Hose, Muscular saw an opportunity. Now I have to get serious. The tension in his limb was tearing through his own tendons, only to have them link back together and tie themselves in knots just to remain attached. In all, Muscular was looking less human and more like a hulking behemoth of flesh. I'll kill you all in one hit. The punch that flew forward caused a shockwave strong enough to tear the concrete up from the ground. Chunks of pavement and buildings flew back, tearing their way through structures and collecting more as the attack leveled the area. By all rights, the two heroes should have been thrown through the air with little effort. Instead, they stared at the black portal that formed between them and the villain, Tidal Wave watching as the debris flew around them. When the winds finally died down, the portal closed and Baser wasn't anywhere to be seen. Muscular himself was laughing as he looked at the destruction caused, until a manicured hand landed on his shoulder, and Baser's face leaned in, now sporting 6 stars on her cheeks. I thought I told you killing wasn't allowed. The sound of her crop hitting something echoed through the area before the remains of the signs that had once been on the buildings came together into a mass of steel beams and lights. The monster formed from them looked like a caricature of Gomen, clad in BDSM gear as it stood over the muscled villain. In an instant, it slammed an open hand down onto Muscular, beating him into the pavement and forming a crater with his body. When the hand stopped and Muscular found himself beaten and bloody underneath the palm of the Skyavo, he just laughed as he pushed against it. You think this can stop me? My quirk lets me enhance my muscles to the point that my skin can't even contain them. I can easily break this. Humming, Base floated in the air and sat back on an imaginary chair, crossing her legs as she put a finger to her chin. True, but want to know something important about muscles? There was a low hum building in the air that made muscular and water hose pause. All along the sky of O's arm, sparks were slowly moving down towards the palm, and a glow was beginning to emit from the wires and lights on it. Base finally smiled again as she leered down at the fallen villain. They can be stimulated by electric shocks. Electricity started to course through Muscular's body, and he convulsed on the ground, screaming in pain. All his extra muscles were tearing themselves apart as he writhed on the ground. Base had the Sky of O pause its attack for a moment, just to check and see how Muscular was doing, before having it continue to torture him. When she could safely say that Muscular was unconscious from the pain, Base tusked as she floated away from him. The Sky of O was dispelled and turned back into the destroyed sign from the building, crashing into the ground in a shower of metal. All that talk, and he gets brought down by a few neon signs. Pathetic. Base then turned her gaze over to the fallen heroes, and Tidal Wave did his best to guard his wife. Stay back. Now, I'm not here to fight you all, at least not today anyway, Base said with a sigh, crossing her arms. The evil magical girl pouted a bit as she glanced over her shoulder at the unconscious Muscular. I wasn't even here to fight in the first place. I just came to watch and learn. But the uncivilized gorilla behind me just couldn't behave himself and went too far. Sighing, she shrugged a bit and started to fly up into the air. Ashamed too. I just wanted to see if the heroes in Osaka were up to par. Guess this trip was a bust. I didn't even get to buy some souvenirs. It was as she started to open a portal that Tidal Wave shouted up at her. Wait. Seeing her pause and look back down at him, the hero swallowed nervously and clenched a fist. Who are you? A smaller smile crossed her face that almost made Tidal Wave see someone innocent, as she placed a hand over her chest. Base, leader of Enormita. She turned back to the hero and put a hand on her chin. I'll be sure to visit Osaka again sometime, though hopefully with it more intact afterward. As she faded into the portal, Base gave the duo a small wave. Tuh. And with that, all that remained on that beaten and battered road were Water Hose and the slumbering Titan. The adrenaline coursing through the heroes was starting to fail, and Torrential was starting to shake. Dormy, Tidal Wave shouted as he clutched at her shoulders. Dormy, it's going to be all right. He glanced up when he heard the sounds of footsteps approaching, and saw more heroes incoming. Get a medical team over here, ASAP. His vision swam for a moment as he glanced back down at his leg and realized that the rebar sticking through him had torn further into his thigh as he'd crawled. Get medical. Tidal Wave lost consciousness as the blood loss finally caught up to him. The second Izumi got home, she shed her transformation and rushed to the bathroom to throw up. Venita was hovering nearby, just watching as she emptied her stomach. Water Hose wasn't just defeated by that guy, they were brutalized. She could still see the bone fragments tearing their way through the limbs of the Water Hose duo as they lay on the ground in agony. Seeing them like that didn't make her feel good like her own outings as a villain. She only felt a twisting nausea in her gut, and something else burning behind it. It had taken everything she'd had to not break character and rush to aid the two. Even then, she still sort of did by fighting in a rank villain. A rank? Just what the hell had she been thinking? Muscular was known to make his victims die in the most painful ways just to satisfy his wants. And she just played with him like a cat with a toy. She sat there at the toilet, just panting as she stared down at the mess she'd made, letting the anxiety slowly bleed out of her. Clenching her teeth, Izumi's fist collided with the seat of the toilet as she growled. I hate this. Her breathing grew hoarse as she ran a hand through her hair, gripping her curls and pulling. Her uneasiness no longer had room in her head as she felt that burning feeling again. That stupid muscle-bound psycho. He went too far and ruined everything. Izumi stood up and stumbled slightly into the sink, gripping onto the porcelain to steady herself. Even on the white surface, she could still see Water Hose's mangled limbs. Those kinds of injuries, unless a lot of quirks were used, which was insanely expensive, usually were career-ending for any hero. They're so injured that Water Hose will probably retire after this. I didn't even get to see them fight. I wanted to see their quirks in action. Shouldn't we be rooting for a villain to win? Venita asked as they floated nearby. We're the bad guys after all. Izumi snapped a finger towards the mascot and snarled. Just because we're villains doesn't mean I have no standards, Venita. She took a moment to breathe and ran a hand down her face. I can't improve a hero if they're a corpse. It defeats the purpose entirely. Shrugging, the mascot just flew over to the tub and sat down on the edge. If you say so. You did make a few good portals while fighting though. Made for some clever dodging, I guess, Izumi muttered as she slumped against the wall. The cold wall pressed against her back and mimicked the feeling she'd had when Muscular was about to kill Water Hose. She'd made that portal out of reflex when she saw him swinging at her with that ungodly amount of muscles behind it. I'm pretty sure that was done so easily because I was transformed. I wasn't even paying attention to the process to figure it out more. Seriously, how fast was that guy? I don't know if the hit would have done anything with all the other ones I've blocked. But with a fist coming at me like a bullet train, I didn't want to test it. Venita waved their sleeves again and excitedly cheered. That dodging should also make the heroes believe you're vulnerable to any attacks they send your way. That should give you an element of surprise during your future fights. Thinking it over for a moment, Izumi realized that Venita had a point. Up until then, she'd been blocking attacks and casually sweeping through some heroes' assaults. If heroes believed she could be hurt with enough force, they'd likely send more notable heroes after her, which means there would be more coverage of the fights. I'll admit you have a point there. If anything, it should get more attention towards me, and I can use that to help set up Himiko's debut. Now that was another part that made her worry. If she was in the middle of a fight with a really powerful hero, Himiko might not be as prepared as she needed to be. The last thing Izumi wanted was to get Himiko hurt just to help her debut. Maybe something local here in Musutafu, or maybe somewhere else with some mid-tier heroes. I wonder if Himiko has any preferences. With Izumi descending into her typical mutter storms, Venita watched on curiously. It's only been a few days, yet you're making more progress as a villain than Hiragi did in that time. Why is that? Oh, how they couldn't wait to find out the answer. In an office looking over Tokyo, a lone woman looked out the window over the sprawling city. On her desk, several reports were spread out depicting the same villain in all her glory. Her hands were held behind her back, and when the door opened, she didn't even look at the worker that entered. How long before Project M is ready? The man behind her swallowed nervously as he looked through his papers. Madam President, you only authorized us to pursue this plan 2 days ago. Even with the research we currently have, it will take at least a week before we have a viable prototype. I expect you to have a working product done by the end of tomorrow. Failure is not allowed. She snapped, glaring at him over her shoulder. Seeing him cowering, she looked back to the city and eyed a few heroes walking around. You have permission to use Subject Pills Idol and Subject Spectra. They've been disappointing with their results as of late. Bowing hastily, the man's shoulders shook as he quickly fled the room. Why yes, Madam President. I'll inform R&D immediately. Alone once again, the woman turned away from the window and picked up one of her reports. She glared down at the image of the villain. From the photo, Maja Baser smiled back, taunting her without even being aware. Maja Baser, the HPSC's president, clenched her fist around the image, crushing the photo with a sneer. It doesn't matter if you're the real one or not. I won't allow your antics to disrupt the control I have over this country. The following day, Water Hose retiring from heroics and the defeat of Muscular at the hands of a newly named villain was all the country could talk about. Channel after channel, several variations of the same story were played, almost all ending with the same clip pulled from Tidal Wave's body camera. Now the whole of Japan had a name for its newest villain, Maja Baser, and the knowledge that she was a leader of a new organization of villains. It was so thoroughly clogging the news that actively trying to avoid the news was nearly impossible. So, as Himiko and Izumi sat inside Knack Base, the blonde was giving the phone a deadpan stare as Izumi was sweating bullets. Himiko turned to look at Izumi, and the girl couldn't even meet her gaze. I thought we were working on my debut. Blushing profusely, Izumi buried her face in her hands and bowed. I'm sorry. I was sitting at home and got bored, so I tried to teleport to Osaka when Venita told me there was a hero fight happening. And then I tried to spy on the heroes, and then Muscular happened, and I got so mad at him for hurting them so much, and I'm sorry. Well then, Maja Baser, leader of Enormita, when are you going to introduce the rest of Enormita? Himiko sassed as she put her hands on her hips that Izumi was trying not to stare at. You know, all one of me. The whine that escaped Izumi echoed through Knack Base. When she was able to pull her hands away from her blisteringly heated face, Izumi couldn't bring herself to look at Himiko. I really am sorry, Himi-chan. I got carried away when... Izumi's mind instantly flashed back to that battlefield in a blur of red, white, and black. That burning feeling pulsed through her again, but she fought back the bile threatening to escape her throat and shook her head. She had to focus. She came to Knack Base today for a reason, damn it. Taking a breath, Izumi looked up and saw the slightly confused eyes of Himiko. Do you think you're ready to see the detective? Himiko jolted a bit before rubbing her arm and looking away. I'm still really nervous, but yeah, I think I am. We should go to my place then. Mom's currently at work, and I was told to stay away from the school while the police are investigating. Standing up, Izumi held out her star and concentrated. It took less time than before to find her core, but it was still slower than she'd like outside of being Maja Baser. She pushed more, but her thoughts started to wander again. I wonder what heroes they got involved with. The detective didn't say if there would be any, but it was rather bluntly implied to be a possibility. If I asked, I wonder if he'd tell. A snap of Himiko's fingers next to her ear made Izumi jump. Zuzu-chan, focus. Sputtering as she flailed her free hand and almost lost concentration, Izumi's wide eyes shot to Himiko. Zizuzu-chan. Yep. Himiko threw up a finger and smiled deviously. It's your new nickname. If I'm going to be your second in command, then I get nickname privileges. No takebacks. At least it's a better name than Deku. The thought made something ache inside Izumi's chest before she looked away and refocused on the star and her magic. Let's just get going. Himiko looked at her with a wide, fanged grin as she put a hand to her lips. Is someone embarrassed? Or is there something you don't want me to see? Sighing as she put a hand to her face, Izumi just pushed more magic into the star and sent the portal to her room. This is going to be a long day, isn't it? At the same time as Enormita's banter and playful bullying, the UA was having 3 different girls focusing on their schooling. The 3 were set up in the common room their dorms had, laptops open and connected to the school's servers. Typing away at the assignment given to them, Momo was thriving. It's a wonderful change of pace to have some coursework that challenges me. My tutors try their best, but even they don't hold a candle to Nezu-sensei. Looking up from her work, Momo's eyes sparkled with excitement. What about you two? I'm doing all right, considering this is way past what I was studying before. Kyoka took a moment to lean back and roll her neck, grimacing until a small pop was felt. How are you taking it, Ochako? At the lack of answer, both she and Momo shared a glance before tapping Ochako's shoulder. Ochako. What the two got was a dead-eyed stare as Ochako's head turned to face them. Brain, melt, help. Huffing, Kyoka crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at the sight. Geez, you dominate the physical tests, but can't do a literature assignment. Ochako slumped in her seat and stared at her laptop dejectedly, hands running through her hair. I can't help it. I was only in the top 10 in my class. I'm sure even Murasaki-san would have trouble with this, and he was our top student. Nezu-sensei is a demon. I could help you study if you want. Momo came to Ochako's side and excitedly held her hands. A study session with friends sounds like so much fun. Stunned at the sudden change in Momo's location within the room, it took Ochako a second before she started crying tears of relief and joy. She pulled Momo into a hug and pressed her face into the girl's stomach. Thank you so much, Momo-chan. You are the best. Kyoka's amusement turned from Ochako to Momo. You sound more excited about that than Ochako does. I guess I am. At least a little, Momo said with a small blush, all while trying to get Ochako to let go of her waist. The 3 of them couldn't study if she was trapped in a bear hug, and Ochako's pinky fingers were getting dangerously close to touching her. Once she was pried off Momo, Ochako paused to think of something before leaning towards Momo. Hey, Momo, I was wondering. The gravity girl pointed at Momo with a smile. You're filthy rich, aren't you? While Momo sputtered in shock, Kyoka just laughed at the two. Geez, Ochako, be more blunt, why don't you? Well, you're not wrong, Momo confirmed as she fidgeted in her seat, before looking at the two, but please don't let my status change how you treat me. The 2 girls responded with a set of bright and assuring smiles, making the heiress sigh in relief. With that small fear settled, she started to ponder some ideas. These dorms were nice, but they felt small to her. Oh, but if we're having study sessions, maybe I can convince Nezu to let us study at my family home. That would be just perfect. Her family's manor had more than enough space to feel comfortable, and she couldn't wait to properly introduce her. Friends, teammates, it didn't matter, she still wanted them to meet her mother. I wonder if I can convince mother to open up the hall. Meanwhile, Kyoka and Ochako were both latching onto more specific details. Did she say hall? Unaware of how she was affecting the 2 girls with her planning, Momo charged on. What kind of tea are you two partial to? My family is partial to Harold's or Wedgwood, so if you have any preferences let me know. The sound of something thudding on the floor made Momo squeal in surprise as she and Kyoka both looked down at the freshly face-planted Ochako. Ochako, are you all right? So, bourgeois. Ochako's muffled words echoed through the carpet as she lay stiff as a board. Sighing, Kyoka put a hand on her face and lazily gestured the other one to the fallen magical girl in her natural habitat. And you broke her. Momo just hid her face in her hands and blushed profusely. I'm sorry. The 3 girls all stayed like that for a moment, before starting to laugh one by one. None of them were sure who laughed first, but it didn't matter. The silliness of the moment was infectious as their laughter echoed through the dorm. Momo was enjoying the moment the most, even if she wasn't sure why she was laughing so much. It felt strangely freeing to simply talk with these 2 instead of trying to uphold her family's image against her mother's antics and father's absence. The peaceful atmosphere was broken when an unsettling feeling pulsed over the 3 of them. The girls were all on alert as Ochako got up off the ground and looked around along with her friends. Hey, did you girls feel something? Nodding nervously, Kyoka focused on keeping her jacks from flicking in the air. Yeah, what do you think that was? I don't know. I felt it last night too, but then it disappeared shortly after. Momo looked down and thought, hand on her chin and eyes narrowing. Next thing I know is the news is blowing up about that incident in Osaka. just as quickly as it started. The feeling was gone and the three girls felt like a weight was off their shoulders. Osaka frowned as she rubbed at her head. Gone already. A contemplative hum escaped Momo as she pondered the incidents. Her head jerked upward as a possibility came to mind. It was such a simple one too. A common trope in so many of the magical girl shows she watched. Could it be? The other two girls shared a look before Kyoka started twirling a jack. What? Momo looked over at her friends with a serious glint in her eyes. I think we were detecting that villain using her powers. We seen do that. Osaka shouted as she jumped back, jaw dropped. She was so startled her Kansai accent was starting to bleed into her voice. Nodding, Momo raised a finger as she thought back on her last binge-watching research session. It's common in the shows I used to watch. If something evil showed up, the magical girls had a form of sixth sense to detect it. She glanced at the windows and pointed at the semi-translucent barrier that was formed around the school. I believe Fat Sen placed that barrier to prevent that villain from detecting us in the same way. Kyoka sat back down on the couch and continued to fiddle with her jacks. What did she call herself on the news? Maja Baser. Raising an eyebrow, Osaka rubbed her chin. What does that even mean? Oh no, the Maja part is supposed to mean magic, but what's a Baser? It's French for kiss, Momo answered before starting to blush a bit, though, when used as a verb it's a rather derogatory term for sex. Grimacing, Kyoka blushed a bit inside. Considering how she's dressed like a succubus, that's rather fitting in a gross way. Do you think we're going to have to fight her? Osaka started to grip her sleeves as she looked towards her friends. It's kinda soon, isn't it? Shaking her head, Momo sat down and pulled her laptop closer. Let's focus on our schoolwork for now. If we are needed, I'm sure Midnight Sensei will come get us. The other two gave the heiress a nod before doing the same. Even as they returned to their schoolwork, that uneasy feeling born not of dark magic but of their nerves refused to go away. However, there was one thought that came to mind for one of them, so Kyoka turned her head to ask, Hey, Osaka, what's with the accent? It keeps coming and going. I'm trying not to sound like a country girl all the time. People keep giving me looks when I talk. The Midoriya apartment was quiet, even as a portal of darkness tore open in Izumi's bedroom. Sticking her head through and looking around, Izumi stepped out of the portal and proceeded to check if anyone else was there. Once she was sure they were alone, she went back to the portal and called out, Okay, the coast is clear. Himiko jumped through and landed with a soft clack of her shoes before looking around and whistling. Wow, that is a lot of all might. Face flushed, Izumi just looked away and held a hand to her face as she closed the portal. See, can we please focus on the task at hand? Sure, but in the living room. I think half the posters here are trying to eat my soul. Himiko quipped as she reached down to take off her shoes. Izumi looked at the poster of All Might that she had on her door. The man's grinning visage and the words anyone can be a hero mocked her as she felt the urge to throw something through his face. She shook the thought away and opened the door for Himiko. It's not that bad. And I'm planning on getting rid of some of these, actually. That made Himiko blink in surprise. Really? Izumi nodded wordlessly and walked out of the room. Himiko quick on her heels. I guess I get it. This much merchandise is probably worth a fortune. It's like a shrine to All Might in there. The two made it to the living room's couch and sat down. Izumi started to get lost in her mind as memories unwanted started to echo again. It kinda is, isn't it? Izumi couldn't lie to herself. That room was a shrine. A shrine to a man she practically worshipped as a god and prayed that somehow he would help make her dreams of heroism come true, even though he didn't know her in the slightest. Yet when she finally met the man in person, he was just as fallible as every other person she'd known in life. He crushed her dreams using callous words laced with a facade of kindness and a jaded heart. I should have expected nothing less. False gods never uphold their claims. Izumi didn't even realize she'd started crying until Himiko was sitting in front of her and putting a hand on her cheek. Zuzu-chan, startling out of her spiral, Izumi quickly wiped off her face and slapped on a smile. As sorry if I'm worrying you. I am not sure why, but my emotions have been all over the place lately, and yesterday didn't help. It was clear as day that Himiko wasn't buying that, so Izumi hastily got up and started for the kitchen in a rush. I'll explain later. I'm going to call the detective. I think Mom put his card in the kitchen. Himiko stayed in the living room, concern hitting her for a moment before a wave of bloody anger started to build. She didn't know why, but Izumi was upset by something, and she wanted to stab whatever it was. It didn't help that it might be something she couldn't stab outright, which would make doing the deed all the harder. Izumi was too kind to be harboring that kind of sadness, and Himiko wouldn't allow it. So if she couldn't stab it, she'd do the next best thing and smother Izumi to shit with as much affection as she could. Before that train of murderous thought could continue, however, Izumi returned and sat down next to Himiko on the couch. I had to leave a message. I guess he's busy right now. Himiko narrowed her eyes for a moment. Izumi was gone way longer than needed to leave a message that she was there and ready to be questioned. It was also clear that Izumi had wiped her face down to try and remove the traces of tears she had. She needed to do something to get Izumi's mind away from whatever was bothering her. So looking back down the hallway for a moment, Himiko thought it over before looking to Izumi and nudging her shoulder. When she did have the girl's attention, she pointed awkwardly down the hall and looked away. "Would you like some help to take those posters down?" The smile she got back was watery, but more genuine than the mask Izumi was wearing earlier. "Sure, thank you, Himi-chan." As the two headed down the hallway, Himiko swore she would never let a false mask take over Izumi's face. Himiko would cut the hands off anyone who tried to force one on her new best friend. At the Musutafu Police Department, Detective Tsukauchi was nursing his 5th cup of coffee and looking at the documents that had been emailed to him. He'd asked Nezu to help with this case yesterday, and the principal was fulfilling his end beyond his usual efficiency. It was clear as day someone had pissed off the Chimera, and Nezu had, as an intelligence-based investigative hero, the authority to use any means available to acquire evidence for a case. This included but wasn't limited to hacking into a school's databases and security systems. It was an authority he used liberally when a school was being investigated, which normally resulted in any case against schools deliberately not being given to him, and Nezu joining in any way once he caught a whiff of it. So when he was brought in willingly, the Stoat delivered, and then some. Proof of doctored grades across the whole school, ranking students based on their quirks' combat ability and heroic potential instead of their academic performance, goading students into confrontations, turning a blind eye to the violence the teachers didn't start. It was all there. The CCTV cameras that the school had were also tampered with before Nezu's hacking, leaving gaps in their recordings that the Stoat was thankfully able to restore. Whoever had messed with the cameras thought simply deleting the footage was enough. The worst detail of it all was that the vast majority of the lost footage captured the degradation and abuse happening to the school's one and only quirkless student, Midoriya Izumi. Months' worth of footage showed her getting used as a test dummy by classmates, tripped when passing too close to certain students, grabbed by her hair and dragged into the girls' washroom, and being jumped in the hallways, to name a few. He didn't want to think about the recording from a few days ago, one where her most frequent abuser made the poor girl snap. The footage had no audio, but he could see the broken and twisted smile on her face as she laughed. Tsukauchi couldn't believe the extent to which the school was mired in the bullying of a single student. It was like the staff themselves had some personal vendetta against a girl they'd only seen in person for 3 years. It didn't make any damn sense. He'd dealt with his fair share of quirkist people before, but this was to an extreme he didn't think possible. Sense or not, there was one sure thing. This school was about to be raided, and the police station was looking at processing at least 4 dozen new junior villains alongside the older staff. From how much quirk usage was shown in the bullying, which escalated the charges to quirked assault, at minimum 5 heroes were going to be on site too, with one spot already being claimed by Nezu's involvement. Tsukauchi was reasonably expecting the other 4 to be tied to the UA as well. Taking a look at his coffee, Tsukauchi sighed. "If only I could put alcohol in you right now. Tempting as it is, you know you're not allowed to drink on the job." A cat-headed officer smirked as he walked into the room and looked at his partner. "So, how bad is this one?" Sighing again, Tsukauchi turned his monitor to face his partner, Tamakawa Sansa, and let him read. "I already sent word of this to the chief with what I've gone through. We're looking at a full raid. The involvement of 5 heroes minimum, enough buses to cart away the entirety of the staff minus the school librarian, and at least 48 students minimum entering juvenile prison by the end of this. More of any additional students try to fight us." Tamakawa's whiskers fell as he continued to read through all the evidence. "I thought you said this was a school." "It is," Tsukauchi said grimly, turning the monitor back to keep looking through everything. There were still a few recordings from the security that he'd yet to watch, so he pulled up the principal's office to see if he could spot anything. A small murp slipped out of Tamakawa as he raised an eyebrow at Tsukauchi. "Why's the librarian being left out?" Tsukauchi dutifully suppressed a smirk as he tapped a list of names off to the side. One name was left untouched while the rest all had circles on them. "From what I'm seeing in the recordings so far, the library was the one place that certain students could flee to since the librarian refused to allow anything to happen inside that wasn't supposed to. That can change though if I find evidence on her outside of that room." He stared at the recording playing on his monitor as the Aldera principal walked through his office. "For the rest of the staff, we're just waiting on warrants for their arrests and for a raid team to be assembled. No judge in the country would be able to look at this and not issue a warrant," Tamakawa said with a horrified shudder. "I know we've seen some messed up stuff, but this is insane." He was about to nod in agreement when something caught his eye in the recording. Tsukauchi suddenly shot up out of his seat and stared intently at the screen, shocking Tamakawa and making the feline officer yowl. He paid him no mind though, and quickly paused the recording and rewound it a few seconds. Zooming in on his screen, he felt a bit of ice going through his veins and swallowed thickly. "Sansa, are you seeing what I am?" Tamakawa took a second to look at the screen and his ears folded back. A hiss was building in the back of his throat and the officer turned and bit back a curse. "This just went well over our jurisdiction." In the recording, that excuse of a principal was on screen, sitting in his office, and casually reading a book. The problem came from what book he was reading, and the fact the man felt comfortable enough in his office to read on camera. It was none other than a copy of Destro's Liberation War, a book that had been outlawed due to the quirk extremist views it propagated. "I need to inform the chief about this." Tsukauchi quickly shut his monitor off before he and Tamakawa both rushed out of the office. They didn't even get down the hall before the chief was walking towards them with a look of pure anger in his eyes. The chief scowled as he headed to the station's front desk. Seeing the chief marching towards him, Officer Hanadaka tried to get up and run before getting grabbed and slammed onto his desk. He struggled for a moment until he found his hands put in cuffs. "Hanadaka Nabu, you are under arrest for aiding and abetting in several acts of child abuse and accepting bribes as a member of law enforcement." The station had fallen silent as the cuffed officer was pulled up. Frog marching the now swearing former officer, the chief quickly had him heading to the holding cells. "Someone get him processed and remove his gear. As for the rest, everyone get ready to move out. The warrants were approved, and the heroes have been briefed. We have a school to arrest." 2 officers came and grabbed Hanadaka's arms before dragging him away. When Tsukauchi started to approach the chief, he eyed the detective for a moment before nodding. "Whatever you need to tell me can be done en route." Sansa and Tsukauchi both nodded as they joined the throng of police getting prepared. Neither noticed Tsukauchi's phone had been left on his desk and missed the call from Izumi minutes later. The atmosphere in Aldera was, in a word, tense. While the staff went about their days normally, the student body was starting to become unsettled. Word of a certain student's mental snap had spread like wildfire due to the rumor mill, and her continued absence only worsened it. The effects the tale had on the student body were varied. Some believed that it was a load of crap, as there was no way the stupid and quiet quirkless girl had any backbone at all. Someone probably made it up just to get some attention or make everyone look at the useless girl as a distraction. Others were indifferent, not caring what happened to her in the first place and shrugging it off as another day in Aldera. The girl likely wasn't the first person this school had pushed to the edge, so why should they worry about some quirkless kid joining in on the statistics? With the further news that Bakugo, the top dog himself, had told her to kill herself, they were sure she'd probably done just that. Then there were the few who'd seen it firsthand, who'd heard the broken laughter cutting through the air like shards of glass, who'd seen mania in her eyes and the blood pouring out of her arm and side, who'd felt the pure hatred coming from her denouncement of a friendship long dead. Those students were filled with a level of fear that they'd never thought possible. Their numbers had held a few who were incensed by the incident when it happened, but now they worried about what the girl would do. Did she take that bastard's advice? Is she planning something in revenge? If so, would she care who hurt her or would she unleash that anger they witnessed indiscriminately? They'd seen glimpses of her notes on everyone. How easily could she turn those idle observations into methods to enact retribution? Then there was Bakugo. Bakugo was getting annoyed by how all the damn extras kept tiptoeing around him like he was a god villain. Just who the fuck did these losers think they were? He was the next #1 hero. He'd be beating their worthless asses when they inevitably became villains anyway, so who cared if he started early? And so what if Deku hasn't been here in days? It wasn't the first fucking time the stupid bitch skipped classes because she couldn't take a hit. They all laughed about it before, so why the fuck did they care what that useless bitch did or didn't do? As long as she stayed the fuck out of his way, Deku could rot in a damn hole for all he cared. It didn't help that his old hag kept giving him this unsettled look after she got a call from Auntie. There wasn't even any yelling, just that damn stare and a silent dinner. 2 fucking days of that shit and it was pissing him off. Anyone who said he was nervous was a fucking liar. So as the teacher droned on and continued the lessons, acting as if Deku never existed and looking smug about it, Bakugo just focused on the material. It didn't matter if one problem to his perfect origin story was gone and a new one kept butting its head in. He wouldn't be getting into UA. If his grades were shit, people didn't just get invited in. Even the best had to earn it. And he knew above all else that he was the best. Izumi stood on her bed as she reached up and slid the scraper behind the poster on her ceiling. Himiko stood next to her bed, hands on Izumi's legs to help steady her. Admittedly, Izumi was a little bit distracted from the feeling of Himiko's hands on her thighs, as was Himiko, but making sure the poster came off the wall perfectly intact was more important right now for at least one of them. With a small push, the scraper got the adhesive off the ceiling and the poster started to peel away. She slid the scraper along the edges, taking extra care to prevent any tears from forming. As soon as it was off, Himiko let go of Izumi and picked up the poster, rolling it up and shoving it into a poster tube. And that's the last one. The two stood and looked at the now bare walls. There was hardly anything remaining outside of a few magical girl pictures, a couple of posters of Midnight in MahoAko, and a figurine set for the Wild Pussycats. The faded paint from where there hadn't been a poster dotted around the whole room and made Izumi grimace. I'm going to have to repaint the walls in here. Maybe the ceiling too. She sighed and reached over to where most of her old merchandise was piled up and started moving it to her closet. Hey, Zuzu-chan. Izumi paused and looked over her shoulder. Himiko had a strange look on her face and sat down on Izumi's bed, patting the mattress next to her. You said earlier that your emotions were out of whack? Yeah. Izumi flinched before rubbing her arm and sitting down next to Himiko on the bed. Yeah, it's been really weird. There are times I'm sure I should be feeling one thing, but instead I feel something completely different. She glanced down at her hand and stared deeply into her palm, picturing her star sitting there. My first day as a magical girl had so much happen that day, and I think I'm still processing most of it. I mean, I went from being late to class to public humiliation from my teacher, too. She had to pause and take a breath. Her shaky hands fell from view, but she felt someone grabbing onto them. Her words came like a whisper in the wind. To being told to kill myself. Okay, who do I need to stab? Himiko growled out as she itched to grab her knives from her sleeves. She would have done so immediately, but Izumi feeling comfortable was more important right now, if only by a single spot on the list of important. A somber chuckle echoed in the room as Izumi let her fingers tighten around the grip Himiko had on them. Please don't stab anyone, she chided before pausing and putting a finger on her chin. At least not fatally or as you transformed. That could pretty much be part of your gimmick. I still don't know what kind of magic you have when transformed and that would be succul or configuring out. Himiko poked Izumi between the eyes, cutting her muttering off before frowning a bit and puffing her cheeks. The pouch she gave Izumi was something the green girl thought was adorable. Fine, but I call dibs on teaching a lesson to the douche canoe who said it. The image of Bakugo's face on the front of a canoe made out of an actual douche broke a startled laugh out of Izumi as she collapsed into Himiko. The young girl didn't even notice the blush that erupted out of the little vampire as her face was unknowingly mushed into the side of her friend's boobs for a moment or two. By the time Izumi stopped laughing, she had to regain control of her lungs. I needed that. Once she finally could breathe normally again, she looked over to Himiko. So, after finally getting out of school, the next thing I know, I find a strange star in the koi pond, and on the way home I get saved from some slime villain by All Might himself. Excitement had tried to bleed into her at that moment but quickly died off as the memories continued. Then he crushed my dreams in a few sentences. Suppressing a growl, Himiko glared over at the pile of All Might merchandise she'd helped remove. It looked like stabbing was still on the table, but only for most of the problems. All Might was a hard contender for a knife to deal with. It'd probably break on his muscles or something. I know from a logical standpoint that he was just trying to keep me safe. Izumi's smile was melancholic as she continued and Himiko focused back on the topic. I'm just some random quirkless girl who hadn't done any training in her life besides taking notes. Why would someone who's fought countless villains just go puffing out her chest? Izumi started doing her All Might impression. Sure. Charge forward into a world of constant fighting and violence. You can do it if you believe in yourself. She dropped her face and sighed as she put her head in her hand. That's not fair for anyone. A tear trailed down her cheek as she gripped onto her arm. But it doesn't change the fact that it hurt. It hurt so much. I'd put so much hope into the thought that if someone, if anyone, would have faith I could be a hero, it would be him. Himiko raised an eyebrow at that. You wanted to be a hero. Nodding, Izumi looked forward at the TV's black screen, staring her reflection in the eye. Yeah, I did. All the people who get stepped on and ignored. The ones who were abandoned and forgotten. I wanted to be a hero for the people like them. She looked down at her knees and smiled softly. Like me. A scowl crossed Izumi's face as she stood up and started pacing around the room. Then that little shit Venita showed up and tricked me into transforming for the first time. I thought I'd be able to go the magical girl route of heroics and ended up with a bunch of heroes trying to arrest me instead. She stopped her stride and threw her arms in the air indignantly. The worst part was that I'd only just transformed and was trying to quit the gig. But no, they showed up a minute later and caused nobody's seen a magical girl in fucking centuries. They assumed I was a villain and went on the offensive. On one hand, Himiko found sassy Izumi adorable. On the other, she was doing her best to keep up with the constantly flipping emotions but wasn't able to form a proper response. The best she could come up with sounded pathetic, even to her. Ouch, I didn't even get a chance to explain myself. Izumi ranted on, not even hearing Himiko at that moment. That jerk Kamui Woods just started going off like a chunai just out of the primary, and Death Arms just went along with it, panting as her emotional dumping finally came to an end. Izumi sighed and flopped back onto the couch next to Himiko. At least Mount Lady had a moment to pause and question the situation, so she has some points in my book, and it was kind of fun in the end. The two sat in silence for a time after that. Himiko was unsure of how to respond to half the things Izumi just unloaded on her, outside of the desire to maim certain people. So, she tried to focus on one specific detail that stuck and see if it would help cheer up her friend. Did he really act like a chunyai? Izumi was about to devolve into another rant when there was a knock at the door. The two girls shared a glance before Izumi went to answer. The detective would have called, right. So who was at the door? Her mother wouldn't have knocked and just come right inside. And the majority of her neighbors ignored her as just another resident. So cracking open the door, Izumi glanced outside to see who it was and was startled a bit to see who it was. Auntie, ashen blonde hair and messier spikes than normal, puffy, crimson-red eyes, and an uncharacteristically somber frown made Bakugo Mitsuki look awful. When Izumi opened the door, the woman's eyes drifted over to her and she gave a soft smile. Hey there, kiddo. Isn't Ko home? Of all the things she'd been expecting to happen today, she hadn't foreseen her aunt and all but blood arriving. Whenever their families met up for any celebration, be it holidays or birthdays, they did so at a restaurant or other public place. It was partly because of what her mother said happened the last time either of them had gone to the other's home. According to her mother, Katsuki had set the curtains on fire when he got too excited. Izumi couldn't remember the last time the Bakugo family had visited their home. So to say Izumi was stunned by Bakugo Mitsuki suddenly coming to her home would be an understatement. It took the poor girl a moment to realize she hadn't answered her aunt and lowered her head a bit. And no, she's at work. Mitsuki deflated a bit more as a sigh left the woman and her eyes looked to the ground. Concern started to build in Izumi's chest as she swallowed nervously. Is everything all right? Aye. Mitsuki's voice faltered as her throat closed up. To Izumi's shock, Mitsuki bowed deeply, her body trembling as she did. I'm so sorry, Izumi. Taken aback, Izumi's hands danced in front of her as she tried to process what was happening. What are you apologizing for? Please, why you don't need to bow. Mitsuki stood back up and the tears running down her face were on full display. Izumi, your mother called me while you were asleep yesterday. She told me about the shit your fucking school put you through. What? Mitsuki's breath hitched for a moment before a shuddering sigh slipped out of her. What my son probably had a hand in putting you through. Oh, Izumi couldn't say anything else. What could she say? Grabbing at her cardigan, Mitsuki looked away from Izumi. Masaru wasn't able to join me, so we agreed to have me come for the both of us. Closing her eyes, Mitsuki bowed deeply again. We're deeply sorry we failed as parents and weren't able to teach Katsuki better. Mitsuki's head snapped back up and she scowled for a moment, pointing at Izumi, and don't you dare try to defend that little shit. Her face softened again as she looked away. I always thought he just had a temper like mine, and that he was being damn stubborn about opening up to tell us about his friends at school. I should have fucking realized something was off when he refused to talk about you at all. The sight of her aunt, a woman she knew to be full of fire, looking so somber just didn't sit right at all with Izumi. The girl quickly found herself grabbing onto her aunt's shoulders and making her look up at her. Auntie, it's not your Uncle Masaru's fault. Please, don't blame yourselves. The two paused their drama when the sound of a clearing throat came from behind Izumi and Himiko awkwardly waved a hand. I'm not intruding, am I? Izumi's hands quickly released her aunt's shoulders as she started to stammer. Hastily wiping at her eyes, Mitsuki stood upright and looked somewhat mortified. God, I'm such a fuck up right now. You have company and I'm just spilling my shit to you. I can come back later. Izumi almost missed the whispered hopefully as Mitsuki started to turn away. Sorry for disturbing you. Wait. Izumi's hand snapped out again and she grabbed Mitsuki's wrist, stopping the woman. When she looked over her shoulder at the girl, Izumi nervously bit her lip. Would you like some tea? The older woman was stunned for a moment before huffing out a small laugh. Sure, but you better not screw it up again. I still remember the time you managed to use spearmint on accident. The whole park gave us looks when we started choking on our drinks. Izumi's face lit up like a sun as she stammered. Tea, that was one time. Oh, Himiko purred from behind, making Izumi turn around and look at the Cheshire grin on the blonde vampire. Do tell. Her embarrassment started to choke the words in Izumi's throat, and she could only stare aghast before whining. Himi-chan, why? Mitsuki raised an eyebrow as she put her hands on her hips and smiled a bit. Himi-chan, eyes darting between the two conniving blondes, before pouting at the both of them and pointing accusingly. I'm being ganged up on in my own home. This is illegal. Well, someone has to tease you with your mother gone. Mitsuki and Himiko shared a laugh at the poor girl's atomic blush as she darted for the kitchen while shouting about tea. Stepping into the apartment, Mitsuki couldn't stop her smile from becoming somber again. It was, after all, probably the last time she'd be allowed to be anywhere near the Midoriya family. Midnight was pensive as she put her phone away, having just got off a call with Nezu. Her boss had briefed her about this mission yesterday and had managed to get a raid organized in only a few hours. A sigh slipped out of her lips as she put her confident mask back on and turned to her apprentices, watching as Osaka was dragged to the training field, looking like her brain was melting. She'd considered having them join her on this mission to give them a taste of hero work outside of their magical girl mission, but decided it was better for them to keep training for now. However, even as she put on an air of confidence, the three girls felt something was off when they got closer, and Momo looked at her with concern. "Midnight-sensei, is something wrong?" Impressed as she was with their awareness, Midnight still couldn't just tell them outright. They were still needing to figure out their limits before she felt remotely comfortable dragging them into a hero situation. With a wave of her hand, she gave the three an apologetic smile. "It's hero-related, and unfortunately, that means I won't be available to watch over your exercises today." Seeing the concern growing on their faces, Midnight pointed at the floating mascot that was coming closer. "Instead, Vats will be helping you figure out how to channel your magic through the wands you receive to see what kind of form it will take." "Wait, what?" Osaka perked up from her spot on the ground until Kyoka let go of the girl's wrists and let her fall back onto the grass. "Allow me to explain." Vats started as Osaka got back up and shot her teammate a small glare. Vats created a screen next to him and showed them an image of a wand that had no color to the gem. When a magical girl channels her magic into her wand, it usually takes the form of a weapon that best suits her. The wand on the screen gained color, turning pink, before moving to the side and showing a spear the same color. Examples of this were Magia Magenta and her spear, as well as Magia Sulfur and her belts. The wand and weapon on the screen shifted, turning yellow and showing a glowing fist wrapped in studded belts. Though, there were exceptions like Magia Azul, who just formed swords out of ice using her wand as the grip. The display shifted again, showing a blue wand that had ice layering on it to form a blade and guard. The slides moved, showing all three examples next to each other as Vats waved a sleeve at them. This allows any magical girl team to remain unique and versatile in their strengths, something quite important when they were facing threats like Enormita and their monsters. Momo put a hand to her chin as she glanced between the images and her bubbly friend. "Not to be rude, but I don't think a spear suits Osaka that well." Scratching the back of her head, Osaka nodded as well. "Yeah, don't those usually need a lot of finesse to use right? I'm not exactly what you'd call a boxer either." Kyoka flexed her fist a bit as she glanced at the screen. They'd all seen the news, and the various images of the monsters Magia Base had unleashed on the heroes, and now villains, that fought her. Some of them were freaking huge in comparison to them. I mean, how did she fight off enemies like Magia Base with just her fists and a bunch of belts? Vats looked away for a moment, and Momo could have sworn she saw a sweat drop slide down the side of their face. Well, the fists were rather large. Nervously looking at each other, the girls let Kyoka ask the question on their minds. "How big are we talking?" Silence echoed through the training field before Vats spoke up. "They were the size of her torso." Osaka had a shaky smile on her face as she pointed at the image. "See combined, right?" At Vats's silence, she started to sweat a bit. "Right? No, they weren't." The girls were all stunned for a moment before Osaka wildly pointed her arms at the screen. Disbelief clear across her face. Why would she have a fist that big? Vats rubbed the back of their head as they shrugged a bit. She had a lot of frustrations and usually punched them away in her spare time. Her weapon reflected that. "You don't say." Any chance for Osaka to start a one-sided bickering match with the mascot was brought to a halt by Momo clearing her throat. "Back to the matter at hand. You said that it responded to using our magic. I know we figured out flight, but how do we do that?" Midnight shared a glance with Vats before giving the mascot a nod. Watching the girls fall into a discussion with the mascot, Midnight had a small smile that quickly turned to a frown as she turned to walk away. She had work to do. After getting some tea brewed and getting another teasing comment about the mint incident from her auntie, Izumi rejoined the blondes in the living room. From there they'd spent time just talking, mainly Mitsuki asking how Himiko and Izumi met and became friends, as well as elaborating on the spearmint incident, much to the hostess' embarrassment. The older woman was given a small scare at the fact they met on a rooftop, but the two girls promised her it wasn't anything of that nature. Izumi tried at one point to direct the topic of conversation towards the Bakugo's business, curious as to how Uncle Masaru's designs were doing. The change in topic, however, had a different reaction from her aunt than expected. The older woman just looked down at her tea, eyes locked on her reflection before she chuckled. "You know, I used to be almost as bad as Katsuki when I was younger." The younger girls both blinked in surprise as they shared a look. Mitsuki took a drink before she continued, not noticing. "A complete and utter bitch to anyone and everyone. I made so many people's lives hell, lording over them both my parents' money and my looks. It wasn't until your mother had the law looming over my head after I got disowned that I got my act together." Looking up at the girls, Mitsuki had a raised eyebrow as she set her cup down. Funnily enough, it was that fiasco that made us friends after a while. That, and groveling at her feet for over a year. Your mother can be surprisingly dominant when she wants to be. Wow, Izumi whispered as she looked down at her tea and thought. Mom never said anything about that. Her eyebrows furrowed a moment later as some words finally caught up in her brain. Wait, why did Auntie call Mom dominant? Mitsuki looked at the girl with a hint of amusement before her face fell into a somber frown. Izumi, I know you don't blame us, and I thank you for that, but that's not how the public is going to see it. When the girl started to protest, she raised a hand to stop her. A glance at Himiko showed that on some level, the young girl understood where Mitsuki was going with this. It doesn't matter how involved he was, and don't try to say he wasn't. And Ko told me your uniform had been burned. Kiddo, I know he was involved. People are going to see what Katsuki has done. And because he's a minor, the fault is going to land on us too. She ran a hand over her face as she glanced towards the window, fighting back the beating tears in her eyes. Maybe in my case, it's karma finally catching up to me, but Masaru's career depends on our public image. Himiko understood exactly what Mrs. Bakugo was talking about. Her own incident had caused her parents to start getting hate directed at them by her old classmates' families. It was what led to her getting thrown out. Even then, she didn't want to interrupt. So while watching the two talk as she scooted closer to Izumi, Himiko snaked her hand over to hold her friends. When their fingers locked, she gave Izumi's hand a gentle squeeze, and Izumi softly nodded at her in thanks. Taking a breath to steady herself, the older blonde looked fondly at the two girls holding hands. Masaru's already started looking into finding a home in the countryside and is looking at possible ways to liquidate what we have. Hopefully, it will be enough to cover the incoming lawsuits and leave us with something to start over. Mitsuki stood up and sighed, finishing her tea, and went to put it down. Before the cup could meet the table, Mitsuki was surprised by Himiko taking it from her hands and giving her a sad smile. A smile that was quickly returned in kind. That's... Izumi could feel the guilt in her aunt's words as she watched the woman crumbling back to how she was at their door. This had been one of the reasons she hadn't wanted to get Katsuki in trouble for a time. As much as he hurt her, she knew that any retaliation against him would just hurt the rest of the Bakugo family as well. Now she was wondering if she'd unintentionally caused it to pile up to the point it was life-ruining. Will you still call from time to time? Mitsuki chuckled a bit before she walked over and gave Izumi a small but firm hug. I'll have to talk with Inko about that one, but I don't think so. Pulling back from the hug, Mitsuki left a hand on Izumi's shoulder. You're a good kid, Izumi. Don't let any asshole tell you otherwise. Teary-eyed, Izumi nodded and waved to her aunt as she went for the door. Bye, Auntie. Looking over her shoulder one last time, Mitsuki smiled back at the girl. Goodbye, Izumi. The door closed behind her and the two could see Mitsuki's shadow pass over the window a moment later. It may have just been a trick of the light, but Izumi was sure her aunt's shoulders were shaking as she left. Himiko was the one to break the silence shortly after, looking at Izumi as she pulled her knees to her chest and leaned back onto the couch. She was kinda cool. Yeah, Izumi was starting to feel down but smiled nonetheless. Not wanting to sit in silence again, she quickly moved to turn on the TV and see what was on the news. She was immediately floored by the sight of her old school, with clear signs of fighting happening as one of her teachers was throwing a fireball at what looked to be cementos. One of the upper floors had a hole in the side of the building, where the staff and some students were going on the offensive, while others were seen fleeing. There's a hero raid going on at my old school. Himiko, who'd been spacing out a bit, blinked back into reality as she looked at the screen. Really, as the fireball was blocked, the two watched as cementos encased the offending teacher in cement, only for two more to try and attack. One was hit with a scream from Present Mike, and the other got tied up by midnight. Yeah, that's Mr. Dokuwa, the chemistry teacher. I'm pretty sure he's the one who sabotaged my science project last year. The two watched as the fighting continued before Himiko frowned and stood up. Izumi was confused for a moment at the sudden shift before Himiko pulled out her star and smiled. That's it, it's time for debut. Paling at the sight, Izumi shot up from the couch. Wait, trans magia. Himi-chan, wait. A blinding flash took over the room and Izumi had to take a second to adjust her vision back to normal. When she did, she noticed that not only was Himiko halfway through a portal already, but her transformation had triggered her transformation star and she was now standing in her living room as Magia Baser. Stunned as she was, Magia Baser didn't manage to grab onto her subordinate in time, and the portal closed. Standing in her living room, Magia Baser sighed and slapped a hand to her face. I hope I can come up with a decent alibi for her and myself. With a wave of her hand, a second portal opened up, and Magia Baser smiled a bit to herself in amusement. It was time to have some fun with the heroes. A few blocks down the road from Alder, police were donning tactical vests and preparing all the tools they were allowed for the raid. Due to the nature of the location, they weren't allowed the full package of firearms, but they had been allowed their shields and batons. Similarly, the heroes assigned to the mission were also preparing what they hadn't already. However, one hero wasn't adjusting his equipment, as he'd already done so before even entering the building. He was, after all, busy patrolling in the immediate area around the UA, instead of teaching his class. Hard to do that when they were all expelled down to Gen Ed. As such, Aizawa Shouta, pro-hero, Eraserhead, had been somewhat out of the loop regarding his colleagues and their new charges. When Present Mike had casually asked Midnight how her little gaggle of girls was doing, Eraserhead was naturally confused. "You have apprentices. Oh, come off it, Shouta," Present Mike said as he adjusted his directional speaker into place. "They're good kids, and it was a matter of necessity. It'd be rather bad for the only good magical girls in Japan to be arrested for vigilantism." Rolling his eyes, Eraserhead rose from his spot on the wall. "I doubt they're that important," he tactlessly said as he started for the door. "And magic isn't real in the first place. You'd be better off nipping that delusion of theirs before it grows out of control." Midnight wanted to throttle him. Her girls were using something outside of quirks and she'd be damned if it wasn't magic. Sure, they hadn't tested it yet. And Nezu seemed to have doubts about it as well, but Midnight was ready to believe it with how much bullshit those girls were capable of. It had multiple infinity scores, each. A smirk started to grow on her face as she schemed ways to solve both issues at once, but she shelved the idea. As good of a hero as he was, Nimuri couldn't lie to herself about Eraserhead's qualifications as a teacher anymore. Expelling an entire class was more than a step too far, especially when that workload was landing entirely on her and Hisashi. She'd only had her girls for 3 days. And there was no way in hell he was expelling any of them with a bullshit ruse. Not without getting his eyes gouged out, at least. Okay, her opinion was maybe a little biased. "Hey," Present Mike's voice snapped her from her thoughts before they could devolve too far. "You sure you're up for the raid?" Shaking her head clear, Midnight sighed and straightened up. Just an errant thought. She had to remind herself that now wasn't the time for petty interpersonal issues. It was time to be a professional hero. As Midnight left the room, Present Mike felt a twinge of worry. Watching the tension that had started to grow between his friends since the start of the school year was almost torture for him. He hoped this wouldn't cause any issues in the future. It was a gut feeling, but he was sure something big was going to happen soon. Bakugo wasn't sure what it was, but something was fucking off with the teachers. They all kept giving each other this fucking side eye like they were up to something, and it was annoying the shit out of him. Whatever it was, though, as long as it didn't mess with him, he didn't give a fuck in the end. It didn't help make his homeroom stop being more annoying than usual. It was in the middle of homeroom when the teacher walked over and locked the door, making many of the students confused, before blue smoke started to pour through the vents. As the gas started to fill the room, some of the students stiffened suddenly. One girl looked at her friend in confusion, seeing the dull eyes staring forward, before reaching to shake her friend. "Hey, Sumari, are you all right?" Her friend didn't even blink before lashing out, nearly cutting the girl's eye out with a swing of her pen. As Sumari, she did get a large gash on her forehead, however, and some of the students started to scream. The ones that didn't make a sound stood up and started attacking as well. The pen girl looked down at her friend, eyes faintly glowing blue before tilting her head. For liberation, she raised the pen again and went to bring it down. The fallen friend tried to block, only for the pen to stab through her hand and make her scream. Another student had gotten out of their seat and landed a kick on the Sumari girl, sending her sprawling before trying to help pick up the injured one. At the same time, fingers lunged for a kid near Bakugo and got an explosion to the face, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the door. The sound made his teacher look at him with a smile that quickly fell to confusion. Then terror as Bakugo's glare turned to him. As they stared each other down, the students not affected by whatever was going on screamed and fled the room through the now broken door. If they trampled fingers while they were at it, Bakugo didn't care. Fucker was maybe a week from getting his ass arrested anyways, along with rock for brains. Wordlessly, the rabid students started to attack the only student who hadn't escaped, and Bakugo grinned with bloodlust as he met them head on. He didn't know what the fuck was going on, but he did know that these worthless extras had done exactly what he'd said a few days ago and gone villain. It was time to show why he was going to be the #1 hero. Die. The raid that Nezu had organized to take down Aldera Middle School had started as it should have. Using the school faculty's egos against them, Nezu himself was the perfect distraction. He called to say he wanted to have a meeting with the principal to discuss some future applicants. The greedy man had agreed all too readily and cleared his schedule for the hero. And, as Nezu was inside and heading for the principal's office, the other heroes on the scene prepared to storm the building alongside the police. The heroes participating consisted of Cementos, Present Mike, Nezu, Eraserhead, and Midnight herself. Cementos and Present Mike were on guard duty, making sure nobody slipped past the police and made a run for it in the front or back. Midnight was tasked with aiding and subduing the ones with warrants on the lower floors, and Eraserhead was doing the same through the roof. All members of the raid team with the police had tactical vests and masks on, which would keep them from falling to any friendly fire by the heroine. When the signal was sent from Nezu to begin, the police had stormed through the doors. Room by room, they'd started combing through the classes. Thankfully, there weren't many first-year students here that had been indoctrinated to the point of fanaticism and complied with police orders. The few that didn't and the teachers that tried to fight were quickly knocked out by Midnight's somnambulist. But as any good hero knows, no plan survives contact. There was a series of explosions from the 3rd floor, and everything started going to shit. Their plan wasn't as foolproof as they'd thought. Someone had tipped off the school and told them about the raid. The principal had let Nezu inside on purpose, and the moment the raid had begun, started attacking the rodent. At the same time, the chemistry teacher used his class to teach the students how to make a bomb, and the fanatical ones aided him in destroying the side of the school. Unfortunately, the more enthusiastic attackers saw this as an opportunity to attack their schoolmates and students as well. The ones who weren't acting like sociopaths were screaming, injured, or both as they tried to escape their deranged peers, which led to where Midnight was now, using her whip as a garrote to keep the gym teacher from crushing a girl's skull under his boot. The girl scrambled away and was pulled out of danger by the police, and Midnight quickly grabbed the man by the face. He struggled for a second before her quirk knocked him out and he fell to the ground with a slam. What the hell is going on? Another explosion from outside made her glance at the window, and she saw Cementos capturing a teacher and Present Mike screaming another one back into the school. The echoes of combat were also coming from above, where she was sure Eraserhead was having a tough time dealing with the 3rd years and their teachers. She turned around just in time to dodge a strike from one of the police officers. Seeing his face in stunned surprise, Midnight saw what looked like wires coming from his wrists, and immediately jumped back to avoid a second strike before the controlled officer was tackled by a colleague. Seeing the wires snap back in the direction of the stairs, she saw a teacher with slicked hair glaring at her as he charged, wires coming from his hands. His attack was honestly pathetic, as when he swiped his wires at her, she ducked under them, rushed forward, and kicked him in the nose with her heels. The crunch of bone was quite satisfying as he fell to the ground unconscious. Putting a hand to her radio, Midnight rushed for the stairs once the police gave the all-clear for the 1st floor. Eraser, what's going on? Chem teacher blew up the side of the school after another flooded the vents with their quirk. May have something to do with why we have so many middle school students trying to murder us right now. Biting back a curse, Midnight went up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Once on the 2nd floor, she saw some of the students trying to break through one of the doors. Her whip lashed out, wrapping around the legs of one, and sending them tumbling into the rest. A cloud of her quirk later and the mob was unconscious. She took a second to look into the room, where she saw that it had been the library, with a bookcase blocking the door. She saw the librarian with some of the more students, and the vents in the room covered in something viscous glue-like substance. They locked eyes for a moment, and the librarian nodded. Midnight nodded back before heading further into the school and radioing the police. We have students trapped in the library. The librarian barricaded the door to prevent the violent students and staff from entering. Midnight waited at the library's door as the police officers joined back up with her. Everything about this wasn't making any sense. How the hell did these bastards know they were coming? And why did they decide that fighting was the good call? An explosion from upstairs got her attention, and a glance out the window showed a bloodied teacher being thrown from the building. Her radio came to life as she saw Eraserhead jumping out of the building and grabbing onto the falling staff, making sure they landed on the ground safe enough that the police could arrest them properly. Midnight, one of the main culprits is going rouge against the staff, and I'm otherwise engaged. Explosion quirk sent his homeroom teacher through a wall. There was a grunt and the sound of a fist meeting someone's face. They'll need medical attention once arrested. On it, Midnight charged for the stairs, more explosions rocking through the building. A particularly large blast made her stumble before the ceiling behind her collapsed and a charred student fell along with it, while another student pinned them to the ground by their face. Said blonde stood up and looked around with a feral grin as he looked for another opponent. Come at me. I'll blow all you villains straight to hell. Midnight went to rip her costume's sleeve as she narrowed her eyes. Sorry, young man, but this is a job for the heroes. Before any confrontation could start, giggling echoed through the entire school. The two paused and glanced around, looking for where it was coming from, as a feminine voice started to sing. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Red lines began to creep across the walls and floor, slithering around and twisting among each other. To anyone looking in, it was like the hallway had gained veins and arteries. Lost inside a beating heart, shining crimson work of art, Midnight felt like someone was watching her the whole time, and tried to radio in. Eraser, situation on the second floor. I have the Rouge student, but there's someone else here that doesn't match up with our reports. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Don't you worry. The cold feeling of sharp metal sliding across Midnight's cheek came shortly before a whisper in her ear, I'm not far. Midnight threw an elbow back, hitting her would-be assailant in the stomach. Though it made their blade cut her, the axe succeeded in giving her enough room to disengage. Standing behind where she'd just been, Midnight saw a young blonde girl in a risque red dress with star decorations. In the girl's hand was a bladed pistol, with a small amount of blood on the blade's edge. The girl herself was busy patting her stomach and looking confused. I thought that would hurt a bit more. She grinned and brought the blade to her mouth, giving it a lick to taste the blood. As she did, a pulse ran through the crimson lines decorating the hall, starting at her feet. That's when Midnight took a closer look and felt uneasy. They weren't just lines that looked like veins. They were actual veins. Midnight hoped they were filled with the result of someone's quirk producing the blood inside of them and not harvesting it. The amount needed to fill these would be lethal to several people. Pointing her gun at Midnight, the girl's fanged grin made the heroine's blood run cold. My turn. With the pull of the trigger and a flash of crimson, large red blades began to erupt from the veins along the ground and walls, forcing those in the hall to run. Midnight swore to herself as she noticed a few officers hadn't gotten away in time, being lacerated as the blades tore through their legs or arms. She considered it a miracle that they weren't stabbed anywhere vital or lost a limb. But the blood loss would still be a problem if not dealt with soon. All the while laughter echoed after them, flooding the halls with a manic glee. Midnight was forced to not only grab onto the feral student but got another cut across her cheek, deeper this time and making her bleed more. All the while, her radio was going haywire as others tried to contact her. Midnight, come in. What is going on in there? Cementos's voice came through sounding panicked. The student shook himself free from her grip and turned around. You think this shit will stop me? Die. He launched an explosion at the blades, before having to jump back as an excessively large Bowie knife erupted from the ground and nearly slashed him in two vertically, cutting his nose as it passed by. The attempt to dodge turned out to be quite a poor move for another reason though. The shift in weight, as well as all the damage to the building, proved too much for the floor. It immediately gave way, sending them both back down to the first floor. Getting up first, Midnight grabbed the boy and charged for the exit. The police were confused until the girl in red floated down from the hole in the ceiling, looking annoyed. Floated, just like her 3 apprentices when they went magical girl. Oh fuck. Midnight's hand flew to her radio. Everyone, the unknown. It's a Normita. Hey, come back. I'm not done yet. He's one of the bullies in this school, right? Midnight's eyes widened as the girl swiped her blade and made a new vein form in the air. It burst a moment later and launched a meat cleaver at them, barely missing the two. The girl's face lost any emotion for a moment as she glared down at the blonde boy. If he is, I still need to cut that uncute bastard's balls off. As Midnight managed to get the student out of the school and into the courtyard, he stared incredulously. Out in the light of day, he got his wits about him and shouted back at her. Who the fuck even are you crazy bitch? The magical girl looked at him for a moment, before something seemed to click in her head. She giggled as she floated out into the open, police and heroes alike keeping their eyes on her as she put a hand to her chest. Her tongue licked her lips, showing off the fangs of her broad grin. I'm someone who knows all of your dirty little secrets, Bakugo. Bakugo stiffened in shock as his eyes went wide. He was practically a statue as the girl landed on the ground, put a hand on her hip, and looked at the surrounding heroes and police. It finally clicked that he might be in trouble here. On a building on the other side of the police line, MahoAko sat on the edge of the roof and looked down at the scene, humming contemplatively. Toga Himiko raised her weapon, holding it cutely by her head as she gave a playful wink to her surrounding audience. But you all can call me Stylet, second in command of Normita. Among the panicking, fleeing students and medical teams trying to evacuate the injured they could, the heroes stood ready against a single girl. Cementos and Present Mike were flanking her, ready to strike, as Midnight stood in front of her. The subject of the girl's attention was tense just behind the heroine. Bakugo, crouched and ready to move, had his hands clenching as he primed an explosion. The only one not readily seen would be Eraserhead, who was still inside the building. As for Stylet, she was grinning as her blade idly tapped against her chin. Now, who should I start with? Should I play with the heroes? Or should I play with the bully? Decisions. Midnight grits her teeth and gripped her suit's sleeve. This was bad. She needed to figure out how the hell she was stopping someone she likely couldn't even hurt from maiming a rabid teenager. Her eyes darted to her fellow heroes for a second, before locking back onto Stylet. Cementos. Barricade. On it. The cement hero shouted as his hands slammed onto the ground. A wave of cement rose between Stylet and her target, much to the former's annoyance. Midnight didn't waste a second, ripping her sleeve and waving her arm back towards Bakugo. Unfortunately for the heroine, Bakugo was just as much of a hero enthusiast as the girl he bullied for years. Before her quirk had a chance to affect him, an explosion ripped through the air, knocking Midnight off her feet as Bakugo rocketed himself upward. "You want a piece of me? Bring it on, knife bitch." A series of explosions rocketed Bakugo towards his target, as Stylet just raised an eyebrow. Die. The blast ripped through the surroundings, sending a gust that made Present Mike and Cementos cover their faces. For a time, all anyone could see was the smoke that clung to the area and blocked the two from anyone's view. Then there was the click of a pistol and a scream. As the air cleared, Midnight rushed around the cement barrier to fight and wanted to curse as she saw Styletta standing uninjured, dress remaining pristine, pointing at the cement wall. Pinned to it by the pair of stiletto knives in his hands was Bakugo. Styletta just sighed as she walked closer to him and frowned. "Now what made you think that would work this time when it didn't the first?" Present Mike let out a scream at the girl, which blew her hair and headband a bit, but ultimately did nothing but make Cementos cover his ears. It did distract Styletta enough that Midnight was able to run up to the injured boy and knock him out with her quirk. She didn't dare remove the blades as she pulled his hands free from the wall. Increasing amounts of criminal charges or not, he needed a doctor. Seeing Present Mike preparing to attack, Styletta swung her blade and summoned a 10-centimeter thick vein. Another knife, large enough to be considered a slab of metal instead of a weapon, flew towards Present Mike and forced the hero to duck. The blade itself missed the hero and crashed into one of the school's outer walls, stabbing through it by a meter. Styletta, however, was hoping for that as a mischief-ridden grin spread onto her face. "Hey, nice hair, nice hair." Present Mike was confused until he watched several blonde strands of hair fluttering in the air. Horror grew on his face as he reached up to his iconic hair and felt the flat section where his usually crazy hair had been. "My hair." With Present Mike screaming loud enough his students at UA could hear him, Styletta giggled as she waved a hand, clearly enjoying his distress. "It's just a touch off the top. You'll be fine." Seeing another opportunity to end the fight quickly, Cementos slammed his hands on the ground and made the cement under the villainous twist and writhe. She did stumble a bit from the uneven footing, and Cementos quickly forced an excessively thick dome of concrete to form around her. He'd left only a small hole at the top for air, but by all standards, the villainous should be trapped. His moment of confidence turned to horror as blades started to erupt out of the dome in slashes and stabs, several chunks falling away. She cut through a meter of concrete. Midnight stared in shock at the sight of her friend's hair and the cleanly cut cement littering the battlefield as it started to dissipate. That blade was sharp enough it cut through all that hair with ease and was the size of an anime character's wet dream. Then the rest sliced up Cementos's barrier like nothing. Just how strong are these girls? She did take a moment to eye the mist that it turned into, before raising an eyebrow. They don't last long though, before breaking down. Staring at Cementos, Styletta hummed and put a hand to her chin. "I'm not sure if I can make you cuter. Do you even have blood, or is it liquid cement?" She started to rise into the air when a gray cloth shot from the school and wrapped around her torso. Styletta looked at it in confusion before glancing at the source and seeing a hobo on the other end. Said hobo was glaring at her with glowing red eyes, probably his quirk. "Oh, Yua, when was this last washed?" Whatever hobo's quirk was supposed to do, it was countered by her pulling the trigger on her gun and making a blade erupt from the ground between them, severing the fabric. The hell, Eraserhead rolled back as the tension from his severed capture weapon came back towards him. As the blade dissipated, he readied his weapon again and narrowed his eyes. "I'm erasing her quirk, so why are her powers still active?" Midnight looked over at her co-worker and frowned. She idly brought a hand up to her radio and spoke into it, trying to keep her voice low enough that the magical girl in front of her wouldn't hear. "Eraser, what's the status of the school?" He raised a hand to his earpiece in response. "Secured. The remaining teachers are either unconscious or being dragged out the back by what's left of the police." The attacking students dropped like flies once the school's guidance counselor's quirk was cancelled. Before any further fighting could happen, clapping started to echo through the air. Everyone paused to find the source, before looking up and seeing Maja Baser floating down gracefully. She had a wide, wicked grin on her face and flushed cheeks as she clapped. "I must say, you did quite well introducing yourself to everyone, Styletta," she praised her companion as she landed next to her. "Though, I am curious." Her eyes turned to look directly at Eraserhead. "What exactly did you think you would accomplish with a sneak attack, Eraserhead?" Looking for a quirk to erase, his response was to try attacking again, launching his scarf forward while also charging and grabbing at his knife. At the same time, Cementos was sending another attack, this time pillars of cement. Present Mike sent out another shout, focusing it into a direct shot with his speakers. Midnight knew that on some level this was futile, but she had to do something. Instead of charging headlong, she rushed the last few meters between herself and the ambulance nearby, before handing Bakugo off to the EMT. "Do what you need to, just don't let him charge in again." As the various attacks from the pro-heroes closed in on the duo, the average onlooker would have assumed that the villains were in for a world of pain. sonic waves, concrete pillars, and the rouge element of the capture weapon to complicate any counters left little to no options for defensive measures. MahoAko only uttered one word: Stylet. In a flash, Stylet ran a circle around her boss, dragging her blade along the ground and forming a new vein. With a pull of the trigger, a wall of blades erupted from the ground. The rising metal sliced clean through Eraserhead's capture weapon, blocked Present Mike's shout, and shattered the concrete that slammed into it. A second wall of knives forced Eraserhead in particular to jump back to avoid being stabbed in the shoulders. As the blades faded into a red mist, Baser walked out holding the severed ends of Eraser's scarf, crop in hand glowing with purple energy. MahoAko giggled as she tossed the fabric into the air. Now, let's put this to a much more appropriate use, shall we? The instant the capture weapon's fragments touched the crop, Midnight knew that she and her fellow heroes were screwed. The transforming cloth, metal weave shot towards each of them, lengthening and twisting in impossible ways. The moment it reached the heroes present in the fight, they found themselves bound and gagged in unique ways. Present Mike had a particularly thick strip going over his mouth, all while his arms and legs were bound together, leaving him stuck with his arms at his sides. In his struggle, he'd fallen forward and landed on his face, muffled cursing only Midnight and Eraserhead could imagine coming from the man. Cementos looked like a pharaoh with how his arms were pinned to the opposing shoulders. Unlike those ancient rulers, however, was the fact his knees were also tied to his chest. Sitting in the courtyard, the hero looked like a petulant child who'd just realized he'd been put in timeout. Eraserhead growled in frustration as his eyes were covered by his weapon being turned against him. To add insult to injury, his arms and legs were tied behind him, adding just enough pressure to make trying to move a touch too painful. Finally, Midnight herself was tied in a picture-perfect shibari and fell onto her rear. She blinked a bit in surprise and looked down at how her breasts were being forced into prominence even more than her outfit usually did, before raising an eyebrow at the villainess. If you wanted to do something kinky, we could have done so in a bedroom instead of a battlefield. Grumbling into the ground, Eraserhead rolled his eyes behind his mask. Of course, she chooses now to flirt. Present Mike's muffled response was lost to the fabric, though it was likely admonishing someone. Which one, Eraserhead wasn't sure. MahoAko blushed a bit at that but kept her smile on. Even then, Midnight did notice it falter a bit. Sorry, Midnight, but I think we'd have a hard time deciding who's on top, and I don't have time for that. Yeah, Stylet added with a slight pout. Besides, my Baser-chan has me. So go eat Mount Lady out, old hag. Midnight felt her eye twitch a bit as Stylet started laughing a bit, only for the villain to stumble. Whoa, that's funny. Huffing at the sight, MahoAko put her crop under her second's chin and lifted it to look her in the eye. And this, Stylet, is why I wanted to experiment a bit before you went public. She looked at Midnight, smiling at the heroine. Oh, do inform Nezu that I know. No, Midnight asked with a frown. MahoAko smiled like a simple schoolgirl as she tilted her head and held her crop to her cheek. About your little magical girls at UA. As Midnight paled, MahoAko opened a portal up in the air and started to float towards it with Stylet in tow. I can't wait to meet them, by the way. Do make sure they're ready for me. I'd hate to break them too quickly. Without another word, the two villains disappeared into the portal and left the heroes tied in place. Nezu chose that moment to step out of the rubble that was once the front of the school, dusting off his suit. My, it seems I missed all the excitement. Reappearing inside Izumi's room, the two girls both transformed back to normal and Himiko almost fell to the ground in a heap. Izumi was quick to catch her and move her to the bed. Noting how pale the girl looked, her lips almost looking blue, she held up a finger in front of Himiko's face and frowned. How many fingers do you see? Himiko blinked a bit as she tried to focus before groaning. Zuzu-chan, you and your sister need to stop waving fingers in my face. Disoriented vision, blue tint to the skin, unable to maintain balance. This was bad, Izumi realized. All these are symptoms of blood loss. Was Himi-chan's magic using her blood to fuel the attacks? I'll need to talk to her about not going overboard after this. Izumi looked at her friend with worry, before rolling up her sleeve and holding her arm to Himiko's face. Bite. Delirious. Himiko just reached up and booped Izumi on the nose. You're really pretty, Zuzu-chan. You remind me of the little birdie. Even blushing at the comment, Izumi's worry was starting to overshadow her reason. Climbing onto the bed, she straddled Himiko as she reached down to pull the girl's head off the pillow and pressed Himiko's lips against her wrist. Himi-chan, did you like the birdie? Cutely nodding, the little vampire smiled while unintentionally moving Izumi's hand away. Then be a good little birdie for me, Izumi said as she pressed her wrist against Himiko a little harder and drink up. Blinking a bit, Himiko gasped in excitement and tried to sit up, making Izumi fall back a little bit. I'm the cute birdie. I always wanted to be the birdie. Himi-chan, the tone held a touch of warning to it, and even delirious from blood loss, it made Himiko pause. I said. Izumi took that moment to force her arm into Himiko's mouth and press her jaw up. There was a slight sting, but Izumi ignored it as Himiko stared up at her in surprise. Drink. As Himiko started to drink, the blood going into her mouth, she could feel someone carting their hand through her hair, undoing her buns and letting the locks roll down her back. Even then, she could hear someone giving her little praises of a good girl the whole time. All the while, she could feel her fingers getting warmer and a small fire in her belly. When had she started feeling cold? She wasn't sure, but Himiko didn't care at the moment. Right then, biting her friend's arm and drinking the blood that was not only being given freely but forcibly to her, Himiko felt like she was in nirvana. That was when the door to the home opened, and Izumi's mother started to walk in. "I'm home, Izumi." In the silence of the apartment, Inko frowned and walked further down the hallway, reaching her daughter's room. "Izumi, are you in here?" The woman froze the moment she saw her daughter straddling the lap of another girl, who was looking at Izumi like she was the world, even as she was latched onto her arm. Her entrance did garner the duo's attention, making them look over in surprise. The three stared at each other in various states of silence, before Inko smiled widely and started backing out of the room. "Sorry for interrupting. I'll wait for you two to finish up. Don't try and make your friend here escape through the window, Izumi." As the door shut, Izumi could hear her mother squealing. "My baby found someone." Found. What? Izumi looked between the door, then at Himiko, then at where she was sitting on Himiko. Her face erupted into a blush and she gently started to try and pull her arm away from the little vampire. Himiko, however, refused to let go and stared at her like a little kitten who refused to let go of the piece of steak they tried to steal. Izumi wished to evaporate into nothing. The embarrassment was far worse than she'd thought it'd ever be. A scientist walked into the HPSC president's office, swallowing thickly as they did so. "Madam President." The woman looked at them expectantly, hands resting together on her desk. "Yes." Reaching into his pocket, the scientist started to dig through its contents. "We have a working prototype as you requested. There are, however, some complications." "And that would be?" Madam President asked pointedly, eyes narrowing. As she did, the scientist pulled out a star-shaped object. "Some of the features that the devices were mentioned to provide are proving difficult to impossible to replicate, even with the aid of several quirks in the manufacturing. We ended up having to take liberties with the design just to ensure those worked at all." Placing it on her desk, the scientist quickly backed away, as if the device was dangerous just to be near. Or maybe it was the woman he placed it near that scared him so. "These were the best we could do." Madam President picked up the star with little care but inspected it with scrutiny. The star itself was nothing like it was supposed to be. 5 points instead of 4, a metallic gray instead of gold, and the clear signs of machining done to hold it together. She frowned in annoyance but tossed it toward the scientist, who fumbled to catch it. "Give one to Pill's idol. I want her ready to deploy at a moment's notice." "Yes, madam." The scientist bowed as they fled the room. As they hurried to the elevator that led specifically to the Young Heroes program, he swallowed thickly and looked at the star in his hand like it was a loaded gun. "Please, forgive me." As Midnight and her colleagues were having the disastrous affair that the Aldera raid had turned into, Vats was busy refreshing their role as a mascot. As the newest trio of magical girls stood before them, wands at the ready, they smiled at the three. This was going to show how they'd have to tailor their training. Hopefully, these girls are as balanced as Tresmaja was. "All right," Vats started as they floated a little closer to the three. "Let's start with you, Jiru. Try to focus on your emotions. You should feel something in your core when you do." They looked over to the other girls for a moment and waved a sleeve. "You should also take a moment to decide what to call yourselves." Tresmaja used their colors when deciding their names, which was custom back then, but there have been those who chose original names for themselves. The three nodded before Kyoka stepped away from the other two and closed her eyes. She'd listened to what the other two had to say about their ideas after she tried to summon a magical weapon. And boy was that a thought she never imagined having to think. So she did what she usually does when focusing on a song and pushed those thoughts to the back of her mind. "Come on, Kyoka. You got this. Just focus." Kyoka then felt something. It wasn't quite like when she used her heartbeat through her quirk, but it was very close. A steady, pulsing thrum of vibrations sat inside her. She thought about moving that vibration through her, and the somewhat unsettling feeling of her nerves vibrating ran up her arm and to her wand. The moment it reached, there was a flash of light, accompanied by the sound of a twinkling bell. Cracking open an eye, Jiru looked at her wand to see what it had turned into, only for her eyes to shoot wide open at what was in her hand. What had once been a wand was now something one would hesitate to try and call a weapon. Sure, you could probably try to club someone over the head with it if you flipped it upside down, but you'd still need to get close enough for that to work. Incredulous twitching started in Kyoka's eyes before she turned to Vats and pointed at the offending object. "A ukulele. Seriously." Achako ran over with Momo and shared a look at the yellow ukulele before the brunette put her hands to her cheeks. "Pinky up. Awa, it's so cute." She gave a poke to one of the metal studs in the side and pulled her finger back quickly. and pointy. Oh, Momo looked over the instrument with a critical eye as she tapped her chin. It could be that playing it will yield some kind of effect. Do you know how to play it? Blushing hotly, Kyoka pulled the ukulele closer to herself and looked away. That's not. I mean, it's just. Sighing a bit, she started twirling one of her jacks with a finger. It's the first instrument my parents taught me how to play. She thought back to when she was 4, and begging her parents to teach her how to play instruments like they could. It made her remember how shortly after they let her pick up one of her dad's guitars, and how she struggled to hold it. My arms were too small for a regular guitar. I kept struggling until they got me a ukulele instead. Momo smiled at that and nodded. I see, so it also has sentimental value. A perfect tool of justice for a magical girl. The heiress didn't notice how the rocker was blushing even more at that as she turned to Vats. Should I try now, or are we going to test to see what Kyoka's ukulele can do? Go right ahead, Momo. As the heiress took a breath and readied her wand, Vats looked over to Kyoka and hummed a bit. An instrument that holds sentimental value. That makes sense, but with how much magic is in her it should have been something larger. Is she holding herself back subconsciously? Meanwhile, Momo closed her eyes and barely suppressed her excitement. These past few days were like a dream come true. Wait, no, calm down. Gush over being a magical girl later. Focus on magic now. She took a deep breath and stilled her mind as much as she could. There was a tingling in her chest that felt sparkly and bright. She pushed it towards her wand to see what would happen and was pleasantly surprised at the feeling. It was like she dunked her arm into a pool of carbonated soda, all bubbly and sticky, yet sweet and sugary. There was a chime of bells as her magic reached her wand and engulfed it. She opened her eyes in anticipation for what was to be found with a bouncy and bright smile. To see some pale blue artist gloves on her hands. She frowned at the sight, wondering if she'd done something wrong. They didn't look out of place compared to her magical girl uniform, bearing blue hearts on the back of her hand and blending seamlessly with the gloves she'd previously been wearing. They clung to her forefinger and thumb nicely, leaving the other 3 exposed unlike before. She also noticed she was now wearing blue nail polish. Kyoka raised an eyebrow at the sight before rubbing the back of her neck. And here I thought my weapon was odd. I mean, maybe they do something cool. Ochako offered with a shrug. It wasn't like she could do anything else for Momo. Momo, however, frowned in thought before focusing on her hand again. Feeling something, she pushed her mind to focus more. It was like a pull, gentle, yet constant and nearly unnoticeable if she hadn't been searching for it. She tried to make it stronger and watched as a ball of water started to form over her palm. Smiling at the sight, she started trying to increase the feeling more and happily squealed as she made a spear form. Its entire form was composed of swirling water, yet she was sure it would function as intended, probably more so when she considered that high-pressure water streams could cut through metal with ease. Off to the side, Kyoka's jaw nearly hit the floor. Holy shit. J-Jiru, language. Please, Vats begged as they flew over waving their sleeves wildly. Ochako nodded as she crossed her arms. Yeah, she jabbed a thumb at herself and pouted, swearing is my thing. Vats sighed as they slumped a bit in the air. We'll work on it. The mascot looked at the 3 as they talked for a moment and started looking over the water weapon Momo had summoned, and then awing more as she made it shift into a sword, then a shield, and a bunch of random shapes. A versatile weapon that doubles as both offense and defense. I'll have to see if she or Jiru can heal as well, but that can wait. Ochako traded places with Momo, letting out an excited, my turn. As she did, she shook her hands, almost dropping her wand as she did, before holding out in front of her and closing her eyes. The group stood, watching in anticipation for what weapon would come to their final member. Sweat started to bead on Ochako's head as she strained before she deflated with a burst of air and slumped. Looking at her wand with a frown, the brunette gestured at it with a flailing hand. Oh come on, how is this so hard? With their attention taken away from trying to lecture Kyoka on her language, Vats floated over and looked at Ochako worriedly. Are you having trouble feeling your magic? No, I think I can. It's just refusing to move. Ochako exclaimed as she threw her hands up and glowered at her wand. Kyoka crossed her arms as she walked closer to Momo, looking at Ochako's wand. Well, what does it feel like? Hands flying towards her chest. Ochako glared down at herself for a second as she shouted, like I've got a giant rock in my boobs. The statement was enough to make a snort of laughter escape Kyoka, leaving her covering her mouth and looking away with suppressed giggles. I leave it alone and it's fine. But the moment I try to move it at all, it's like I'm pushing a really fucking huge boulder with nothing but a stick. Well, Momo started, unsure how to react to the exclamation. Shaking her head for a moment, she decided to focus on the specific details of description instead. How would you normally get that kind of thing to move? Ochako held up one of her hands and pointed at the pads on her fingers. With my quirk, but it's a metaphorical rock, not a real one. I can't touch this, seeing as Ochako was continuing to grow frustrated. Vats flew over between the girls and waved their sleeves softly. let's not put too much into this for now. Turning to Ochako, Vats gave them a small smile. Ochako, you can still use your wand to attack, but try to be cautious when doing so. They're meant to channel your magic, not bludgeon your opponents. We can work on your magic and weapon later, I guess. Ochako pouted as she kicked at the ground a bit. Can I still punch them if I don't want to use the wand? Vats and the other magical girls were all silent before Vats sighed and the girls giggled behind them. Yes, you can still punch them. Nodding, Ochako stopped pouting and smiled while pumping a fist. Then I can work with this. As the three started to chatter among themselves, Vats looked contemplative. This was unusual for the mascot and a surprising first. Never had a magical girl failed to use both their weapon and their magic simultaneously. Even Maja Azul was able to use her magic to craft blades for herself. Could her weapon be more powerful than Sulfur's was? But then why didn't her magic activate? Sulfur only restrained herself at my request to keep their public image from being damaged. Ochako actively wants to use her magic, but it's like the magic itself is refusing. This was going to require some effort to figure out. And Vats hoped they could solve this conundrum before Enormita and these girls had to fight. After taking time to lick their wounded pride, the heroes of the Aldera raid had gathered at the Musutafu police station. They were currently in one of the building's meeting rooms, Nezu sitting at the head of the table and looking through several pages detailing what happened. To the Stoat's right, Nimiri and Ishiyama-ken were tending to some bruises, but otherwise unharmed. On Nezu's left, Aizawa and Yamato were either grumbling about the eye irritation from the dust and debris that had been on their capture weapon or mourning the loss of their hair. A truly silly thing, honestly, considering Nezu already scheduled for a stylist to come and help Yamada. Their hair growth quirk has been quite remarkable in aiding students and faculty alike. Young Tagada's suit is a prime example, breaking the tension that was coming from Nezu's paper shuffle. Ishiyama rubbed his stony arms and frowned more than his face's shape naturally caused. Well, that could have gone better. Nezu shook their head and continued reading the reports. Enormita appearing was an unknown variable, Ishiyama-san. A few pages were turned and Nezu focused on a few details, committing them to memory, namely Maja Bazer's parting words. The fact they know of your apprentices, Midnight, that worries me somewhat. The heroine grimaced in worry as the principal continued. We'll have to find out how Enormita learned of them to prevent any further leaks of this kind. The door opened and the heroes all looked over and saw Naomasa walking into the room rubbing the side of his head. Still surprising that we have a few magical girls on our side, considering that the now two publicly known ones have been nothing but menaces. I still find it illogical that you all keep believing this is magic, Aizawa scoffed as he shook his head, earning a glare from Nimiri. For all you know, these transformation items are an advanced form of support item that was stolen, and a lunatic in a mascot outfit is abusing it to live out their childish fantasies. Nimiri's hands slammed on the table as she stood up with a snarl. Shouta, I've watched these girls using their transformations. Her finger sharply jabbed at the unfazed hero documented the results of the hidden test you designed. A support item capable of giving these girls flight and all might levels of strength would be impossible to fit into a heart the size of their palm. Crossing his arms, Aizawa just stared blankly at his old friend. Magic doesn't exist. Kayama, that's a logical fact. That's enough, Aizawa-san, Nezu snapped before gesturing for Nimiri to sit, which she reluctantly did. Turning back to the stubborn teacher, Nezu put his paws behind his back and walked a bit closer. Even if you are correct about these abilities being caused by advanced technology, right now it would be in your best interest to at least pretend to care about these girls. A smile, the closest Nezu ever could get to one of those human smirks, formed on his face. These powers did, after all, render your quirk useless against them. Taking a moment of delight in seeing Aizawa's frustration, Nezu walked back to his spot at the head of the table and grabbed his papers. And if you're so worried about our lunatic, Vats is currently on campus with Snipe on standby. They may have come to us for aid, but caution is always warranted with unknown elements, at least until I can understand them fully. Naomasa cleared his throat, making the heroes focus on him again. On to other matters. The detective sat down at the far end of the table and had multiple folders with him. Flipping one open, he started to go through it. The raid, as disastrous as it ended, was still technically a success. All members of the Aldera staff that were complicit or involved with the acts of abuse have been arrested and charged for their crimes, as have many students. A sigh escaped the weary man as he rubbed his face. However, that is where things have gotten complicated. Confusion spread around the room as the heroes looked at each other before Nimiri raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? As the folders started getting passed around the table, Naomasa continued. On one hand, due to Eraserhead's reports, we have evidence that implies some students who attacked were not fully in control of their actions. Aldera's counselor, Uganda Kangi, was using his quirk to alter the thoughts of students who came to him. His quirk needs extended exposure to ensure changes are long-lasting, so it's likely he was using his quirk on them for years without anyone noticing. Because of this, the harshest punishment we can enact is for these particular students to be sent to psychiatric wards to assess the damage done to them. Ishiyama looked up from his folder as he glanced at the detective. On the other hand, we have one Bakugo Katsuki. Naomasa started with a bone-weary sigh. Not only did he not go to Uganda for counseling, we have evidence of him committing several crimes both before and during the raid. Nimiri read along as Naomasa started reading off the list of charges. We already had him for illegal quirk use, quirked assault, harassment, suicide baiting, and destruction of property. Now, thanks to his actions today, we can add on vigilantism along with possibly first-degree and second-degree murder if the students and faculty that he attacked don't pull through. Faces paled through the room, and Yamada's voice was a hoarse whisper. And this kid is 14. Nezu closed his eyes as he set down his copy of the report, having finished reading its contents. Human cruelty knows no age, Yamada. If anything, children are far crueler than anyone else. Looking away from his folder, Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the detective. How exactly does this complicate things, detective? There was silence in the room before Naomasa sighed and rubbed at his face. On his way to being admitted to the hospital for his injuries, the ambulance transporting Bakugo was attacked, and the boy was taken. Heroes were quick to pursue, but lost the kidnappers rather quickly. Nimiri's eyes shot wide as her jaw fell. What? Bakugo Katsuki is currently missing. A warrant for his arrest has been put out and his family is currently being moved into protective custody. We have no idea if Normita is involved with this particular incident as well, but they are our current primary suspect. Looking as if he aged a few years on the spot, Naomasa stared at the heroes. His mother took the news poorly. The room fell into silence as they all processed the implications. This whole mess ain't rockin' at all, Yamada added as he took off his glasses and rubbed his face. Nimiri didn't want to think of what the poor woman was going through. It's one thing to learn your child was guilty of so many crimes, and was going to face punishment for them. It was another entirely to know that instead of the law, some criminal element had absconded away with them to do who knows what. Naomasa, looking as he did, failed to help dispel any of the darker ideas that came to her mind. Finally, we now have a new face to connect to a Normita. Naomasa gestured again to the files, before flipping to his last one in the image of a girl in a red dress. Goes by Stylet. Real name, unknown. Powers include blood constructs summoned from veins she can place both on surfaces and mid-air, flight, and near invulnerability. The last two she seems to share with Maja Baser. That last detail made certain heroes perk up a bit and look questioningly. Nimiri herself is particularly interested. Near invulnerability. Last I checked, she took an explosion to the face and shrugged it off. Naomasa shook his head and frowned. While you all couldn't damage her yourselves, she showed signs of dizziness and a loss of balance at the end before Maja Baser took her away. It's likely in a battle of attrition, she would lose from the drawbacks of her powers. Looking at the picture again, Nimiri frowned in worry at the knowledge that her newest students would inevitably have to fight these two girls. She was sure that with the power they had demonstrated they'd be able to hold their own long enough, but that wasn't her only concern. Can the surroundings survive an extended battle though? After finally getting Himiko to stop biting her arm, and explaining to her mother she wasn't doing anything, lewd to Himiko, Izumi managed to convince the woman to let Himiko stay the night under the guise of having the detective come and talk to her tomorrow since he didn't pick up earlier. This also led to her mother learning of Auntie Mitsuki's visit, though she looked contemplative at the news rather than saddened or angry. Izumi also had to explain why all of her hero merchandise was taken down to prevent a small panic attack from happening, which with Himiko's help was easier to do. All in all, the evening was full of explanations, crying, hugs, and a confused Himiko being dragged into it all, and ending in her mother ordering Izumi to sleep on the couch while Himiko got the bed that night. For some reason, Izumi felt that it was because they weren't together that she was relegated to the couch, probably punishment for bursting her mom's happy bubbly thoughts. It wasn't her fault that her mother assumed, though Himi-chan's lips did feel really soft. As for how the night went, Izumi didn't sleep well. Not from the uncomfortable couch cushions, but from her now recurring problem of weird dreams. Floating in the air, a girl with blue hair dressed as a shrine maiden faced against Maja Baser. The two readied their weapons before Baser unleashed a wave of dark magic. Venice Walner. The blast was caught and redirected, straight into the maiden's face. The sight left Maja Baser stunned before she could hear the maiden speak. This is love. Baser jolted in surprise, and the maiden continued, clasping her hands together gently. Distorted and perilous as it is, this is unmistakably love. The dream blurred and distorted a bit, and the fight continued with a clash between the two, Baser's crop and the maiden's shawl clashing like blades. How did you achieve such power? Tell me, Azul. I suppose it was a certain someone's influence. The now named Azul replied. Yours, Baser. Izumi's eyes snapped open as she jolted awake, staring over at the television. She sat there, breathing heavily to calm herself down before sitting up and rubbing her face. That funny feeling was back and left her flushed. She didn't get to ponder what it could be about when she felt something clinging to her legs before realizing her pants were damp. Sighing, she got up and headed down the hall to freshen up for the day, and maybe hide her shame before her mother noticed the couch. She paused at the door to her room and poked her head inside. Himiko was the farthest thing from Grace as she lay sprawled on Izumi's bed, legs and sheets tangled, and hair wildly splayed around her. The little vampire was even drooling on Izumi's pillow, making the green girl giggle at the sight and close the door gently. She should sleep in for now. She's got a busy day today. If everything goes well with the detective, she should be another step closer to being in the clear. Once she reached the bathroom, Izumi started stripping off her clothes. Looking herself over in the mirror, she didn't give her reflection much thought before pausing and looking closer with squinted eyes. A hand reached up and pinched her cheek, giving it a slight pull before she frowned in confusion. A couple more moments of her squishing her face around passed before she finally voiced the question in her mind. Was my skin always this clear? It's a benefit of being magical, Venita said as they poked their head out from behind some shampoo bottles, getting a surprised squeal out of Izumi as the girl hastily covered herself. The healing factor isn't very strong, but it's still enough that having almost all your bones broken can heal up in only a few weeks instead of months, which is why your arm and side aren't still full of holes. As a bonus, no more natural blemishes or dry skin. The same goes for hair. Would you stop showing up out of nowhere? Izumi hissed as she kept covering herself and shuffling towards the tub. At the same time though, she was wondering why her injuries had healed so fast. I also know by now that you don't just show up without a reason. What is it? Venita nodded, that damned smile still unwavering. Good to see you're keeping up. Waving a sleeve, they posed a little in the air. I need you to head to a specific district and do some shopping as a civilian. Blinking dumbly, Izumi had to take a moment to process the request. That's it. No, running around terrorizing people is MahoAko. Just some shopping, pretty much. Venita shrugged as they held up a list. The things I need to help fix up Knack Base properly are only sold in some small stores anymore. Used to be all over the place, but thanks to anti-pre-quirk bias, they're considered obsolete now. And since I don't have any form of legal identification, I can't get them. Izumi glowered a bit, before stepping into the tub and looking over the edge as she squatted down, letting the water finally hide her nudity. And because I'm quirkless, people wouldn't think twice about me buying them, right? I feel like there's something you're leaving out. The two kept staring at each other before Venita held up a second list. I also have a list of places you can find replacements for your old All Might merchandise featuring other heroes. Deal, Izumi exclaimed, before pointing at the door. Now, get out. I'll do your shopping after I bathe. Just leave the lists where I can find them later. Venita gave her a nod before leaving through a portal. Once she was sure she was alone, Izumi sighed and slid deeper into the water, making bubbles form on the surface. Hopefully, nothing too crazy happened while she was out and about. Being a magical girl, even if evil, was amazing, but she's had multiple straight days and nights thanks to a certain mascot of shenanigans. She just wanted at least one normal day, please. Izumi would admit to herself she had expected a little more resistance from her mother when she said she was going to another prefecture to do some shopping. Instead, she gave her daughter the go-ahead and stayed with Himiko at the apartment while they waited for the detective to arrive. The combination of her mother potentially grilling Himiko for details, as well as the plethora of ways her imagination was painting the interview going horribly, left her extremely nervous. At this point, the ball was in Himi-chan's court, though, so she just had to have a little faith that her friend wouldn't out herself on accident, or insinuate they were dating. She just let her drink her blood as a friend. Just a friend. Sighing, she pulled the lists out of her bag and looked at them, each item on Venita's shopping spree making her more confused than the last. Light bulbs, specifically the ones with filaments, and low-voltage wire. What kind of a shopping list is this, and how is it specifically pre-quirk? I'm not seeing anything in here that couldn't be found at a hardware store. She squinted down at the last item on the list and raised an eyebrow. And what even is a plumb bob? Oh, that's a specialized weight on a string. It's so you can ensure what you're building is vertical. Jumping in surprise, Izumi looked to her side and spotted a girl with a brown bob cut and blushing cheeks. So startled she was, that her shoes slipped out from under her and she started falling backward. As the ground was rapidly approaching, Izumi felt the embarrassment she was soon to experience fully sucking her soul away. Yep, this is how I die. But instead of the hard concrete hitting her head, Izumi felt someone grab her wrist. She looked down at her feet, seeing them and the rest of her body floating in the air, and the brown-haired girl panicking a little. I'm so sorry. It's just you were about to hit your head and I ended up using my quirk. Helping Izumi back into an upright position, the girl then put her fingers together and muttered a small release, returning Izumi to the ground. There, all better. Izumi's eyes were sparkling as she suddenly turned to look at the girl. That is amazing. How does it work? Do you need complete 5-finger contact? Or does a single digit count? Did you alter my inertia or my mass to keep me floating? I need to know. Seeing the girl leaning away and holding up her hands, Izumi's face flushed and she looked away. Sorry, I just get excited when I see new quirks. It's alright. Nervously laughing, the girl rubbed the back of her head. She paused as a thought struck her and she chuckled. Sorry, here I am answering random questions, spooking you silly, and I didn't even give you my name. She gave a small wave of her hand and smiled. I'm Uraraka Osaka. It's nice to meet you. Blushing up a storm, Izumi gave a small bow. I'm Midoriya Izumi. Sorry again. Osaka waved a hand dismissively and shrugged. I already said it's alright. It's good to have things you can geek out over. She hummed a bit in thought before smiling. One of my newest friends happens to be obsessed with magical girls. Really? Izumi looked up slightly, catching the girl's nod. That's cool. Nodding happily, Osaka giggled. Yep, she's got an entire wall dedicated to just magical girl figurines. She glanced at the list in Izumi's hand again and hummed a bit. Hey, that's a pretty big list of stuff. Would you like some help? Izumi jumped in surprise before waving her hands erratically. Why, you don't have to do that. You've been more than kind enough to me. Unfortunately for Izumi, Osaka was one stubborn girl, and the secret villainess found herself being dragged into the nearest hardware store. For someone so cute, Osaka is scarily strong. Osaka was having a good day. First, Midnight Sensei gives her and the girls a day off at Vance's suggestion. Something about straining their magic too far could be like pulling a muscle, but worse. Whatever it was, she got a break. Then she gets to explore the area around the UA a bit, and now she found a new friend as a result. She even got to go on a shopping spree in one of her favorite kinds of stores. Sure, there wasn't any matcha, but construction equipment and supplies were things she knew like the back of her hand. Of course, Osaka was curious as to why Izumi would need so much. She didn't exactly look like the kind of person who'd be building things or doing a hard day's worth of labor. Izumi was just too small for that. She did get a touch concerned when Izumi kept staring at some clamps and jumper cables though. She wasn't sure why those of all things would make her blush or mutter something about Mount Lady. Yet Osaka had to poke Izumi to get her to keep moving. As they went back to scouring the aisles, she looked over at Izumi. Say, Izumi, why do you need all this stuff? Osaka asked finally as she grabbed a spool of wire and moved it into the basket on her arm. This just seems like a weird bunch of things for someone to buy without a need for them. Grabbing a few tools that Osaka had helped her find, Izumi froze for a moment and looked away nervously. Well, someone I know was going to do some renovations and asked if I could pick these up for them. Humming to herself, Osaka frowned a bit in thought. That seems kinda weird. Wouldn't they come and get this themselves? Izumi looked tired for a moment as she sighed. They, can't. They're smaller than I am because of their, quirk. She smiled a bit and tilted her head. That, and I figured I could use the scraps to do some experimenting, see if I could build a gadget or two. It's been a long time since I've tried anything. Osaka took another look at the list, double-checking what it had, before frowning. The rest of this would be too big to carry. Or way too heavy to lug home on foot. Seeing another item that was on a lower shelf, Osaka handed Izumi back the list. Maybe you can place an order to have it shipped when we're at the register. Nodding, Izumi went to say her agreement, when she froze in place and had her eyes glued to the sight before her. Osaka had to bend down to grab the item she'd found, a pair of wire cutters, and as a result, her butt was sticking out directly at Izumi. Needless to say, Izumi, being the degenerate she refuses to admit she is, could not look away and was imagining what those cheeks would feel like. Those soft, round, grabbable cheeks. Idly, the thought of pressing her face into them entertained her on levels they probably shouldn't have. Before that fantasy could play out, however, Osaka got back up and turned around with a smile, completely missing any reasons why Izumi's face would be an atomic red or for her to jolt back and clasp her hands behind her. And that's all the small stuff. Izumi dumbly nodded as they headed for the register, made their purchase, and headed out of the store, bags in hand. As they walked, Izumi couldn't keep her mind from wandering. They're so round. How smooth is her skin? Does she even swing that way? Would Himiko think she's cute too? Raising an eyebrow at the muttering happening behind her, Osaka looked back at Izumi, who was startled out of her pondering. Everything all right? Laughing nervously, Izumi looked anywhere but Osaka and desperately searched for an out. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about, she spotted a small vendor down the road selling what looked like homegrown produce. Food. Yep, thinking about all those juicy apples and peaches over there. She was sweating a bit as she internally berated herself. She was thinking about peaches all right. Osaka tilted her head a bit, confused as to what was so funny before her stomach growled a bit. You know, some food does sound good right now. Osaka frowned and pulled out her wallet, before glancing inside and grimacing. Izumi noticed the look on her face and grabbed her hand this time, blushing all the while. I'll pay for yours, as thanks for helping me out today. This time, it was Ochako being surprised by Izumi. For someone smaller than her, she was pretty good at dragging someone when determined enough. On the way to the vendor, however, something caught Ochako's eye. She paused for a moment as they walked and pulled back on Izumi's arm to keep her from walking away. Hey, are those? Broken from her minor panic attack. Izumi looked over at Ochako and saw her pointing at the window of a store they were passing. She turned to see what caught the girl's attention, and blue screened at the sight of a line of MahoAko plush toys. Hey, Izumi flailed a bit as she leaned away from the toys in the window like they were about to bite her. How? Why? What? The toys did nothing of the sort, just looking back at her with a fanged smile and star pupil eyes with an evil little stare. The front even had a pair of little X-shaped felt patches and a mini corset. Just, how? I've only been a villain for like 5 days. How did they make something like this so fast? And why? Oh, I hope nobody compares these things to me. That would be the most embarrassing way a villain would have gotten caught, outed by a plush toy made by some weirdo. If Izumi wasn't freaked out about why there was a plush toy of her villain persona available for public purchase, she'd have found them cute. Ochako grimaced as well, though not for the same reasons. I know, right? Why would people make merchandise for her? She's a villain. A knot formed in Izumi's stomach as she looked away. On one hand, she should be happy that the similarity between her and the plush wasn't being called out. That or whatever recognition-blocking magic nonsense applied here as well. On the other, having a cute girl glare at a facsimile of herself hurt. She pointedly glared at nothing, gripping onto her arm. Well, maybe some people agree with her about how heroes are lately. The two were silent for a time before Izumi turned to walk away. We should go. Unsure of how to respond, Ochako raised a hand towards Izumi. Midoriya, I'd rather not talk about it, Izumi said as she stopped halfway to the produce vendor and looked down at her shoes. She should have known something would screw up her interactions with a potential friend. Maybe Himi-chan being so accepting of her was just a stroke of luck. Or because they were both villains and it was Himi-chan's loneliness that brought them together to begin with. Thank you for accompanying me. I'll still pay for your food. Ochako felt something sink in her chest as she started rushing to catch up. Wait, Before either could say anything more, a small blur crashed into Izumi's legs, sending her to the ground with a squawk of surprise. Ochako stood there in surprise as she looked down at Izumi, bags sprawled across the floor, and groaning as her assailant laid across her legs. Groaning as she sat up, Izumi looked down to see who had run into her. Trembling as she held onto her head, a little girl with silver hair looked back up at her with striking red eyes. Most notable was the small horn growing from the side of her head. Sitting up, Izumi frowned in concern. Are you okay? That was quite a tumble. The girl flinched away when Izumi reached out to see if she was all right, making her heart sink slightly. Hey, what's wrong? The little girl looked afraid like she was going to get snatched up at any moment when the sound of her stomach growling filled the air. Izumi blinked a bit before the girl started to scramble away from her, only for Ochako to kneel and smile at her. Would you like something to eat? Izumi handed Ochako some money to let her go buy the food with the little girl, while she started gathering up her spilled items. Once she had them all back in their bags, she looked over and saw Ochako holding out an apple to the girl. Here you go. All she got in return was a confused stare, as the girl looked at the apple like she'd never seen one before. Walking over, Izumi took the offered fruit and smiled softly while kneeling in front of the girl. This is an apple. You bite into it. Like this. She mimed biting the apple and offered it back to the girl, who gingerly took it into her hands. Slowly, the girl raised the fruit to her lips and hastily took a bite, eyes scrunched shut. As she slowly started to chew the bite, though, her eyes slowly widened as she looked at the apple like it was a sacred treasure. She quickly took another bite and started to eat the apple in earnest. As she did, Izumi and Ochako shared a glance and started to whisper. Ochako was biting her lip and pulling at her sleeve. What do we do? Should we call the police? She contemplated calling Midnight Sensei but wasn't sure how the heroine would be able to help her. I don't know, she looks so frail. Izumi bit her lip as she looked at the girl eating away at the apple, already halfway through it all. The entire time, the girl didn't smile once, and it was unsettling to watch. Is she homeless? She doesn't have any shoes on. Before the two could continue pondering how to handle the situation, Izumi felt a wave of malice wash over her. It was nearly suffocating, and she slowly turned to see where it was coming from. Approaching the group was a man with a fur-lined coat and an ornate plague doctor's mask on. Beside him was another man with a similar mask and white robes on. His eyes, however, were locked on the three, specifically the little girl who had frozen in fear after darting behind Izumi. There you are. You know you shouldn't run off like that. He stopped a few feet away from the three and focused his attention solely on the girl. We wouldn't want to bother these young ladies any further. Let's go home, Iri. Ochako found her voice right then, and she stood up and gripped the front of her shirt. Iri, for her part, was hiding behind Izumi's legs the whole time. Excuse me, but who are you? The man in the white robe was about to move when the plague doctor guy raised a hand and made him calm down. His eyes closed with a false smile to them as he nodded. My apologies. I'm Mari's father. We were just returning from a hospital trip when she rushed ahead. She didn't even change from her hospital gown. His eyes opened and the girls shivered under his gaze. She didn't cause any trouble for you two, did she? She had a procedure that required her not to eat beforehand. Aye. Izumi's voice was launched in her throat. Everything about this man screamed danger at the top of their lungs. Yet here he was casually walking around in broad daylight. At the lack of response, he started to reach for his gloves, and Izumi's brain latched onto the fact to do what she did best: analyze. Could he have a contact-based quirk? It's likely a dangerous one with how menacing his action is. But what do? I can't just let this guy attack us. But I can't transform right now without dragging Osaka into villainy with me or her potentially turning on me and ratting me to the police. Unknown to her, Osaka was having a similar internal debate. Fuck. What do I fucking do? I don't have time to call Midnight Sensei to ask for permission. God fucking shitcock. This guy feels like he's about to murder us and I can't do jack shit to stop it. Quirk laws are fucking bullshit. Self-defense shouldn't be limited to a damn taser. Before he could get closer to them, however, Iri ran out and stopped in front of him. I'll come home, her voice whispered through the air. The fear was unmistakable as the words trembled through the air. Good. He waved a hand after putting his glove back on, and Iri walked past him. The man in white put his hand on her shoulder, keeping her from running off again. As they turned to leave, however, the plague man looked back at them and paused as he stared at Izumi. More specifically, her shoes. Well, you don't see someone wearing those shoes often. Izumi's heart started to race as the blood left her face. The man looked down at her with a glint in his eyes that made her feel dirty, and not in a good way. What's your name? Swallowing thickly, Izumi took a step back and clutched Ochako's arm to keep her from. She wasn't sure what exactly. But antagonizing this guy seemed like a dumb idea. I am sorry, but I don't think I should tell you. Humming thoughtfully, the man nodded for a moment. That's fair, we have only just met. He turned around and started walking towards the white-robed man and Iri, we're leaving. The plague man shot her one last glance over his shoulder and Izumi felt dread washing down her spine. I do hope we meet again. With nothing else to say, the men and Iri had left down an alleyway, disappearing as soon as they turned the corner. The thought of how that guy was looking at her took the strength out of Izumi's legs and she fell onto her rear. All the while she wanted to do something. Anything. When she saw the fearful glance towards her as Iri passed around that building's edge, she wanted to transform and just swoop over there, pick her up, and fly off away from that guy. Villain or not, she couldn't just sit there. But she couldn't do anything without outing herself and she hated it. Ochako was next to her in an instant and was grabbing her shoulders. Midoriya, are you alright? She shuddered as the two of them looked at the alley the group had left through. That guy gave me the creeps. Why yeah. Swallowing thickly, Izumi got up and slowly gathered up her bags. She hadn't even realized she'd spilled them. I think I'll just go home. I don't want to be outside right now. Nodding in agreement, Ochako helped her gather her items back up before pausing and looking nervously at Izumi. Hey, I'm sorry if I upset you earlier. Izumi shook her head and gave the girl a small smile. It's alright. Want to exchange numbers? Izumi perked up and looked at Ochako in surprise, seeing her holding out her phone. That way we can keep in touch and hang out later. An unspoken and call if you need help passed between their eyes. Tearing up at the gesture, Izumi pulled out her phone and smiled. As sure, without anything else to do, and feeling unsettled after their encounter, Izumi and Ochako parted ways and went back to their respective homes. Ochako wanted to quickly find Midnight and let her know what happened. And Izumi wanted to do the same with the detective if he was still there interviewing Himiko. However, at the same time, Izumi was feeling so damn frustrated with herself. She sat there like a coward as a little girl fearfully was taken by a strange man, even if she was willingly walking along with him. She needed to vent a little, something to distract herself. Her star weighed in her pocket, reminding her that it was just a few words away from helping her do just that. Pulling out her phone, Izumi did a quick search on HeroNet to see where some of her favorite toys heroes were at the moment. A small smile grew slowly as she saw Mount Lady was busy at a photo shoot in Musutafu right then, and she ducked into an alley herself. Once she was sure she was alone, her fangs managed to poke out of her smile. Transmagia. As they walked back to their compound, Overhaul thought over Iri's recent moment of misbehavior. How she managed to slip past the last handler was inconsequential, as it wouldn't be happening again. Removing the previous grunt in the position did the job of ensuring that. As for Iri, he'll increase the amount of procedures she goes through for a time. Perhaps she'll learn to behave afterward. Then there were the girls who she had run to. The situation was thankfully taken care of without needing to remove them as well. He didn't want to get himself filthy with their diseased blood. Or rather, only one of them. Those red shoes were unmistakable. He never thought he'd meet someone who wore them that was as young as her. She may not have given him her name, but he had ways to find out. He glanced over at his subordinate with a narrow gaze. Chronostasis, have someone keep an eye on that girl from earlier. The green one. I want to know how viable it would be to invite her to our organization. Even Izumi stiffened under his hand. Chronostasis continued to follow his boss and looked over at him. Sir, Overhaul continued to walk, looking forward yet seeing only what his mind was imagining. He could only scarcely imagine what kind of hardship this society had pushed onto her. And for the first time in a while, it made him eager. Someone as pure as her shouldn't be left alone to waste in this filthy world. Surely she will appreciate the work we are putting into curing the disease that plagues the people around her. His eyes fell on Eri, who was trembling and forcing herself to look at the ground. Also, find someone to be Eri's retainer for now. Remind them not to fail like the last one. And hope that she chooses to join to take over their job. As you wish, Chisaki. Takamayu was starting to hate photo shoots. It wasn't that she hated being on camera. No, that part was fine with her. She got a top score in her classes in handling the media back in Shiitsu. It wasn't even how she had to pose to flaunt herself and look as sexy as possible. She did that for her debut as naturally as she breathed. No, the part Takayama hated was how dependent her career was becoming on them. She didn't want to admit it, but she did put in the work and effort to do good when out as a hero. She just tried to make sure it was as attention-grabbing as possible so that she got enough money in to help pay for her unintentional damage to the city. Roads were so damn fragile lately. Yu then slumped into the makeup chair for a moment, looking at herself in the mirror. Her hero suit was immaculate once the support team finished fixing it, but that had been yet another huge chunk out of her budget. No thanks to that little upstart Maja Baser. So instead of wearing it right then, she was in a dress that she couldn't place a price tag on. She was still wearing her mask and horns, but that was all of her hero costume to come with her. The designer that made her dress was fussing over some detail that another model in the shoot was having trouble with. Something about a shark tail stretching out the hole that had been made to accommodate, and the little brat not wanting to sit still. Either way, it left Yu to her thoughts as the worries over her increasing debts continued to loom over her. So, when an up-and-coming fashion designer decided that she would be good for a few photos, she agreed to help as a model. The photo shoot was going to take place at a nearby park, one that used to be frequented by the local children until a villain crashed through it and totaled half the sets. It had since been renovated a few times into various layouts. But eventually, the city just gave up and let it be maintained by the locals that lived nearby. So there were a few flower beds, a pair of trees that had somehow survived the various remodels, and a few benches to relax on. She was about to slip into another funk when a hand landed on her shoulder. What's got you so down, Takayama? Glancing over her shoulder, Yu was greeted with the sight of the other hero on set that day, Uobami. She didn't have to worry about being in her hero costume or not, cause it already doubled as a fancy dress. Sitting up and straightening out her hair, Yu just sighed. Nothing you need to worry about, Uobami. Just the fallout of a certain little demon. The last word came out like a curse as Yu glared at nothing and clenched a hand unconsciously. That's right, Maja Baser, Uobami said idly as she adjusted her makeup for a moment and chuckled. You should hear some of the rumors about Midnight that started because of her. Yu perked up instantly and leaned in. Spill, smiling deviously. Uobami glanced over at her and her snakes wiggled a bit. I had one of my sidekicks ask how Midnight hid the pregnancy so well. Yu was stunned speechless for a time, before bursting into a full belly laugh. It's true. She came up to me and asked that to my face. People are thinking that she's Midnight's secret love child turned villain. That's hilarious. Yu struggled to breathe as one of the makeup artists rushed over to make sure she hadn't ruined her work before she dabbed a few tears away from her face. Oh, I am so holding that against that old hag. Uobami raised an eyebrow as she went back to fixing her complexion. Takayama, if Kayama is an old hag, then I'm ancient. Blinking a few times to make sure her mascara wasn't uneven, she smirked a bit and her snake poked Yu on the nose. She's only a few years older than you, you know. I doubt that she was a teen mother, either. Before you had a chance to respond, the photographer poked their head into the room and shouted, All right, ladies, we're starting in 5. That's us. Uobami shrugged a bit before giving Yu a pat on the shoulder and walking off. Yu watched her fellow heroine leave the room and sighed as she rubbed her face. Damn it, now I just feel like an ass. She sat silently for a minute more before getting up and heading out of the makeup room herself, still calling her a hag. I'll just talk with her about it first. Once she and the other models got ready for the shoot, Yu felt like someone was watching her. She would have glanced to see where it was coming from if she could, but the photographer kept telling her to look forward and stop having her eyes wander. She later wished she could have slapped that photographer, as Maja Baser herself was busy looking down at the half-uniformed hero from a roof, devilish grin spreading wide. Oh, I needed this. Transforming and using magic was quickly becoming something Izumi was enjoying. Perhaps a little too much, but she could worry about that later. Distracting herself with some heroes would hopefully help with the mess in her head. Watching as Mount Lady walked out in a dress instead of her usual hero suit made her grow more excited. She could see how well Mount Lady would fare without being able to use her quirk. That, or maybe she'd decide to use it anyway and tear through the fabric entirely. Both were acceptable, in her opinion, so long as Mount Lady continued to fight the good fight and struggle, even in defeat. She was glad she had the thought of going back to Knack Base and dropping off all those tools she'd bought. It gave her time to go through all of them to pick out the ones she wanted to use and think of all the ways she could enchant them with her magic. Venita was still a little shit for sending her out to buy stupid hardware tools, but she could at least admit it fueled her imagination. She couldn't wait until she found someone resistant enough to electricity to safely use those jumper cables. As a bonus, Uobami was there too. Oh, she had so many issues with that hero. She had 3 different snakes in her hair, which could lead to all sorts of possible techniques depending on how extensively she trained her quirk. Was the cobra a spitting cobra that could shoot its venom? Could her snake stretch farther and bite opponents? Who knows? Instead of pushing herself to her limits and showing everything she could do, Uobami stuck to purely performing rescue work. That in itself didn't upset Izumi, though, as much as the constant marketing did. Compared to most heroes, Uobami took it to another level entirely. Izumi was sure that the hero had cheated countless interns out of proper lessons because she wanted a stand-in for one gig or another. Izumi understood and fully accepted that heroes, as cool as they were, still needed to get paid for their work. Otherwise, they'd be spreading themselves so thin their performance would suffer, or go into debt from city-wide repair costs. That last part made her completely baffled at how Endeavor was still able to afford his house, let alone his agency. Just how much did being number 2 in the hero charts pay? Gently slapping her cheeks, MahoAko got herself back into the headspace of villainous leader and pulled out the few things she went back to the hardware store to borrow. That being a pack of old-fashioned clothespins. A flick of her crop and the pins quickly turned into a swarm of little wooden locusts, while still retaining the clip and spring. Eagerly and expectantly rubbing her hands together, MahoAko watched her little, what should she call them? Clip bugs, pinch flies, twister flutters. She'd think of something later, probably with Himiko's help, considering her horrible naming abilities. Now go my minions, and pinch the heroes senseless. As they flew down towards the photo shoot, MahoAko felt an odd sense of giddiness at saying that line. No wonder villains ham it up so often. Maybe I should have considered going into theater. Questions for later. As soon as the first of her newest Skyevo reached the photo shoot, it pinched Uobami on the ass. The startled yelp as she shot up and looked for what pinched her was like a chime of a bell to Baser. Then a second one got her other cheek. Then the back of Mount Lady's thigh. Finally, one landed on Uobami's nose and looked her in the eyes before pinching that too and making her shriek. Like the signal gun of a race, that one cry of pain and surprise sent the rest of her swarm into a frenzy. The crowd of models, photographers, crew, and the like all started to flee as the heroes tried desperately to fend off her swarm. It would soon be time for the show to start in earnest. Osaka was freaking out. Firstly, how in the holiest of hells did she end up getting into a situation like that? Whoever that guy in the plague mask was, he looked ready to make her and Izumi disappear just for finding that little girl. She was hoping she could remember where Midnight Sensei said she'd be because she needed an adult immediately. All the while, she was hastily pulling out her phone and spamming the group chat she made with Momo and Kyoka for help. The panicked responses she was getting probably weren't helping keep the situation calm, but she felt like her heart was about to explode. Gravity Girl, helpless need Sensino. Hawaii, you okay? Queen Katara, Osaka, are you alright? Gravity Girl, Creep Jai Toklet GRL and RSGS. Gravity Girl, a low threatening me and girl I met. Gravity Girl, Worsensei. She found herself coming up on the UA gate and felt a flicker of relief. Even if she couldn't find Midnight Sensei, the rest of the teachers were pro-heroes too. One of them should be able to help. A few students were milling about, probably on a free period, and they cried in surprise as she lunged over them. She ran for the first door she saw in the hallways, before slamming it back shut and turning. A broom closet wasn't going to help. One student was shouting at her. Whatever they said was lost to the wind. Then a face with weirdly simple eyes poked through the wall. Hi. The sight made Osaka trip on her own feet and tumble forward into a roll, careening far past the student and landing in a heap on the floor. She groaned for a moment before scrambling to sit up and try to keep going. Only this time, a white fabric shot out and wrapped around her, making the girl face plant into the ground. Care to tell me how you got onto campus? Rolling over, Osaka could make out a hobo-looking guy on the other end of the thing wrapped around her, sitting on his shoulders like a scarf. He also was glaring at her with glowing eyes. Osaka, however, had no filter between her brain and mouth due to the amount of panicking she was doing. Why is a hobo in UA? Glaring harder, the hobo tightened the scarf thing on her and made her wince. I won't ask again. The face from the wall sunk back in and a tall blonde guy stepped out of the room behind it looking worried. Aizawa-sensei, aren't you being a little harsh? Aizawa. The three of them looked down the hallway where they could see Nezu standing with his paws behind his back, staring up at the hero with a blank face. Even then, it felt like the hallway had grown a few degrees colder. That is one of Midnight's girls. It would be in your best interest to release her immediately and return to the assignment I gave you. Aizawa and the principal held their gaze for a moment before the scarf unwound from MahoAko. The man bit back a scoff as he turned and marched away. Even unspoken, the look in the rat's eyes spoke volumes to the teacher, and there would be words later. Once he was out of sight, Nezu turned to Osaka and frowned. Are you okay, Uraraka-san? Nodding rapidly, Osaka scrambled to her knees, before flailing her arms while attempting to speak. Why yes, but that's not important right now. Something happened while I was out and I was trying to find Midnight-sensei or another hero, so I ran back over here as fast as I could. A paw gently planted itself on her lips as the principal smiled. Please calm yourself, Miss Uraraka. Seeing her still being rather wound up, Nezu hummed a bit before nodding. I see this may take some time to go over. Let's head to my office, shall we? Mr. Tagata, would you care to assist me for a moment? I would normally ask a staff member, but I feel time is of the essence. Sure thing, Nezu-sensei. Anything to help out a kohai. Tagata gave the small mammal a salute before Nezu scrambled up his arm and sat on the boy's shoulder. Osaka stood up and gave a shaky smile, before bowing deeply. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. What the interaction failed to notice, to all but Nezu at least, was that some of the other students in Tagata's class were listening in on the interaction. One student in particular poked her head out and her long periwinkle hair hung as a flag of the trouble to come. I didn't expect Midnight-sensei to be a mom. I wonder if she was young when she had them. Who's the dad? Hey, do you think she'd tell us if I asked? God damn it. You swore as another of those damn clip bug things pinched her right on the ass before getting swatted out of the air. Iwabami yelped as another one clipped the nape of her neck painfully. You should really watch your language, she bit back a swore herself as one got the inside of her thigh. What kind of quirk does things like this? Growling a bit under her breath, you grabbed one of the clips as it flew by, taking a good look at it. It was like someone took one of those clothesline pins and turned it into a locust while keeping the pin intact. I have an idea who it is. Giggling echoed through the air as the two heroes looked up to see Base descending towards them. Oh, it's so good to know I hold a place in your mind, Mount Lady. She floated lower and the clips all hovered in the air between the heroes and her. Have you had fun with my little gift today? I had a rough encounter earlier and wanted something to cheer me up. Cheer you up. Yu's eye twitched as she snarled, crushing the pin in her hand and making the little bug scream before it poofed back into a simple piece of wood. Cheer you up. This is how you cheer yourself up. Base held a hand over her lips as she continued to giggle. What can I say? I just love seeing you heroes struggle and fight on. It makes me feel all kinds of giddy. Her eyes moved over to Iwabami, and the smile vanished, making the two heroes feel a shiver. Then again, there's one here who I hesitate to call a hero. It was like blinking, but Iwabami suddenly had Base in her face, the villain looking down at her like an ant. Tell me, Iwabami, when was the last time you fought a villain? Iwabami found herself unable to answer for a variety of reasons. One, in all the reports she and every hero heading into Musutafu had received, nowhere did it say Base was this fast. Secondly, she didn't remember. It had been so long that she only remembered her PR manager telling her she needed to do something soon. Even a simple patrol before the HPSC started breathing down her neck again. Third, however, was the pressure that Base was exuding. It felt like someone was stepping on her neck and digging their heel into her trachea. She was surprised she was still able to breathe at all. It was 3 months ago, Base said as she started to float to the right, facing Iwabami, who had stayed ridged in place. It was a purse snatcher who happened to run through one of your little commercials. Even calling it a fight would be laughable, seeing as you took credit for him tripping and hitting his head. Seeing an opportunity, you moved to try and grab the villain from behind, but those damn clip bugs swarmed towards her and formed a wall between the two. Another step forward and she'd be getting pinched like no tomorrow. If she wasn't wearing this stupid fucking dress, she'd use her quirk and swat that little pest into the pavement. Base started to circle the hero, keeping an eye on how her snakes were following her, so they can move and track opponents. That's one hypothesis tested. Always on the rescue. That, I can respect. She came full circle and tilted her head. Yet, I've never heard of you showing off a new technique, a new application of your powers. Iwabami was starting to sweat as she took a step back. It's almost as if you're afraid to get hurt. Grimacing at the blow to her pride, Iwabami grits her teeth and lets one of her snakes have control of themselves. The cobra hissed and snapped at the villain, who smiled as the snake's teeth barely missed her face. So you can bite. With a flick of her crop, more of the clips flew into the air, hovering menacingly behind her. I wonder if you can keep all of these away from yourself. With a flick of her wrist, MahoAko sent the new Skyvo forward, intent on testing the hero, only for a random orange-haired girl to jump between the two. The girl stood there, arms splayed out and eyes clenched, trembling in her shoes as sweat poured down her face. When the expected onslaught didn't happen, she hesitantly opened an eye to see all the clip bugs floating mere centimeters away from her, and a slightly panicked-looking MahoAko behind them all. Everyone was silent for a moment before MahoAko cleared her throat and pointed at the strange girl. Could you move to the side? You're interrupting our fight. I am sorry, but I can't do that. The girl looked ready to pass out, swallowing thickly and screaming at herself internally. Still, she stood resolute. As a photographer, my father has to ensure the quality and timeliness of the photos he provides. He cannot do that if you leave our models for the day covered in bruises and welts. MahoAko just blinked dumbly and had a slack jaw as she tried to process what was happening. But, I don't. Putting a hand to her head for a moment, MahoAko looked down to the side and thought, okay, Izumi, how are you going to handle this? You have some whack civilian jumping between you and the heroes. You're a villain, which by all rights means this shouldn't stop you, but... The air was thick with an awkward silence for a few moments, everyone looking baffled and terrified at the interaction. Just what the hell was this girl thinking? The photographer himself looked ready to pass out. It was one thing to be dedicated to helping her father complete his job, but she just willingly threw herself between a hero and a villain. There was an amused, yet nervous, giggle from Baser as her clips flew back a bit. I must commend you, girl. Out of everyone here, you might have just been the most heroic of them all. She flew up a bit into the air and looked around before looking away with an arrogant flick of her wrist. It is a shame you're not a legal hero or even a fellow magical girl. Then maybe I could have continued my fun, but you're not, and the mood is ruined. At least it looked that way until a stutter broke the image. A portal opened behind her and she let her clips fall to the ground, lifeless once more. Please don't interrupt again. It's quite rude. MahoAko entered her portal and was gone from sight, before she poked her head out and looked at you, giving the woman a wink. See you on duty, Mount Lady. A moment after she ducked back into the Inkai void, the portal closed, leaving behind the empty air it floated in, and the girl fell to her knees as she panted. The photographer rushed over and knelt next to her. Itsuka, are you insane? Why would you just rush in like that? What if you got hurt? Wincing a bit as she looked away and rubbed her shoulder, Itsuka sighed. I am sorry, Dad. It's just I know how much is riding on this shoot. I couldn't let all your work go to waste, especially since the Bakugas pulled out like they did. The clearing of a throat caught the family's attention as they both turned to look at the heroes that had been present, and Iwabami was looking down calculatingly at Itsuka. As much as I hate to agree with a villain, I do have to commend your heroic act, even if reckless. Seeing the girl blush as she looks down, Iwabami shares a glance with you before smiling down at her. If you would like, I could put in a recommendation to UA. For you. Really? A stern look from her father quickly mollified the excitement down to a respectful bow. See, thank you, Iwabami. Smiling, the hero gave Itsuka a pat on the head. Think nothing of it. You did stand up against a villain that's won against several heroes. That takes a level of courage most lack. As the father and daughter walked away, one scolded and praised the other in the same breath in a way that a parent could. Iwabami was left thinking, did MahoAko avoid hurting a civilian? Sighing, she shook her head and looked over at you, who had the same look. This is going to complicate her psych profile even more. Emerging from a portal a few blocks away from her home, Izumi transformed back from being MahoAko and slammed her head into a wall. God fucking damn it. Grumbling in frustration, she started her march home and glowered at nothing. Stupid civilian, and her stupid dad's photos, and her stupidly heroic act, and her stupid lack of a license. She was so close to finally feeling a little better about today, and then that happened. How was she supposed to test heroes if some dumb civilian ran into the fray? She might be a villain, but she had standards, damn it. Izumi continued marching and muttering to herself as she walked, hoping all things good and evil that girl got reprimanded for his act. She knows for a fact she would have if she'd been the one jumping in. Spotting her apartment as she rounded a corner, she sighed and rubbed her face. Hopefully, things went well for Himiko while she was out. Once she was at the apartment fully, she unlocked the door and took off her shoes. I'm home, Zuzu-chan. Himiko practically tackled her into a hug and squeezed the daylights out of her. Feeling her ribs creaking, Izumi desperately patted Himiko's arm as best she could. Himi-chan. Her mother walked over to the two and had an amused smile as she giggled to herself. While you were away, our meeting with the detective went spectacularly. He said he'll have enough evidence from her testimony to start up a case on the parents. The smile fell a bit as she looked down. Unfortunately, until then, Mr. Lie Detector said I'm probably going to be put under house arrest until all the charges are cleared. Himiko said with a casual wave of her hand after finally letting one of her arms loosen enough for Izumi to breathe. Izumi's head snapped over to her and she started fussing over her. House arrest. Shrugging, Himiko just started lounging on Izumi's lap. What? It isn't that bad. I get to be here with Zuzu-chan as long as I promise not to leave the apartment. I've also set you up for some online classes until you're ready for high school, Inko said as she walked over and helped the two girls to their feet. We were in such a hurry to get you out of that horrible place that I completely overlooked where you'd go. Thankfully, Mr. Nezu had set up online classes for some potential students and was willing to extend that to you as well. Inko sighed a bit and looked nervous, though I'm wondering how his attention landed on us of all people. Eyes lighting up with thankfully metaphorical stars, Izumi smiled widely. Being taught by Mr. Principal, the educational hero. That's so cool. Himiko nodded and continued to latch onto Izumi as she dragged her into the home. Yep, now come on, I want to snuggle. She leaned in and whispered a bit into Izumi's ear. And you need to tell me what made you go magical girl earlier. I could feel you from here and you were on the news again. A nervous chuckle left the girl as she was dragged into her bedroom. And her mother just gave a happy smile as she waved them off. Oh, those two are just adorable together. Sure, she would have to wait for the two to decide to adopt any grandchildren, but Inko was nothing if not patient. Once they had arrived in Nezu's office, the principal had excused Tagata from the room and used his phone to call midnight. It took half an hour for her to gather the other two girls and return them to the dorms, before rushing up to the office herself. Vats was quick to join her in her return, worried over something having happened to Ochako while she was out. This led to the two heroes and mascot asking Ochako what had happened, and her explaining the best that she could. By the end of her tale, Midnight was grimacing in worry, and Vats was busy fretting over the girl and how close she was to danger without being able to transform, as well as for the little girl's safety. Nezu's face lost its smile as the stoat pondered. So you're saying this man in a plague mask took the girl with him? Ochako nodded with worry. Yes, sensei. The principal remained silent for a moment, thinking over the story told. Midnight took that moment to put a hand on Ochako's shoulder. Did anything else happen after that? Well, Ochako paused as she brushed some hair away from her face, looking down in thought. When he was leaving, he stopped for a moment and said something about the other girl's shoes. He acted like they were different than normal. Nezu hummed a bit as he put his paws together, thinking over the information. Bats floated in front of her more and nervously wrung their sleeves together. You mentioned this other girl a few times. What is her name? Perking up a bit, Ochako blushed as she rubbed the back of her neck. Oh, it's Midoriya Izumi. She couldn't believe she forgot to tell them her friend's name. How were they supposed to help keep Izumi safe from this guy if they didn't even know who she was? Interesting. Nezu's eyes lit up for a moment as he started to chuckle. To think Ms. Midoriya would get caught up in even more trouble. Ochako's head snapped over to look at the principal as she shot to her feet, eyes wide. Wait, you know her. What do you mean by more trouble? Is she in danger? Did I accidentally get someone in witness protection found? Is she some secret crime lord? Chuckling, Nezu waved a paw as he hopped up on his desk to walk a bit closer to the girl. There's no need to worry, Ms. Uraraka. Your friend isn't in any legal trouble. Ochako let a breath escape her as she fell back into her seat, Midnight and Vats doing their best to calm her further. Nezu just smiled and waved a paw towards Midnight. You recall the hero operation Midnight had to leave for during your last training session? As the girl nodded, he continued. That operation was a raid on a school, which young Midoriya happened to be the whistleblower that let us know of its problematic nature. Seriously, Ochako jumped a bit in her seat, almost knocking into Vats. Midnight gave her a nod and continued to rub the distraught girl's shoulders. She is also currently an active part of an ongoing case regarding a young girl roughly your age, both of whom will soon be joining you and your friends for online classes. So we'll be wiping the chat logs to ensure nothing about your status as a magical girl is exposed. Any more information on the matter is unfortunately something outside of our ability to tell you. Poor Midoriya. I don't even know her personally and I feel bad for her. Vats wasn't sure how to feel about all of this. Being the mascot to magical girls was so much simpler than all of this hero stuff, but with how the world had changed they were becoming more entangled than ever. I'll need to meet her in person, but maybe I could offer her a place as a magical girl once I get more transformation hearts made. These recent events might have affected her heart though. I don't want to push her into something she's not comfortable with. And now she's caught the interest of some creepy guy. Ochako shuddered as she clenched her fists, breaking Vats from their thoughts. Nezu nodded as he held his paws behind his back. Indeed. As such, I'll see what I can do to have some increased patrols around her home. Other than that, I'll have to get into contact with any heroes who may know of the man fitting your description, and see what we can do to get the young girl out of his care. Smiling a bit, the stoat raised a paw. And of course, we'll need to ask you not to tell anyone of her part in the prior incident as well. If word got out of her involvement, then there would be even more targets on Midoriya's shoulders. Standing suddenly, Ochako turned to the other hero in the room and looked at her with a determined glint in her eyes. Midnight Sensei, could we help as well? I don't want to just sit here and do nothing when my friend could be in danger. Bats nodded a bit as they thought over the situation before adding, this could also be a way to let people know that we're on the hero's side when they show up as magical girls. The heroine pursed her lips in thought before sighing and locking eyes with the mascot. I'll consider it. Turning to Ochako, Midnight raised a finger, but if we do allow it, you're to follow my every order while we patrol, understood? The instant affirmation from Ochako made Midnight smile. This girl was already shaping up to be a good hero, showing a level of selflessness necessary for someone in this line of work. Hopefully, it wouldn't go too far, and she'd remember to take care of herself as well. But that was something she could get them to hound dog for if it came to it. Good, now come on. You need to head back to the dorms. The others are worried sick about you right now. Ochako's face froze for a moment before mortification slowly settled in and she grabbed onto the sides of her head. Oh shit, I blew up the group chat. Laughter burst from the heroine as she started walking the embarrassed girl out of the room. Bet you did. Now you get to explain it all to them. This is gonna suuk. Ochako groaned and placed her head in her hands, accidentally floating herself. Midnight just grabbed onto the girl's shoulders and held her close to the ground long enough for her to compose herself and release her quirk. This left the principal and mascot alone with each other. Nezu returned to their seat and started going through the files he'd scrounged together and frowned. It seems offering young Midoriya schooling was a wiser decision than I believe. What was meant to simply keep the government from looking too closely into UA's sudden new class, while also granting me insight into such a curious mind, may now be a safety net for her well-being. Misfortune follows that poor girl like a curse. Once he had the files needed, Nezu started to draft an email. Seeing as Overhaul is involved now, I will need to get into contact with Sir Night-Eye. His investigation needs to be updated with this new development. Vats watched on, knowing they weren't much help right then. This was a part of their new position they still had to learn and decided that asking questions on the inner workings could wait for later. A girl's safety was more important. After spending the evening explaining what happened to Himiko and getting cuddled to death, Izumi eventually calmed Himiko down enough to get some rest that night. It had the usual problems of the strange whispers and dreams. But at this point, Izumi was expecting them on some level. It was like they were trying to show her something important, and it always featured Maja Baser or the girl behind the transformation. This time, there was a little girl in a dress reminiscent of Alice in Wonderland toying with a group of magical girls by trapping them in a dollhouse. The following morning, however, was thankfully quiet for Izumi. Venita had gone off to Knack Base to direct their little golems in fixing more of the building using their new tools, so they weren't here to pile more shenanigans onto Izumi. More importantly, the online classes her mother had managed to set up for her from Nezu of all people were phenomenal compared to her old ones at Aldera. She felt some challenges with the topics and had to slow down to take her time. For too long she'd been dealing with teachers who just assumed she was too stupid to follow along with the rest of her class, only to then mess with her grades anyway when she proved them wrong. Now she wasn't certain she had a perfect score, and for some reason that was making it all the more thrilling. That or she was mixing up anxiety for adrenaline again. Surprisingly, some lessons were also set up for Himiko. He even sent them personal laptops just to do the lessons with, though they looked like they were tailored to help her get back up to speed after being on the streets for almost a year. Izumi didn't think they were so bad, but one look at Himiko's dead-eyed stare pushed her towards taking a break. Zuzu-chan, how do you read all of that and not get a headache? Rolling her eyes, Izumi looked over at the lesson Himiko was working on and pointed toward the question she was stuck on. It's not that bad. We were just studying the math section, Himi-chan. We read over this. Himiko threw her arms at the laptop screen, frowning and flailing at the numbers. That was not the math I remember. It's hard enough when they threw English letters into the mix. Why is Greek showing up? Giggling to herself, Izumi held out the textbook and turned it to the page needed. That's the sign for summation, Himi-chan. It just means you need to compile the total value of all the variables you're given. Math is evil, Himiko shouted before throwing herself back onto the couch with a pout. Izumi felt a smile slowly forming on her face as she stood up and leaned over Himiko. The second they locked eyes, she poked the little vampire on the nose. Hello, yes, I am Maja Baser, the one who is math. How can I help you? The two stared at each other in silence before bursting into fits of laughter. Izumi had to steady herself on the couch as she giggled away, in comparison to Himiko's cackling as she kicked her legs into the air. Once the two girls had caught their breaths, Himiko sat up and looked over to Izumi. It's a good thing your mom's at work, or we wouldn't be able to joke about that. True, Izumi said as she went into the kitchen to grab some food. A break would be good for the time being. As much as she was loving these new lessons, she could tell Himiko was starting to burn out a bit. She found some melon pan her mom had stored in the pantry and smiled, before bringing some out for the two of them. When she got back to the couch, however, she caught a glimpse of what Himiko was doing on her laptop. "Himi-chan, you're not supposed to have HeroTube open." Pouting, Himiko pointed at the screen. "I know, but look it." She pulled up a video depicting a young girl with a blue shark tail and a similarly themed hoodie on stage with an older girl with red hair and a young blonde girl dressed as a detective. One of my favorite streamers just updated. Izumi watched as the older girl, while facing away from the two other ones, was trying to instruct them on how to behave as an idol. At the same time though, she couldn't help but feel she's seen that shark girl before. Oh wow, she's cute. Then she noticed how the two in the back of the stage looked at each other and started flipping each other off. Izumi's face fell into a deadpan as Himiko started to giggle uncontrollably, even as the older girl started to berate the two troublemakers. "And now I can understand why she's one of your favorites." Hey, sighing, Izumi just shook her head with an amused grin, fang poking out, and gave Himiko a pat on the head. "Fine, you can keep watching, but as soon as you're done it's back to your lessons." "Yes, Midoriya-sensei." Himiko playfully smiled as she leaned towards Izumi and pressed her head further into the pat. Izumi had to pause at the action before a devious smile pulled on her face and she felt a little of Maja-Baser slip out of her. Now, Ms. Himiko." The tone of voice instantly made Himiko pause and blush a bit. She had to lean back as Izumi put a finger under her chin and gently made her look the green girl in the eyes. "You remember what happens to students who misbehave, right?" Fighting through her blush, Himiko smirked back and raised an eyebrow. "Practicing for your next outing." Pulling back with a bit of a blush, Izumi went back to her laptop and grumbled, "Shush, you." Going back to her lessons, there was a notification towards the side that made her pause. She hadn't noticed earlier, but the virtual classroom Nezu had set up also contained a chat room for students to communicate. At first, she thought Himiko was doing something to mess with her again, but when she looked over, the little vampire was still watching her little streamer cause chaos. "Wait, the class chat says there are other students on right now. And who's on?" Opening the chat, she looked over the names and saw two she didn't recognize, and one she did. Himiko paused her entertainment for a moment to look at Izumi. She soon was moving over to hover by Izumi's shoulder. "What is it?" "Uraraka is one of the other students," Izumi pointed out while looking through the chat. She was debating introduce herself to them or not. The last time she was part of a chat, they bullied her relentlessly until she just deleted the app entirely. She didn't think that these other two girls would do the same if they were friends with Uraraka, but the doubt still lingered in the back of her mind. There was also a strange glint in Himiko's eyes as she looked down at the screen at Uraraka's name. "Oh," Izumi shook her head a bit and started to nibble at her knuckle as she got up and paced. "I wonder if we could set up a study session with each other. Then maybe we could meet all of her friends too. But then I would need to invite them over since Himiko can't leave the house. Can I do that while she's on house arrest? Would that get us in legal trouble? I want to meet her friends though, but I also want to introduce Himiko." "You just want an excuse to see new quirks, don't you?" Izumi froze for a moment before looking over and seeing Himiko's Cheshire grin. I thought I told you to shush." Blushing even hotter than before, Izumi threw one of the melon pans straight at Himiko, who dodged laughing once more. The two began to run around the apartment, one trying to catch the other and punish her for her mischief. As chaotic as having Himiko staying in her home was continuing to prove itself, Izumi was enjoying having a day where things didn't blow up into more problems. She didn't even need to go vent and just embrace the chaos that was having a friend. She was still going to enjoy training her little bird the first chance she had though. She'd earned it after that little comment. Having gotten an email earlier that day, Sir Night-Eye wasn't expecting to receive any information regarding his case on the Shy Hasekai. It was only in the beginning stages with suspected ties to the recent increase in trigger sales, so intel being given from another hero was unexpected, but still welcome to a degree. Still, this pushed his planning forward, and hopefully not too far to cause any issues with Tagada's training. He'd been quick to pick up the phone and call Nezu directly after he had finished reading the email to gain some confirmation on the information. And confirmation he'd gotten. Narrowed eyes focused on the email, even as Sir Night-Eye's phone pressed to his ear. "So you're saying these two girls had an interaction with Overhaul?" From Ms. Uraraka's description of the individual, "I do believe so," Nezu replied, his voice sounding more serious than his usual chipper tone. "More importantly is the case of the child they claimed was in his possession." Sir Night-Eye opened up his case files and began to scour through all the information he had on the dying Yakuza group. "None of my records regarding the Shy Hasekai notes any of the members having a child outside of the former leader, and his daughter is a full-grown woman." He read over the fact that the woman was recently widowed, though there was no reason listed for the husband's death. "However, I'll be sure to add this to my case files. The possibility of this child being the grandchild of the former leader is one to make note of." Sir Night-Eye, with the addition of the girl, your operation will need to reach a point where you can launch a raid, and soon. We can't leave a child in the hands of a villain. Understood. The call ended and Sir Night-Eye hung up the phone, digging through all the files he had to piece together something he could use as probable cause to enter the Yakuza's base. Still, the detail of a child being in the building nagged at him, though not in the way one would have expected of a hero. With the trigger distribution being the primary focus, I can't put many resources into verifying this. Perhaps I can find someone who is a member and use my quirk. That way I can verify for myself how the operation will go. He contemplated the idea before nodding. If a child is truly involved, then perhaps they'll need a way to placate her, which will be my ticket to finding out their inner workings. If a member I follow goes into any establishment focusing on children's well-being, they'll be my target. Yes, he could use the girl's position within the compound as a means to extract intel. This would allow for the heroes to lay out a careful plan for entering and securing the Yakuza base and putting an end to the organization. He glanced at one of the many All Might posters in his office and adjusted his glasses. This operation might finally be the chance I have to prove to All Might that Mirio is a worthy successor as well. He picked up his phone again and started dialing. I can't let him die in that monstrous fight without choosing an heir first. I can't stop his death, but I can save his legacy. Perhaps I can convince him to join in on the raid to witness Tagada's prowess first. He should have enough time left to keep transformed for the duration. Sir Night-Eye continued to plan away, focusing on all the details he deemed important, and forgetting the rest. He contacted heroes to join in on their operation and even received a request to aid from Midnight of all people with some details about her having 3 apprentices now. He accepted only because he wanted to have as many hands on deck to put the odds in their favor before he used his quirk to see if it was enough. He would use this operation to save his friend and put an end to the last major Yakuza group in one fell swoop. In his immaculately kept office, Chisaki sat waiting for his subordinate to return. His prior request had not been too difficult to his belief. He had achieved more with less in prior requests, so any doubts about chronostasis were non-existent. Sure enough, only a few minutes later the white coat the man was known for could be seen in the doorway as chronostasis bowed. Chisaki put his hands together as he leaned into the desk. So, how did your information gathering go? We located the girl as you asked, Chisaki. Chronostasis answered as he stood and placed a folder on Chisaki's desk. A mole in the police was able to leak the intel to us. Opening the folder, Chisaki read over its contents. Midoriya Izumi. He flipped through the pages as he read, growing more pleased with each entry. Main victim of school-wide bullying and quirk discrimination due to her quirkless status. Lives alone with her mother. Has expressed her former desire to become a hero. That last part may cause some problems, but he knew how to handle that. People who were heroic always put others before themselves. Closing the folder, Chisaki turned to Chronostasis. Wait for her to be alone outside of her home, and when she is, bring her to me. Be sure to remove any devices she may have on her. I wish to talk with her about her future prospects. If she does not willingly join us, we have means with which we can persuade her. Chronostasis nodded as he turned for the door. As you wish. I'll assemble a team to bring her immediately. There was a squeal of pain as a wooden spoon smacked into the rear of a certain blonde vampire. When Izumi had managed to tackle Himiko to the ground after chasing her for a good hour, she'd pulled the girl's shirt up enough to turn it into a makeshift bind and tied her hands together. Izumi had quickly done the same to her skirt around her ankles, leaving Himiko in only her bra and panties as she was bound on the couch. She then was forced to watch as Izumi walked into the kitchen and returned smiling menacingly while holding that cursed cooking implement. There was another sharp crack as the spoon made contact with her sore rear. Zuzu-chan, please have mercy. Izumi hummed, dragging the spoon across the tender flesh, enjoying the whimper Himiko made before smiling and giving her a pat on the head. All right, Himi-chan. I think you've been punished enough. She reached for the shirt binding Himiko's hands, before eyeing her reddening cheeks and biting her lip a bit. I didn't go too hard, did I? As she was untying Himiko and letting her moan over her sore posterior, Venita chose that moment to pop their head out of a portal by the ceiling. All right, girls, good news. Both girls bit back curses as they either turned to glare and throw the spoon at the mascot or scrambled to get their clothes on the rest of the way. Venita simply dodged the wooden utensil by letting it fly into the portal behind them and waved a sleeve. Knack Base is almost fully repaired. Himiko tenderly pulled her skirt back up, wincing as it passed over her rear before looking up at the mascot. Oh cool, we can see it when it's not all broken and stuff. More importantly, I was able to gather enough information on our newest potential member to hold a meeting. Venita's words made the two girls pause, before looking serious. I've been curious about that. Honestly, Izumi started as she crossed her arms and looked up at the mascot. Just who are you looking to recruit? You set up the situation for me to run into Himiko, which was for the best in the end, but I'm sure that I haven't run into anyone you'd want me to recruit since. She watched how the mascot's smile got a touch wider and her eyes narrowed. There is no way they'd go after Osaka. She's too bubbly and kind for a Normita. Venita did something, I know it. Venita just shrugged and made the portal grow a bit bigger and move towards the floor, so they would have an easier time going through it. It would be better to explain at Knack Base. The explanation is quite long. Sharing a glance, Himiko and Izumi both started for the portal, with the latter keeping an eye on the mascot. This had better be good, Venita. Back at UA, the newest rendition of Tres Magia was working on their lessons once more, but there was an undertone of tension the entire time. The three hadn't been a team long, but talking among themselves in their free time had come naturally. Unsurprising, being a trio of teenage girls that shared interests. And now living space, but with everything they'd talked about the day before, it left little room for jovial banter. That night, Momo looked like she was going to be sick from worry when she learned about how little Eri was in the clutches of a villain. Jiru wasn't much better, and her jacks were idly flicking through the air like an angry cat's tail. The both of them were in instant agreement with Ochako's proposal to join in as magical girls for whatever happened, even if they were just patrolling the area. They would be able to help more with that magical barrier preventing them from getting hurt by average villains, and they would be able to do everything in their power to save a little girl. It didn't change the fact that all the pressure was making the three nervous though. Ochako stared at the screen of her laptop before sighing and drawing the other two's attention. This feels like it's happening pretty fast, right? The two nodded before Kyoka leaned forward in her seat. I know what you mean. Kyoka fiddled with her jack as she looked down at the computer keys thoughtfully. We've only had these powers for under a week. Yet here we are, about to go on patrol as apprentices to a pro hero. It feels so impossible, Momo added, looking just as pensive. I just hope we don't make any mistakes while we're out there. Kyoka stopped twirling her ear jack and looked at the other two. What about if she shows up? The trio fell into silence at the thought. So far, hero after hero has constantly been humiliated at the hands of the dark magical girl. Not one opponent of hers had lasted long outside of a rank villain, and she toyed with them like it was an average afternoon. Momo frowned as she stood up and got the other two looking at her. If Magia Base does appear, then we'll have to step up and do what only we can. She held up her transformation heart, looking at her reflection on its surface with determination. She and Stylet may be the only ones who can hurt us when transformed, but the same applies to them as well. Her emotions quickly spread to the other two and they shared a nod. You're right. If she shows up, we gotta get in there and punch her face in. Ochako cheered with a pump of her fist. Tripping over herself for a moment, Kyoka pointed at Ochako as she stood up. Okay, seriously, what is with you and the face punching? Ochako just blinked for a moment before shrugging. What? It's like my dad always said. If it doesn't work, get a hammer. What? Momo stuttered as she tried to comprehend what Ochako just said, almost dropping her transformation heart in the process. What kind of a saying is that? How would a hammer be the fix-all for anything? Smiling proudly with her eyes closed, Ochako put her hands on her hips. Dad called it percussive maintenance. Momo and Kyoka's bafflement was completely lost to her as she continued. Mom called it him being dumb, but the TV working right after a good smack proves who was right. Kyoka clearing her throat got Ochako to focus on her friend again, and the rocker held her hand up while pinching the bridge of her nose. I don't think percussive maintenance is the answer to whatever is going on with Magia Base. Scratching her head a bit, Ochako just shrugged. I mean, maybe it will. She doesn't act like most of the villains you see on the news. What kind of villain just runs away because a civilian jumped into the middle of a fight? Isn't that a perfect opportunity for them to get a hostage? A contemplative hum made the two look to Momo as she put a finger to her chin and thought. It did seem odd. It's almost like Magia Base doesn't want to hurt anyone other than the heroes, and even then she focuses more on humiliating them instead of injuring them severely. Her mind focused back on the fight as it was shown on the news. At first, the evil magical girl had looked giddy as she toyed with the heroes, yet when that girl rushed in, she went from excitement to panic, to awkwardly covering the fumble. Is she treating this all like a game? If so, why? Ochako waved a hand and put the other on her hip again. Won't know until we try, right? Let's just get ready for training. Kyoka sighed as she shut her laptop and went to put it into the storage shelf Nezu had provided them with. One of her jacks pointed at Ochako as she did. While we're on the way there, you can tell us more about that Izumi girl you met. Perking up a bit, Momo had her hands balled up to her chest as she turned to Ochako excitedly. Oh, that's right. You mentioned she liked magical girls too, yes. Do you think she'd like to have a discussion on which ones were better? I guess. Ochako rubbed the back of her head before pointing at the laptops. I mean, you could just ask her now that she's in the class chat with us. Momo let out a small gasp and quickly turned to her computer. You're right. Her excitement died in a moment as she blinked at the screen before pouting. Oh, she just logged off. Sighing, Kyoko looked over at the two as she started putting on her jacket to head outside. Ask her next time, yeah Momo. Why yeah Momo? Momo blushed a bit as she put a hand to her chin. Kyoko blushed a bit as well as she realized she'd said that out loud and looked away to try and hide it. Why yeah, it's just, your name is kinda a mouthful. And it sounded cute. She mumbled the last part, but it was still loud enough for the heiress to hear. As such, Momo was beaming as she sat up with her hands clenched. I have a nickname. She hopped up and looked at Kyoko with a grateful smile, making the poor rocker's blush intensify. I accept it completely. Ochako laughed at the situation before glancing at the clock and jumping up herself, only in a slight panic instead of joy. Oh crap. Girls, we're gonna be late if we don't hurry. The three rushed around their common room, gathering up what they needed to head for the training ground Midnight had scheduled for them. As they did, Ochako took a moment to look down at the pink heart in her hands, and her grip tightened around it. I'll get that magic stuff to work eventually. In the bleak halls of Knack Base, Izumi and Himiko looked around and were able to notice a severe lack of debris in certain areas. Where the rubble had been were now a series of doors. Himiko had run over to them to peek inside, and Izumi looked over her shoulder, noticing how the room was about the size of a studio apartment, probably for Enormita members to stay in as they please. I wonder how often they were used before the original Enormita's downfall. Shaking her head a bit, Izumi turned to the mascot who floated in the middle of the room. Okay, Venita, are you going to tell us who has your attention now? I will get to that. But first, I need to explain the situation regarding her and why I can't simply bring her here. Venita waved a sleeve as they floated around a bit. Well, that isn't ominous at all. Izumi thought to herself as she watched the mascot like a hawk. They were doing something, but she couldn't tell what. Probably had to do with magic in the end. So it was another thing she could potentially learn once she figured out what it even was. Okay, so what's keeping you from just inviting them? Venita stopped their floating and turned to the two girls, Himiko having finally stopped running from door to door and rejoining Izumi. Well, for one, she is currently in the hands of the Yakuza, Venita casually said as they created a large holographic screen. On it was a picture of a simple-looking building, deceptively so, if it weren't for the thug hanging around as a guard. The what? Izumi and Himiko both screamed as they looked at the screen. Ignoring the startled cries of both Izumi and Himiko, Venita continued. Our potential member is currently being held captive underground. Normally, I would simply bring them here for recruitment and fake an identity for them. Unfortunately, there are two problems with this. On it, a labyrinthine series of holes made them think that the mascot was just showing a different part of Knack Base for a moment. The various men they saw walking around were all wearing masks, some simple medical ones and others elaborate plague doctors. The biggest problem is their leader. The screen shifted to show a man in a purple coat with a furred collar wearing the most elaborate plague mask. This is Overhaul. Himiko grimaced with a shiver. Just looking at this guy is giving me the creeps. For Izumi, it was a degree worse. She recognized him. This was the same creep that she ran into on that shopping trip. The one that little girl, Iri, had gone with. The one who had a strange fixation over her quirkless status. If he was Yakuza, how long before he did something to just kidnap her away? What if he threatened her family? Threatened Himiko? What if he hunted down Ochako too and got rid of her just for seeing him in public? His quirk is quite powerful, allowing him to reassemble matter at will with only a touch, and while it will likely have no effect on you directly, he has used it extensively on anyone and anything that obstructs his goals. For the past year, he has been working on creating some form of drug, using our prospective member as a key ingredient. The purpose of the drug is to erase quirks permanently. Venita shifted the screen again, this time showing a lab with an operating chair in the middle. The leather straps on the armrests made Izumi's blood go cold. So far, he has only accomplished a temporary version that lasts a few minutes. Given time, I'm sure he would be capable of a finished product. The second problem is our prospective member's age. Venita continued. She is younger than both of you, thus making a fake identity is far more difficult, as we would need someone old enough to pretend to be her parent, and we have no members old enough to do so. On a second screen, a scared young girl with white hair and a horn poking from the right side of her forehead was displayed. The same little girl who'd been so scared going with him. Now she knew why. She felt sick. Izumi felt a pulse run through her as her eyes dilated. He's using her as an ingredient. She can't be more than 5. Her fingers were curling like claws as she kept staring at the picture. A near silent gasp came from Himiko as she put a hand to her mouth. Izumi, is that the girl you told me about? Venita continued their explanation before she could get an answer, though, in a way, they answered Himiko's question for her. This is Iri. She is the granddaughter of the former leader of the Shai Hasekai. The image shifted to an older man, imposing with his stern glare, before switching back, and has been under Overhaul's care ever since he was put into a coma. Her mother abandoned her to her grandfather after her quirk awakened, leaving her with no guardians to care for her. She has tried to escape multiple times so far, but each resulted in her capture, with a few also leading to the death of anyone who tried to help, Venita said as they shifted the screens to show reports of mysterious deaths of heroes and civilians alike. That same pulse happened again, feeling like Izumi's veins were starting to burn. Because of this, if she were to be seen anywhere other than their compound, Overhaul would start to target those near her to recapture her. Where? Venita and Himiko paused at the cold tone in which Izumi spoke. Where is this? She asked as a few stars started to form on her cheeks. The mascot didn't react openly, floating over and pointing at the screen. The establishment is within the patrol routes for the Night Eye Agency. If you went there, you could see it from above. Himiko looked between Izumi and the screen, seeing her trembling hand before her eyes shot wide. Wait, Zuzu-chan, you can't seriously be thinking of taking on this guy. People know you avoid targeting civilians after your last showing. He'd use that against you, and those new magical girls could show up once they sense your magic. We can't make any plans for that if you run off. She knew she was being a bit of a hypocrite, considering her debut, but Himiko didn't want her friend to charge headfirst into danger. It just wasn't like Izumi to not have a plan somewhere in that big brain of hers. There was a pause hanging through Knack Base before Izumi spoke. Himi-chan, I've already made it known how I feel about heroes, both to you and the public, Izumi stated as she started to walk closer to the display. Heroes are meant to be paragons of justice, who uphold righteousness and equality in the face of unrelenting odds. However, I feel I have failed to mention what I think of magical girls. The clenching of her fist dug her nails into the palms of her hands, drawing blood that dripped down onto the floor. They're not simply like heroes in what they uphold. No, magical girls are also symbols in their own right, rather specific ones at that. She stopped at the display, looking at the little girl shown, seeing the fear flooding those red eyes flashing in her mind. They are symbols to all other little girls out there, dreaming of becoming something grand or wishing for some way to escape their situation. They are a means to help guide them as they grow older through the trials of life. Izumi took a moment to breathe as she closed her eyes and smiled. All through my younger years, I dreamed of a hero or magical girl to come and save me, make my pain stop. When that failed, I changed my dreams to becoming the hero I needed then, since becoming a magical girl was something I thought impossible. But that failed too, and now here we are. Her eyes opened and the gleam in them was practically spreading past her celicra and across her face. We may be villains, but we are still magical girls. We have standards. So this. Her finger snapped through the air as it pointed at the image of Overhaul, blood flicking and landing on the bastard's face. This filth in human skin. This pathetic excuse of a human that has been tormenting a young girl for over a wretched year. Unacceptable, 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 unacceptable. The tremor of Izumi's voice forced chills down Himiko's spine just as it sent ripples of dark magic through the air. Izumi paused before she turned around, and Himiko saw the 8 stars now decorating MahoAko's face under her shadowed eyes. She wasn't even sure when the transformation happened, and it was right in front of her. I'm simply going to remind this worm, and anyone nearby that chose to aid him, why harming a child is an unforgivable thing to do when a magical girl of any kind lives in your country. Just as she was about to tear open a portal, a hand grabbed onto her wrist and pulled. Izumi. Himiko was panting as she started to tear up. Please, we need a plan. We don't have anywhere for her to stay, and they'd put it together if you suddenly showed up with a little girl. I don't want to see you get thrown in jail. Hovering nearby and watching it all, Venita's smile grew in interest as MahoAko looked seconds from bursting into a rage, before taking a breath and letting herself calm. It seems my little test just now proved it. There is a difference I failed to notice at first between you and Utina. Your obsession with heroes has more than one sin driving you forward, Venita thought to themselves as they watched MahoAko drop her transformation and tremble with suppressed emotion, all while Himiko wrapped Izumi in her arms. Across the country, the shy Hasekai were unaware of the impending doom that awaited them. It was one thing to make an enemy of heroes. It was another to upset a magical girl with few moral guidelines holding her back. The unseen eyes of Enormita were watching and waiting, and an opportunity was soon to present itself. Venita, I need all the information you have on the shy Hasekai, including their current plans, members, quirks, and locations. I wonder what will bloom from you first, Midoriya Izumi. Your lust. Venita floated closer to the screen and shifted to some recordings of what looked like Overhaul's office, but taken from a corner of the ceiling out of sight. It showed her the Yakuza boss putting in his request to have her kidnapped, and Izumi began to plot a means to exploit that. She would make sure that Overhaul was more than simply punished. He and his little organization would be completely decimated, as an example to everyone. Oh, your wrath. Midnight stood in front of the 3 girls who would soon be joining her on a patrol across the town. She still didn't feel they were ready, and how could she not? It had been a week since they got these abilities, and sending them into a potential combat situation felt wrong. She knows she should have put her foot down more and prevented them from joining, but she couldn't say no to those faces. All three of them looked ready to take on the entirety of Japan. Yet Midnight knew that part of it was simply a facade. These girls didn't know the first thing about how dangerous a villain situation could be. Her encounters with villains over the years, and most recently with Enormita's insane capabilities, were stark reminders of how close she brushed with danger each time. It was lucky that the latest threat in Japan only focused on harassing heroes so far instead of causing grievous harm. Turning to the mascot floating next to her, Midnight shifted her weight to one leg, adopting her signature pose and putting on her persona. "Vats, did you help them come up with something?" The mascot cheerfully nodded and smiled as they waved a sleeve at the girls. "Yes, we discussed this over our last training session, and they decided they would pick a theme for the three to use for their names. They let me know this morning that they've come to a decision." Nodding with a satisfied smile, Midnight pointed towards the girls and grinned. "All right, girls, let's have it." The three shared their magical girl names with Midnight, and the hero was satisfied with what she was hearing. As they finished sharing, the three posed together as they cheered, and together were Nova Magia. Nova Magia, as in new magic. Vats chimed in as they flew over and gave the girls a round of applause. "I can see that working quite well, and it would make you stand out from Tres Magia if anyone compares you." Momo beamed with pride as she raised a hand as well. "It also makes it easier if we end up inviting anyone new to the group, so the name doesn't have to change for them to be included." As the heiress beamed, Midnight took a moment to think over the names before nodding herself and smiling at the three. "Okay, I can see the similarity between two of your names," she started before pointing at the pinkest of the three. "But Uraraka, why did you add Rose to yours?" She wanted to do a space theme, and was going for Rose Nebula. Kyoka chimed in as she smirked. Achako's head whipped over to the rocker with a blush and puffed up cheeks. "Shush, you wanted to do a music theme until Momo pointed out it was still copyrighted." Nodding with closed eyes as she put a hand to her chin, Momo tilted her head back in thought. The Symphony Gears copyright certainly put a lot of effort into that contract of theirs, I'll give them that. Over 200 years, and that account is still building for the Takabana family, even with none of them even working in the entertainment industry. She paused for a moment before blinking at a stray thought. "Now I'm wondering if it was just a TV show, or if they were real. Should I start a conspiracy board?" No, Mother would join in on that and we'd lose track of the point. Ignoring the intellectual's momentary loss of focus, Achako threw her hands up into the air. "Or even going with Nova Magia, as in supernova, big star going boom. Let me keep a fraction of my original choice." "Focus, girls." Midnight interrupted the squabble before it could devolve any further, while also refocusing a certain oblivious Aju-sama. She had to sigh for a moment at the sight of the three blushing as they awkwardly looked anywhere but the heroine. This was one of the reasons she wasn't sure about doing this, but she just had to do what she could and treat them like they were first-year interns. Just a year early and with the executioner's axe on her career's neck if they fucked up. Clapping her hands, she got the three to look up before looking them over with a stern frown. "Before we head out, let's go over everything one more time, all right?" The three saluted her and stood straight. "Yes, ma'am." Midnight walked in front of the girls, marching like a drill sergeant as she did. "1. You listen to me as if my word is gospel. Just a step out of line, and you're being sent right back to UA and facing punishment." She turned around and started to walk back, noting the slight nervousness on their faces. 2. Only refer to each other by code names when transformed in public. This is to protect your identities from both villains and the media. 3. If we encounter any villains, prioritize the rescue and protection of civilians. It doesn't matter if we capture a villain if the people meant to be saved are injured or worse. I'll focus on incapacitating the villains while you do. Midnight finished her walk back where she'd started, and put a hand on her hips while raising a finger in the air. 4. Direct any questions from the media to me. I'm your mentor and your actions and safety are my responsibility. I'll deal with the news vultures. It doesn't feel like we're getting to do much, Kyoka muttered under her breath, but it was loud enough that Midnight caught it and turned her attention to the young girl. Vats looked like they wanted to say something encouraging, but Midnight beat them to it. I know it doesn't, but that is because you're all still middle school students. It would be incredibly irresponsible for the UA to let you charge headfirst into danger with no consideration for your safety. That is why you're being restricted to aiding civilians at most. The three girls shared a glance before Momo looked over to Midnight. And if Baser shows up, sighing deeply, Midnight crossed her arms and shook her head. We'll have to wait and see how that situation is being handled first. Achako puffed out her cheeks and huffed, which made the hero look at her. I know you're ready to knock the daylights out of her, Uraraka, but that doesn't mean you get to charge in recklessly. I'm going to get enough flack for letting you three join me on a patrol when you don't even have a provisional license yet. Wait, really? Ochako's eyebrows shot up on her face as she stared at the hero in surprise. Momo looked perplexed as she put a hand to her chin for a moment. But by all rights, we should be fine to do so as your apprentices. The law is quite clear on that. Yes, but not many people remember the hero-apprentice laws, Midnight countered. We got lucky that because so few heroes even try to use those specific laws, the government hasn't done anything with them to alter the allowances they grant. She turned on her heel and looked over her shoulder at the three. Now again, do as I say while we're out. And if they start pointing cameras at you, give them a friendly smile and wave. And do not use your powers unless I permit you to do so. The three gave her a set of determined smiles as they started flying behind her. Yes, ma'am. As they marched out of the UA. As front gate to start their route, civilians started to notice the three flying behind Midnight and watching in a mix of worry and curiosity. Midnight hoped that the patrol would be a calm one. If they were lucky, there would be a purse snatcher at most and a few nosy paparazzi. Izumi was going over her plan a few more times in her head. She would have written down something, but the fear that her mom might find any plans she made resulted in her scrapping the idea altogether. Yes, Himiko did point out that she could have just left any written plans in Knack Base. But Izumi was lost in her mutter spree and didn't even register the words. That, and with how angry Izumi still looked, Himiko was hesitant to disturb the dragon, especially after her last punishment at the girl's hands. Even Venita left making some excuse about having to check on something else, leaving the little vampire to try and calm down a sadist on the hunt. Eventually, for the little vampire, Izumi did conclude how they could get away with their little scheme and have a believable alibi for everyone involved. The plan was simple enough that there should be enough wiggle room to allow for improvising when it inevitably was destroyed in contact with the enemy. Izumi at this point was forced to acknowledge her bad luck. You don't get put through the shenanigans she has for a week straight and not see the signs. As for her plan though, first, Izumi would let herself get kidnapped. It was the simplest way for her to get inside and get close to where he was. She'd have to leave her star behind in case they searched her after grabbing her. The last thing she wanted was for some psychopaths to get their hands on her powers, even temporarily. Second, once she was left in whatever location they kept her trapped, Himiko would open a portal and kidnap them from Overhaul's clutches along with any evidence she could, and throw them towards the nearest heroes. If they asked if Izumi opened the portal, she would be able to honestly say she didn't open it, and neither did Eri. Izumi would be able to hand over enough damnation to leave Overhaul hiding for life, or be stormed by the heroes. Then once she and Eri were in the clear, and Eri put somewhere safe and away from any danger, Izumi would get her star back from Himiko, turn into Baser, and obliterate that worthless little roach nest. Just the thought of their entire base burning made her feel a little giddy and tingly. Not as much as the thought of Mount Lady's assets, but it was damn close. So all Izumi had to do right now was head outside and walk to the store. Just going to the store to get kidnapped by Yakuza goons. Why weren't her legs moving? Wait, correction. They were shaking. They shouldn't be though. She was fucking Baser, evil magical girl of Japan. She'd taken down a rank villain and harassed heroes regularly for the past week, and that was with no training whatsoever. And wow, did she feel naked without her star. Izumi slapped herself across the face and sighed. She was spiraling and needed to focus. All right, if we're doing this, it's gotta start now. She turned to Himiko and looked down at the star sitting in the blonde's hand. In turn, Himiko looked nervous about this plan. Are you sure about this? Yes, Himiko, I am. Either I go out there and get picked up off the street, or they'll go through with their plan of smashing into the apartment. I don't want you being put at risk like that, Izumi claimed as she took another breath and started putting on her shoes. She was wondering if she should also leave her phone behind, just to make sure it didn't get stolen. Would it be considered weird for her to try and go shopping without her wallet? She shook her head quickly and started to bite her lip. Stop distracting yourself, Izumi. There's a little girl in danger and a villain needing punishment. She looked over her shoulder and met Himiko's eyes. You remember you're part of the plan. With a nod, Himiko smiled with a wide, fanged grin and pulled a knife from one of her sleeves. Holding it ready. Leave it to me, Zuzu-chan. That masked ass hat won't know what stabbed him. Yes, but remember, you need to wait till after we get Eri out of there, Izumi chided the excitable vampire, tapping her shoes to make sure they were on all the way. Our plan requires that Eri is out of that compound before we start going guns blazing. I'm mad as hell too, but I don't want a child in the crossfire. Izumi gave herself a final once-over, making sure she looked the part, before sighing a bit. Wallet, check. Phone, check. House key, check. Star in Himi-chan's pocket. Before she could grab the doorknob, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind, and Izumi could feel Himiko pressing her face into her shoulder blades. Good luck, Zuzu-chan. Be careful. Izumi smiled a bit as she reached a hand up and placed it over Himiko's. As much as I can. Himi-chan. feeling Himiko's arms slip away. The emerald girl took a moment to steady herself and try to appear normal. Stepping forward, she grabbed the doorknob and made her way outside. If she looked like a girl afraid of her own shadow as she did, that had nothing to do with her situation. You were a liar if you said otherwise. Still, as she walked down the road, she felt some of her nervousness fading. So far, nobody had shown that she could recognize Venita's files on the Shy Hasekai. Maybe she would make it to the store without any incidents and bring back some treats for Himiko as an apology for leaving her worrying like that. That sounded like a great idea. Maybe she likes pomegranate. It is both a fruit that is high in iron content and associated with blood. I should get her some and see if she... A hand clasped itself onto her head, and Izumi's vision began to swim as she struggled to keep her feet under herself. As the poor girl collapsed into unconsciousness, Venita watched from the shadows of an alleyway across the road. The mascot smiled as they silently started to follow the Yakuza that were spiriting her away. As midnight led Nova Magia down the street, the three girls idly talked as they kept an eye on the people around them. Osaka was giving a smile and waved to anyone who caught her eyes, getting a few waves back, especially from some young girls who were out with their parents shopping. One adorable little girl even ran up to them and started asking who they were until her mother ran up and apologized before dragging her off. Momo was doing the same between discussions with Kyoka about any topics that came to mind, though she did notice more of the men around them looking at her. Is there a spot on my blouse? I would think not from this being a magically created outfit. But did I do something wrong while transforming? She was busy pondering the possibility and failed to notice Kyoka giving those same guys death glares. Rounding off the three, Kyoka was a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was kinda glad that people weren't ogling her like a piece of meat. But on the other, she was irritated it was happening to the other two. The fact she was also a bit embarrassed from being out in public wearing a yellow dress that made her stand out that much more wasn't helping. She couldn't even let out an exasperated sigh because she was busy talking with Momo and didn't want to be rude. As they rounded a corner, Midnight looked around and smiled. Okay girls, it looks like today's a quiet one. Kyoka sighed as she idly started messing with her jacks. I'm not sure if I should be disappointed or relieved. Yeah, I was kinda expecting a villain to pop up so we could show how much we could help people. Osaka pouted as she crossed her arms. Grimacing, Kyoka looked at the pink magical girl and gave her the most deadpan look she could muster. Don't jinx us. A scream cutting through the air made the four pause and Midnight quickly started rushing down the road. Nova Magia was given a taste of Midnight's abilities as they watched her take her whip, latch onto a light post, and launch herself through the air down the road. The three magical girls were quick to follow, taking off and flying behind her. The source of the disturbance was quickly spotted as a few men were seen throwing something into the back of a car before speeding down the road. A few additional men were on motorcycles and were armed with bats and a sword. Midnight's eyes narrowed as she glanced over to the girls. In that split second, she had to come to a decision. And she knew even with her skills she couldn't catch a moving car. Girls, you have my permission to use your powers. Stop that car. As for Nova Magia, the declaration was more than just permission. It was telling the three it was time for Nova Magia to take the stage. The girls all shared a smile before giving her a salute. Yes, ma'am. In the car, the gang leader laughed as he sped down the road. His quirk gave him the head of a hyena and he laughed just as obnoxiously. Man, this job was too easy. Our new boss is going to be so happy when we get back. Stupid bitch practically let us walk up to her. His passenger laughed back, glancing at the bound and gagged woman in the back seat. Before they could go any further down the road, a girl in a yellow dress landed in front of the fleeing thugs and raised an eyebrow as she readied her ukulele. And where do you think you're going? Slamming her hand down, she ripped a chord on the strings, and a wall of musical notes formed between them, blocking off the road and forcing the car to screech to a halt. Seeing now one of the thugs had failed to stop himself and smacked face first into her barrier made Kyoka smirk a bit. And this is why you should wear a helmet. The thugs start clambering off of their bikes or out of the car, glaring at the girl in shock. Who the fuck is this? Who cares? Take her out, damn it. One thug started to charge, only to get a whip around the ankle making him fall. He was soon unconscious as a wave of purple gas started to fill the area. A few of the goons had managed to put some cloth over their faces as their eyes went wide. It's midnight. Get back to the car. Water suddenly rushed in and started to wrap around the vehicle, making the thugs all scramble away as they watched a girl in blue casually lift several tons of metal with tendrils of water. You will be doing no such thing, villains. One thug's hand suddenly shifted into a spike, and he launched it towards Midnight. Before it could land, Magia Sapphire was between the two, and her spear sent the spike flying away. All the while, her water tendrils continued to hold the car in the air away from the villains. The one goon left, who was holding a sword, looked around at his opponents before turning heel. Fuck this. As he ran towards an alley to try and flee, a third girl in pink landed in front of him with her arms crossed. Seeing her as just some dumb girl, he brought up his sword and it started pulsing with electricity. Get out of my way. His blade crashed right into her neck and did nothing but snap in two. The two stood there, one defiant and slightly amused, and the other completely dumbfounded and scared. MahoAko just gave him the cutest smile she could as she grabbed the front of his shirt and cocked her fist back. Bye. Her fist flew forward and crashed right into the guy's nose, sending him flying backward and through the air. As he flipped, his clothes were flying off of him until he was left in his underwear and a single sock. MahoAko blinked in surprise before looking at her fist. Wow, I knocked the socks right off of him. As the situation was taken care of, civilians were starting to get closer and cheer for the girls. They all looked around and blushed a bit as they waved, and in Momo's case, put down the car. Police and other heroes then started to finally arrive at the scene. And Midnight couldn't help but notice how yet again, magical girls were having to deal with Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady. She motioned for the girls to all come over to where she was, and prepared for the incoming headache that Death Arms seemed to perpetuate to anyone unfortunate enough to talk to him. Walking up to Midnight, said hero looked over the girls with a raised eyebrow and frown. Didn't think you'd start accepting assistance from vigilantes, Midnight. First off, they're not vigilantes, Death Arms, they're my apprentices. That made the muscled hero blink in surprise. But Midnight wasn't finished as she crossed her arms. Secondly, while they may not be licensed quite yet, they did have permission from me to assist in this instance. Death Arms just looked confused before getting frustrated. The hell do you mean apprentices? Nobody does that anymore. Sighing and pinching the bridge of her nose, Midnight pointed her now wrapped up whip at the man's face. Just because you are ignorant of a law's existence doesn't make it any less legal. To summarize it for you, however, they are essentially my permanent interns. Anything and everything they learn and do will fall back on me. Kamui looked impressed as he took in the state of the incident. Well, if that is the case, they did a rather good job at keeping collateral to a minimum. The only damages I'm seeing are to the villain's vehicles and a crack in the pavement. Maybe some water damage depending on where all this came from. I pulled all the moisture I could from the air, Mr. Kamui. Magia Sapphire replied, with a polite smile and bow. It is a pleasure to meet you. The final hero to join in looked at the three girls with more curiosity than anything else, before glancing at Midnight. Apprentices, I know I poked at you for being old, but I didn't think you were that old yet. Mount Lady winced a little bit as she realized her words before hiding behind a smirk. She wanted to have their conversation in private about all of that, not with the hero who was increasingly pushing her buttons every time she and Kamui had to work with him. Midnight felt a vain pulse in her head before she smiled tersely and turned to the girls. Well, you all want to introduce yourselves to everyone. Sharing a glance, pink and blue converged on a reluctant yellow as they got together to pose. First up, Momo posed on the right of the group and pointed her wand to the sky. Magia Sapphire, slightly reluctantly joining in. Kyoka blushed as she struck a similar pose toward the left with her wand. Magia Citrine. MahoAko quickly followed up as she stood between the two and pumped her wand skyward. Magia Rose, and together were Nova Magia. The heroes weren't entirely aware, and the newly dubbed Nova Magia wasn't at all, but the media had caught that entire announcement. The reporter in question was questioning her luck as this was the latest incident involving new magical girl-themed people in the hero world. Everyone earlier had always been dealing with Magia Baser, but now she had some heroic magical girls to cover. Oh, she could smell that promotion already. The reporter turned to the cameraman with a wide smile as she gestured towards the group. And there you have it, everyone. Midnight, of all heroines, has taken on not one, but 3 apprentices that are going by the title of Nova Magia. Will these fledgling heroines be like their mentor? Let's see if we can get more from the hero herself. Midnight noticed the reporter around then and gently swore under her breath. It looks like the girl's little tribute to the wild pussycats got a little more attention than she'd intended. But at least it was positive for now. Seeing that the reporter was soon to be upon them, she turned to the girls and her fellow heroes. All right, girls, you 3 help them get the hostage situated with the police. I'll deal with the vultures. They all nodded before joining the heroes at the car, watching as Death Arms ripped the door off and set it aside. Kamui then reached in with his branches and carefully pulled the woman out and set her down, while Mount Lady pulled out a utility knife and started cutting the ropes. Please hold still, ma'am. I'm going to get these off of you. Magia Rose noticed that the woman was a little bit overweight, but didn't comment. It could be quirk-related, or she had a stressful life. Her clothes didn't look very expensive either, so she was likely just out in town taking care of something when misfortune struck. I'm gonna see what the police have to say about the ones who did this, Death Arms said as he walked off, leaving the woman with the girls and Kamui. Once her hands were free, the woman reached up and started pulling the bag off of her head, revealing her long green hair. And here I thought my Izumi's luck with villains was unique to her. Magia Rose's breath hitched as she looked at the woman. No way. Walking over, Magia Sapphire smiled and offered a hand. Here, let me help you up, miss. Oh, thank you very much. The woman graciously took the offered hand and rose to her feet, before looking back toward the car and making a motion with her hand. Slowly, her handbag floated out and towards her with each pull, before she grabbed it and started to dig through its contents. Excuse me, ma'am. An officer walked over and was holding a notepad. Would it be possible for you to give us your name and a full rundown of what happened? The lady blinked for a moment before nodding. Yes, of course. My name is Midoriya & Co. Mount Lady looked at her with some concern. Do you have any idea as to why these men targeted you? Sighing, the woman shook her head. No, I don't. I was just on my way home from work when those men drove up. She finished looking through her bag and smiled a little, likely happy that the contents hadn't been stolen or damaged at any point. Death Arms walked up and frowned. Just got done talking to the officers. According to them, these guys are part of some Yakuza group, but they're refusing to say which one. Magia Rose stopped listening after that. This was Izumi's mom, it had to be. And she was just targeted by the Yakuza. So soon after Izumi and her encounter with that creepy Yakuza guy who was fixated on her, the thoughts of what could be happening right now didn't set well, and she immediately rushed over to where Midnight was trying to beat the media back non-physically. Sensei. Midnight took a moment to look over and was shocked at the slightly fearful and serious look on Magia Rose. Can I speak with you for a moment? The suddenness of her request made the hero pause for only a moment before she turned to the reporter and frowned. Any further questions can be sent to UA. The reporter looked ready to say more before the police started to make her back away. And Midnight moved further into the crime scene with Magia Rose. Now, what is it that's got you worked up? Death Arms mentioned how these guys were Yakuza, and they just tried to kidnap this lady who I'm sure is Izumi's mother. Magia Rose fidgeted a bit as her grip tightened on her wand. I know I'm probably jumping to conclusions, but can you see if someone can check up on Izumi? I have a bad feeling. Midnight gave her a pat on the head and smiled. It's good that you're concerned for your friend, and with the circumstances, you may be on to something. Pulling out her phone, Midnight quickly dialed a number and frowned. Snipe, how does it look at the Midoriya residence? Nothing much to report. The toga girl hasn't left the building at all, the cowboy replied. You're sounding kinda stressed. What's got you in such a cantankerous mood? Suddenly, Magia Rose's gut feeling was starting to sink into Midnight as well. Did anyone else leave? Snipe's reply sent Midnight's stomach plummeting. Another girl did. Green hair, the whistleblower for that school, I think. Why? The grip Midnight had on her phone threatened to crack it in half and would have if she was any stronger. Find her, and fast. We just stopped an attempted kidnapping of her mother. Shit, I'll do what I can. Despite Snipe's best efforts in getting other heroes to help, Midoriya Izumi was nowhere to be found. If she was being honest with herself, Izumi didn't expect to wake up from a kidnapping in such a plush chair completely unrestrained. Yet that was how she was when she finally came to. Plopped in an incredibly soft chair, with no ropes on her wrists, no gag in her mouth, and not even a guard in the room. Just a comfortable chair, and a desk in front of her. More specifically, it was Overhaul's desk. It was possibly the lack of any restraints or guards that had her feeling more anxious and a little offended. Did they think she was so helpless that she couldn't do anything to them? Well, at the moment they were technically right, seeing as she didn't have her transformation star. That didn't change the fact she was slightly miffed at the implication. Before she could let that train of thought derail any further than it already had, the door to the office opened with a click. It wasn't more than that, yet the sound alone sent a jolt up her spine. She hesitantly glanced to the side as she heard footsteps walking towards her right, and shivered as Overhaul walked past her to his desk, and was quickly followed by a man in a white coat. Chronostasis, if she was remembering the intel correctly. Overhaul sat calmly in his chair, as Chronostasis stood beside him. Even with that mask on, Izumi felt like the man was glaring daggers at her for some reason. For his part, Overhaul didn't put an outwardly menacing aura immediately, though he was still a notable presence in the room. He simply laced his gloved fingers together and rested his elbows on the desk as he looked straight at Izumi. His mask made it harder to read his face, but his eyes still pierced through her. Welcome, Ms. Midoriya. I apologize for the sudden means with which we brought you here. Izumi fought hard not to swallow nervously as she shifted in her seat. All right. The poor girl was startled as the man next to Overhaul suddenly slammed a hand down on the desk as he leaned forward. Do not interrupt the boss, Chrono, Overhaul said, eyes sliding to the side to glance at his underling. Not only have I yet to make my offer to her, but she is someone unfamiliar with the etiquette of what she will be expected to hold if she accepts. The cloaked man stiffened before backing up and bowing in apology. Now then, his eyes turned back to her and Izumi stiffened in her seat. I have a schedule to keep and need to keep this brief. I would like you to join the Shy Hasekai. Stunned, Izumi blinked as she desperately fought to keep from gulping in fear. What? Overhaul waved one of his hands toward her and tilted his head a bit. As I said, I want you to become a member of the Shy Hasekai. I'm sure you have had your fair share of misfortune at the hands of the diseased masses. As such, I am more than certain you would share in our views. And what would those views be? Izumi's hands clenched at the armrests on the chair, trying to keep herself in check. She already had a good idea of his views on life with what Venita had provided earlier. But she couldn't lose her cool here. If she did and tried to slug this guy across the face, she's sure that Chronostasi's would shoot her, or Overhaul would just erase her. A twisted glint was barely noticeable in Overhaul's eyes as he lowered his hands to the desk. Tell me, have you heard of certain hypotheses regarding the origin of quirks? That made Izumi pause for a moment, and he leaned forward in his seat to look Izumi in the eye. One such idea is that quirks came from an unknown virus born within rats. As this disease spread, so too did the advent of quirks, and now we sit in a world where over 80% of the population is infected. A plagued world. Izumi's eyes widened as she gripped her chair tighter. You see quirks as a disease. It was only her attempts to squeeze the life out of the leather seat that kept her from throwing hands. Quirks weren't a disease. They were possibly one of the greatest things to ever happen to humanity. This guy is crazier than I thought. They are, Overhaul continued as he stood up and walked around his desk. And you, Midoriya Izumi, are one of the few uninfected left in the world. In a moment, he was standing between her and his desk, looking down at her. With you, I can tell if my quirk erasing drug is working properly, as I'll have a genetic point of reference to aim for. By aiding me, you would be doing a service to the world at large, being the hero the world needs, instead of the ones they want. He started to take off his gloves, and the anger making Izumi grip her chair quickly shifted to fear. Of course, quirks have become such a staple in modern society that removing them completely would take time and care. I do plan on making a cure for my drug and selling it at a higher price. Pressing herself into the chair, Izumi looked up at the menacing presence Overhaul exuded. Why are you telling me any of this? I never agreed to join you at all. Overhaul just gave her a slightly bored look as he picked something small up off the desk. Because in the end, your answer is unnecessary. If you won't join us immediately, I'm sure your mother would be willing to help convince you. Izumi immediately shot out of her seat and shot a baleful glare into Overhaul's face. You stay the hell away from her. The next thing she knew was nothing but pain. It felt like her body was being torn apart at every possible angle. Burning, freezing, melting, then burning again over and over before it stopped just as suddenly. The girl was left panting as she fell to her knees and stared at the floor, sweat pouring out of her as she trembled, and a small pool of blood, bone, and meat nearby. All the while, Overhaul was grabbing some disinfectant from his desk, staring at his hand with disgust as hives began to break out over his face. Filthy. Izumi pushed herself away from him across the floor, clutching at her neck as if it would disappear at a moment's notice. What did you do to me? The cold metal of a gun barrel pressed against Izumi's head, making her tremble more. An aura of hate was washing over her as Chronostasi's loomed over her. Watch your tone, girl. It said in about then just how much danger she was in. This man could put a bullet through her head, and Overhaul could just put her back together if he wished. She could be dying repeatedly and be put back together until they were satisfied. Despite all of that, there was a small part of her heart that screamed for her to stare this man in the eyes and show she wasn't under his thumb. It was dumb, but she couldn't help but listen. Submitting was out of the question for her. In a twisted way, however, she could find herself thankful that torturing her wasn't what Overhaul wanted. Chrono, I warned you once already. Overhaul's voice made Chronostasi's freeze for a moment as his mood bled into the words. Step out of line again and there will be consequences. The gun barrel was pulled away from Izumi's head and the cloaked man bowed again to his boss. Why yes, Chisaki. I apologize. Overhaul then turned his attention to Izumi, noting how she was still giving him a defiant glare even while cowering on the floor. Still, it looks like you'll need some time to think over my offer. He looked over to the plush toy that was sitting on the end of his desk. Mimic, take her to Eri's quarters. The girl will need to familiarize herself with the layout if she is to be Eri's new caretaker. Got it, boss. Izumi jumped a bit in surprise as the toy hopped off the desk and walked past her before a muscular arm phased out of it and lifted her to her feet. As soon as she was standing again, it was pulled back into the toy. Come on, Pipsqueak. Just as she reached the door, Overhaul spoke up again. Before you go, one last thing. Take a moment to feel around the back of your neck. Izumi hesitantly did and instantly paled, feeling a strange bump at the base of her neck, just over her spine. It couldn't have been more than a centimeter in diameter, but it was there. What you're feeling is a tracer, embedded ever so slightly into the bone of your neck. So if you get any funny ideas of running for the heroes or helping Eri escape, there will be no place for you to hide. If you do, we'll find you and make you watch as we remind your mother of the consequences of crossing me, even if it was her daughter to do so. Panic started to set in as Izumi's mind flew into a frenzy. Shit, this wasn't part of the plan. Why the hell does this guy have a tracking chip at the ready? Izumi's mind started to think back to when she first ran into Overhaul and had an epiphany at that moment. Actually, this does make a bit of sense. He probably did something similar to Eri, which would explain how he finds her every time. He'd need a replacement available in the slim chance she got it out of herself. As she was pulled out of the office and into the Shy Hasekai base's depths, Overhaul spoke up once more. Do think over my offer, will you? I'll see you again after Eri's appointment. Gritting her teeth, Izumi followed Mimic down the halls. She was going to make this asshole burn for threatening her mother, and what he was doing to Eri the first chance she got. Either way, step 1 of her grand plan was done. She technically was in. More chains keeping her in place than intended, but still inside. Right now, however, she had to figure out how the hell she was getting a chip out of her neck without accidentally killing herself so she could start step 2 properly. It wasn't long after that call to Nezu that Sir Night-Eye had managed to find a potential target for him to use his quirk on. According to Bubble Girl's reports, the Yakuza thug had walked out of the Shy Hasekai compound earlier that same day before heading towards several toy stores. A quick use of his quirk on the store's owner confirmed that the man would be returning the following day as well, with the thug getting another new toy and looking increasingly worried. That was enough of an oddity in his mind to match with the information Nezu had provided while proving a pattern of behavior. Sir Night-Eye continued to follow the thug, noting him buying a few plush toys of various animals and that stupid new villain before leaving. He chose that moment to strike. The Shy Hasekai member walked down the road and Sir Night-Eye bumped into them as if just passing by, activating his quirk as he did. His vision quickly shifted to that same film reel-like filter he'd grown accustomed to after years of hero work as the thug's future began to play out. He brought the toys back to the base, used a hidden number pad under a vase to punch in the code leading into a secret passage, and quickly went down into a catacomb of concrete. He walked with haste towards a very specific room before pulling open the door. The inside looked like your typical children's room. Plush toys, a frilly bed, and a playmat in the center. What didn't match up with the idea was the sleeping bag that was in the corner and the lack of a door leading to the bathroom installed in the back. Then the thug tossed the toys towards the room's occupants. There was the little girl as expected from the report, cowering back in the corner of the room, but Night-Eye was somewhat surprised that there was a second girl there. If he recalled correctly, she was the same girl who disappeared recently after an attempted kidnapping of her mother. The same incident that was the debut of the other magical girls that Midnight was for some reason insisting on joining in the raid. Their ability during their debut was acceptable, but it was clear they had little practice or training with these powers. If anything, he expected them to end up as a liability at some point during the raid, so he wasn't sure why Nezu was pushing for their participation alongside Midnight. Regardless, this would explain where the older girl had gone, and give them another reason to launch the raid, as well as more means for Mirio to prove himself a worthy successor for All Might. He also noticed there was a camera in the corner of the room, tracking her movements specifically. The thug said something before throwing the plush toys toward the girl and making her glare at him. The exchange was starting to grow heated before the thug left, his parting words making the girl's face pale. As soon as the door shut, the thug had gone further into the base to report something to a plush toy that was walking around, likely controlled by Mimic, before Overhaul himself had shown up, looking quite displeased. Overhaul reached out a hand as he passed by the man, and the vision cut off immediately. Frowning as his quirk came to an end, Night-Eye sighed. It looked like the man he just used to spy on the Yakuza base was destined to die tomorrow. A shame, but fate could not be altered. His death will just be another charge they'll place on Overhaul's head. Reaching for his phone, Night-Eye immediately called a familiar number, hoping this time the recipient would answer. Sasaki was pleasantly surprised as the call connected. Murai, if you're concerned about our last conversation regarding your choosing of a successor, I assure you that isn't the reason I'm calling, even if my opinion hasn't changed. Sasaki rebuked All Might's question before he could even ask. I'm calling for another reason. My investigation into Japan's last major Yakuza family has reached a point where we'll be able to launch a raid soon once I've obtained a warrant. I would like for you to come and aid in the endeavor. We haven't spoken in years, Murai. You expect me to just believe you don't have any ulterior motives? The suspicion hurt a bit, but Sasaki could understand it somewhat. Nezu has put me in a rather precarious position, Sasaki continued. He is insisting that Midnight's new apprentices are allowed to participate as well. The reasons why are beyond me, but I would feel better about our chances if we had a heavy hitter like yourself to help if one of them causes more problems or puts themselves in enough danger to get themselves killed. Ah, yes, I've yet to meet those girls personally but have seen them in their training, All Might answered wearily. They're rather impressive in their abilities, beating even a few of my records. Sasaki's eye twitched microscopically, but he turned his attention to the All Might memorabilia scattered around his office. Regardless, I would prefer to have someone who can keep up with them on hand. Eraserhead is already being scouted for the raid. but for some reason refuses to have anything to do with them. Something about resisting the effects of his quirk. I make no promises, Mirai. There was a moment of silence before All Might's sigh came through, but I'll see what I can do. A small feeling of satisfaction almost made Sasaki smile. That's all I ask. And All Might. What? The call was silent between the two for a moment before Sasaki. It was good to hear from you again. There was another pause in the call before All Might spoke again. Have a good day, Mirai. The call ended with a click, and Sasaki let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. It wasn't a guarantee, but at least there was a chance that Mirio would be able to prove himself. If he hadn't used his quirk already today, he'd check his future just to make sure All Might agreed. He'll just have to wait until tomorrow to do that when he views the oncoming raid's probability of success. Izumi was pushed into the room when they finally arrived. Even as she stumbled forward, she shot a glare back at Mimic, who just shut the door behind her. She didn't even need to hear the door locking to know she couldn't get out. The door didn't even have a handle on the inside. The only other exit from the room was into a small bathroom in the back corner that lacked a door. The room itself was furnished for a little girl. A Western-style bed with pink sheets, playful clouds and rainbows on the walls, a simple dresser with a polka dot lamp, and several stuffed animals, the sight of which just made Izumi's stomach churn. Even after they got her out, she wouldn't want a room that a typical little girl should be comfortable with. It would probably just end up reminding her of this gilded cage she was trapped and tortured in. There was a knock on the door before Mimic spoke up. If you want anything for the girl, ask for it and we'll consider if it is possible. And don't ask for a door handle. It cost you both that privilege. Glancing around, Izumi frowned and thought. She saw all that they'd put in here for Eri, and noticed they hadn't even given her a place to sleep. There was just the kid-sized bed that was too small for even Izumi. A place for me to sleep would be nice. We'll get you a sleeping bag then. With that, Izumi could faintly hear Mimic's plush walking away. She sighed and moved to the bed, sitting down and crossing her arms. She couldn't make a portal without her star yet, so she had to figure out how she was going to get into contact with Himiko and Venita. Note to self, don't make plans while angry. It is rather hard to remember details when you do that, I'll admit. Venita's head popped out of the plush pile and Izumi bit back a curse before glaring slightly. Don't worry, I hid in here with a portal. Nobody knows I'm here but you. A grimace grew on the girl's face as she looked up at the camera, then toward the bathroom, idly noting how they were lined up with each other. No privacy there either, which was disturbing on its own. About that, Izumi replied with a sigh. They put a tracker in my neck. Any crazy magical girl magic to help with that? Venita paused for a moment, as if in thought, before shaking their head. Unfortunately no, but you don't have to worry about that. Venita glanced toward the camera hanging on the ceiling, before sinking a little deeper into the plush pile. I've been spying on the heroes after I confirmed you got in. It looks like they'll be launching a raid on the compound in a few days. Days? Izumi clenched her fists and quickly bit her tongue to keep herself from shouting. What do you mean, days? We can't start step 2 with this damn chip in my neck if the heroes aren't in play too. She glanced momentarily at the camera again before gritting her teeth. Even if I hadn't left my star, I can't transform without being caught in here. Shrugging, Venita just tilted their head. I'm not the one who assumed that police raids could be set up in the blink of an eye. Sinking a little further into the pile, Izumi could see a portal slowly engulfing Venita. I'm not sure exactly when they'll be ready, but the heroes are getting the necessary warrants to storm the place. If it makes you feel any better, All Might may be joining, and if the rumors are true. Izumi watched as the mascot disappeared into the portal hidden in the plushies. Once they were gone, she sighed and ran a hand down her face. It doesn't, but that's beside the point. She got up and decided that taking stock of the room's contents would be a good use of her time. Eri and I will just need to hold out a little longer than expected. As the girl left the room, Overhaul himself was pondering what he felt when using his quirk. According to every medical textbook he'd read to maximize its potential, her body was where it should be, but better. He touched what little gore remained on the ground after placing a pair of jars on it, before restoring the biological mass into a single organ and 4 teeth floating in the jelly-like substance inside the jars. He wanted to make sure nothing too horrible happened to his newest acquisition after all, and dying of sudden sepsis due to appendicitis was out of the question, as were dental problems. Yet that was where the strangeness started. Her health was, surprisingly, flawless. Even her appendix was in an abnormally healthy state before removal. Same for her wisdom teeth. Perhaps the quirk disease changed more about humanity than I initially believed. Could it be that rather than being immune, she is a carrier for the virus? If that was the case, perhaps it was time to find a new heir to the Shai Hasekai. After all, Eri would be unable to eventually fill that role if she were to continue supplying such a vital component of his drug. Of course, as he was the current head, any heir would need to be blood-related. Just thinking of the act necessary made him disgusted, however, so he wanted to try a few alternatives first. Jurin still owed him some favors, so a medical vat shouldn't be too hard for the broker to acquire. As he set the jars with Izumi's appendix and wisdom teeth on his shelf, he grabbed some gloves and headed for the door to perform Iri's bi-daily extraction. As for Midoriya, yes, this girl was truly piquing his interest. A day passed since their debut, and the news of what happened at the same time left Nova Manja unsure of what to do. Momo was facing the situation practically, reasoning that there wasn't any way for them to be in two places at once, and they couldn't leave Midnight's side without causing any problems for her. As such, she focused on her studies, trying to learn as much as possible before Midnight brought them to the raid. Kayako was taking her mind off of the problem with her guitar in her room. As much as it was upsetting to hear someone got kidnapped, she never really got to interact with the Midoriya girl, so she didn't have any opinions on her. She wanted to do what she could to clear her head and be ready, even if her nerves were going haywire. Achako, however, spent the past day with her face in a pillow, curled up in bed. Sure, she hadn't interacted with Izumi a lot, but they spent an entire afternoon just hanging out, up until they ran into Iri. They had both been there that day. She knew how scary that Yakuza guy was, how terrified little Iri had been when she left with him. Most of all, she saw that unsettling glint in his eyes when he was looking at Izumi. And yesterday she'd been punching a thug in the face while Izumi had been getting kidnapped. Her hands tightened on the pillow for a moment before she sat up and threw it at the wall, where it bounced off and started floating in the air. Achako could only stare at the floating pillow before sighing and canceling her quirk, letting it fall to the ground. I hate this. With a frown marring her face, she got up and headed out of her dorm room toward the common room. When she got there, Vance was floating around the kitchen with a pot bubbling on the stove. Curiosity was starting to get the better of her as she walked a little closer, eyebrow raised. "What are you doing?" Perking up, Vance looked over before giving the girl a happy wave. "Oh, Uraraka, hello." They turned back to the pot and continued to stir whatever was inside with a wooden spoon. "I was working on something that should help you girls out in the future." Achako's eyes went wide as she walked closer. Really? She took a moment to peer into the pot and her curiosity turned into confusion. All she could see inside was a bunch of orange syrup bubbling like mad. It reminded her a bit of an old video she'd found on HeroTube about how to make hard candy at home. "How's making candy going to help us?" "Oh, this isn't candy." Vance waved a sleeve idly as they paused their stirring to grab a few things that didn't make any sense to Achako. Namely, various kinds of rocks and long red hair. "I'm working on making you girls some new transformation items." That was not the answer that Achako was expecting. Don't get her wrong, she definitely wouldn't mind their little group getting a bit bigger before they have to fight Maja-Bazer, just for that little bit of extra insurance, but the process she was seeing still threw her for a loop. I thought it'd be harder than boiling a bunch of goo and rocks." Vance dropped some more rocks into the pot and went back to stirring the concoction while rubbing the back of their head. "Well, this is only step one." They turned their focus back to the bubbling brew and looked a bit worried. "I just hope I'm not too rusty in doing all this. It's been a long time since I had a reason to make anything like this." "But why not?" Achako asked, tilting her head a bit and raising an eyebrow. "I mean, sure there wasn't any evil magical threats or whatever, but couldn't they have done something to help outside of all that?" The mascot fell quiet for a moment, before sighing and looking back to Achako. "It's not that simple." Vance idly stirred as they gestured to the girl with a free sleeve. "Remember how easily you fought that one criminal yesterday?" Achako hesitantly nodded. That was honestly a way easier fight than she thought it'd ever be. She punched him so hard he was nearly naked on the ground, something that shouldn't have been physically possible. Power like that is easy to abuse, especially unintentionally. Without a proper threat that would necessitate having magical girls, those same girls would have had the potential to become that very threat themselves. The very thought that the people supposed to protect everyone could become a threat sat uneasily in Achako's mind. It was like hearing that All Might decided to go on a rampage out of the blue. But they were the good guys, weren't they? "Yes, but I've seen it happen." Vance's words were like a bucket of cold water, but the mascot continued, lost in their memories. "Good people falling to the path of evil. I believe that very thing happening is what led to the phrase 'the road to hell is paved in good intentions.'" They shook themselves out of the thoughts and looked back to Achako. "It was because of that very possibility that we mascots agreed that under no circumstances would we create more magical girls unless something magical was threatening the world." Achako swallowed nervously as they saw the somber look on Vance's face before shaking her head. "Oh, okay then, topic change." Looking back at the bubbling pot, she pointed at the contents with a raised eyebrow. There was still a rock at the bottom, but it was slowly getting smaller. "How does this stuff work towards making a transformation item?" jumping on the chance to talk about something else. Vats smiled and gestured to the pot happily. Oh, this is a form of condensed magic. Holding out a sleeve, a glittering aura floated from the mascot's arm and into the air, before collecting into a bubble of silvery liquid. It took me a while to gather enough of my own to start the process, but by heating the magic in its liquid state, I can change the elemental base it contains by adding in various regions and solidifying it into a tempered form ready for shaping. The bubble slowly dissipated back into the mascot as they looked away with a slight blush, and MahoAko could swear she saw a sweat drop on their head, and about 17 other steps after that. If I don't burn it again, I'm so out of practice. The girl couldn't help but laugh a bit at the sight. MahoAko had this gut feeling that Vats truly meant well with how they were attempting to help. Even when there was this air of regret floating around them, the mascot did everything they could to support her and the other girls. MahoAko couldn't stop the soft smile that grew on her face as she turned to the mascot one more time. Vats, once she had their attention, her smile grew a touch wider and she closed her eyes. Thanks for talking to me. I needed to get some stuff off my mind, and it helped a lot. Happy to be of assistance. Vats cheered, only to be interrupted as the pot belched out a column of black smoke immediately after. Not again. MahoAko looked between the pot and mascot before raising both her hands in surrender. I'll, leave you to it then. She immediately started to make her way back to her room. If she was going to be in the right headspace for the raid, she needed to get to work to make sure she didn't hurt anyone on accident. As the girl left, Vats looked at her for a moment before turning their attention back to the pot and sighing. Turning off the heat, the mascot moved the pot to the back of the stove and prepared some soap in the sink. Another failed batch. Why can't I put my heart into this anymore? Memories from a time long ago came to Vats, and their sorrow grew. Venita was always so much better at this. Izumi lost track of time after a while inside that stupid room. While she was currently flopping across Iri's bed, she had spent most of that time just going through the room's contents and counting it all. So far, she found a few spare sheets and hospital gowns in Iri's dresser, 63 plush toys, most of which were entirely untouched and covered in dust, and a few bars of incredibly harsh soap in the bathroom. The soap itself was something Izumi would have hesitated to use on a child, and now it was the only thing she had access to. It didn't help that there wasn't a clock at all, so telling time was next to impossible unless you were some kind of super genius that could count up to trillions of seconds in their head perfectly, which Izumi most certainly was not. Case in point, her current blunder of a plan. Any further moping she could have done was interrupted when the door opened and Overhaul stood in the doorway, before gently pushing Iri's small form into the room. Behave yourself, Iri. You have a new caretaker to watch over you. Keep your curse under control and she won't disappear like your parents did. Iri flinched harshly as the door closed, before turning her attention to Izumi. She was trembling in place, staring at Izumi in confusion and fear. Rather than get too close, Izumi climbed off the bed and knelt to be at eye level with Iri, even as she stayed a good meter away from her. Hey there, Iri. Do you remember me? Hesitantly, Iri nodded. Why, you're the nice lady. You the one who gave me food. Izumi smiled softly and put a hand on her chest. That's right. My name is Izumi. And that was the extent she'd thought through how to help a traumatized child. Sue her. Izumi wasn't sure what she was doing at this point. Her plan had a massive monkey wrench in it and she'd skipped so many damn details. Good. Did Overhaul take you too? Iri's question threw Izumi for a loop just as much as it broke her spiraling, but she looked at her knees and sighed. He did. When she looked back up and saw Iri starting to look more terrified, she immediately cursed that rotten bastard in the back of her mind. At the same time, she gave Iri a bright smile. You shouldn't worry about that though. Overhaul made a mistake when he took me. Uncertainty was warring with hope in Iri's eyes as she shuffled in place. He did. Nodding, Izumi got up and sat back down on the bed. He did, and we'll both be out before you know it. She gently patted the bed next to her and tilted her head a bit towards it, and Iri slowly moved closer before climbing up next to Izumi. Once she was up, Izumi could see the bandages on her legs were slightly stained, making her frown a bit. She wished Venita had given her the specifics on what they did to make that drug, but it was a little late for that. Damn angry brain. So, it would be better to think of a way to get Iri's mind away from that. Leaning forward slightly, Izumi tried to look Iri in the eyes, even as she didn't meet hers. Iri, when we gave you food that one time, do you remember what it was called? An apple. The answer was said with so much worry that Izumi's heart was starting to ache even more. So Izumi masked the pain with a smile. It was one of the few things she could think of. That's right. Did you like it? Iri's nod was soft and Izumi almost missed it. Then once we're out of here, I'll give you as many apples as I can. Iri's little hands gripped the front of her medical gown tighter. The other lady said that too. Her words were almost a whisper, but Izumi's eyes widened regardless. Overhaul said she was supposed to be my new mommy, but then she disappeared. Are you supposed to be my mommy too? Unsure how to even respond to that, Izumi was left stunned silent. Overhaul was having his punishment increased by the second with each thing she was learning about the atrocious man. She already had a fair idea of what happened to the poor woman in question. She probably attempted to flee and get help from outside, only to be caught and silenced. Shaking the thoughts out of her head, Izumi tried to focus on the scared girl in front of her and not the mutilation of the slimiest human ever. Slowly, Izumi reached out and put a hand on the girl's head, trying not to get upset at how hard Eri flinched at the contact. Well, Eri, I promise you this. Gently running her hand through Eri's hair, she decided that maybe she could try copying her mother's smile for once. When I find a way out of here, I'm making sure you come with me right then. And if you want me to be your new mommy, A blush grew a bit on her face as she couldn't help picturing her mother and Himiko's reaction to little Eri calling her mom. Then I'll promise to try. For the first time since she ran into the little girl that day in the street, Eri looked up at Izumi's eyes. Really? Izumi was a bit surprised as Eri got a little closer after that. It wasn't much, but she wasn't shying away as badly as a moment ago, looking around for anything to talk about. There wasn't much Izumi could find. She settled on the pile of toys off to the side. I noticed you have a lot of plush toys here. Eri shook her head as she looked at them wearily. I don't like them. They make it scary at night. Because of the shadows. Eri nodded softly in response. And Izumi went back to petting the young girl's hair, taking care to avoid her horn. Well, I'll make sure the scary shadows won't come anywhere near you. Izumi's answer confused Eri, so she pointed at herself. Why? Because I'll be here, and I'll bite any shadows that get too close. Playfully biting at the air and showing off her little fangs made Eri giggle for a moment. And Izumi considered that a win. At the same time, she knew that eventually she'd need to be somewhere else at some point and Eri would have to be left alone. That was when she noticed one particular toy in the plush pile, and went and picked it up. She couldn't help but feel a touch baffled at the sight and realized that it was probably Venita that left it here to cover up their little plush fort. She brought it over to Eri and held up the toy by its little arms. And so will this little one. At Eri's confusion, Izumi made the toy dance around a bit. Her name is Maja Baser. She's a magical girl. And magical girls protect little girls like you. Eri looked at the toy skeptically, but was uncurling herself slowly. Have you had her long? Eri shook her head and Izumi smiled, letting Eri take the toy at her own pace. Don't worry, she'll do her job soon, I promise. Eri held the toy to her chest looking at it in confusion, as Izumi continued to give her head pats and looked at the door with venom. And I'll tear off Overhaul's fingers one at a time while I do it. If I have to rip his arms off to leave him unable to hurt another person ever again, I'll do that too. Madam President was looking at the news reports with annoyance. It was bad enough that Maja Baser was running around humiliating heroes, even if she'd been oddly quiet for a time now. But now snipping this magical girl problem in the bud was becoming increasingly difficult. Nova Maja, 3 new magical girls, and they were apprenticing under a hero like Midnight. The growing headache that entire situation was causing only continued to grow by the second. It was plain to her at least that these 3 were supposed to be the new Maja, even if they were going by a new name. It was a shame that they had managed to apprentice under the hero. If they had gone vigilante, the commission would have had the perfect opportunity to secure them under their thumb. The only shining light here was that they were on the hero side. At the very least, she would have future chances to wrangle them under her control without the damn rat's interference. The amount of power those girls held was a potential danger she wanted contained and utilized properly. Something they wouldn't be if they were stuck fighting a demented dominatrix like their predecessors. She would have also had a chance for their transformation items to be examined thoroughly to assist in the replication efforts her scientists were still trying and failing to perfect. Speaking of that, the man standing in her office was scared as he continued to adjust his tie. We ran into a bit of a problem with the items, Madam President. I can see that. The president looked down at the tablet in her hands and the video playing. While there was no audio, the look of anguish on the girl's face as the transformation item on her chest turned on was inescapable. By the time the process finished, subject Spectra was left panting and sweating on the ground, unable to stand up. This simply wouldn't do. And the cause, nervously backing a step away from the president, the scientist looked to his reports. From what we can tell, the transformation is failing to sync with their anatomy properly. Rather than acting a boon as we intended, it is becoming almost parasitic, feeding on something that is leaving the girls catatonic for varying amounts of time. The papers shuffled in his hands as he frowned. With all due respect, Madam President, we should cease these experiments until we have a better under. The president's tablet was on her table with a calmness that echoed like a gunshot. The experiments will continue until we achieve a successful transformation. If I find any more of you having feels of dissension, there will be consequences. Her eyes bore into the scientist, chilling him to the bone. Am I understood? See crystal, madam. After trying to get Eri more comfortable with her presence, Izumi managed to get the girl to crawl into her bed and sleep. She also learned how even underground Eri would know when it was nighttime. In a sudden shift, all the lights in the hall and room either dimmed or were cut completely. The sudden change in lighting left her blinking as she tried to adjust to the sudden darkness. She could only sigh a bit as she got up and went to the bathroom doorway. It was with hope that she prayed the room was dark enough that the camera on the far side of the bedroom wasn't able to see her in there. Sitting on the toilet, she pondered just what exactly Overhaul would even want her for. Then Alita's notes and the plans they'd read through all showed he was obsessed with the quirkless for some reason, but that didn't answer her current question. Why her? What made her so special? 20% of the world was supposed to be quirkless, so any of them should have also fit the bill if it was his biggest requirement. Her luck couldn't have been that bad, could it? Well, thinking about it a little harder, calling her luck bad would be only partially true. If this fiasco hadn't happened, she'd never known Eri needed to be rescued at all. Positives should be acknowledged, according to her mother. Either way, she was still considering ripping Overhaul's arms off. The only thing she could think of that would be more poetic would be if she could take away his quirk. He loves using it, even as he goes around saying all quirked people are diseased, so why should he keep having it? Hypocrite. She briefly considered sneaking out of the room to scope out the halls but decided against it in the end. If the tracker could be used to find her, it likely could also track where she'd been, and she didn't need Overhaul to have any additional reasons to lash out at her or Eri. It was better to get some rest, even if it would be minimal in this place, so she climbed into the bed and laid down next to Eri. If the little girl started to curl up and press her face into Izumi's body, she didn't do anything about it besides wrap her arm around the girl. The room was beige, with a window that looked out over a busy city. A collection of toys sat around on the dressers and shelves. All of them were in various states of disrepair, as a young blonde girl sewed away to save the arm of a pretty doll. The stitching was subpar at best and looked ready to fall off. Then, her hands were moving forward, and the scene changed to her sewing the doll back together and the little girl's red eyes widening in awe. When the final stitch was made, she took the doll back gently and hugged it lovingly. "There you go, Kurisu-chan, good as new." Kurisu said nothing but gave a small, grateful smile back up at her. It was all the thanks she would need. When morning came, it was like a knife being shoved into her eye sockets. Just as quickly as they had been plunged into darkness, the lights had returned. It was with muffled curses that Izumi rose from the bedding, rubbing at her face furiously. Once she wasn't seeing spots in her vision, she glared over at the camera before sighing and looking down toward Eri. The poor girl was so exhausted from whatever Overhaul had done that she was still asleep. It was weird, even for these dreams, that it felt like an echo was lingering around her. There was a brief moment when Eri was replaced with the little girl from the dream, only to instantly go back to normal. Izumi put a hand to her head and stood from the bed as she started to pace. Another dream. They started after my first transformation, so I thought it might have been connected to the star directly. But I just had another one, and my star is still with Himiko. She stopped and looked down at her hand with a frown. Could it have been because of the magic itself? But why would my magic show me a bunch of strange people I've never met? How for that matter? I thought you couldn't picture faces you hadn't seen before in dreams. A knock at the door broke Izumi from her thoughts, as well as startled Eri awake. Izumi would have expected a panic attack of some kind, but Eri got up with a fearful yet resigned look on her face. As the door opened, Izumi moved over to where Eri was and pulled her into a small hug. The grunt that entered had a platter with what could pass as food. Maybe, if you pulled everything from a microwave dinner and slapped it on a plate without warming it up. And a rolled-up sleeping bag. Breakfast. He placed the tray on the end of the bed and tossed the sleeping bag onto the floor at the bed's footboard before he made to leave the room. Don't waste it. Izumi looked at the platter for a moment more before looking back to the grunt. There's only enough on here for one person. Then you best get used to sharing for a while. The door slammed shut again and Izumi sighed, before looking at the food again. At least there were some utensils for their use. Taking a pair of chopsticks, she divided the food up, put a smaller portion on one side, and left the larger one toward Eri. Here, you should eat. Eri was slow to do so but started eating the food. She didn't react to it much, so Izumi took a bite herself and grimaced immediately. Oh, what in the world is this stuff? Forcing down the first bite, Izumi looked at the rest and frowned. Eri looked up at her and saw the face she was making before taking another bite. It's okay, Ms. Izumi. You get used to it. But you shouldn't have to be, Izumi's mind unhelpfully answered as she forced more of the food down. Here's to hoping I don't throw this up. Her hopes were in vain. It was only after the fifth bite that Izumi couldn't stomach the taste anymore and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. How Eri managed to eat any of that was horrifying. As she was emptying her stomach, Eri was busy in the room sitting among the plush toys looking at the Knack Base plush Izumi had given her. Ms. Izumi said that she was supposed to keep her safe because that was what magical girls do. But she was just a toy. How was a toy supposed to keep her safe? People couldn't when Overhaul was mad or annoyed. It was her fault though for trying to get help. She was a curse. Everyone always disappeared if they got too close or helped her. If she'd been a good girl and stayed, then those people wouldn't have gone away. Daddy wouldn't have gone away. Mommy wouldn't have given her away or called her a demon. Ms. Izumi said that heroes were coming to help them. Would that mean it was her fault if they got hurt too? Did that make Ms. Izumi as cursed as she was? Did Ms. Izumi lie to her? But Ms. Izumi didn't lie about the apple. Overhaul said she was supposed to be her new mommy. But that couldn't be true because her mommy lied to her before, and Ms. Izumi didn't lie about the apple. It was really tasty when she bit it, as Ms. Izumi said. Her hands held onto the plush MahoAko and looked at the still, half-lidded, emerald eyes and fanged smile. Ms. Izumi hadn't lied to her yet, so maybe she was telling the truth. But Ms. Izumi also said she'd try to be her new mommy, so did that mean she was going to start lying to her? Yuri didn't know what to think. A groan from the bathroom made Yuri look over and see a still green-faced Izumi walking into the room. That was by far the worst thing I've ever eaten. I need to find whoever is responsible for this and burn them at a pike. It is a crime to even consider calling it food. She shuffled her way over and sat on the bed, nursing her stomach. And my classmates once put worms in my bento box without me noticing. Even that tasted better. Are you okay, Ms. Izumi? Izumi paused for a moment before smiling at Yuri. I'll be fine, Yuri. Just hungry for a bit. The two sat in silence for a moment before Izumi put a hand to her chin and thought. Say, would you like to play some games? Yuri looked at her curiously. And Izumi started to grab a few of the plush toys and the rolled-up sleeping bag. We can use these to play pretend. Frowning, Yuri looked at the toys and then at the Baser plush in her hands. How do we do that? Here, I'll show you. Izumi sat cross-legged on the floor and picked up a plush alligator that had a little deerstalker cap on its head, making it wave its legs while standing on the sleeping bag. She put on a silly voice and got the little plush to wave a wing. Hello, Yuri, I'm investigator, detective extraordinaire. Would you like to meet my friends? It took some time, but eventually, Izumi got Yuri to at least sit down with her and go along with the silly game. She just wished that at some point Yuri would have smiled. Around the same time Izumi was waking, Overhaul watched the latest purchase he had made being unloaded into his base. Standing beside him was one of the underworld's most infamous information brokers. Gotta say, Chisaki, the middle-aged broker said as he took a drag of his cigar. He adjusted his hat as they watched a large vat being moved into one of the base's many rooms. I didn't expect a request like this one from you. Getting it rush-ordered on top of that cost me a pretty penny, too. His missing teeth highlighted his grin as a plume of smoke slipped from his lips. Finally get tired of tracking down your ingredient when it runs away. You never did let me in on what exactly you're using down here. Overhaul side-eyed him as his hands twitched. That is not of your concern, Jurin, and my name is Overhaul. The two watched as the vat was placed in the center of the room, and the workers began quickly securing it in place and installing the power. After all, information is never free when dealing with a broker of your caliber in either direction. Shaking his head with a shrug of his shoulders, Jurin just chuckled. Fair enough. Now, if you'll excuse me, another client of mine is getting antsy with the newest villains and heroes that debuted. A moment of pensive worry flashed across the broker's face. Knowing he's the one upset has me a touch worried myself. Mimic. Overhaul nodded towards his subordinate before gesturing towards the door. See him out. As the broker was being escorted from the facility, Overhaul walked over to the vat and watched as some of his grunts started filling it with water and some chemical powders. If they got the concentration wrong, he could always adjust it manually before giving them their resignations. The higher oxygen concentration should be perfect for what he wishes to accomplish. After all, at least until he creates the artificial inner chambers. Creating the inner chamber will take a bit of creativity, but some scientists were able to create this very concept with premature lambs long before the dawn of quirks. Doing so with a human shouldn't be too difficult of a task. Walking up behind him, one of Overhaul's 8 bullets stopped short of his boss and looked up at the vat himself, his puzzled face hidden behind the full mask he wore. I will admit, even I am not sure what you are planning to do with this, boss. This, Namoto, will be the key to guaranteeing our organization's succession. Overhaul rested a hand on the glass chamber that would soon hold the greatest insurance that could ever exist for the survival of the Shai Hasekai, even if his main plan was to fail and force them underground. Of course, some resources would need to be collected from the source if he wanted to ensure a maximum chance of success. If the procedure failed and the product was tainted with a quirk, by the time the power showed his drug should be perfected and that flaw rectified, he would do his best not to mar Midoriya's body excessively. Its pure and picturesque nature deserved to be preserved perfectly if it would aid in creating their future. Have our newest guest brought to me tomorrow. I need to make sure that everything is properly installed and calibrated. Yuri's next appointment will also be delayed by a day. I want to make sure this is done myself. Yamato gave his boss a bow before moving to leave the room. As you wish, Overhaul. Multiple heroes gathered in the meeting room, the ranks of which varied greatly. as from up on high the number one hero himself stood at one end of the meeting table, to nearby where Midnight sat with the girls she'd taken on as apprentices. In addition to these notable figures, they were joined by the heroes Eraserhead, Rocklock, Fat Gum, and Ryukyu, as well as their interns and an assortment of other heroes. In all, Sir Night-Eye was pleased with the lineup, even if Eraserhead kept giving a baleful look toward the magical girls in the room before it could cause any problems, especially with how Midnight was starting to return the look. Sir Night-Eye stood up and looked over the table. "Thank you all for coming." Ryukyu raised an eyebrow as she glanced over at the clean-dressed hero. "You were a little vague on the details, but it sounded pretty urgent. What is this about Night-Eye?" Looking over at the far end of the table, Rocklock raised an eyebrow at the three magical girls. "And why are there kids here?" The three magical girls looked a little uncomfortable being pointed out, but Rocklock also earned a small pout from Ryukyu's intern. Midnight leveled her eyes away from Eraserhead and directed them toward Rocklock. "They are my apprentices and are more than willing to help with this case, even if only from the sidelines. Now can we move on to the matter at hand?" The lack of flirtatious tone threw a few of the heroes present for a loop, so Sir Night-Eye cleared his throat to get everyone's attention again. "I'll have everyone know that they were meticulously selected for this operation, or were heavily recommended by Nezu to participate. Before anyone else interjects, let us get to the matter at hand." Sir Night-Eye clicked a remote and the display behind him lit up with a picture of Overhaul. "This is Chisaki Kai, quirk, Overhaul. It allows him to disassemble and reassemble matter at will. He is also the leader of the Shai Hasekai, one of the last remaining Yakuza groups in Japan." He adjusted his glasses for a moment before switching to a new slide. "While my agency has been focused on tracking their recent drug distribution and looking for anything incriminating to use for an arrest." Pausing from eating another bite of takoyaki, Fatgum spoke up. "I take it you found something then?" Sir Night-Eye hesitated for a moment before grimacing. "Not exactly. While we were unable to find any ties to the drug trade, we recently found evidence tying him to crimes of a more domestic nature. Chisaki has a daughter named Iri. There are no records or details of her birth. However, she recently interacted with two young girls before being reclaimed by Chisaki. While the girls both made it from the encounter alive, their statements to the police revealed that Iri had several bandages on her limbs and that he has a strange fascination with the quirkless, which brings us to our next point." The display shifted with another click to show a young girl with messy green curls and a soft smile. "This is Midoriya Izumi, quirkless, and one of those two girls. As of 2 days ago, she has gone missing." The reactions were about what Sir Night-Eye expected, given the girl's quirk status. A few of the heroes looked uncaring, while those who truly understood why a girl like her would be taken grimaced in disgust. The more surprising reactions to him, however, were from Nova Maj's pink-clad member and All Might himself. Maja Rose had her fist clenched and bent a section of the metal table with frightening ease until Midnight put a hand on the girl's shoulder. All Might, however, looked like he'd seen a ghost. His thoughts were going a mile a minute. He remembered saving this girl before. A sludge villain had tried to steal her body, and can someone quirkless be a hero? And how he crushed her dreams. He never did check on if she got down from that roof safely. And it was only later he learned of how her school had been due to Tsukauchi ranting to him about it during a meetup. That girl was looking to him for hope and he smashed it all, which thinking back was worse than subpar for a hero of the lower rankings. Just how much had he been slipping up lately? Finding a successor was feeling more pressing now than ever, if only because he felt like he wasn't living up to the title he held anymore. Sure, those three young girls sitting next to Midnight were capable of potentially surpassing him, but it was leaving a sour taste in his mouth thinking about it now. One of the lesser-known heroes decided that was the perfect moment to stick a foot into his mouth. She could just be a runaway. How exactly do we know she didn't just run off to who knows where? Lots of quirkless kids end up like that. Night-Eye's gaze narrowed on the man in question. He wasn't alone in this, as two of Nova Maja had to restrain Maja Rose from standing, even as her fingers tore another hole into her spot at the table. Once this meeting was over, he may need to start looking into some of his fellow heroes to see if some remedial lessons were necessary. Use of my quirk on one of his subordinates has confirmed that she is indeed within the Shai Hasekai's compound, and is most definitely an unwilling guest. Adjusting his glasses again, Sir Night-Eye turned his attention back to the room at large. She is being held within the same panic room as Iri. This, as well as a network of tunnels they built under the area, show a level of funding that would be impossible if the Shai Hasekai wasn't receiving backing from someone. A click and a change again. The screen now displayed some of Overhaul's known associates aiding in the unloading of a moving truck. The photo was taken from a nearby rooftop, judging by the angle. My psychic Bubble Girl also was able to get photographic evidence of a shipment being brought to the base, containing a large medical vat typically used for treating patients who are under extreme physical stress from their conditions. The shipment was moved hastily, which is what allowed Bubble Girl to even catch them in the act. Many of the heroes, mostly those who hadn't simply brushed off the girl's kidnapping, grew tense. Even Eraserhead, who had remained relatively detached from the meeting, grimaced at the thought. Ryukyu had to put a hand on her intern's shoulder to keep the girl seated, but the periwinkle-haired girl looked ready to throw up. At the same time, Nova Maja was starting to look around in confusion once they managed to calm down. Maja rose. Fatcom wasn't afraid to voice his disbelief as he stared in wide-eyed horror, his intern looking just as uncomfortable. "You've got to be kidding." Ryukyu shook her head and looked down at her copy of the files with disgust. "Unfortunately not. Looks like Obsessed doesn't begin to scratch the surface of this guy's thoughts on the quirkless. I'm sorry." The heroes looked over to where Maja Sapphire was seated as the young girl suddenly felt much more nervous. "But what do you mean?" Rocklock looked over at the trio with a hint of annoyance. "Midnight, I can understand being invested in this kind of investigation. But again, why are there children here?" While his comment earned him another glare, Midnight sighed and looked to the trio. "It's not commonly seen anymore, but before quirks were as commonplace as they are today, people found that children born between a quirked individual and a quirkless one either had stronger versions of the parent quirk or stayed quirkless while retaining any adaptations their parent had to handle the quirk in question. Around the time quirks became more commonplace, many quirkless women were often abducted and sold in human trafficking rings as mail-order brides. The resulting pregnancies also had a chance of causing undue stress on the mothers. It started small, but as quirks grew in strength, it required them to be hospitalized and monitored to ensure their health and safety. Rocklock closed his eyes for a moment before looking straight at the one hero from earlier who asked that specific stupid question. "I know this because my wife is currently under medical observation for that very reason." Maja Sapphire put a hand over her mouth as her eyes widened. "Gee, that's no way." Maja Citrine looked just as horrified as her compatriot. Of the three, however, one was far angrier than the other two, and Maja Rose looked to Midnight. "If I tear his balls off mid-fight, can I claim it's an accident to not get in trouble?" That one question had many of the heroes present wary of the girl, mostly the men. Midnight, however, just sighed for a moment and pinched the bridge of her nose. "No, Rose, he has to be brought in alive and not maimed. He'll face his punishment in court." While she could hear the muttered cursing from the pink-clad girl, Midnight couldn't help but agree silently. If the law wasn't clear about murder, she would have considered that very course of action. "Regardless of our personal opinions on the matter," Sir Night-Eye interjected to get everyone's attention away from the fuming magical girl. "While we don't know the exact reasons Chisaki has acquired these items, the courts have decided we have enough evidence to warrant probable cause and launch a raid on the facility. Interns," he turned his face to look directly at Nova Maja, "and apprentices are to stay with their assigned groups at all times." A final click in the display turned off. "We'll be executing the operation as soon as the warrant is issued by police. After that, our goals are simple. Detain Chisaki Kai along with any who attempt to aid him, and rescue the two girls." As the heroes present started to file out of the room, Maja Rose looked at her clenched fists and had a fiery determination burning in her gaze. "I'm coming, Izumi. That fucker isn't going to lay a hand on you ever again." At the same time, Sir Night-Eye was watching All Might leaving the room before grimacing. "This will work. It has to." His eyes moved to where Lemillion was talking with his classmates, noting how he was doing everything in his power to try and comfort Ryukyu's intern, even as the poor girl was trembling. He couldn't help but feel proud of Mirio. Even with this being only partially through his first year as an intern, he was making progress with leaps and bounds toward becoming the next symbol of peace. "Even if you despise me right now, I refuse to let my friend's legacy die." Many of the heroes had left when the meeting ended, with a few staying behind to ask for more details in person. While every hero would be emailed this information, some found it prudent to hear it in person. Midnight was one such hero and had been questioning how the raid would be launched so soon when they only just had the meeting. Turns out it was mainly luck that let Sir Night-Eye know that the two girls were in the main compound of the Shy Hasekai and not one of the dozen other facilities they own. Otherwise, it might have taken much longer and more investigating before they would have been found. As she was getting this information, Nova Maja were sitting together at a small table in Sir Night-Eye's agency looking dour over the meeting's contents. The three were silent as they processed everything until Maja Citrine sighed and put her head in her hands. "This just got a lot more real for me." She dragged the digits down her face as she leaned back and stared at the ceiling. I never really took time to think about the why someone would do stuff like this, you know. I think it's more accurate that we didn't want to think about that." Maja Sapphire looked down uncomfortably as she rubbed her arms. Memories of all the times her mother and father warned her as a child not to stray too far played out in her mind, and a shiver ran through her. She looked over to where the third member of their group sat, as worry continued to roil under her skin. "How are you feeling, Akur?" "Rose?" Maja Rose sat silent for a moment after, just staring down at her clenched fists. "I don't think I've ever been angrier in my life." Her grip tightened a little, before falling slack and looking pensively to her friends. At the same time, I'm worried I'll be holding you both back. Looking at her partner in disbelief, Citrine raised an eyebrow and leaned over the table. Are you serious? You tore a hole in the conference table with your bare hands, Rose. I think you'll more than keep up. Yeah, but both of you can use your wands and do magic stuff. Rose sighed and let her head land on the table with a thud. Letting her head roll to the side a bit, she looked at her fist as she let it rest next to her. All I can do is punch people hard. I feel like my magic's just a dud. Magia Sapphire frowned as she put a hand on her fellow magical girl's shoulder. Rose. The three were likely to continue to sit there and mull in their thoughts, until a face popped out of their table and left the three baffled. Hey there. A collective scream came from the three as they nearly fell out of their seats. The face then slid to the edge of the table and revealed it was one of the hero interns using his quirk, specifically, Tagata Mirio, who MahoAko had only run into once before. As soon as he was free of the table, he stood up straight and gave the group a sunshine smile while dressed in his hero costume. So you three are the ones apprenticing under midnight. I think I ran into one of you back at UA. But for some reason, I can't tell for the life of me which one it is. Why yes, we are Nova Magia. You can't tell because of the magic in the transformation. And you are. Magia Rose fumbled slightly before clearing her throat and pointing to him. I can't exactly just say I know him as Tagata, even if he did help me that one time. I gotta keep which one I am secret at least. Mirio just laughed even as two other people started walking over. Wow, I'm dropping the ball here, still smiling brightly. He gave them a textbook perfect pose as he showed off his muscles, positive personality, and the 1 million on his chest in one go. I'm Sir Night Eye's intern. Lemillion. Though that will become Lemillionaire the second I save 1 million people. The two other people that had been getting close finally got near the group and Lemillion dramatically gestured over at them one at a time. And these are my friends. Sun Eater. The intern in question looked at them with rather piercing eyes. Donned in his white cloak, tunic combo and black bodysuit covered in beige plating and purple carrier vest. One oddity they noticed was the complete lack of shoes, leaving him barefoot, even as his face was covered by a transparent purple visor. He stared intensely at the group. The three girls all shared some of the same thoughts as a shiver ran up their spines. What an intense glare. He looks so serious. I can't help but wonder what he's focusing on. Then the illusion was broken as he turned away and pressed his face into the wall. I can't do it. Even if I picture them as potatoes, I can't do it. The words aren't coming. In unison, the three girls blinked in surprise and tilted their heads a bit in confusion. Moving on from that like was nothing unusual. Lemillion moved his pose to point to the other intern, and Nejire-chan. The heroine in question was in a royal blue jumpsuit with a mint green section covering her front and stripes on her arms, all highlighted with a turquoise outline. Her boots were the same mint green, and she had yellow gloves that ended at a turquoise pair of wrist guards. There were also spirals of the same material coming from each limb, and twin spirals coming from her head like horns. In contrast to Mirio's exuberance, she gave a small wave, not paying attention to them. Hey there. Magia Sapphire stood up and started to walk over, quickly being followed by the other two. Oh my, Nejire-chan, are you feeling alright? Don't worry about me. I'll be just fine. Nejire-chan waved them off with a somewhat fake smile before she opened her eyes. The second she realized who she was talking to, the dour mood quickly evaporated from the girl and she inhaled in excitement. Oh my gosh, you're Nova Magia, right? That's so cool. What's it like being a magical girl? Can you all fly? I can fly too, though it gets really tiring after a while. Oh, do you all have magic wands? Do you have signature spells? Is it true that you're Midnight's secret daughters? Left stuttering and blinking in shock, Magia Sapphire had to lean back as the barrage of questions came toward her. And their questioner leaned into her personal space. What? Lemillion just laughed at the sight before giving them a smile and a wave. Sorry about that. A pat on the head made Nejire-chan blink a bit before laughing as she backed away from Sapphire. Nejire-chan happens to be a big Mahou Shoujo fan, so hearing about you all debuting recently has her spiraling in excitement. The laugh from Nejire-chan stopped immediately and she gave a deadpan stare at Lemillion before bonking him on the head. No, bad Lemillion. No puns. A hit and miss, he cheered, completely ignoring the gentle smack to the head. Magia Sapphire couldn't help the laugh that escaped her right then, which got the rest of her team to break out of their confusion at the same time. With a gentle smile and a hand on her chest, she raised an eyebrow and looked bemused at the older girl. Well, for what it's worth, I can promise you that we are most certainly not related to Midnight Sensei, nor is Magia Baser. She excitedly clapped her hands and got a gleam in her eyes shortly after. But I would love to talk more about magical girls when we have some free time. A squeal left Nejire-chan's lips as she started jumping in place like a child. A magical girl who's also a fan of magical girls. A burst of her quirk and Nejire-chan was laughing as she spun in the air. This has to be a dream come true for you. Oh, you have no idea, Madra Rose quipped as she rolled her eyes, earning her a light shove to the shoulder from Sapphire. She just giggled at her partner in response. They both knew she could have done far more to embarrass Momo with the portion of her collection she brought with her to the dorm. Nejire-chan finally landed and looked at Madra Rose now with sparkling eyes. Hey, do you think I could get to be one too? What color would I get to be? Ooh, what about a shade of green? Do you have any mint green ones? Or turquoise like some of my costumes? Scratching at her cheek nervously, Madra Rose looked to the side for a moment. Well, Vats was working on making some more transformation hearts, so maybe. I'd say she certainly has the heart for it. The million pundit, getting another smack from Nejire-chan. While the 4 social members of the impromptu conversation babbled away, Magicitrine had moved closer to the wall where Suneater was still pressing his face to the wall. She took one look at him, then at the 4 still talking, before leaning against the wall next to him. Social batteries on empty. Suneater groaned a bit and somehow pressed himself more into the plaster. I want to go home. She gave him a pat on the shoulder and nodded sagely. I feel you, buddy. Let's be introverts over here and let the sunny extroverts blind everyone else. Thank you. Another day. Another blinding stab to her retinas. Wincing as she rose from the bed, Izumi glared at the lights before muffling her curses and heading to the bathroom to wash her face. The night before hadn't had any better food than before, and Izumi's stomach was rebelling at the thought of eating it. It was like whoever decided they needed to eat this pulled all flavor and substance out of the ingredients and left only the nutrition. As such, her hunger was growing by the second, and she was worried she'd starve if it kept going like this. Fucking Overhaul. And his fucking lights, and the shitty food, and his weird obsessive bullshit. At least water wasn't a concern, as she could drink from the tap with the sink, gross as the thought was. Stepping back into the bedroom, her eyes landed on Eri as she got up from her bed with a hollow and fearful look in her eyes. Izumi wasted no time going over and sitting with her on the bed, letting the girl pull herself under the covers to hide. Just be patient, Izumi. Just like the day before. There was a pounding on the door before it opened with a grunt bringing in a tray of the slop. Wake up. Food's here. Setting the food on the end of the bed, he pulled out a few boxes of toys, setting them next to the pile of plushies. I even got some more toys to entertain the runt. Izumi shot a look at the food before glaring at the guard. This going to be as bad as the rest of the slop you've given us? Just make sure you eat it, you damn brat. The grunt snapped as he reached for the door handle. The boss wants to see you both today. A jolt went through Izumi's spine as she felt her blood start to go cold. Wait, both. Unnoticed to her, Eri also stared fearfully at the man, confused and scared. The grunt sneered as he started to close the door. Yeah, both. He laughed a bit and stepped out of the room. Looks like you caught the boss eye. And considering how word from the rumor mill is that he wants to make a successor, I hope you enjoy feeling special afterward. Someone else will take you there. A slamming door punctuated his departure, leaving the two in silence again. And in that silence, Izumi started to panic. Standing abruptly, she started to pace around the room and pull at her hair. Oh, this is just great. First, the psycho plots to kidnap me, then he plants a tracker in my neck, and now this. God, can't these heroes hurry the fuck up? Miss Izumi. That fearful little voice broke her from her spiraling. And Izumi looked over to see a trembling Eri still sitting on her bed. She stared into those wide red eyes for a minute before sighing and moving over to the bed and wrapping the little girl in a hug. I'll be right here with you, Eri. Whatever happens, I'll be here. Looking up at the camera, Izumi just hoped that whatever happened was something she could stop. It was amazing how fast a judge would sign a warrant once quirk breeding was mentioned as a potential reason for a kidnapping. It went even faster after mentioning that All Might had agreed to participate in the raid itself. That same morning, Sir Night-Eye used his quirk on himself to ensure that the raid's success was inevitable. While there are some details he didn't like, the overall result was positive. In only a day he managed to get the paperwork to issue the warrant pushed through and approved, leading to the raid being ready to go. With the meeting happening yesterday, they only had to wait for a few of the heroes to return, as most simply stayed in nearby hotels or at local agencies they had connections with. So far, his vision was proving correct once more. Even as the heroes stood nearby midst of the police gathering, Sir Night-Eye had this inexplicable feeling that he was missing something. A head count showed that everyone who asked to be there was present. Fatgum had his intern Suneater at his side. Ryukyu and Midnight had theirs and were discussing the finer details with Nova Magia to ensure they didn't make any mistakes. All Might stood in his muscle form, ready to charge, and Mirio was the same. Even the less ranked heroes like Rocklock and Mr. Brave were standing by. So why did something feel off? He didn't have any time to question the feeling further, as one of the police captains walked up to the group and looked at his watch. We begin the operation at exactly 8:30. Is everyone ready? Rocklock looked annoyed and had his arms crossed. Why the hell is he acting like we don't know our jobs? Ease up a bit, Rock, Mr. Brave replied as he kept his eyes on the Yakuza's front door. We got a lot of younger people with us today. Sighing, Rocklock took a moment to look at the young heroes and magical girls. That may be the case, but we're dealing with organized crime right now. One false move and they'll scatter like rats and regroup stronger later. The policeman holding the warrant looking at his watch suddenly looked up and nodded to the group gather. Begin the operation. A few lower-ranked officers joined the captain as he walked toward the outer gate, only to pull him back as the doorway was blasted off its hinges by a massive fist. Lumbering free of the complex, a towering, muscular man in a bird-like mask looked over everyone there as the dust started to settle. The police and heroes were shocked as Katsuke Rikia, one of the shy Hasekai's 8 bullets, stared them down. What do you want? Cursing under his breath, Rocklock and Mr. Brave got ready to attack. Did they know we were coming? Don't focus on that. The ringleaders are likely trying to escape as we speak. Head inside. All Might answered their query before bolting forward and past the villain. The second he did, the villain found himself getting a fist to the side of the face and crashing into the wall, making the opening bigger. I leave him to you. The police started to charge in after him along with the heroes but didn't get too far in when the man got back up again. What do you people want? Sir Night-Eye narrowed his eyes before glancing at the surrounding heroes. Midnight, you and Ryukyu take care of this one with your charges. Everyone else, into the compound. Nodding in affirmation, Ryukyu and Midnight both turned their attention back to the Yakuza thug. We'll meet up with you when we can. He tried to swing for the attacking heroes and police, but quickly found his fist caught by the Dragoon heroine. With a mighty heave, she threw him over herself and slammed him into the street, cracking it under his weight. She went for another slam but felt the energy starting to leave her. The man then got up and slammed his fist into her stomach, knocking her back. You think a few ladies and their little girls can stop me? Katsuke inhaled deeply and the girls all watched in shock as Ryukyu faltered more. The man's muscles started to bulge as he cocked back a fist. I'll take you all, Lou. His declaration was cut short as a blast of energy slammed into him and forced him onto the pavement. From above the thug, Nejire-chan was flying and smirking. Wow, he talks a lot. And that's coming from me. There was a crunch as they all looked over to see Katsuke getting back up and grabbing the concrete, before throwing a large chunk up at the flying heroine. Nejire-chan, look out. Major Rose flew up in a blur and moved the girl out of the way, before punching the debris into dust. While they were all distracted, Katsuke pulled out a red syringe and stabbed himself in the neck. He groaned in pain before his arms grew even bigger and he started to inhale. The group all started to feel dizzy while the man laughed at them. Good luck fighting when you can't even get near me. He charged forward like a mad bull and the remaining 2 Nova Maja were forced to help Midnight and Ryukyu dodge. I'll suck the life out of all of you. Maja Citrine noticed herself starting to get sluggish, but it was nowhere near as bad as how Ryukyu, Midnight, and Nejire-chan looked. That didn't seem too important right then as she was having to focus on dodging Katsuke's punches to keep Ryukyu from becoming a paste. How did his quirk get stronger all of a sudden? Damn it, he took trigger. Midnight growled as she tried to force her quirk through her costume. Unable to move her arms to tear it though, all that came was a puff from her cheeks. Maja Sapphire. Nodding, Maja Sapphire's wand activated as she drew in the water nearby. Right, tendrils of water shot through the air and grabbed onto the struggling Yakuza, lifting the now bewildered man into the air. At the same time, a smaller disc of water came down and helped cut a hole in her sensei's costume. With the trigger in his system, getting close to him could potentially become fatal, so she needed to think of something. Let me down, you stupid brat, Katsuke shouted as he thrashed against his bindings. At the same time, Major Rose flew back down to the group alongside Nejire-chan, who started worrying over her mentor. Maja Sapphire then got a little glint in her eyes as she processed Katsuke's words. Smirking, she put a hand on her hip and looked up at the man. If you insist. What preceded was a solid minute of Katsuke being slammed into the ground by the water tendrils repeatedly. There was even a moment when she stopped for a second, looked to see if he was unable to keep using his quirk, and then slammed him a few more times for good measure. Once she was done and sure Midnight was free to use her quirk to help make extra sure the man wouldn't be fighting anymore, she turned to her team who stared at her in shock. She just gave them an innocent smile and shrugged. Well, he never said to let him down gently. Looking between the groaning form of Katsuke and her partner, Citrine smirked a bit. Never took you to have a snarky side, Sapphire. From the ground, Katsuke tried to rise, despite the pain from his everything protesting the act. I'll kill. That's enough of that, claimed Midnight. Walked over to the criminal and released her quirk on the man. She felt a bit of satisfaction as his head fell back to the ground with a thud. Before any more quips could be said, Major Rose rushed between the two and grabbed their wrists. Come on, girls. We gotta catch up. Unfortunately for the three, the sight of the compound's front door made them stop. Sensei. Midnight looked over and frowned as she witnessed several officers fighting to subdue far more Yakuza than they expected. Looks like the police are having more trouble than we thought they would. It's like ants swarming to defend their hill. Looking at all the thugs fighting made a bubble of frustration well up in Major Rose. These idiots were keeping her from rescuing her friend. As a few more thugs exited the building, they started to swarm toward the group of heroes and leveled several guns at them. While Midnight looked worried, Major Rose cracked her neck and looked toward the group with steel in her eyes. "I'll give you all one chance. Surrender, or I break all of your legs." There was a tense silence following that declaration, with everyone from the Yakuza, police, and the few heroes remaining outside all staring in shock at the girl. Eventually, one of the Yakuza thugs looked over at the guy next to him. Hey, Aniki." A thought occurred. The goon was looking a bit nervous as he eyed the pink magical girl and the glare she was sending them before he side-eyed the guy he was trying to talk to. "The heroes brought all might and still thought it was enough to leave us with a bunch of low-ranked heroes, some pigs, and a few little girls and their mentors. Should we be messing with them?" The bigger Yakuza just rolled his eyes and pointed his pistol at the group of students. "Quit whining. There are over 70 of us with masks and guns, while there's only a handful of them. They're fucking baby heroes, and Overhaul's bullets mean we can destroy them easily. Open fire." The barrage of rounds fired at them. Both regular bullets and these strange little red shells were intercepted by Magus Citrine strumming her ukulele and making a note wall between them and the Yakuza. Major Rose only narrowed her eyes more. "Wrong answer." Glancing over her shoulder, she looked at her teacher. "Sensei." There was an unreadable look on Midnight's face before she sighed and pointed at her. "Don't maim or kill them." By this point, there were some Yakuza who had to reload as the rest continued to fire their guns. The shots kept coming until Major Rose flew over the note barrier and landed inside the oncoming fire. Many of the Yakuza started to stop firing when they noticed how the rounds were flattening against her head and body, or having the needles snapping off before falling uselessly to the ground. The second she was in the little ringleader's face, she grabbed his pistol and crushed it in her hand. The man was barely able to get his fingers away in time to not of them caught in the twisting metal. The formerly confident thug barely had time to squeak in fear when she grabbed him by the jacket and threw him up, only to grab his legs and swing him into his comrades. As the beating continued, Mr. Brave could only stare in shock and horror from where he'd just finished pinning a few thugs to the ground with his hair blades. "Oh God, she's beating a motherfucker with another motherfucker. Just what are you teaching them, Midnight?" Midnight shrugged a bit as she pointed over to Major Rose, who was now getting help from Magia Sapphire binding some of the thugs together with water constructs. "She came like that. Though I admit that recent events have her exceptionally angry right now." The moment the first wave of Yakuza were incapacitated, more started to escape the building and start charging at them. Watching them come toward them, Citrine looked at the group slightly incredulously. "Okay, seriously, how many of these guys are there? The building can't be that big." Seeing the feral look in Rose's eye, she quickly moved over to her. "Hey, don't hog them all, Rose." "Oh, sorry." Major Rose gave her a slightly embarrassed blush, even as she dropped the bruised and battered guy she had been swinging around like a club. "You want the 10 on the left." Magia Citrine did a quick head count of the thugs approaching. "Sounds reasonable." Smiling as she made a spear out of the water in the nearby air, Magia Sapphire joined the two. "I'll take the right then. Care to make room in the center?" Najire-chan joined in as she hovered over them. She just got done being in awe at the sight of Major Rose demolishing them, and now wanted to see if she could be a magical girl even more. Major Rose shot her a thumbs up and smiled. "Sure thing, Najire-chan." As the four girls started tearing through the thugs with magic and quirks, one of them managed to successfully get away from the slaughter. He was crawling on his hands and knees, fearfully looking over at the mess before finding himself staring straight into a pair of high-heeled boots. A glance up at Midnight made him shiver. "And where do you think you're going?" The poor guy just started to cry as he let his head fall. "I think I should have gone to college like Ma wanted." Izumi realized that sitting around in this room was beginning to feel like torture. While disturbed by the last thug's words and the implications therein, Izumi could at least be marginally thankful that the one sent to take her and Eri to Overhaul seemed nicer. He wasn't smiling or cheery in a false way, but he also wasn't super hostile either. He just looked tired more than anything else. It kinda made her think of someone who was stuck in a dead-end job and couldn't think of a way out. As they walked, it was silent for the most part, up until they got to the door leading into Overhaul's lab. Then, he paused and looked at Izumi with an unreadable look. "Hey, I know you're probably mad about all this, but just keep your head down and you should be fine." A snort of derision came out of Izumi's nose as she looked away with a scowl. "Yeah, right. You're not the one Overhaul is focused on." She looked down at the little girl clinging to her leg and her scowling face melted down into a worried frown. Eri was trembling so much it was getting harder to walk. Izumi sighed and reached down, picking her up and holding her close. It was a little heavy for the teenager to do so, but Eri made it a bit easier by clinging tight. As the door opened, she was greeted by the sight straight out of a horror game. sterilized equipment sat on various trays, a table in the center designed to restrain people in a reclined sitting position, and an ominously glowing vat big enough to hold a person just behind that. And standing in the middle of it was Overhaul and his ever-loyal dog Chronostasis in their usual outfits. For all of his talk of germs and the like being filthy, he certainly didn't do anything to properly prepare himself to operate on anything. Good, you're starting to cooperate. What do you want? Izumi snapped at him. Her grip on her tightened as Overhaul and Chronostasis drew closer. Overhaul looked down at her impassively before he started taking his gloves off. Today's procedure is a special one. He shot a look toward Chronostasis, who walked over and pulled Iri away from Izumi, much to the girl's struggle. Once they were separated, Iri was handed over to the thug from earlier. The next moment was another bout of pain erupting from Izumi's neck as Overhaul clamped his hand on her and activated his quirk. As soon as the feeling of being atomized stopped, she was left panting once more and Overhaul put something small in a bag. It's unfortunate that I have to remove your chip for this. I would rather have no chances of losing you, but it would cause some unpleasant reactions in your body if left in place. The tracker was placed on a table before he picked something else up to hand to Chronostasis. Now, you will feel a sharp pinch. As tremors of agony echoed through her, Izumi was disoriented as she tried to stand, while she jolted slightly as a needle was stabbed into her lower back before a rush of burning started to pour through her. She collapsed back to the ground, panting and writhing as she tried to breathe, and her abdominal muscles cramped like nothing else before. Not even Mother Nature's curse upon women was this bad. What the fuck did he just shoot into me? Iri, make sure you pay attention. Overhaul looked over to the girl, who had started hiding her face into the shoulder of the thug holding her. His gaze then moved down to Izumi as she struggled to compose herself. Strap her down. We wouldn't want her to injure herself needlessly. Chronostasi's hands roughly grabbed Izumi by the shoulders and hauled her to her feet before dragging her over to the table in the middle of the room. Even as drool and tears streamed down her face, she continued to snarl and glare at Overhaul. Get why your hands off of me. She was thrown onto the cold metal and had one of her hands restrained by the leather cuffs, followed shortly by the rest of her limbs. Even then, she continued to struggle, pulling and straining just for the chance to do something to the bastards. Chronostasis almost getting his hand bit when he tried to put a gag on her felt cathartic. Seeing Iri cowering at the other side of the room did not. It all made something boil within her. Ignoring her struggles, Overhaul used his quirk and destroyed her upper clothes, leaving her bra thankfully, before moving back toward his medical equipment. We'll need to wait for an hour or so for the drug to put her in the proper state. It would be pointless trying to acquire the materials when they're not formed yet. Izumi looked somewhere between feral and incredulous. Materials? What the hell is he trying to get from me? What happened to the creepy bastard's caretaker plan? Even as the metal table felt like ice biting into her back, Izumi's glare moved solely to Overhaul. Do you? I'll only see people as fucking our resources. You'd best hold your tongue, Overhaul stated simply, even as Chronostasi's hair loomed under his hood and pointed toward her. You are currently providing the Shai Hasekai with an irreplaceable service. Once the drugs have finished sending your reproductive system into overdrive, harvesting the eggs and tissue produced will be simple. He pulled out a large syringe, its needle gleaming ominously under the medical lights. After the former is secured and fertilized with the boss's DNA, we can place them in the artificial womb made from the latter. Before the needle could get closer to her, the unexpected happened. Hey, the two men paused and turned their attention to the thug that had Iri, seeing how he put her down and was hiding her behind him. The man was glaring directly at Overhaul with no small amount of nervousness, but indignation as well. I'll admit that we've done some shady shit as Yakuza, but this is a new low, even for us. His arms swept wide as he gestured to the girl hiding behind him. And why is Iri here? Why would you force her to watch something like this? She's 5 for fuck's sake. Overhaul looked at the man with a measure of annoyance, before sighing. I'm not foolish enough to believe Iri is an unlimited resource. Eventually, she will grow older and begin to be diminished by the procedures. The man's face twisted in horror as Overhaul continued to inspect his tools. The body recovers, yes, but that will slow over time. Moreover, the demand for my bullets will eventually increase, and production will need to meet that demand. This procedure will both secure an heir to the Shai Hasekai and, if successful, the continuation of the quirk-destroying bullet. Overhaul finished examining his equipment, seemingly satisfied with its condition. She should get used to the sight, as she'll be in her place one day. Meet demand. You said these appointments were for improving her health. The thug snapped, stepping forward threateningly. Didn't you see the old boss like a father? How could you do this to his granddaughter? Did you put him in his coma too? What the hell have you been doing down here, Chisaki? When Overhaul stilled at the name, the thug stepped forward again. Answer me, you son of a bee. A gunshot rang out and made Iri scream alongside the thug as he stumbled back, blood gushing out of his shoulder. You will address him as Overhaul. Chronostasis cocked back the hammer of his pistol as he continued to aim at the thug, this time for the head, and everything Overhaul has done was in the name of the Shy Hasekai. The thug grits his teeth as he clutches at his shoulder and glares at the cloaked man. Go to hell, Kurono. Letting him bring you fucking bullets into the organization was a mistake. Overhaul looked at him and started to walk closer. It's regrettable, but I can't let too many people know about the particular details just yet, so your knowledge here would be a loose end I cannot allow. He got closer as the thug's face paled, even as he grimaced in anger. Consider your employment terminated. With a push, the Yakuza stood and tried to rush Overhaul, his arm lighting up with red and blue energy. Hiriru. The man's upper body popped like a balloon the second Overhaul touched his chest, ducking under the punch. The blood splattered everywhere Overhaul had been facing, resulting in the blood splattering over Irie's medical gown and face. The poor girl was trembling as she looked at the blood on her, even as Overhaul got closer. See, Irie, another person died because of your selfishness, Overhaul claimed as he loomed close to her ear and put his hands on her shoulders. This is why I told you not to make me get my hands dirty. He chose to help you, and your cursed existence killed him. Like hell, it did. Overhaul turned his attention to Izumi, who continued to attempt to kill him with nothing but her mind until she finally managed to get her arms free. Unfortunately for everyone, the binds held firm. The only murderer is you. Overhaul looked at her silently before standing up and gesturing around them. One hand never left Irie's shoulder, even as the other tapped the wall and it transmuted down to the floor. Every inch of concrete that had the remains of the fallen Yakuza was sunken into the ground and covered up, lost to the dirt below an underground facility. In the end, does it matter? She could have prevented his death by simply not existing. But since she does, he is dead. And one day, the Yakuza will be ruling Japan from the shadows once more. And it will all be due to her blood and my work. Through grit teeth and that continued fucking burning, Izumi met his gaze. And how many would turn on you if they knew the truth? By the time I'm done, that will not matter, Overhaul said as if it was as simple as the weather. I will have achieved the boss dream as the Shy Hasekai becomes the strongest Yakuza in Japan, and we'll turn quirks into a market that we own. All the while, Chronostasis was setting a timer for 1 hour. They can hate my operation all they like, but once I am vital to the continued power the Yakuza hold over the country, they'll have no choice but to accept my work, and the new heir to take over for the boss. Izumi's jaw clenched hard enough she could have sworn she broke a tooth, but she couldn't have felt it through the rest of her pain if she did. All she could think of was one fact about Overhaul that was cemented right then. He's not just crazy. She could only watch as he made Irie sit in a chair and face the operating table she was strapped to. He's batshit insane. The fight against the second wave of Yakuza coming out of the building was thankfully short. What with all 3 members of Nova Maja and Nejire-chan teaming up to wipe the pavement with them. However, the second they had finished wrapping up the fighting, midnight had them going into the building proper while Ryukyu and Nejire-chan stayed outside to ensure a certain mountain of muscle was properly detained by police. When Nova Maja rushed into the underground facility alongside their mentor, they had to stop and stare in shock at the state of the compound. Concrete walls and floor were undulating wildly as portions of the cement would rocket out in attempt to strike the heroes and police present. A wall of sound blasted forward and prevented a pillar of concrete from smashing into rock lock as Magus Citrine flew over. What the hell? Why is everything moving? Fatgum looked over to the girl floating as he tanked a hit with his quirk, the fat on his body stretching as he grunted. It's their director, Uraraka. He shot himself with trigger. He took that stored energy and punched away another attack. This was supposed to be a rescue mission, not a drug bust. At the same time, Rocklock managed to get a hand on the wall, and the surroundings stabilized somewhat. More concrete came from the ceiling as Mimic screeched in impotent rage. But Maja Sapphire's water sliced and scattered the debris to keep everyone safe. Where's Lemillion and All Might? We sent them ahead, but the wall reformed after All Might got through, Eraserhead replied as he scanned the area for anywhere Mimic could be hiding. He looked over at Midnight and gestured toward the dead end ahead of them. Do we have anyone here that can smash through the walls? Maja Rose cracked her knuckles and grinned as she flew forward. On it, the ceiling began to thrash wildly as more walls crashed down to cut off even more of the hall, making the landlocked heroes and police stumble. I won't allow it. Mimic's screaming echoed through the room, and with Rocklock's quirk temporarily undone, the floor opened wide like the maw of a demon. Whoa, Maja Rose flew back for a moment as she had to dodge the living ceiling coming down. She didn't want to test to see if her magical barrier was strong enough to survive that. Looking back, all of Nova Maja looked surprised at the sight. What the heck, the floor's gone. Maja Sapphire flew back a bit and looked down into the hole before frowning in confusion. Another hull. Before she could contemplate the detail, more concrete started to fly around as Mimic saw his attack didn't get everyone. All 3 of Nova Maja began to strike at the incoming attacks before Magus Citrine heard something above them. Eraserhead. The ceiling. Looking up, Eraserhead narrowed his eyes as he noticed the same thing. Hidden in the rubble at the top, but getting more noticeable by the second from all the concrete being thrown around, was Mimic's real body. His eyes flashed as Erasure activated, and Uraraka's quirk was shut down. Major Rose flew up and grabbed the man by his shirt, before ripping him free and tossing him down to the heroes below. Eraser's scarf wrapped around the man and pulled him the rest of the way, where he was knocked out by a kick to the face. Once the dust settled, Nova Magia flew overhead and looked at the heroes. "Is everyone all right?" Shaking some of the dust off, Midnight looked up to the three and gave a nod. "We're fine. Just keep going. Catch up to All Might and follow his orders. You have my permission." "Yes, Midnight-sensei." Major Rose immediately rushed the walls of concrete and started punching her way through, making way for her fellow magical girls to follow. As the sounds of shattering rock grew fainter, Midnight was joined by Eraserhead as they looked up at the hole they had fallen into. The scruffy man was silent for a moment before looking over to his old friend. "I'll admit, though I dislike being unable to rein in those girls and their magic nonsense." The underground hero sighed and looked over at the handcuffed Uraraka as he was being dragged to the wall by the police. "They do show some potential. Tell them that yourself when you apologize for being an ass, Eraserhead." Midnight's use of his hero title made him wince a bit, but he ignored it to focus on the mission, the same as her. "Let's move." A door down the hallway opened up and 3 men walked out, all wearing masks like the rest of the 8 bullets. They were also armed with blades and guns as they stared the heroes and police down. "You lot should be more worried about yourselves." Fatgum grinned as he cracked his knuckles and got ready to fight. "Guess it's time to show them what a pro can do." Before anyone could attack, a wave of tentacles slammed into the 3 men, securing them. "Don't waste your energy." Suneater stood with a confidence he hadn't shown before, surprising the 2 UA teachers. He looked over at his mentor and nodded. "You should save it for the ringleaders. I'll be more than enough to handle these 3. Grinning wide, Fatgum gave his intern a thumbs up. "All right, you got this, Suneater." The heroes all charged down the hall, and Fatgum couldn't help but feel proud of his intern. The kid had been so shy and nervous when he first entered the agency, and now here he was taking charge. Was this what being a dad felt like? Maybe he could adopt him if it ever came to it. Oh, or he could convince the kid's parents to let him be a godparent. That would work too. He shook his head as Midnight and Eraserhead passed him and renewed his running in full. Plans for Tamaki could wait. There was a pair of girls in need of rescue. Izumi wasn't sure how long she was strapped to that table before something changed. 1 second, Overhaul was preparing his tools. The next, the entire facility started to shake. Overhaul barely paid it any mind, but it did make Chronostasis look around in confusion. Before the second in command could pull out his phone to contact someone to inform him of what was happening, one of the other members of Overhaul's 8 bullets, Nemoto, if Izumi was recalling correctly in this haze of fuck you, ran into the room panicked. "Boss, there's trouble. Police are raiding the base as we speak." Sighing in annoyance, Overhaul just set his medical tools down and shook his head. "And we just got this all set up as well." He gestured to Izumi and Eri before he started walking over to a side door on the other side of the room. "Gather them up. We're leaving." As Chronostasis started to adjust some kind of setting on the operating table, Nemoto didn't do as he was instructed. Instead, he walked a little further from the door and started to plead with Overhaul. "Boss, we don't have time." They brought. Smash. The door behind the black-clothed man exploded inward as a massive fist sent it flying. It sailed through the air, straight at Overhaul, who reached out with a hand and disassembled the door the second it reached him. A shockwave knocked Chronostasis over, making Izumi fall over as well when the table fell sideways. Miss Izumi. In all the chaos, Eri rushed over to where she had fallen and looked worriedly over her. Gritting her teeth, Izumi gave her the best smile she could, even if being stuck hanging off the side of an overturned table was starting to dig into her wrist and ankle. "I'm okay." She saw a shadow in the dust cloud, and her eyes went wide at the familiar silhouette. "Stay close." A quick laugh echoed through the room, as a mountain of a man unfamiliar to the shy Hasekai's halls stood in the broken doorway, eyes agleam and smile wide. "I'd apologize for intruding, but I'm going to have to ask you to let these 2 young girls go." Once the dust cleared, All Might was standing there, ready to fight. "Why?" "Because I am here." Chronostasis looked on the border of panic as he reached for his gun. "All Might's here." Annoying. Overhaul touched the ground and a wall of stone separated All Might from the group and forced Izumi's operating table to slide along the floor, bringing her and Eri over to the man. All Might was quick to respond with another punch that destroyed the wall, only for Overhaul to continue to replace it. He gestured toward the door and looked at Chronostasis. "Take them down the escape route." They started to walk over to the door, and Izumi was baffled at how calm Overhaul was acting. Insane or not, this was fucking All Might at his damn door, already kicked in, and he's calm. She didn't have long to continue contemplating the mental state of this thing calling itself a man before he leaned toward her. "Eri, you had best not run off. It will be your fault if these heroes die today." I think not, villain. All Might smiled as he punched through the wall again and grinned. Because I am not alone. A blur of white and red shot up from the ground, and Overhaul barely had time to lean out of the way as the young hero tried to backhand his face. At the same time, his leg phased through Izumi and Eri, kicking Chronostasis in the face. Power. Overhaul glared at the teenage hero balefully persistent pests. He slammed his hand on the ground again and raised the cement to push Eri and Chronostasis down the hall. Seeing that the boy was about to follow, he looked at Izumi and her blood ran cold. You better choose wisely who to save, hero. Spikes of cement started to rush at Izumi and the younger hero instantly shifted direction. He leaped through everything in a physics-defying display before carrying Izumi, table and all, away from the danger. All the while, Overhaul had used the ground to send himself down the hallway to catch up to Chronostasis and Eri. Growling in her binds, Izumi reached out with one of her hands and grimaced through the throbbing that started to build in her head. No, stop. The leather started to strain as she tried in vain to pull Eri back, even as more walls started to form haphazardly through the corridor that Overhaul had fled down. Get back here, you bastard. All Might punched through the final wall and went to destroy the ones that had formed, before pausing and grimacing. Clever. He destabilized the supports enough that I can't just punch wildly through this without collapsing the tunnel. Carefully aiming, he threw his fist forward and smashed through the wall just enough to leave half to support the ceiling above. There were only countless more walls behind it, and the hero scowled more. At the same time, the young hero had rushed over to Izumi and was looking her over. She honestly started to feel a little embarrassed at that. There was an up-and-coming new hero right next to her and he had to see her looking like shit. He moved to the other side of the room for a moment, picked up his visor, which Izumi just noticed was as gold as his hair, and looked worriedly as he put it on and activated something on the side. This is Lemillion. We've managed to locate Midoriya, though I think she's been drugged. Overhaul and Chronostasis are attempting to escape with Eri. All Might is currently having to punch through the obstacles he's placed in our path, but it's slow going to make sure the tunnel doesn't collapse. Oh, cool, it was a comm link. Hero gear was awesome. Unheard by her, Sir Night-Eye answered back. Nova Magia are heading for your location now. Have All Might pass her off to them when they arrive, and pursue Chisaki. We cannot let him escape. Lemillion, and what a cool name that was in Izumi's opinion, made to argue, but All Might looked at him and nodded his head toward the wall. Go Lemillion. I'll catch up as soon as I can. That girl needs saving. The intern nodded and his visor fell off him as he phased through the wall and rocketed away. Once they were alone, All Might looked over at Izumi and had an unreadable expression on his face. Wordlessly, he reached down and ripped the restraints holding Izumi in place and gently lowered her to rest against the wall. She was heavily flushed and panting, but at least now she was safer than before. Still, he had noticed how she glared at Overhaul and the way he was treating his daughter. Something fierce and protective was in those eyes, and it only made him feel more shaken for how he treated her before. Midoriya Shoujo, I owe you an apology once this is all over. He stood to start smashing through the walls again when a distorted sound came from behind. He looked over and felt his heart sink as a black vortex formed on the ground below Izumi and she started to fall in. No, All Might dashed forward, but the portal snapped closed before he could reach her. His hand flew to his ear and activated the comm link immediately. Night-Eye, a portal just took Midoriya. Unless that portal is still open, continue to pursue Chisaki. We can't afford to lose both of them. His injury throbbed from the strain of putting in this much effort. The sound of air being displaced echoed down the hall he'd come from, before Nova Magia had managed to get to them. The number one hero's fist clenched in anger as his eyes turned back to the hall Overhaul had fled down. There was no record of anyone in Overhaul's organization with a portal quirk. That meant he'd have to do even more work to find the one responsible for this, but that was just another day of being a hero. With a cocked fist, All Might started focusing more on smashing his way through the walls before him, Nova Magia following in his wake. Fine, Overhaul. Plus Ultra, it is. From a black portal on the ceiling, Izumi fell and landed on a familiar plush bed that she hadn't had a chance to sleep in for a few days now. Groaning, she was not prepared for the flying tackle that slammed her further into the mattress. Zuzu-chan. Himiko sat up on Izumi's lap with panicked eyes before grabbing Izumi by the shoulders and starting to throttle her back and forth. I was so worried. I did everything you asked, but then Venita said something went wrong and we had to wait and your mom was almost kidnapped and I wasn't able to get her in the portal too and I want to stab someone right now. Izumi's hand grabbed Himiko's wrist and gently pulled her off. Himi-chan. Yes. Himiko's haste led to Izumi flopping back onto the bed for a moment. Not rising from the bed, Izumi reached out one hand and held it expectantly. My star. Himiko instantly fished it out of her pocket and put it in Izumi's hands. Here. She then climbed off the girl and helped Izumi sit up in her bed. Are you sure? You look flushed. Himi-chan, Izumi started as she began to stand from the bed. Only fumbling for a moment is because of what I can only assume is an incredibly potent aphrodisiac that got pumped into me about 20 minutes ago. Her eyes gleamed as she took a few steps and stood in the center of the room, taking a very deep breath. So not only am I mad, I'm horny as fuck, and could really use something to work this out of me. Smiling widely, Himiko pulled out her transformation star and let her fangs gleam in the light. Can I watch? You're so pretty when you're transformed, and I wanna see Overbitch get his just desserts. Izumi's chuckle would have made any lesser person's skin crawl. Of course you can. What would a Normita's leader be without her second in command at her side? She looked at the star in her hand and felt more powerful than her entire time trapped in that man's bullshit compound. She had what she needed now, and she was going to make every use of it that she could. Days of being in isolation like that with only Yuri to play with had let her imagination run wild after all. She had so many ideas on how to toy with that fool. I'm coming for your ass, Overhaul, and I'm going to mount it on my fucking wall. Clutching her star tightly, Izumi held it up to her chest and shared a look with Himiko as she did the same. Transmagia. Once Overhaul was satisfied with the barricades he placed, he began walking along with Chronostasis, who had been waiting for his boss. We'll have to go underground for a while. I doubt the heat on either of us will die off, but we can always hire new people to do the footwork. His hand clenched slightly before digging into his pocket and pulling out a new set of gloves. He may have sounded calm, but in truth, Overhaul was seething. Countless yen in the Shy Hasakai's main office were now gone. His research would end up either destroyed or in the hands of the HPSC, and he'd have to deal with reacquiring Midoriya. He wasn't foolish enough to try and fight All Might in such closed quarters, not without some form of contingency in play. A contingency like his bullets, but they were far from complete. The temporary ones only lasted 15 seconds at most, and he doubted All Might would be able to hold still long enough for him to get a shot in. That intern of his, which is a surprise as one would think the nation at large would have heard about the number one taking on a student, was another question. The boy was moving with insane speed, breaking physics as he just moved to where he needed to be. Speed, teleportation. In the end, Chronostasis could probably shoot the boy if he had to protect someone else from taking the shot. Then it would be as easy as sending a spike through him. He would have contemplated more when a blur shot from the ground and he caught something in the corner of his eye. Standing a few feet behind the two men was the same intern from earlier. Angry round eyes looked down at him from the suddenly present hero student, who stood panting but ready to fight. You're not getting away that easily, Chisaki. Overhaul's eyes narrowed as he looked at the winded young man. He didn't have much in the way of equipment outside of his suit. You shouldn't have been able to get here this fast. I took a shortcut. Lemillion pointed a finger at Overhaul and clenched his fist. I'm here to rescue that girl. Shaking his head, Overhaul turned slightly back toward his prior destination. You don't seem to understand. He gestured to Iri, who was trembling in Chronostasis' grasp, face hidden by her hair. This girl doesn't want you to rescue her. The two men turned to leave, one secretly grabbing for his gun and the other uncaring. You'll just be more blood on her hands if you TR. Overhaul suddenly leaned back, barely dodging the backhanded fist swinging for his head. It brushed his cheek, grazing him, but did little else. The same couldn't be said for Chronostasis, who despite holding Iri, somehow got kicked in the face. A feat that shouldn't have been possible with how he had been holding the girl. Iri herself looked surprised as she was caught by the young man and he leaped back down the hall, holding her tight. Crouched where he had stopped, Lemillion stared back defiantly at the two Yakuza. Blame her all you like, I refuse to waver. Why? Iri's voice was soft, wavering as her fear clouded everything. This wasn't safe. He wasn't safe. Overhaul would get upset again because she wasn't behaving. You can't be here. Images of Overhaul and blood flooded her mind. The young man holding her joining in the mix and leaving her chest feeling tighter by the moment. He'll kill you. Lemillion looked to the young girl, and all his defiance turned into a reassuring smile that reminded her of Ms. Izumi. Don't worry, Iri. Iri's breath hitched as she felt something in her chest. I will be your hero. Meanwhile, Overhaul started to rub at his face with his sleeve where Lemillion had grazed him. The young hero noticed how his face was beginning to break out in hives at the mere notion of being touched. Kill. He continued to furiously wipe away at his face, keeping his right side out of view. How many times do I have to tell you? His gold eye peered over his arm with a cold, clinical uncaring air, looking directly into Iri's. You break people. That's how you were born. You don't have to listen to him, Lemillion claimed as he pulled her closer to his shoulder, trying to keep her from looking at him. Overhaul didn't openly react, crouching a little lower. Aren't I always telling you? Iri began to tremble more violently in Lemillion's arms as Overhaul's poisonous words reached her ears. I have to get my hands dirty because of your selfishness. Every action you take kills people. She could feel his eyes on her, even without looking at him. Iri's hands moved to her head as she began to cry, staring at nothing. You're cursed. Fury leaked into Lemillion's voice and stance as he glared daggers at Overhaul. How can you say that to your daughter? There was a pause before Overhaul hummed. Is that what you heroes think? That was the story I gave those two, wasn't it? His left arm lowered slightly, and Lemillion caught sight of the glove hanging between his fingers. I don't have any children. Overhaul's hand landed on the ground as the concrete erupted into a torrent of spikes and debris. Lemillion quickly raised Uri overhead and let the attacks phase through his torso, jumping back as he did. All the while, the walls of the hallway were forced back as it was forced to expand into a large circular arena, all exits blocked off. As soon as the attack let up for a moment, Lemillion checked Uri to make sure she was all right. That was close, making sure he had some distance between them with a jump backward. Lemillion glared at the Yakuza as he slowly stood back up. He didn't even care that she was in the line of fire. True, it wouldn't be an issue, even if she broke, Overhaul claimed, indifferent as he stood up. If I were to put her back together immediately, she would be revived. Even if she were to lose her shape, I could put her back the way she was. Reaching out with his gloveless hand, he looked directly at Uri. She should already know that firsthand. Lemillion bit back his rage as he dodged another wave of spikes, the room filling with the hazards rapidly. His quirk proved essential in keeping Uri out of danger as he catapulted himself up and around the room, keeping her out of harm's way. Overhaul simply continued his attack, looking at the young hero as he flew around the room. What will you do if she gets injured? A spike got dangerously close to Uri's arm, leaving a cut on her elbow that made her whimper. With the situation as it is, I'm the only one here who can restore her. As Lemillion landed again, panting heavily, Overhaul gestured to the room around them. I saw how you phased through objects, but noticed you did everything to keep Uri from being hurt. With that knowledge, you can't use your quirk to escape. Not without leaving Uri behind, at least. Gritting his teeth, Lemillion knew he was right. Any injuries Uri received wouldn't be able to get medical attention until the raid was over unless Overhaul performed the act. Nor could he get out without abandoning her. But he knew that if Overhaul got the chance, he'd escape without a doubt by using Uri as a hostage long before reinforcements arrived. More importantly, Chronostasis was getting back up and had reloaded his gun, making him an immediate threat once more. Damn it, I have to do something, but what? Predicting a man like this. I really wish Sir had more time to teach me how. A rumble shook the room and made the combatants pause. It was quiet before a large fist slammed through the wall, and concrete went flying into the air. About that, a pink blur shot from the intrusion and Chronostasis was sent flying into the wall, the gun left clattering on the ground. The sudden rush of air left Overhaul stunned as he looked over to see what the hell just happened. A girl in a pink dress was standing where his subordinate had just been, fist forward as she stood on one leg from the punch's follow-through. Getting upright, Major Rose cracked her knuckles and looked at the Yakuza leader. I don't think you'll be going anywhere. Overhaul glared at the intruder, before slamming his hand to the ground again and blocking a torrent of water that launched at him from where the wall had been destroyed. Far too soon after, he found himself having to block a strike that sent him tumbling backward. Stumbling up to his feet, he felt the shattered bones in his arm and glared at his assailants. 3 girls in pastel colors, floating in the air. What is it now? A bunch of girls in dresses. Back with Lemillion, Uri was having a very different reaction as her eyes widened. Magical girls. Tears started to trail down her face as she looked at the 3 floating girls in awe. They didn't look like Base, but they were just like Ms. Izumi said they would be. Ms. Izumi told the truth. They weren't Base like Ms. Izumi said, but they protected little girls, right? She's a magical girl, and magical girls protect little girls like you. And they're not alone. A booming voice called out before All Might thundered into the room, making the hole wider with his bulk alone, and stood with the 3 girls. If you recall, villain, I am here, too. The 3 magical girls all floated between Overhaul and Uri, the greatest of heroes at their side, and pointed their wands toward the Yakuza leader. We are Nova Magia. Surrender now, Chisaki. Overhaul chuckled a bit as he crouched down. And here I thought you brats were supposed to be heroes, yet here you are, shattering the bones in my arm. His quirk disassembled his arm for a moment before knitting it back together. During the process, his finger was brought millimeters from touching the ground as he looked up with an annoyed glare. Let's see how you fare when people are in danger. His hand brushed the stone below and hell broke loose. Countless spikes flew toward the heroes and Uri, leaving All Might to punch any that got too close. At the same time, light suddenly flooded the room and left Nova Magia stunned enough that they were knocked back by the assault. They weren't injured, but disoriented, before shaking their heads clear and letting out a gasp as they saw what happened to the room. Major Rose was the first to find her voice as she put her hands in the air. The sky. We had to be several meters underground. How powerful is his quirk? Magia Sapphire exclaimed as she put a hand to her mouth, seeing their coordination stumbling. Overhaul made a large pillar of concrete rise into the air and started firing chunks off at high speeds, aiming for the surrounding buildings and police. Magia Citrine bit back a curse as she flew up and slammed her hands down on her instrument, summoning a wall of sound that surrounded the hole. We can't let his attacks fly free. They'll hit someone. Don't forget about us. A wave of yellow spirals rocketed past Citrine and almost landed a hit on Overhaul, before getting blocked by another stone wall. Nejire-chan was quick to hover near the magical girls and smiled. "Let's do this, girls." Sapphire flew up and kept a particularly large slab of concrete from flying out with a lash of water, opting to strike instead of slice. As the attacks continued, she noticed that Major Rose was continuing to try and hit Overhaul, only to get more pillars shot at her and send dust into her eyes. It looked like Overhaul realized that brute force wasn't working and was using more underhanded tactics than earlier. "Rose, we need to be on the defense." Major Rose, the pink magical girl, looked ready to protest, but All Might raised a hand and smiled at her. He pounded a fist to his chest and gestured to Lemillion and Eri. "Protect the civilians. We'll take care of this one." She looked between the villains sending attacks that were being blocked by her team and Nejire-chan before giving All Might a stern glare. "Make it hurt, All Might." Lemillion smiled as he started to adjust Eri's position in his arms and let his legs sink a bit into the ground to launch upward. "Come on, Eri, let's get you away from here." That brief moment was when hell started to break loose, as something in Overhaul snapped. "You're not leaving. Eri is mine." More spikes flew than before, each the size of support pillars and being destroyed by All Might's punches, keeping the hero pinned. One particular pillar of stone shot up from below the younger hero and Eri, sending her flying out of Lemillion's arms, most certainly injuring the poor girl as she was now airborne. The attack was so sudden that Lemillion wasn't able to alter his permeation's activation enough and was knocked back toward the wall of the arena with a grunt. The poor girl flew through the air before landing hard on the ground near Overhaul with a cry of pain. Outside the hole, what heroes and police hadn't been involved were gathered, and doing the best they could to help the magical girls. Midnight in particular was cursing as she avoided a piece of debris the girls had missed. "Damn it, where's Eraserhead?" Rocklock froze a few chunks that were flying around and grunted at the impact on his arms. Got injured fighting one of the bullets alongside Fatgum. Called himself the Rappa. Even without his quirk he was surprisingly fast and landed a good punch to Eraser's head after his partner stunned Fatgum with a surprise barrier. A second surprise pillar slammed into All Might, hitting him in the side and stunning the man briefly. He quickly punched the stone away and continued to do so as more spikes flew at him and the girls that flew in the air with such vigor that Overhaul's vantage point was beginning to shrink. Even still, the man's eyes refused to leave Mr. Number 1. "You were a great contributor to our downfall all these years, All Might." There was a crazed gleam in Overhaul's eyes as he noticed the blood on All Might's lip, and how he had coughed it up after that hit to his left side. That was something he could use to his advantage. A fact to exploit, a weakness to utilize. Killing you should show the world the Yakuza is not to be trifled with, and all these young heroes can join you in your fate. More attacks flew toward him and All Might noticed with a good deal of worry that most were targeting his left. "And stopping you will put your kind down for good." Still, he couldn't let down all these young heroes, or the countless people who looked up to him. Even as the taste of copper filled his mouth, All Might's fists began to blur as he smashed the attack head-on. The assault only slowed once Overhaul had his hand on Eri's shoulder. "Release the girl." Wiping the blood from his mouth, All Might was starting to lose his grin as steam was coming from his shoulders. "Damn it, I've been straining myself this whole raid. I don't have much time left." Nova Maja, no longer having to deflect any attacks, looked down at the scene and Major Rose had to bite her tongue. Poor Eri was only a single activation of that bastard's quirk from being hurt, and she didn't have a chance to stop it. Even then, it was clear all the fighting was starting to wear Overhaul out. He was breathing a little heavier than before and was looking between everyone. "It seems that I'm not enough as I am." His eyes moved to Eri, who began to tremble, "But I have a way to fix that." His hand tightened on her shoulder, and he got ready to activate his quirk. "Stay still, Eri." Time felt like it slowed for Eri. She was familiar with the pain of being disassembled, but she still hated it. The magical girls were supposed to keep her safe. That's what Ms. Izumi told her, but they failed. She was still in Overhaul's hands. She was still going to end up getting people hurt. It was all her fault. It was always her fault. No one noticed the black portal forming overhead. Then a gunshot rang out as a massive red blade severed Overhaul's hand and separated him from Eri. She tumbled forward, falling off what little of Overhaul's platform remained, before finding herself being caught in a pair of smaller arms than Lemillion's. She blinked in confusion, seeing the dark gloves on them, before looking up at who had caught her, staring into the star-shaped pupils of glowing green eyes. Eri knew them, but it was impossible. They were just a toy that Ms. Izumi said was. "Her name is Maja Baser. Don't worry, she'll do her job soon, I promise." She looked a little different than the toy though. Her horns looked curly and were rolling into a ball, and her fingers were darker than the rest of her hands. Even then, looking softly down at the crying little girl in her arms as they floated gently through the air, Maja Baser wiped a tear from those brilliantly bright red eyes. "It's okay, Eri-chan. You're going to be all right. I'm here now." "Yeah, We're here to stab a bitch, another girl shouted from behind Base, ruining the tender moment while holding a knife. Gun. Thingery looked at her confused. She didn't know them, but they also had a star like Base did, even if they were dressed kinda funny, so that must mean she was friends with Base. That was when Base's gaze moved to where the Yakuza leader was standing, looking furious as he clutched at the nub his hand had been attached to, and her eyes quickly grew cold enough to freeze the sun. Overhaul. Her posture straightened as she adjusted her grip on her, letting the little girl use her foot as a perch to be at her side, yet still hovering in the air away from the ground that could be turned into a potential threat at any moment. I've been looking for you. Back at the edge of the hole, the amount of magic pouring off of her was almost physically preventing anyone from getting closer. Nova Magia felt like ice was growing around them as they simply tried to stay where they were. Enormita. Now, Citrine made another sound wall and strained against the pressure, feeling like her knees were going to buckle. What is Base doing here? Sapphire asked, moving to get closer to Citrine. Once next to her, she put a hand on her friend's shoulder and added her water to the barrier, making it grow stronger and larger. By the time it stopped, there was almost a full dome around the area, with a hole in the top, but the strain of maintaining it was proving difficult for the two girls. The only problem was that Major Rose was still inside. Rose, we could use some help. Major Rose looked at the two of them and winced as the magic continued to rip through the air. How? I still can't get mine to work. Oh, don't worry too much, Rose stilled before whipping around and seeing Stylet behind her with a Cheshire grin. I wouldn't mind someone to play with while my beloved Baser has her fun. Gritting her teeth, Major Rose raised both her fists and stared down the grinning vampire. Oh, she's down to play all right, but there was a reason her elementary school banned her from playing heroes with the other kids. Bring it. All the while, the heroes and police were trying to figure out what to do. With Enormita's arrival, the entire operation was quickly becoming a snafu. Baser's presence was making the fight harder, and now one heavy hitter, even if she was young, was getting hung up by her little partner in crime. Rocklock looked nervous as he saw not one a rank villain now, but three. The HPSC could kiss his ass about Baser not being a high priority. The girl took out Muscular, Solo. There was no way any of them could do much to those kinds of threats except for All Might. The hell do we do now? Pulling some of his hair free, Mr. Brave got ready to move in and fight against the one villain who had moved closer to the outside. He had a clear shot of Stylet and was sure a bat to the head would knock her out. Then that Rose girl could go and help take down Baser. We'll just take them all down. Don't go in. Everyone looked surprised as Sir Night-Eye prevented anyone from moving into the fight. One hero got angry and started shouting. What? Why should we listen to you? Sir Night-Eye's gaze moved directly to him and rooted that man in place. Don't go in. Turning back to the fight, Sir Night-Eye's quirk may as well have been active as he recalled his previous vision. I've already viewed the future. This is aligning with what I saw. His eyes moved to where the two biggest threats were staring each other down. Baser and Overhaul with fight. And the battle will leave them both weakened enough for All Might to capture both villains. His eyes moved to Lemillion and he nodded a bit. Mirio will also be key to that, as he'll charge in and strike a deciding blow against Chisaki after aiding Major Rose in wearing out Stylet with a battle of attrition. Fate can't be changed. Our victory is assured. He reached for his comlink and looked toward the heroes down in the thick of it. All Might, Lemillion, let them fight. The barrier Nova Magia is providing will keep collateral from reaching the surroundings. Focus on aiding Major Rose for now and wait for them to wear each other out. Midnight heard all of this and looked over to her girls. Something didn't feel right. And the last time she felt that it was when Enormita showed up at Aldera. Her eyes moved to Rose, who had just punched a blade away from herself and ducked under another. Without a weapon of her own, she was at a serious disadvantage against Stylet. Come on, Uraraka. Back with Overhaul. Once the man had his footing again, he promptly destroyed the blade in a cloud of red mist with his remaining hand and picked up his missing one. The second it reattached, his maddened eyes locked onto the girl holding Yuri to her side. Another interloper. Baser's frown grew slightly as her eyes narrowed. Oh, I'm far more than that. She idly waved her crop toward the man and let her magic start to build until black drops started to fall from the crop's head. You see, Chisaki, I've caught wind of exactly how your little operation here works, and I am very displeased. Overhaul's eyes widened slightly, growing more enraged, and Baser started to smile wickedly. So I'll be putting an end to it all. Permanently, listening to the two villains talking. All Might frowned in confusion along with many of the heroes and even Yakuza present outside the fight. The exact works. Were we missing something before all this? It's quite impressive, just how low you proved humanity can fall, Baser commented as she started to circle Overhaul, eyes never leaving him. Putting your old boss, a man you claimed to be a father figure, into a coma. A few of the Yakuza who were still up on the street stilled and looked in shock toward the fight. Using a young girl as the source of a potential quirk-destroying drug. The heroes listening and all jolted in shock. torturing her with countless experiments and blood extractions. Midnight looked ready to ignore Sir Night Eye's order and jump into the fray, manipulating and gaslighting her until she believes herself to be cursed. Maja Sapphire put a hand to her mouth as the other remained aiding Citrine, blaming the numerous murders you've committed on her, simply wanting to be free of your twisted hands. Maja Baser took a moment to breathe before her gaze grew more venomous. Even what you were planning to do with that young quirkless girl, treating her as an egg bank until you got your perfect heir. Truly, you are the lowest of the low. Why do you even care? You would benefit from this as well. Overhaul looked positively feral, eyes bloodshot and hives showing across his exposed skin. It doesn't matter. I don't know how you learned of all that, but I've already told these fools how this is going to end. Eri will return to me, Midoriya will be recollected, and you're all going to die. With a cry of rage, Overhaul's quirk erupted the ground into more spikes. It was like he only had one trick when backed into a corner. Narrowing her eyes, Maja Baser waved her crop and shattered the spikes coming toward her and Eri. I would love to see you try, worm. The debris, instead of flying away, transformed in the air into a small army of BDSM-themed gargoyles wearing gags, blinders, and leather straps. As for why I care, that is simple. I may be a villain. With a wave of her hand, the golems all charged toward Overhaul, who began to dismantle them as they got close. But I am also a magical girl, and magical girls protect little girls. Seeing a moment to breathe, Maja Baser looked to Eri and smiled. As for this little one, she opened a portal and gently nudged Eri to go through it. Behind Midnight, Eri stepped out of the dark vortex and looked confused until she saw Maja Baser off in the distance fighting. The hero was just as surprised by the little girl's appearance next to her, but knelt anyway to help comfort her. Paramedics were also quick to come closer, but slowed when Eri ran to hide behind Midnight. With a small smile, Maja Baser looked pleased at the sight, before her grin became sinister and refocused on Overhaul. There, now, it's just you, me, and the little heroes watching. Overhaul was continuing to strike at the gargoyles attacking him, so Maja Baser pulled her crop back behind her. Let's see if I can pull off that one move from my dreams. Magic pulled in her weapon and she swung forward. Menace Warner. A crescent wave of black magic soared at Overhaul and struck him in the chest, leaving 3 large gashes as he flew back from the hit. At the same time, Maja Rose was ducking under a summoned blade before rushing up to Stylet and throwing a solid punch at the girl's stomach. Several large tears were in her dress, leaving her sides and shoulders bare and bloody cuts showing freely. It also revealed that her costume left all the magical girls without a bra, as not a strap could be seen. In a display of acrobatics, Stylet flipped over her and landed a heel in the middle of Maja Rose's back, laughing all the while as a few more blades were launched and cut into the girl's gloved arms during her hasty dodging, tearing away more of her costume. Lemillion flew over around then and threw a punch at Stylet, which she weaved away from, and phased through her to attack from behind. He did manage to land a punch, but Stylet only giggled. Gonna have to hit harder than that. Rose spun around to keep fighting but had to lean back, avoiding one of Stylet's blade constructs. She was still close enough to the villain, however, to take advantage of the moment, and brought her leg up into a powerful kick to Stylet's chin, knocking her back and getting some breathing room. Rushing the evil magical girl, she grabbed their wrists and kept them in a stalemate. Surrender. Even with a bruise forming on her chin, Stylet paused for a moment and pretended to look away and thought, no. She quickly opened a portal behind her and rolled back, pulling Rose through with her, before reappearing overhead and throwing her at Lemillion. The young hero was made to catch her, only to not have to by Rose stopping herself midair. Boo, you were supposed to hit him. The hero in question was launching through the air shortly after, phasing through Maja Rose and throwing another punch at Stylet, 2 fingers out. Eye crusher. She didn't even try to dodge as his fingers grew closer. It wouldn't do anything after all besides maybe push her back a bit and make her eyes a touch sore. Back at Aldra, Midnight landed a solid blow and she barely felt anything. Then the hero's fist phased through her face, leaving her blind to the surprise punch that landed in her side and knocked the wind out of her. Tumbling through the air and crashing into the wall, Stylet groaned a bit and shook her head to clear the stars. Looking up, she saw that Maja Rose was looking smug as she panted, fist out, and put the pieces together. So rude, having your little dance partner and leaving me by myself. She pulled the trigger on her weapon and blood erupted forward, engulfing the small blade and making it large enough to be considered a sword. If you're not gonna play fair, then I should get to use some toys, right? Rose grimaced and reached for her wand. Even if she couldn't get it to work, she could at least block her attacks with it. That being said, she was really wishing her magic would just fucking work already, but she still only felt that stupid goddamn piece of shit rock. Enormita was proving with each second they were here that their magic was something else, and she wasn't going to be able to punch through everything. She wasn't some magical all might. She was one of a team, one of Nova Magia, and she was going to let them down. At the end of the day, a magical girl without magic was just a girl. A stupid, rash, country girl who was way in over her head and about to be gutted like a fish. That was when the magic of Base sent Overhaul flying past them, and the two watched him sail through the air. The lull in the fight let them both look over to see Base, eyes gleaming in sadistic glee with more gargoyles starting to form behind her. It was like a fallen angel was hovering over the battlefield, ready to enact judgment on any she deemed unfit before she flew toward where the man had landed. Rose found her mouth betraying her for a second after. Oh shit, that's hot. Her hand instantly flew up to her mouth as she looked surprised at herself. Right, Stylet said as she pointed over at her boss, before realizing just who said that and looking at Rose with an excited Cheshire grin. A blush erupted on Rose's face as she pulled out her wand and waved it threateningly. Stop looking at me like that. I don't care if you think your boss is hot. Stylet just giggled and wiggled a finger at her, leaning on her extended blade like a cane. You said it first. She mockingly gasped and tittered deviously. But I thought you were the good guys. How scandalous to find your enemy attractive. Shut up and fight me, damn it. Rose was waving her wand furiously, which in retrospect was rather comical. Earlier she was just slugging it out. And now the wand didn't even look threatening compared to her fists. Just fucking work for fuck's sake. Her emotions were a jumbled mess right then, and all of them were running high in Rose. Anger at Overhaul, concern for Eri, worry for her two friends keeping this madness contained to a hole in the ground, disappointment at herself, irritation and embarrassment at Stylet's antics. That which would not be acknowledged about Base right then. That was when a part of Rose realized something. That feeling blocked her magic. It was never just a really big rock, was it? Kyoka's quirk focused on sound, and her magic made solid sound waves and felt like vibrations. Momo created things from her body, and her magic let her create anything she could imagine from the water around her while it felt like the bubbles rising through her. Achako's quirk affected gravity. There were very few things in the universe that affected gravity in any major way, and all of them were massive. Planets, stars, and the one that always captivated her the most growing up. The moon. It wasn't a rock, it was a moon, and there was one surefire thing that could fuck up a moon and keep barreling forward. She pictured it, and all of her emotions started to build into a single metaphorical mass that pressed against the moon's surface, pushing and straining as the magical girl gritted her teeth. It kept building more and more until the surface started to crack. Strutting forward toward her, Stylet dragged the blade along the ground, leaving a gouge in her wake. It's a shame that you're on the good guy's side. I would have loved to get some help tending to my Baser's every need. Lemillion, for his part, wasn't sure what to do here. Did he attack Stylet and break this bickering, knowing full well that he wouldn't be able to do much to the evil magical girl? Or did he let them keep arguing and wasting time until there were fewer threats to deal with and All Might could help here? Still, his heart couldn't stand to see the turmoil on Rose's face, and he spoke up. Don't worry, Rose. I'm sure Midnight has a lesson planned for when a villain tries to set. Shut. Rose's foot stomped into the ground, cracking the cement and making Lemillion and Stylet stumble. The fuck? She reeled her arms back, one clutched in both hands and starting to spark ominously, before swinging downward with a furious roar. Up. Magic exploded from her with the force of a shattering moon, sending both Lemillion and Stylet back, one phasing through the ground to keep from being injured, and the other using a portal to slow herself down. Even All Might had to take a second to stay standing from the force. The only one who didn't seem to notice was Base, as she was too focused on ensuring Overhaul suffered. When the debris cleared, Rose stood, holding a massive hammer in her hands. The head alone would dwarf a normal person in size and looked like a comet of pure magic had crashed into one end, and was constantly pushing the rest forward. The trail danced in the air, even as it stayed in place in her grip. Her dress was still in tatters, but it only made the image more imposing to any looking at her. Lemillion popped his head back into the arena from below, took one look at it, and started sweating. Okay, staying silent it is. Cheering from where they held up the barrier, Sapphire smiled wide. She did it, and did it in a way completely her. Citrine added as a sweat drop trailed down her face, swearing up a storm. Which I will also be doing if you don't get back to helping me hold this. I'm sorry. Pointing the war hammer at Stylet with frightening ease, a bloodied Rose glared daggers. Round 2, bitch. This time, Stylet had her turn to blush, as the sight of a bloody, furious, and exhausted magical girl glaring her down was getting very close to where she held that authoritative gaze Zuzu-chan had when she got annoyed. She started to smile and drool, readying her blade and giggling with her fangs on display. I'm so bringing this up with Zuzu-chan later. Rosie-chan here is just too cute to leave alone. Blade pointed at her opponent lazily. Stylet leaned back, letting her exposed cleavage show just a little bit more. Let's dance. The two wasted no time in charging at each other, renewing their fight between agile blade and raging wall. Stylet laughed like a lunatic as she clashed against her new favorite opponent. Each strike was being blocked or deflected away from landing true, but something about all of this was making her heart pound in her chest. It was like she was dancing with Rosie-chan. Each time one landed a hit on the other, a message was being sent. Frustration, lust, it didn't matter in the end. Stylet was beginning to see what Basir-chan meant when she said she loved watching heroes fight because she didn't want this one to end. Back to the beating of Overhaul. Things were going poorly for the Yakuza. That last attack had broken at least 4 different bones and launched him over to where Chronostasis had crashed into the wall earlier. He looked at his subordinate and reached for his face. Another blast kept him from grabbing the man, and Overhaul was forced to use his quirk instead to heal himself of his injuries. Base hummed a bit to herself, loving the sight of this man ragdoll through the air with each strike, before looking at her free hand and the nails her transformation gave her. Her nails weren't normally this long. When did they get like that? One of her little ideas from plotting his murder came to mind. And now for something new. Pulling her magic not in her crop but in her nails, she jabbed her hand forward. Malice staccato. Arrows of black magic flew forward, nearly impaling the pathetic man until he raised a barrier to keep himself safe. Even then, Base was cheering to herself inside her head. Gosh, am I glad that these are working. I don't know why, but magic is so much easier right now. With a wave of her crop and more Skyevo rushed in to flush out Overhaul from his hiding spot. Once he was in the open again, Base sent another wave of attacks at him, switching between magic arrows and black waves occasionally. I wonder if Himiko thought of any names for her moves. I mean, there wasn't much to do while locked up but get creative, right? Then again, knowing her, she probably was thinking of creative ways to stab him, rather than names or super moves. Pausing her attacks to rub her chin in thought for a moment, Base let her gargoyles do the fighting for a bit. I should help her think of a few when this is all over. It'd be a great team bonding exercise, and I'll get to learn a little more about Himiko. Watching it all happening from the safety outside the barrier, many heroes were terrified. Holy shit. Another explosion sent the Yakuza inside flying as Base laughed like a girl at the amusement park having way too much fun. She's obliterating him. Mr. Brave looked distraught as he watched Overhaul get slammed into a wall before having his attacks turned into more minions against him. He was giving the heroes so much trouble earlier. Just what the hell is she? I thought Night Eye said they'd wear each other out. Rocklock growled out as he shot a look at the bespectacled man, who looked just as stunned as the rest. This is a one-sided slaughter. Adjusting his glasses, Sir Night Eye's attention was more on where Lemillion was than Baser. The young man was ducking in and out of the fight, using his permeation to both throw feints at Stylet to distract her and letting Major Rose's attacks go through him to blindside Stylet when he could. It was obvious he was growing tired though, and the two girls were beginning to be in rather compromising states of undress from the fight. Even then the blows were strong enough to make All Might start to stagger a bit as he kept away from the fight. So this is how strong they can become. Sensei, look at Rose-chan, Nejire commented as she floated next to Rukyu. She's going toe-to-toe with that little vampire like it's nothing. And where did she get the hammer? Do you think that's her magic weapon? Do you think I could get a weapon like that? What would work with spirals? When Rukyu didn't raise her voice, but still turned toward Nejire-chan and spoke with authority that only a top 10 hero held. Focus, Nejire-chan. The fight's not over until the villains are detained. One of the lower-ranked heroes looked down at his hands and appeared to be having an existential crisis. They could have probably done this whole raid on their own if they had proper training. He turned and started to walk away, looking haunted. How the hell am I supposed to stand up to something like this? Maybe I should retire. Midnight looked at the heroes gathered for a moment before grimacing at them. They have no idea what they're even talking about. This isn't a simple villain we're dealing with. Base became the center of her focus as she tried to figure out the girl. Something had to set Base off this much to have her going this hard on one man. Not even the event report for Muscular's arrest showed this level of sadism. She toyed with that villain, yes, but she didn't drag it out farther than necessary, even showing some level of respect for Water Hose. Her eyes moved to the little girl sitting in the back of an ambulance, being tended to by the paramedics, and the worry just grew. Each move they were making was slow and visible, doing what they could to help her without scaring her too much. They'd have normally left immediately, but the girl's quirk was starting to spark wildly as her eyes kept moving back to the fight. Judging by what Base said when she got here, I have an idea what that trigger could have been, and it paints an ugly picture for her profile. That was around the time Citrine noticed something about the dark magical girl as she continued to play with her food. Narrowing her eyes, Citrine looked through her barrier and tilted her head toward Sapphire. Hey, does she look a little different? Sapphire paused for a moment in confusion, before turning her eyes to Baser. Yes, you're right. Her appearance has changed compared to her arrival. Sure enough, something nobody paid too much attention to had the magical girl fanatic's attention as she focused on the changes. Namely, Baser's 3 sizes, her horns, and her nails. Her horns are curving back instead of forward like before, almost like a ram, and she seems to be a little bit taller as if she's aged instantly. She pursed her lips a bit and looked worried. I wonder, did she somehow trigger a form change? A what? Nodding a bit to herself, Sapphire continued to analyze Base as she attacked Overhaul more, this time crippling one of his legs as he flew into the spikes from his prior attacks. A common trait in the many shows was that a change in appearance was followed by a drastic change in their power level. She grimaced at the sight of Overhaul repairing himself and sending more attacks at Baser, only to watch her make a pair of stone basilisks out of them and have them coil around the Yakuza leader. It's likely she's stronger in this state by a large margin. And wasn't that a chilling thought? Citrine looked back at Baser with a new level of fear, suddenly wondering if she was enough to fight something like that. Her eyes moved to where Rose was still fighting Stylet and felt a little better when she saw her friend landing a solid hit to Stylet that sent her crashing into the ground only to bounce straight into a piece of debris. Her outfit, if it could still be called that, barely clung over the important bits, keeping her modesty, and she had dozens of cuts across her body, but even then she stood panting in triumph. Stylet, on the other hand, staggered to her feet and had to use her weapon as a cane, her dress equally torn up and both her tits hanging out. Those hammer strikes from Rose had enough force behind them that her clothes did not survive the fight. Baser-chan, I'm gonna go home for a bit. My everything hurts. She tried to open a portal, only for the bloody blade to dissipate and fall forward onto her face. Baser looked away from her query for a moment before sighing at the sight with an amused smile and opening a portal under the girl. She wanted to motorboat those perky mounts. Hopefully, those bruises she could see wouldn't arouse too much suspicion, but her bed should be soft enough of a landing for her to not be too uncomfortable. I really should get her some pomegranates as a thank you. Her blush grew a bit as she smiled wickedly, though I will admit, seeing her fight through the pain was something else. So ferocious, so adorable. I wonder how sensitive those spots will be. Will drinking blood allow her quirk to heal them faster? So much about her quirk to test. I just need to know. Speaking of quirks though, her eyes moved back to Overhaul, even as she lazily leaned away from another salvo of destruction he sent her way. Her focus was solely on his hands, and how with even the slightest of touches he was reshaping the world around him. It was something she would have killed for before she found her star. Ultimate power to save and fight all in one, and yet, he used it so simply. No creativity, no finesse outside of his area of effect. So wasteful. Overhaul, for all his potential, was just throwing his weight around like a spoiled child. Amid all the rage she felt for that disgusting man, she felt pity for his quirk. Such an amazing quirk. It's a shame it's attached to such a worthless man. Overhaul struggled in his binding, but the twin basilisks that had coiled around him held each of his arms in their fangs, teeth clamping down around his wrists and preventing him from touching anything in their mouths. His mask barely hung onto his face. Hives were present across most of his skin, and it just didn't make any damn sense. This upstart villain shows up in the middle of the heroes raiding his base. He had All Might's weakness figured out, and instead of helping him fight them, she attacks him. His plans, his operation, all of it was coming apart at the seams. On top of it all, for some reason, he felt like it was all this girl's fault. She was showing multiple powers, multiple quirks, and advanced disease, and she was dominating the fight as a result. How the hell are you doing this? With a raised eyebrow, Baser smirked down at him. You simply have performance issues. She looked away for a moment and idly waved a hand. I hear that's common for older men, so I guess you're quite unfortunate to have them so young. Perhaps I'm doing that young woman a favor in freeing her, not just because you're sick and twisted, but because you'd have left her disappointed in bed too. That comment caused a snort from some of the Yakuza still being arrested by the police, and a few officers as well, and Overhaul started thrashing more in his binds. One of her gargoyles, Skyevo, flew past him, holding Chronostasis in its hands, before throwing him over the edge of the barrier, where he slid down and was captured by the heroes there. With it, his only ally in the damn prison of his design was removed from play, leaving the only people left being him, All Might, his little intern, that pink psycho with a hammer, and Baser. At the same time, Baser looked at him with those cold, furious eyes once more. In her mind, her thoughts were beginning to feel muddy. The whispers were back, but they were slowly getting louder. Her magic was responding in kind, beginning to roil under her skin. He doesn't deserve that power. He'll continue to abuse it till the day he dies. One of the basilisks made a mistake as its tongue grew too close to Overhaul's hand and he managed to grab it. The serpent shattered and was used to destroy the second, leaving Overhaul to free his legs with both hands. They are mine. He attacked again, lashing out at everyone in the room and putting the heroes on the defense. The magical girl with them did her best to smash through anything that got too close, and Baser simply let the attacks fly past her. A naive girl like you doesn't know how to use them. It's up to me to cure humanity, to secure the future of the Shai Hasekai. Only I can put the world back on the proper path, with the Yakuza back in its rightful leadership of Japan. Take it away. His fingers, his arms, his legs. Take it all away from him. Tear away what he values most. All Might was steaming more now and looked ready to falter. At last Salvo sapped him of most of his remaining time for the day. He just had to believe in Sir Night-Eye's prediction. The two would be worn out by the end of the fight between them, and then both Lemillion and Nova Magia could assist him in arresting the two. Meanwhile, hearing just how far his delusion went only pissed Magia Baser off more. Magic pooled in her hands, and she waved her clawed fingers wide, sending a flurry of bolts at Overhaul, shattering his attack and piercing through his wrists and ankles, effectively nailing him to the very pile of concrete he stood upon. Hearing him screaming in pain was like music from the greatest of symphonies. Discipline him. Dominate him. Humanity is not diseased. Your mind is, Baser said as she casually moved closer to him and gripped his chin. But if you feel quirks or something, people are better off without the magic surging through her reached a crescendo and pulled into her hand. Her crop vanished back into her magic, to not get in her way. Even then there was a barely noticeable difference, like a frequency shifting a percentage of a decimal. That incessant whisper through all of this fight grew louder as if it was pleased. The magic and whispers were in discord. Yet Magia Baser only smiled wider then, by all means, let me oblige you. The magic swirling around her gained a slight green tint just before she thrust her hand forward off Izumi and plunged it straight into Overhaul's torso. Overhaul stared down in shock as her hand sank into his body like it was a pool of water. There wasn't any blood or wound, just a black vortex on his chest. Then came the pulling. He screamed as it felt like she was trying to rip out his soul with a form of human vivisection, thrashing and pulling away fruitlessly at the magical arrows holding him in place, as Baser's arm slowly dragged itself free of him. The moment Magia Baser's hand left his body, she let him fall limp, panting and sweating, before the arrows dissipated and he fell to his knees. Glaring up at her, he pressed his hand to the ground with every intent to skewer her. Only nothing happened. His eyes went wide as he slammed his bloodied hand into the ground repeatedly, trying and failing to do anything. My quirk. Shakily raising his hand to look at it, Overhaul started to hyperventilate. What did you do to me? A hand grabbed his chin and forced him to look Magia Baser in the eyes, all while her face split into a terrifying smile, showing elongated fangs. Nothing you weren't willing to do to others, just on a far less destructive level. Why are you so upset? That smile would forever be burned into Overhaul's nightmares as he trembled. Between her fingers was a sphere of something, barely larger than a gumball. The clear outer shell lets anyone looking at it see the contents writhing in an ever-shifting dance of reconstruction. You're now exactly what you wanted others to be, completely and utterly quirkless. This girl, no, this demon was holding his life in her hands like it was a cheap novelty. His quirk, the power he needed to make his boss's dream come true. She took it away. She took away his power. She ruined everything. Naughty little boys get their toys taken away, after all. This is your punishment, Chisaki Kai, for all the deaths you've caused, for torturing that little girl, and most importantly. Her hand slid down and tightened around his neck, choking him as she brought the pathetic man to her face. For making me miss their debut. Made her miss their debut. Everyone present, even All Might, was at a loss right then. The hell is she going on about? The only people who debuted recently were. The veteran hero's eyes shot over to where Nova Magia was standing, one panting and about to collapse, and the other two straining to try and put a lid on the arena. Is she talking about the girls? Nova Magia for their part looked just as baffled as the rest of the heroes did. I was looking forward to it, Magia Baser shouted as she stomped down on Chisaki's hand, making him cry out in pain. She continued to dig her heel into his wound as she glared into his soul. I wanted to be there to see how my fated opponents fared in the world, to see them shine, inspire, and declare their presence to the world. But because of all the bullshit I had to go through to even attempt to get that girl out of here, now I'll have to settle for news reports of their beginning. Do you have any idea how infuriating that is? She stepped off his hand before letting the man slump to the ground. Pain and fear had made him pass out in the middle of her rant. A shame. She wanted to cause more pain. She wasn't satisfied yet. He deserved more. Instead, her attention turned to the little marble in her hand, watching as danced around inside of it now. What to do with this? Tilting her head this way and that, Magia Baser looked over each side of the quirk thoughtfully. Create a new monster. Or maybe save it for later. Decisions. Seeing what she had done, all the heroes present were horrified and more than a little fearful. Among their ranks, Sir Night-Eye was the most frightened. This wasn't what he saw. Not even by a small margin. He saw the two villains fight each other to a standstill. Overhaul finally landing a blow that would wind the villainess and her using her constructs to knock him out. Then All Might and Lemillion, accompanied by Nova Magia, would subdue both Magia Baser and Stylet. But that didn't happen. Stylet had escaped. Overhaul was decimated. And Magia Baser showed the world the kind of power that had previously left Japan under the rule of a madman for over 2 centuries. His knees quaked as he lost the will to stand, his once stoic face showing pure fear. The future is set in stone, so how? A hand covered his face as he couldn't bear to look anymore. There was no way that girl was human, not after tearing fate apart with her bare hands. How did she change it? Midnight didn't waste any time once she got over her shock. Before turning to the two magical girls holding up the barrier, Sapphire, Citrine, drop the barrier and get in there. The two nodded, and at once the magic holding everyone inside shattered before yellow and blue blurs shot over to where Maja Rose was standing. Maja Baser, the dark magical girl, paused for a moment, blinking dumbly at the quirk in her hand before looking over and seeing the trio standing together. Stand down now. We have you surrounded. It was a little odd, seeing the blue one taking charge instead of the pink one, but she guessed they didn't have to follow every trope. Besides, little Miss Rose was looking quite battered after her fight with Stylet. Was that a nipple she saw? Oh, and there's a glimpse of her panties. Shaking her head a bit, she started to excitedly smile at the three, giving them all a cheery wave. Ah, Nova Magia. It's so wonderful to finally meet you three. Then her eyes moved to the side and saw someone else, losing that smile instantly. And, All Might, I have so many things I want to say to you. That made everyone pause for a moment. Something about that comment felt profoundly personal. Before any further elaboration could be pulled from it, Maja Baser dramatically sighed and put a hand to her head. But alas, today's little show is coming to an end. She waved a hand at the heroes and idly shook her finger at them. Be sure to get those girls some medical treatment. I'll be leaving the older one somewhere safe, alive and unharmed, now that this wretch be able to do any further harm to her. She finished, kicking Chisaki one last time before flying up into the air and giving the heroes a wave. Ta-ta. All Might's smile strained as he launched up to where she was, hand reaching out to grab her before she could flee. Oh no, you don't. He was just a touch too slow though, and before his hand could reach her, she slipped through a portal and vanished entirely. All Might ended up landing outside the hole, before turning back to where she had been and clenching his fist. Damn it. Looking worriedly at All Might, Sapphire put a hand by her mouth. She was able to slip away from All Might. Citrine looked ready to panic a bit as she idly started grabbing at her jacks as if they'd be gone at a moment's notice. How the heck are we supposed to fight her if she can do that? Because we're the only ones who can. Turning their attention to their friend, both Sapphire and Citrine were stunned a bit at the authority in her voice. Sapphire had to hastily reach over to grab Rose as her strength started to fail, and she almost fell to her knees, but she still was standing. Once she had some support, Rose used her hammer to prop herself up a bit. Next time she shows up, we'll make sure to take her down. She winced as she tried to walk, feeling the many cuts on her protest at the action. Also, can someone get me some damn bandages? This hurts so fucking much. All while those three, with the help of Lemillion and the heroes around, started to get those who needed medical attention to the emergency services, as well as securing Chisaki's arrest. All Might could only feel dread in his heart. I didn't want to entertain the thought before, but this girl, Maja Baser, just performed an act he wished would never happen again. Not escaping him. No, there were a few villains in his time that did that at least once. No, her act against Chisaki would forever change that man's life. Villain or not, nobody deserved to have a part of them stolen so permanently. It was why he crushed the head of the man who previously could do so, even as it cost him his stomach and a lung. Could she be related to him? Falling out of a portal onto a bed. After getting beaten 7 ways from Sunday by a fucking warhammer-wielding magical girl, sucked in Himiko's opinion. Once she'd stopped bouncing, she didn't even try to move and just let her transformation fall away. She wasn't even sure how long she was on that bed before the sound of a portal opening, closing, and Izumi dropping her transformation echoed in the room, and the girl in question landed on top of her. Oh, Zuzu-chan, please get off. Izumi let out a panicked squeal and jumped off the bed, unintentionally pressing on the bruising and making Himiko wince in more pain. Oh my gosh, Himiko-chan, I am so sorry. Are you okay? Chucking a bit, Himiko's face was a grimace as she tried to push herself up, about as fine as can be. Seeing the bruises, Izumi winced as she started helping Himiko as much as she could. Her shaking hands weren't helping any, and touching at Himiko's ribs to see if any were broken just made her thighs clamp tighter together. Oh, Kami, how are we going to explain this to anyone? Don't you have a meeting with the detective again in a few days? What will Mom think? She already thinks we're dating again. She might think I'm becoming abusive or something. Zuzu-chan. Izumi looked up from her panic and felt a finger poke her lips. You can just tell them the truth. You landed on top of me and it hurt like hell. Izumi sighed a bit and looked at the bruises again. I don't think anyone is going to believe that. They look pretty bad. It was also doing nothing to help curb her libido. That fucking drug was still pumping through her, and she swore she was turning into a living Niagara Falls by this point. A fact not helped by that one crazy Canadian fucker years ago who decided that particular waterfall wasn't good enough as is and terraformed the land nearby to make it bigger. Giggling at her friend, Himiko just slumped a bit forward and nibbled at Izumi's shoulder. I'll take it as a win. Rosie was so cute, all bloody like that. She paused when Izumi moaned and looked up to see Izumi's flushed face. Zuzu-chan, is me getting beat up making you happy? Aye. Izumi swallowed thickly before her eyes went wide. Himiko, taking a bit of initiative, pulled the front of her shirt down enough that one of her boobs could be seen, perky nipple and all. Izumi leaned forward, slowly climbing over Himiko and making the vampire fall back onto the bed as she let go of her top. I'm going to take this off now. We need to see how bad it is. Yes, Dr. Midoriya, fighting through her aching body. Izumi tried to ignore the flushness of her face as she scolded her friend. Himiko-chan, this is no time for you to be a power bottom. She stood to try and get some supplies when her knees failed her and she fell to the ground. No, time to. It burned too much. She could barely think. When did the floor get so comfy? After her mother had found her collapsed in her room, and subsequently called the authorities in a panic worthy of the Midoriya name, Izumi spent 2 days in the hospital. Turns out, Shisaki's aphrodisiac was a concoction of chemicals that put her body in a near-death state, and was rapidly trying to cross that last line. The notes that the police had managed to salvage from his laboratory showed he thought it would trick her body into ovulating. Why he thought this would work was beyond any doctor's ability to reason, and they had to flush her entire system to keep her organs from failing. It was honestly a miracle she'd made it, as her body was somehow keeping itself together. Either way, it was another charge placed on his record and another few decades added onto his life sentence, and earned his name as one of many examples of what a crackpot medic was. It would have been a death sentence for him, had it not been abolished after the Quirk Wars, so he'll just waste away in the nation's maximum security prisons instead, hopefully becoming someone's bitch in the process. Strangely enough though, when the police had finished taking stock of all Chisaki had used and done, some of the research had been damaged beyond repair. Almost anything depicting Erie's quirk or the quirk-destroying drug ended up either smashed, torched, or corrupted by some virtual attack on the system depicting a smiling black mascot. Only trace amounts of data let them figure out what it had once been. Once the heroes saw that little face dancing across the screen, Vats informed them that was what Venita looked like, and it became another thing attributed to Base about that raid. This led to where certain heroes were now gathered in the police department's conference room to discuss the case files on Base once more with any heroes who had interactions with her. Those present included Nezu, Midnight, Present Mike, Cementos, Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, Uobami, All Might, and Tidal Wave of Water Hose. Lemillion and Bubble Girl were present as well as stand-ins for Sir Night-Eye, who was suffering from some kind of shock after the raid had ended, and Ryukyu joined along with Fatcom to offer outside perspectives. Even Vats was attending to help clarify details about how the magic of the transformation items worked, much to the stunned looks the heroes who only just met the mascot gave them. The only heroes known to have directly interacted with Base who weren't present were Eraserhead, due to his still healing concussion under Recovery Girl's watch, Backdraft, who was busy putting out a fire on the other side of the city, and Death Arms, who saw it as pointless. Nezu's fur was ruffled in places, a sight that made any UA staff present worried, as he looked over the whiteboard they had set up. Okay, everyone, let us go over everything we know about Base. Nodding, Mount Lady spoke up. I'll go first. When Kamui Woods and I first encountered Base, she was in an alley talking with a mascot like that one. She took a moment to gesture towards Vats only black with yellow stars. We believed at the time that the mascot was a product of her quirk, and combined with her indecent attire, attempted to apprehend her. Kamui Woods sighed a bit as he put his hand over his face. Admittedly, Mount Lady did bring up how she appeared scared at the time as well, including when the mascot had flown closer to her and whispered something in her ear. But Death Arms did little to try and to escalate. Many around the table took that in, and Present Mike looked over at them. Next incident was a day later. Yeah. Kamui Woods sighed and rubbed his sides. Yes, and she was a lot less scared then, even going as far as to criticize our response time. If anything, she was behaving like a cross between an overexcited fan and a HPSC performance auditor, even as she was tickling everyone to death between casually deflecting any attacks sent her way. If I recall correctly, she likened it to playing with us rather than fighting. I did manage to talk to her during that second fight. That made a few perk up a bit, especially Nezu as Mount Lady put her head in her hands. She said that we had left her with no choice during our first encounter, which was why she fought us the first time. She brought a fist against the table and sighed. Now I'm just regretting not speaking up against that brick-headed idiot. Don't. Head shot over to where Tidal Wave was sitting, seeing his serious face. In a way, her becoming what she is now ended up saving both me and my wife from leaving our son orphan. I know it's not a stance a hero should have on the matter, and I don't like it, but I'm not going to lie to myself while counting our blessings where they are. Personally, I want to bring her in not to toss her in jail, but to get her into rehab. My family owes her that much. A concerned glance from Fatcom made his focus shift a bit. Hey, should you even be here right now? Last I heard. Tidal Wave sighed himself as he looked down at his leg, and the cane that leaned against the prosthetic limb. That day, having desperately crawled along the ground with rebar going through him had done more damage than they could properly heal. His options were either to have the limb removed and replaced with a prosthetic or be wheelchair-bound for life. He couldn't do that to his family and chose the former. I'm recovering. It's slow, but eventually, I'll be back on the job. He smiled at his fellow hero, even as it felt a little hollow. He was recovering, but the same couldn't be said for Dormy. The loss of her arm was taking its toll on both her and Kota, both in her quirk's capabilities and her quality of life. We're taking time to help my sister-in-law's team run their little training camp until then. Shino has been invaluable for Dormy's stability. He leaned forward a bit and propped his elbows on the table, ignoring some of the looks he was getting. Which brings us to when she fought Muscular. Throughout the whole thing, she showed an aversion to killing, going as far as to interfere in a fight she wasn't part of just to make sure we live. She may have played it off as not wanting her toys broken. But there was something else there. Thousands of heroes exist in Japan, with more either retiring or popping up each year. Losing 2 in the line of duty wouldn't hurt her in game of fixing society at all. Then there was her ally, Stylet's debut at Aldera, and how Baser only arrived for the end of the events. Cementos spoke up. During her brief appearance at the Aldera raid, she actively taunted Eraserhead about looking for a quirk to disable with his, but at the same time, let her partner do more of the fighting. She only acted to restrain us and allow her to have a dramatic departure. That made a wave sense of unease wash over the gathered heroes before Bubble Girl spoke up looking surprised. Are you trying to imply she might be quirkless? Present Mike shook his head and frowned. No way. If anything, I'm calling in that she has a puppet quirk, probably a weak one that only lets her animate small objects. Crank that to 11 with magic, and I can see it playing the bars she's pulled off. It may be more than magic as a separate power system to quirks. Nezu chimed in, making everyone look back to the Stoat as he wrote more details on the whiteboard. Abilities like Eraserhead's would be rendered moot in that regard, and she is likely aware of that. The portals she and Stylet use both appear to be abilities granted universally for members of a Normita and are a good example of this. His marker tapped against his chin as he looked at the information and processed it all. I will still add it to the board, as a possible source of her motives, if nothing else. Ryukyu sighed as she rubbed at her forehead, still struggling to wrap my head around that. She dragged her hand down her face as the memories of the Overhaul raids beginning replayed in the back of her mind. Magic. Actual magic. I wouldn't believe it myself if those 3 girls didn't beat the crap out of a small army on their own in front of me. Then there was the incident at my photo shoot. Iwabami shook her head and looked at the table as she thought over the events. Her snakes wanted to snap at anyone near her, and it was taking a lot of focus to keep them still. She was more than happy to harass us, but got especially offended that I wasn't doing as much hero work as most other heroes just because I don't punch someone in the face or hold up a collapsing building every week like the HPSC wants. She reached up and gently guided on Snake lower, and pet its head in an attempt to soothe the bunch. You would think funneling 70% of my profits to supporting people in need would count, but apparently not. A thoughtful hum from the end of the table made them all look over to Nezu. As much as I agree with you, it does show an inconsistency in her knowledge. He started to write more details on the board, filling out the right side and starting to move on to the left. She knew about Nova Magia before they even debuted, yet wasn't able to find information about your altruistic acts. It could be that she is not getting the full picture and is jumping to conclusions. The Stoat turned around and looked at Iwabami with a smile-free stare. I went to check this myself and found that a good number of your charitable acts aren't public knowledge at all, which is quite strange, and I suspect some form of foul play involved. The stunned look on Iwabami's face was not unique to her, and Nezu nodded at the heroine. I'll be sure to let you know more when I do. Mount Lady spoke up next. Don't forget how she stopped before hurting a civilian. And wasn't that a strange event for them? A villain purposefully keeping a civilian out of the line of fire. Near unheard of until Magia Baser's recent shenanigans. She's only directing her aggression at heroes and villains. She purposefully keeps anyone on the sidelines from getting injured, and left notably flustered, claiming the mood was ruined after that girl intervened. Afterward was a gap of inactivity, complete radio silence from her, which we initially suspected to be due to embarrassment, before showing up at the Shy Hasekai's base in a state of vengeful rage. Nezu spoke up as he continued to update the board. The marker tapped idly against his paw as he put connections together in his head. We gathered a lot of details of her personality from that moment. A disdain for abuse, a new glimpse at her sadism's depths, a level of obsession regarding magical girls and how they are meant to operate, some form of personal resentment for All Might, and most of all, the power to remove quirks from an individual. Scratching at the back of his head, Present Mike looked at Midnight with a shrug. What is up with that anyway? Magical girls, good or evil, should protect young children. Nezu paused for a moment before climbing a little higher and hastily writing the new information on the board. Precisely that. She does not see magical girls the same as she does heroes. If anything, she puts them higher in their responsibilities, higher than even being a symbol of peace. Looking around at her fellow heroes, Midnight grimaced before sighing. They were losing focus and needed to get back on track. Regardless of all that, we have another problem with narrowing her identity down. Getting up and heading to the board herself, Midnight took a dry erase marker from Nezu and wrote down Bazer's name, after removing her picture entirely. We can't use her appearance. For one, Midnight started, getting confused looks from everyone they're not in the know. She grimaced a bit as she thought back to the fight, seeing the change in Bazer's form. Bazer herself had alterations to her prior appearances, making her look a few years older and shifting the shape of her horns, meaning the reality of who she is could be wildly different when her powers are inactive. Even if the changes are small, being a magical girl gives you a layer of anonymity built into the transformation itself. That's correct, Vats stated, getting everyone's attention. Seeing their focus on them, Vats nodded at the group. There was a magical girl from another team called the Shio-chans that looked like a child. However, I was never able to figure out who she was, even though she was using one of my old transformation items, and her behavior suggested she was much older than she appeared, as with the scar she hid under a half mask. The mascot thought back to that girl, still wondering who she had to have been, but thankful for her and her companions for helping when they got their act together. Why she took that form, I'm not sure, other than it had to tie back to her personal experiences. Nezu finished adjusting the board once he got his marker back from Midnight, before taking a few steps back to look it all over. So far, we have an impulsive young woman with sadistic tendencies who takes offense toward abusers, specifically either those of young children or medically abusive in nature, and has shown a focus on magical girls and heroes despite having herself become a villain with the power to take away power. The room fell into a pensive silence before the stoat sighed. This certainly shines a dark light on our society and paints the possibility that she was a victim of abuse herself before gaining her powers. Her focus on heroes and magical girls may stem from a hero seeing her abuse and doing nothing to stop it while wishing for a fantasy that couldn't come true until it did in the worst way possible. Looking down in thought, Bubble Girl and Mirio shared a look. To go from being powerless to save yourself, to then being able to make anyone else powerless on a whim. It just feels like a recipe for disaster. That's another thing though, isn't it? Her stealing quirks. That shouldn't even be possible. Iwabami spoke up, missing the tension in both Nezu and All Might as she did. Quirks are genetic traits, physical characteristics of the human body. How could she remove one? Present Mike shrugged a bit and leaned back in his seat. It's magic and she doesn't have to explain shit. The next to speak left the room quiet the moment he opened his mouth. All Might rose from his seat and looked over the room. That kind of power is one I am unfortunately familiar with, even before Maja Bazer's rise. Heads all turned to look at All Might in surprise, as he looked down in concern. His eyes looked up to Nezu, having a silent conversation, before coming to an agreement with a nod and turning to his fellow heroes. Tell me, how many are familiar with the rumors of the quirk Bujiman? Silence flooded the room as over a dozen eyes flew wide, looking at each other in disbelief. No hero with a license hadn't heard of the rumor. The monster of a villain said to give and take quirks at a whim was a myth from days past. A tall tale from the dawn of quirks used to make children behave when they were being unruly. Hearing the number one hero say what he did, to allude that he may have at one point been in contact with that kind of monster, it made Mount Lady the first to shoot up from his seat and slam his hands on the table as she stared down All Might in disbelief. Are you saying that he's real? All Might solemnly nodded, frowning as he put his hands on his hips. He was, up until 5 years ago that is. Nezu was one of the few who noticed All Might's left hand was a little higher than the right, but may have been the only one to know the true reason why. He may have taken a hit there from Overhaul, but the real wound was much, much older. I fought him to the death and crushed his skull with my bare hands. It took a toll on me as well, but the deed was done. He sighed and looked at the table where Maja Bazer's picture looked back from the case files. Preferably, I would have let the knowledge of that man die with him, so no one could rise to imitate his shadow empire. However, seeing such a similar power coming back into the world has me fearful of a connection between the two. Bats, Mount Lady fell back into her seat, and immediately found Kamui Wood's hand landing on her shoulder. She felt a little thankful for the gesture, but gently pushed his hand off, before giving him a thankful nod. The rest of the room didn't look any better. It was on one hand good to know that the Bujiman was dead and gone, even if nobody had known he was alive to begin with, but the thought of a second taking his place publicly, and leaving even the number one hero in fear, left them all worried. Tidal Wave grimaced as he looked over to Nezu. Well, any ideas on what this all means? The stoat hummed a bit before turning away from his board and looking over the room. For one, she may not have willingly become a villain in the first place. The gathered heroes perked up a bit and Nezu gestured to Mount Lady first. Mount Lady said it herself. She was scared when first encountering heroes and the mascot was telling her something. It's entirely possible she wasn't given any choice or is actively being manipulated into it. Then why switch gears so fast? First encounter, she's scared. Second, she's smiling like a loon. People don't change their tune that fast. Kamui Wood spoke up, looking a bit frustrated. Tension started to build in Fatgum as he looked over at his former classmate. They can, if they have years of resentment building up. Fatgum shook his head and frowned deeply. Our society likes to paint itself as perfect, with heroes solving everything. But we must be honest with ourselves now. Heroes can't be everywhere at once, and villains, no matter how heinous, are just as human as the rest of Japan's citizens. He gestured an arm widely, fully capable of having connections to others, and families of their own who see us as the monsters. Looking down, Fatgum looked reflective as he stared at nothing. I should know. Kamui flinched a bit before sighing and rubbing the back of his head. Right, sorry, Toyomitsu. The heroes all processed the statement for a moment longer before Cementos looked incredulously at Fatgum. Are you trying to insinuate that the Bujaman had a daughter? It's a possibility that even I fear holds weight, nor can it be ruled out. All Might spoke up as he picked up the file and looked at the picture staring back. If he did, then his defeat would have left her bereft of a parent, a pain I know never truly leaves when it happens so young. He scoffed a bit and looked at the rest of the room while tapping the pages with the back of his hand. Though, in this particular case, I don't picture that man ever having been a good parent, which could compound the trauma. The group of heroes collectively winced a bit and Present Mike grimaced. It would explain why she doesn't like you, big man. He had to take off his iconic glasses and rub his face to try and reduce the stress this was causing. Combine that with everything else, and the girl was a ticking time bomb that finally hit zero. Continuing to debate over the possible motives and origins of the dark magical girl, the heroes all didn't pay much attention to Mirio, who looked at the file in front of him and frowned. Maja Baser, I should be working to put her in jail, so why? His simple face was pensive as he debated with the feeling in his chest. Why does this make me want to save her? Nezu himself wasn't any different and had noticed the look on Mirio's face, giving the young hero a proud smile before he turned back to his board. So much information painting a sorrowful tale. The stoat twiddled his paws as he continued to see all the ways this information could be put together and where it may lead. Just what are you planning for Japan now, Maja Baser? Izumi was sleeping soundly for the most part. Her sleep was dreamless, and she had an oxygen mask on her face, but it was probably the best rest she had gotten in a while. So much so that she was snoring a bit in her slumber. That, combined with the hospital staff hooking her up to an IV to restore her body's nutrient levels, was working far better than they had predicted. It was only during her second day in the hospital that something happened involving another patient they were tending to from that raid. Namely, how after learning Izumi was in the hospital with them, Little Iri had sneaked out of her room and refused to leave Izumi's by the time they found her hugging the slumbering girl like her life depended on it. A nurse was gently trying to pull the girl off of a sleeping Izumi's cot, worry clear on her face. Sweetie, you need to let Ms. Midoriya rest. Iri chose instead to cling tighter to Izumi's torso, burying her face into the older girl's boobs through her hospital scrubs. No, Ms. Izumi didn't lie and tried to keep me safe. I'm going to do the same. Again, the nurse tried to reach under Iri to pull her off without disturbing Izumi too much. I know you're worried about her, but no. Iri's muffled refusal was aided by her wrapping her legs around Izumi as well, which unfortunately for both led to the girl in question waking up a bit. She kept me safe, so I'm going to keep her safe too. From all the pulling and having finally got enough rest for her brain to decide it had enough time off, Izumi was shaken from her slumber. Groggy, she tried to look down to see what was making her feel so heavy and saw the top of Iri's head. Not unusual for the past few days. And she was honestly starting to appreciate it, but she was sure she'd given the girl to the heroes in the middle of the fight. She also noticed the hospital scrubs she was wearing and looked confused. Where am I? Sighing in defeat, the nurse let Iri continue to cling to Izumi and looked at the now awake girl. Isutafu General Hospital. Your mother called emergency services when she found you collapsed in your room. Oh, looking down and seeing Iri clinging to her like an adorable koala, Izumi just smiled and gave her a pat on the head. The moment she did, Iri looked up, realized that Izumi was awake, and moved her hug up toward Izumi's neck as she started to cry. Hey, it's okay. Iri sniffled as tears streamed down her face. You told me the truth. You said magical girls kept little girls safe. The nurse looked surprised for a moment before shooting a confused glance at Izumi. She raised a hand, asking silently for a moment, before gently moving Iri off of her shoulder. Seeing those puffy red eyes made her heart ache, but Izumi didn't want to break down and join in on the crying just yet. Did the heroes also help keep you safe? Iri nodded softly. Good. Then she didn't need to punish any of the heroes there yet. They were doing their jobs. Well, maybe All Might later, but he was on the back burner anyway since the thought of fighting him still makes her feel a touch frightened. Angry confidence be damned. Was it a pair of heroes with blonde hair? Izumi smiled as Iri's eyes got wider and nodded again. She'd have to find out who that Lemillion guy was so she could try and get some merchandise of him. Iri would like that, right? Oh, speaking of, did the heroes help you get anything you wanted out of that room? Gasping a little, Iri hurried off the bed before rushing to the corner of the room, nearly tripping the nurse, before rushing back holding the MahoAko plush toy. Izumi once more felt conflicted about the thing's existence, until Iri climbed back up on the cot and sat next to her, holding plush Baser up. They didn't like that I picked this one, but she did everything you said she would. She came and helped save me from the bad men, and then beat up Overhaul, and she even saved you, Ms. Izumi. All through Iri's recounting, the nurse was shooting suspicious glances at Izumi, who just smiled nervously. She even had a friend with a star like hers. She was weird though. She kept laughing while swinging around a knife. And you agreed when Investigator said that wasn't something you should do because it wasn't safe. That was something Iri was absolutely sure was true now. Ms. Izumi had confirmed it after Investigator told her so when they were deducting what happened in their adventure. That meant it was true. She did. Izumi asked with a curious tone despite the fact she was sweating bullets. Iri just nodded away, not paying attention to the look she was making the nurse give Izumi. She couldn't tell if the nurse was suspicious of her or concerned over her health. You certainly sound like you went on an adventure then. Iri still wasn't smiling, but she nodded anyway. Her frown got a little deeper as she looked down at her plushie. Then the pink bunny lady used a giant hammer and hit the knife lady away. Hugging her toy, Iri laid down finally next to Izumi and curled into her side. I don't like her. Knife lady helped save me from Overhaul and bunny lady hit her. She's mean. Izumi was struggling to comprehend the logic that came from the mighty mind of a 5-year-old. Pink bunny lady. I mean, if you were looking at Maja Rose as she was charging forward, her bangs would look like floppy rabbit ears. She also guessed from Iri's perspective that Enormita were the good guys that saved her, a notion that made something flip around in Izumi's gut. Now, how to explain to a little girl that there were technically two types of magical girls? Well, maybe it's because there are light magical girls and dark magical girls. Looking up from her plushie, Iri poked her head up enough to look at Izumi from her side. There are. Izumi pat Iri on the head and gently started carting her fingers through the girl's hair. It might be that the pink bunny lady was one kind of magical girl and knife lady was the other. But assuming that she was a magical girl, I've never heard of a hero that looked like that except MahoAko, and I don't think she wears pink. Her imagination started to wander a bit after that and Izumi started to nibble at her thumbnail. MahoAko in pink, maybe a leotard, or just a bikini even. I think I'd die happy getting a chance to grope those thighs if I'm honest with myself. Iri, however, just looked confused as she raised a hand to her mouth and imitated Izumi's thumb nibbling. She wasn't sure why her new mommy was drooling but tried to copy her anyway. Not seeing it help her think at all, she instead looked back to Izumi and poked her cheek. Then why do they fight? Why not just leave each other alone? Now that's a question for the ages. Izumi's eyes snapped over to the door, where a familiar detective was coming into the room, adjusting his hat with one hand while the other stayed in his pocket. He looked at the scene with an amused smile and pulled his hand out to give a small wave. Sorry to interrupt, but I was notified by the front desk that you were awake. He gave a momentary glance at the nurse, who nodded and left the room, though not before shooting Izumi with one more of those unreadable looks. The detective sat down on one of the chairs to the side of the room and smiled. Your mother should be here shortly, and I'll need to ask some questions after she arrives about, well, I'm sure you already know. Taking a deep breath, Naomasa chuckled and looked between the two girls. On that same note, it's good to see you're doing all right, Midoriya. You gave us quite the scare these past few days. Releasing a breath, though still feeling a bit tense at how this could end up going, Izumi smiled back at Naomasa. It's good to see you too, detective. Feeling the tightening grip on her hospital gown, Izumi looked down at Iri and saw her keeping her eyes on the detective wearily. She went back to petting Iri's hair and got her attention. Iri, this is Detective Naomasa. He has a quirk that lets him know when people lie. Iri tilted his head a bit and Izumi giggled at how adorable it made her look. That means if Overhaul was here, the detective would probably have a headache every time he talked. Iri's face scrunched a bit in thought before she looked over at the detective. Because he lies all the time. Chuckling at the innocent question, Naomasa just gave the little girl a nod. That's almost right. It's a lot harder for me to get a headache from my quirk than you'd think. The next few minutes were filled with both Izumi comforting Iri by letting the little girl snuggle up to her and ask questions, and Izumi grilling Naomasa about his quirk. While she might not have had her notebook on her, she still had a thirst to learn all she could about his abilities. both out of pure curiosity and if she had to avoid his quirk later. Izumi would give the detective credit where it was due. He was very slippery with his answers, telling technical truths and misdirecting info all without lie, which just made her want to dig even more. If she had a gleam in her eyes as she did, Naomasa chalked it up to her being a massive quirk nerd. It kinda frightened him honestly, how it was like sitting with a bigger, human version of Nezu for a moment, nowhere near as intelligent, but still as curious. It was after her third attempt to learn the exact details of how a lie felt to him when someone said one, that the door almost slammed open and a bedraggled Inko stood there. She took only a second to see the startled look on her daughter's face before bolting into the room and wrapping all the bed's occupants in a massive hug. Izumi. Izumi was straining her arms against the onslaught to prevent Yuri from being mushed between the two women. The little girl was starting to look panicked at the sudden rush. Mom, please, release. Inko's wails only grew a bit as the waterworks started, finally catching up to the woman from down the hallway. One of the head nurses came in looking just as panicked as Izumi was starting to feel. And Nurse Midoriya, please, I understand you're upset but your daughter needs to rest. The hold on Izumi finally loosened and Inko rested her hands on her daughter's shoulders. Tears streamed down her face as she looked Izumi in the eyes. I was so worried. First your school, then you get kidnapped, and now both you and Himiko are hospitalized. I'm afraid of what might happen next. That was when the glimpse of silvery hair caught Inko's eyes as she looked down and saw a frightened Yuri clinging tightly to Izumi. Oh, I'm sorry, who is? Clearing her throat, Izumi patted Yuri on the head, helping calm the little girl down. Mom, meet Yuri. Looking down at the little girl, she gave her a soft smile and gestured to her mom. Yuri, this is my mom. Yuri looked between the two with a curious eye, taking note of how both Ms. Izumi and the new lady had green hair and eyes. While this was all going on, Naomasa was letting the scene play out and getting a drink of water with a paper cup from the sink. She did the thumb thing again to see if it would help, and missed how Inko's eyes widened at the sight with mirth before she looked up at the woman and pointed. You're Ms. Izumi's mommy. Inko gave her a small nod and smile. Yuri went back to thinking, before looking up at Izumi this time and pointing at Inko. Does that mean she's my grandma now? The question, innocent in nature, caused a chain reaction in the room. Izumi froze as her brain tried to reboot. Naomasa choked on his water and devolved into a coughing fit, and Inko started to feel his heart race as her eyes looked into the future and saw her daughter, all grown up and wearing an apron, hugging a white-haired young woman as she departed for school. It was with another round of Midoriya-grade tears that Inko pulled Izumi into a hug, thankfully avoiding Yuri this time and smothering her daughter's face into her bosom. Izumi. The young girl was flailing an arm as she struggled to breathe once more. You're growing up too fast. Mom. Izumi cried out as she finally pulled her face free and got herself free of her mother's grasp. The moment she had her breath again, she held onto her mom's arms and looked the woman in the eye. You're normally a lot better when at work, even off the clock. What happened? Inko paused for a moment before sighing as she pulled one of the chairs closer and sat down. The hospital director put me on paid leave. Izumi's eyes shot wide as her jaw fell, but Inko continued. With all the events that happened, from your school to your kidnapping, they feared I wouldn't be able to complete my duties without causing an accident. Their eyes all moved to the floor, and how there was now a sizable puddle of tears there, making Inko wince a bit. They may have had a point. Guilt tore its way through Izumi's chest as she looked down with a frown. I'm sorry. A hand gently pulled her face up, and Inko gave her daughter a gentle smile that had Yuri's face light up as she stared between the two. You don't need to be. The final hug Inko gave was far more gentle than the first two, and Izumi reciprocated it. I'm just glad you're okay. Pulling back from the hug, she looked down at Yuri and gave her the same smile before offering her to join in. Yuri was hesitant, but slowly let herself get sandwiched between the two. There was a pause for a moment before Izumi's eyes opened in confusion. Wait, Himiko's here too. 3 doors down, and had to be strapped to the bed. Inko answered as she continued hugging the two. She kept trying to join you in yours and was making her injuries worse. You cracked one of her ribs when you landed on her. The detective, clearing his throat a bit, unfortunately, dispelled the atmosphere of the three, and they turned to look at him. Sorry, but I do need to speak with your daughter in regards to the incidents that led her here. Izumi took a moment to breathe and steel her nerves. Hopefully, whatever questions he had to ask, she'd be able to answer truthfully without compromising herself or Himiko. What do you need to know? What exactly happened when you were taken? Sweating bullets once more, Izumi glanced at her mother and chuckled nervously. Okay, add on not being grounded for life to the list of tasks. By the time she was done answering the detective's questions of what happened when she got kidnapped, to her mother's horror, what happened inside the Shy Hasekai's compound, conveniently not needing to say anything about Venita, and what Overhaul was planning to do with her, it was safe to say she wasn't grounded for life. She was grounded for eternity. Not even the afterlife would save her from her mother's disappointed look. A hug from Eri made it all worth it though, even as Naomasa started to lecture her about half-baked vigilantism plans and the charges she barely eked out of by not having a quirk. All that was missing from the scene was Himiko, and the group collectively looked to the door as it slid open and Himiko ran in laughing like a lunatic, being chased by a nurse before hopping onto the bed, landing directly on top of Izumi and nuzzling into her cheek. Zuzu-chan, a nurse, this time a larger man with a sedative in hand, stormed in moments later and glared at the blonde girl. God damn it, stop running. You need to rest. He froze at the sight of Inko giving him an unimpressed glare before gulping a bit. And Nurse Inko, apologies for I intruding. Inko didn't waste a second as she began to give the man orders. Bring in a second bed and set her up in here. Then update her files to have her in the same room. I've been having this girl live in my home for a week now. I can promise you that we'll keep her in one place. Inko looked over to Himiko and raised an eyebrow at how she was clinging to Izumi like a cat. Is that all right with you, dear? Blowing a raspberry at the nurse, Himiko relaxed on her side and smiled deviously at the poor man, all while clinging to Izumi and Eri in the bed. Okay. She looked at Eri and winked. Hi, I'm Himiko. Wanna help me cuddle Zuzu-chan until she's all better? Eri nodded and the hug assault redoubled from both sides. Izumi, with now 2 girls clinging to her, was blushing up a storm and imitating a fish, all while a whine escaped her. This is my life now. She couldn't bring herself to be mad about it, but she really wished Himiko wasn't doing this in front of both the detective and more importantly her mother. It was just going to be more fuel for her they must be dating idea. Sitting in her room, a young girl with silvery hair hugged her knees as she pressed herself into the corner. She'd spent the past few days in what had felt like torture, a metal star pressed to her chest and activated, only to feel like it was eating her alive. Maybe it was. Maybe that was the new purpose they were giving her after her repeated failures in training. It wasn't her fault her quirk was selective on what it affected. That was simply its nature. But the trainers didn't care for any of that, berating her for not being able to control more, to manipulate greater amounts. It didn't help that nobody had called her by her name since she was 6. She was starting to forget it. All anyone here ever called her anymore was Subject Spectra, sometimes just Spectra, or they didn't have the decency to do even that and referred to her as Subject 4. She hated how the number of death clung to her. She hated how they made her kill a man when she was only 8. But most of all, she hated her. The woman whose orders took her and threw her into this place after her home had been reduced to rubble. The woman's men stopped her from doing everything she could to dig her parents out. The woman who was only ever referred to by her title, Madam President. Since the day she was brought in, she hadn't seen that bitch's face once. Most of the outside world she'd seen had been glimpses through windows on the very rare moments she got to pass by a window. In the darker moments, she wished she could switch places with any of the people out there and leave them to suffer her pains. They wanted them to be heroes though, so thoughts like that were weeded out. She kept hers hidden as best she could, to not end up like Subjects 5 and 1. Rebels they were, and rebels they died. She had respect for those girls. Even at only 9 years old, they bit and clawed at anyone who came near them. The door to her room opened and she glanced up at the scientist coming in. She knew what he wanted. More tests. Subject 4, you will be joining Subject 3 today. That made her pause, but not long enough for her to lag in responding to his order. It had been a while since she and Subject 3 were in the same room. They were never allowed to talk to each other, but there was a moment before when she'd been able to try and comfort her until they punished her for stepping out of line. She was led to the familiar side of the training room once more and left inside. Subject 3 was already there, and her eyes looked hollow. The intercom turned on as a pair of platforms slid from the walls, holding those instruments of torture on them. Subjects, please pick up the stars. Placing that damn thing over her chest, Subject 4 noticed how 3 seconds' hand was shaking. Beginning test of synchronized activation. Pain raced through both girls as the stars turned on. But it wasn't as bad as before. Maybe she was getting used to it. Or maybe they figured out what was wrong with the damn things this time. By the time the pain was over, she saw her arms were in some long gown and underneath that was replaced with something skin tight. Subject 4, can you stand? Getting to her feet, she looked herself over more and flexed her hands. The gown felt nice, made her look spooky. Both subjects, attempt to use your quirk on the designated item. A target rose from the ground, along with several weights. Using her quirk, Subject 4 was stunned at the ease before testing on some higher weights. She felt like it would have been easy to lift something normally beyond her, but something told her to not show that off. Subject 3 was experiencing something similar, as her quirk filled the room until a fungicide started to spray. Strangely, the mushrooms didn't die down. That was when Spectra got an idea. Focusing on the air instead of the weights, she grabbed a hold and found a ball of air at her command. Her eyes moved to the glass where she knew the scientists were watching. She smiled as she pulled the air out of their lungs, watching as they choked on the very air they needed. She smiled while using the guards' bodies to attack each other, feeling the shots they fired bounce off of her. She smiled as she dragged Subject 3 out of that damn lab. They would soon be free. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.